A delinquent from Earth finds himself harboring within his mind a formidable deity, so powerful that even the Emperor of Heaven trembles at the thought of him. Can you believe such a tale? What if I told you that Earth, the Sun, and the myriad stars in the sky were not birthed from the cataclysm of the Big Bang, but rather crafted by the deities as one would forge a magical artifact? Would you accept that? The protagonist, Ye Qing, embarks on a journey to expel the deity from his mind. To achieve this, he must ascend from an ordinary mortal to a revered celestial being, earning the admiration of millions. In his fervent pursuit of enlightenment, he encounters numerous extraordinary adventures, vanquishes countless foes, and engages in blood-pumping exploits that resonate deeply with the heart. Join Ye Qing as he plunges into the exhilarating realm of cultivation. Chapter 1, Prologue. On February 2, 2019, as the new year approached in the Empire of Huaxia, the nation celebrated with joyous fervor, adorning itself with lanterns and decorations. In the western city of X, an incident of great magnitude unfolded. The origins of this event remained shrouded in mystery, yet its repercussions were profoundly detrimental, even gracing the evening news of local television. That fateful evening, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the sun cast its warm rays as two groups of individuals, brimming with hostility, surged toward the bustling pedestrian street, startling passers-by into retreat. Upon meeting, the two factions quickly amassed a crowd of over 100. Initially, the confrontation was merely verbal, as if they were negotiating a resolution, drawing the attention of daring onlookers. But abruptly, a young man with fiery red hair began to shout defiantly, shoving his opponents, escalating the tension to a fever pitch. What do you want? What do I want? I want to. In an instant, they brandished rolled newspapers from their puffy jackets and charged at each other. The conflict erupted, sending pedestrians fleeing in all directions, transforming the public square into chaos. Those who dared to linger at a distance found the spectacle far more thrilling than anything on television. In the heart of the pedestrian street lay a clearing adorned with flowers, low shrubs, and a decorative rock pool. The scene was rife with pursuit and scuffles, with innocent bystanders caught in the fray. Amidst the uproar, a thunderous crash resonated through the air as a young thug, one of the brawlers, was struck down by a bolt of lightning from the clear sky. This unfortunate soul was none other than Ye Qing. The evening sky, bathed in golden light with no hint of impending rain, made the sudden thunderclap and lightning strike all the more surreal. The combatants halted, realizing that a life had been lost, and in a heartbeat, they scattered like startled birds. Nearby, a fellow thug knelt beside the fallen Ye Qing, calling out, "Brother Qing, wake up! What's wrong?" Just then, the wail of police sirens echoed from afar, drawing nearer. Upon hearing the sirens, the young thug bit his lip and fled. In the vast public square, the lifeless body of a thug lay sprawled on the ground, unmarred by any weapon's mark, clearly unaffected in the scuffle, yet felled by that inexplicable lightning bolt. Curiosity drew bold onlookers closer, eager to discern the fate of the fallen delinquent and to speculate on the unfortunate circumstances that led to this tragedy. The police swiftly cordoned off the area, and emergency services soon arrived. After a cursory examination, the doctor pronounced the individual deceased, and with the assistance of the police, the body was loaded into an ambulance and taken away. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some claimed it was karma for the thug's misdeeds, while others mourned the loss of a vibrant life extinguished too soon. Some even took to social media, crafting narratives and recording videos that spread like wildfire, causing the incident to gain further notoriety. Thus, the tale of a divine bolt striking down a thug circulated widely. In the garden, an elderly man with graying hair shook his head and sighed, "Alas, isn't that the boy named Ye Qing, raised in the welfare home? How did he go astray? Such a pity." At that moment, Ye Qing's breath had ceased, his body now resting in the morgue of the People's Hospital. Yet, his soul transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, hovering above the garden. He could witness the events following his death but was powerless to intervene, caught in the liminal space between life and death. Damn it, why did that lightning strike me and not someone else? Truly the worst of fates. Ye Qing lamented, cursing the heavens for his untimely demise. Suddenly, a vortex appeared above him, emanating an eerie crimson glow that instilled fear. As Ye Qing's soul began to elongate and was drawn into the vortex, he cried out, "What's happening? Where are you taking me?" His voice echoed in the air. The vortex, akin to a temporal tunnel, whisked Ye Qing's spirit away. Meanwhile, an unprecedented event was unfolding in the celestial realm, as two nine-star deities perished alongside 100,000 celestial soldiers, causing a sensation throughout the heavens. To grasp the magnitude of this occurrence, one must first understand the structure of the celestial domain. The celestial realm is vast and boundless, dominated by 9 distinct powers, each reigning over one of the 9 heavens. Beyond the realm of cultivators lies the demon realm, the god realm teeming with divinities. The Buddhist realm, the monster realm inhabited by various creatures, the spirit realm where spiritual practitioners gather, and the chaotic realm, a refuge for exiled demons and spirits. Of course, there are also formidable figures who claim dominion over their own territories. The tensions among these factions lead to incessant strife within the celestial realm. The 9 heavens are governed by 9 distinct powers, each led by exceptional beings: Xiantian of the central heaven, Xiantian of the elegant sky, Tiandi of the lotus, Gutian of the hibiscus, Zuetian of the magnolia, Quetian of the autumn chrysanthemum, Xiantian of the dark orchid, Shintian of the wind, and Shengtian of the jade terrace. Each of these leaders possesses unparalleled strength and commands their own domain. In the first heaven, Xiantian, the lord of the central heaven, is narrow-minded and envious, ruthlessly eliminating anyone he perceives as a threat to his throne, exacerbating the turmoil within the first heaven. Though Xiantian holds the title of heavenly sovereign, his power is but a flicker amidst the vastness of the galaxy, teeming with countless divine beings. Currently, Xiantian is merely a 10-star deity, vulnerable to being usurped at any moment. A century ago, the 9 heavens' treasured artifact, the 9 heavens' Xianling mirror, shattered inexplicably, leaving Xiantian without his greatest support in ruling the first heaven. The 9 heavens' Xianling mirror possessed the ability to foresee the future, and without its guidance, Xuantian's governance of the first heaven has become increasingly precarious. Any disturbance in the 9 heavens poses a grave threat to those in power, as the chaos of the galaxy gives rise to the potential for power shifts, where the rise of the strong inevitably leads to the fall of the mighty timeless truth. Since the shattering of the 9 heavens' Xianling mirror, Xiantian has been consumed by anxiety, fearing for the stability of his throne, perpetually on edge and suspicious. In times past, with the mirror's foresight, he could swiftly quell any potential upheaval, allowing him to maintain his dominion over the first heaven for millennia. Xiantian will not tolerate any variables that could jeopardize his authority. Within the palace of the first heaven, a row of civil and military officials stands at attention. Heavenly Sovereign, the Emperor Xuan has already attained the rank of 9-star deity. Should he gather another creation pearl and forge a 10th star, he could surpass you, attaining power to rival your own. An elderly figure with white hair remarked within the grand hall, "Humph. I am uncertain who orchestrated the shattering of the 9 heavens' mystical mirror, but within this first realm, only 9-star gods are permitted to exist. Should anyone dare to cross the threshold, they shall meet their demise." The Celestial Emperor Xuan Qiong's words seemed directed at the Emperor Xuan, but were, in fact, a veiled warning to his companion, the equally powerful star god Longju. Longju, take charge of Emperor Xuan. Immediately summon 100,000 heavenly soldiers to ensure this individual vanishes from the Milky Way. Xuan Qiong commanded. Rest assured, Celestial Sovereign. I have already discovered the whereabouts of Emperor Xuan and will eliminate him at once, Longju replied, bowing in obedience. Go forth. Handle this matter discreetly and ensure no bystanders catch wind of it, lest they accuse me, the Lord of the Middle Heavens, of jealousy. With a wave of his hand, Xuan Qiong dismissed Longju. Humph, aren't you the jealous one? Longju muttered silently as he exited, his outward demeanor one of utmost respect. To prevent the celestial god Emperor Xuan from transcending the 9 stars, the Lord of the Middle Heavens, Xuan Qiong, ordered his foremost general, Longju, to seize the Genesis Pearl and annihilate Emperor Xuan. Xuan Qiong's true intent was to pit Longju against Xuan in a deadly struggle, ideally leading to their mutual demise. In the vast emptiness of the Milky Way, 2 streaks of light darted and danced, colliding with immense force, creating explosions akin to dazzling fireworks. The lights surged through the void, resembling a blade slicing through wires, sparking and crackling all the way. In the blink of an eye, the 2 streaks vanished into the depths of the void. Longju, I have no desire to oppose the Celestial Sovereign. Why must you relentlessly pursue me as an enemy? Emperor Xuan shouted in frustration. Who can say whether you harbor such intentions? Are you not aware of the rules of this first realm? Xuan Qiong allows only 9-star gods to exist. Anyone who seeks to transcend that number is doomed. Longju retorted coldly. That scoundrel Xuan Qiong is truly despicable. It is a tragedy for all beings to have him governing this realm, Emperor Xuan cursed. What good is all this talk? Let us settle matters with strength, Longju declared as he launched himself at Emperor Xuan. The handsome Longju, adorned in resplendent golden armor, bore a lightning mark subtly glowing on his brow. Not pausing for breath, he brandished a golden spear, charging directly at Emperor Xuan. The spear's movements shattered mountains and fractured the void, demonstrating its boundless power. If you seek death, do not blame me for being ungracious, Xuan, already exasperated by the relentless pursuit, responded. With that, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their weapons clashing with blinding light. Emperor Xuan, with flowing silver hair and striking features, wore a robe adorned with dragons and phoenixes. Wielding a sword that shimmered with dazzling radiance, clearly a divine weapon. One was a god of thunder, the other a god of swords. Both were nine-star deities, and it was a contest of supremacy. Although Xuan initially held the upper hand, Longzhu, the foremost general of the celestial court, accompanied by an army of heavenly soldiers, posed a significant threat. Each time the soldiers appeared, Xuan had no choice but to flee. As they chased through the void, Longzhu sprouted a pair of wings, their feathers resembling countless sharp daggers, overlapping in layers, glistening with cold light. When he flapped his wings, flashes of lightning flickered, and sparks ignited as the feathers brushed against one another, forming fierce bolts of electricity that spiraled around him with a crackling sound. With a swift flap, he vanished from sight, hot on Xuan's tail. Known throughout the Milky Way as the formidable god of swords, Xuan's strength was second only to Xuan Qiong. The two streaks of light raced like meteors, spiraling through the void, disappearing into the depths. In their relentless pursuit, Xuan sought to evade Longzhu, but the latter's speed, bolstered by his wings, always allowed him to close the gap. Longzhu, your relentless pursuit must have an ulterior motive, correct? Xuan boldly inquired. To speak plainly, I seek your Genesis Pearl. Do you think I wish to remain forever under Xuan Qiong's thumb? Longzhu confessed openly. Since we both desire the same thing, why must you make an enemy of me? Why not join forces to oppose Xuan Qiong? You could reign as the Celestial Emperor, while I seek to break through the 9 stars, living freely as a god king. What do you say? Xuan proposed. Emperor Xuan, spare me your words. It is clear you have no intention of surrendering the Genesis Pearl. In that case, let us fight to the death. Longzhu, gripping his golden spear, exuded an imposing presence. Then show me your true prowess, and let us see if you possess the strength, Xuan retorted, exasperated by the relentless chase. Their strengths were closely matched, neither able to subdue the other, resulting in a continuous cycle of battle and retreat, with no clear victor. You stubborn old fool, why do you resist so? Let us strike a bargain. You hand over the Genesis Pearl, and I shall report to the Celestial Sovereign that you have perished, thus freeing you from further pursuit. What do you say? Longzhu proposed. Longzhu, you are truly delusional. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in obtaining this Genesis Pearl? Xuan scoffed. And that is precisely why it is a transaction. Hand over the Genesis Pearl, and I shall grant you your freedom. Is that not beneficial for both of us? Longzhu lured. How laughable. You think you can control me? If you continue to pressure me, I will surely storm the Lingshao Palace and disrupt your peace, Xuan declared before vanishing in a flash. Want to escape? It won't be so easy. Longzhu, spear in hand, unfurled his wings, creating an illusion and pursuing Xuan relentlessly. 2 years passed, and in another part of the void, their chase continued as if it had never ceased. They fought while moving, escaping while battling, locked in an endless cycle of pursuit. Longzhu had pursued Xuan for a full 2 years. Yet he could not subdue him, nor had he acquired the Genesis Pearl. One day, I shall catch you, extracting your soul, and leaving you without hope of rebirth, Longzhu roared. Yet, Xuan, too, wished to rid himself of Longzhu's relentless pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, Longzhu had left a soul mark on Xuan, and only through self-destruction could Xuan erase it. Otherwise, Longzhu would always find him. However, self-destruction would result in Xuan's own annihilation. No matter what means he devised, he could not escape the lingering mark of their souls, and the depth of Xuan's hatred was unimaginable. Once again, Longzhu led 100,000 heavenly soldiers to track down Emperor Xuan. Set up the great heavenly trap, encircling the entire planet. Longzhu commanded his fellow deities. Lord Longzhu, the formation is complete. This time, Emperor Xuan cannot escape. However, destroying the Crimson Spirit Star would be regrettable, and I fear the Celestial Sovereign may hold us accountable, one of the generals remarked. Do not worry, as long as Emperor Xuan surrenders willingly, the Crimson Spirit Star will remain unharmed, Longzhu replied, gazing toward a distant, vividly colored planet. Meanwhile, Xuan sensed Longzhu and his army approaching. Even if I surrender the Genesis Pearl, Xuan Qiong will not spare me. Is it truly fate that seeks my destruction? Qiong cried out to the heavens. I will not accept this. I refuse to give in. He raged internally. Qiong had believed that acquiring the Genesis Pearl would allow him to transcend the 9 stars, achieving the God King realm, and thus secure his dominion over the 9 heavens without worry. Yet he never anticipated Xuan Qiong's treachery, nor that Longzhu would hound him like a relentless dog. The most infuriating aspect was the soul mark Longzhu had left on him. No matter where Qiong fled, he could never escape Longzhu's pursuit. The more Qiong thought about it, the more he lost control of his emotions, teetering on the brink of madness. A ruffian from Earth finds himself harboring within his mind a deity so powerful that even the heavenly emperor fears him. Can you believe such a tale? The Earth, the sun, and the myriad stars in the sky were not born from the Big Bang, but rather crafted by the gods as one would forge a magical artifact. Do you accept this notion? The protagonist, Ye Qing, embarks on a relentless quest to liberate the deity trapped within him. To achieve this, he must ascend from an ordinary mortal to a revered god, earning the admiration of millions. His fervent training leads him to countless adventures, vanquishing foes and creating stirring legends. Join Ye Qing on this exhilarating journey into the fervent realm of cultivation. Chapter 1. Prologue. On February 2nd, 2019, as the Lunar New Year approached, the empire of Huaxiao erupted in jubilant celebrations, adorned with lanterns and a spirit of festivity. In the western city of X, a sensational incident transpired. The origins of the event remained shrouded in mystery, yet its repercussions were profoundly negative, even garnering attention on local news channels. That evening, under the gentle breeze and warm rays of the setting sun, 2 groups surged into the bustling pedestrian street from opposing directions, startling passers-by who hurriedly made way. Upon their convergence, the crowd swelled to over 100. Initially, it appeared to be a verbal dispute, seemingly an attempt to negotiate a resolution, drawing the curiosity of bold onlookers. However, chaos erupted when a young man with red hair began to shout, aggressively shoving his opponent, intensifying the already palpable tension. What do you want? What do I want? I want to. In an instant, individuals began to draw rolled newspapers from their jackets, launching themselves at each other. The conflict broke out, sending pedestrians fleeing in all directions, turning the heart of the street into a tumultuous scene. Those daring enough to remain at a distance watched, captivated by the explosive spectacle, far more thrilling than anything seen on television. In the center of the pedestrian street lay a small open space, adorned with flowers and low shrubs, along with a decorative pond. The chaos of chasing and grappling ensued, with innocent bystanders caught in the fray. In the midst of the mayhem, a sudden thunderous boom reverberated through the air as a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting one of the ruffians, Ye Qing, who collapsed to the ground. The sky, bathed in the soft glow of sunset, showed no signs of impending rain. How could such a thunderous clap herald a lightning strike? The combatants paused, realizing a life had been lost, and within moments, they scattered like frightened birds. Nearby, one of Ye Qing's companions knelt beside his fallen form, exclaiming, "Brother Qing, wake up. What happened to you?" Just then, the distant wail of police sirens grew louder. Upon hearing the sirens, the young man hastily fled. In the expansive garden, a lifeless body lay, devoid of any visible wounds from weapons, clearly having sustained no injuries prior to the inexplicable lightning strike. As curious onlookers approached, they pondered the fate of the fallen ruffian, wondering whose misfortune this was. The police quickly cordoned off the area, and soon an ambulance arrived. After a cursory examination confirmed the young man's demise, the body was transported to the hospital under police supervision. Whispers spread among the crowd. Some declared it poetic justice, claiming the ruffian had reaped what he had sown. Others mourned the loss of a vibrant life extinguished too soon. The incident quickly found its way onto social media, with videos circulating wildly, causing a fervor that only escalated. Thus, the tale of a lightning strike that felled a ruffian became a legend. In the garden, an elderly man with graying hair shook his head in sorrow, lamenting, "Isn't this the boy named Ye Qing, raised in the orphanage? What a pity he chose the wrong path." At that moment, Ye Qing lay breathless, his body taken to the mortuary while his soul transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, drifting above the garden. He beheld all that transpired after his death, but was powerless to alter any outcome. For this seemed to be the nature of the divide between the living and the dead. Damn it, why did the lightning strike me and not anyone else? Ye Qing cursed, lamenting the unjust hand fate had dealt him at such a young age. Suddenly, a vortex appeared above him, emanating an eerie red light that instilled fear. The azure smoke of Ye Qing's soul began to elongate, drawn toward the vortex's gravitational pull until it was ultimately consumed. What is happening? Where are you taking me? Echoed Ye Qing's astonished cries in the air. The vortex resembled a temporal tunnel, propelling Ye Qing's spirit forward. Meanwhile, a momentous event shook the celestial realm, as two nine-star deities, along with 100,000 heavenly soldiers, met their demise in a cataclysmic clash, leaving the entire celestial domain in turmoil. To comprehend this upheaval, one must first grasp the celestial hierarchy. The vastness of the celestial realm knows no bounds. The path of cultivation is dominated by 9 formidable factions, each presiding over a distinct tier of the celestial expanse. Beyond cultivators, there exists the demonic realm, the realm of gods teeming with deities, the realm of Buddhas, the realm of demons, the realm of spirits, and the chaotic realm rife with monsters and malevolential coexisting within this intricate tapestry. Furthermore, there are powerful figures who claim dominion over their respective territories. The factions engage in relentless conflict, rendering the celestial realm chaotic beyond measure. At the apex of the 9 tiers, 9 different factions reign supreme, each led by a leader of extraordinary prowess: Xuan Qiong of the Middle Heaven, Xiantian of the Celestial Weaving, Tiange of the Lotus, Gengdi of the Hibiscus, Zuetian of the Magnolia, Quotian of the Autumn Chrysanthemum, Xiantian of the Dark Orchid, Xintian of the Wind, and Chengtian of the Jade Terrace. Each of these leaders embodies unparalleled strength, commanding their dominions with an iron fist. In the first heaven, Xuan Qiong, the sovereign, is narrow-minded and envious of talent, ruthlessly eliminating any who threaten his throne, plunging the first heaven into further disarray. Despite being the most powerful deity in the first heaven, Xuan Qiong's influence is dwarfed by the vast galaxy below, teeming with countless deities. Presently, he is merely a 10-star deity, vulnerable to being usurped at any moment. A century ago, the 9 heavens' treasured artifact, the 9 heavens' Xianling mirror, shattered inexplicably, leaving Xuan Qiong bereft of his greatest asset in governing the first heaven. The mirror, capable of prophesying the future, had once enabled Xuan Qiong to preemptively quell any disturbances, ensuring his reign for millennia. Now, with the mirror's destruction, Xuan Qiong's grip on his throne grows tenuous, beset by constant anxiety and suspicion. In the palace of the first heaven, a cadre of civil and military advisors stood in attendance. Your Majesty, the Deva Chakra has become a 9-star deity. Should he obtain a creation pearl and forge the 10th star, he could surpass you, gaining power to rival your own, an elder with white hair declared within the grand hall. Humph. I am unaware of who orchestrated the shattering of the 9 heavens' mysterious spirit mirror, but in this first heaven, only the 9-star deities are permitted to exist. Should anyone dare to cross the threshold, they shall meet with certain demise. The heavenly Emperor Xuan Qiong's words, seemingly directed at the deity known as Emperor Xuan, were, in truth, a veiled admonition aimed at the nearby dragon Steed, who also possessed 9 stars. Dragon Steed, the task of dealing with Emperor Xuan falls upon you. Assemble 100,000 celestial soldiers and ensure this individual vanishes from the galactic cosmos, commanded Xuan Qiong. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already detected Emperor Xuan's whereabouts and will eradicate him forthwith, replied Dragon Steed, bowing in acquiescence. Go, handle this matter discreetly. Do not allow any bystanders to catch wind of it, lest they accuse me, the Lord of the Central Heaven, of envy. Xuan Qiong waved his hand, signaling Dragon Steed to take his leave. Humph, are you not guilty of the same? Dragon Steed thought bitterly as he bowed and departed, his outward demeanor one of utmost respect. To prevent the divine Emperor Xuan from surpassing the 9 stars, the Lord of the Central Heaven, Xuan Qiong, commanded his foremost general, Dragon Steed, to seize the creation pearl and eliminate Emperor Xuan. This maneuver was, in essence, a ploy for Dragon Steed to engage in a deadly duel with Emperor Xuan, ideally resulting in their mutual annihilation. In an endless void of the galactic cosmos, 2 streaks of light pursued one another relentlessly, colliding and creating explosive bursts akin to a fireworks display. The luminous trails traversed the abyss, reminiscent of a blade slicing through electrical wires, igniting sparks along their path. In the blink of an eye, the 2 beams of light vanished into the depths of the void. Dragon Steed, I harbor no intention of opposing the Heavenly Lord. Why must you persist in this relentless pursuit? Emperor Xuan bellowed in frustration. How can I trust your intentions? Are you not aware of the rules of the first heaven? Xuan Qiong permits only 9-star deities to exist. Any who aspire to transcend this limit are doomed, Dragon Steed retorted coldly. That scoundrel Xuan Qiong is truly despicable. His governance over the first heaven is a tragedy for all beings, Emperor Xuan Qiong cursed. What use is all this talk? Let us settle this through strength. Dragon Steed, unwilling to engage in further banter, charged directly at Emperor Xuan Qiong. Dragon Steed, handsome and adorned in resplendent golden armor, bore a lightning mark that flickered at his brow, exuding an aura of formidable might. Before he could finish his words, he brandished a golden spear, advancing menacingly towards Emperor Xuan Qiong. The spear's swing shattered mountains and split the void, its power boundless. If you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Emperor Xuan Qiong, weary of the relentless pursuit, had lost all patience. With that, the two engaged in a fierce battle, the glint of swords and the crack of spears filling the air. Emperor Xuan Qiong, with his flowing silver hair and striking features, bore a small sword emblem at his brow that emitted a faint silver glow. Dressed in a blue robe adorned with dragons and phoenixes, he wielded a sword that shimmered with divine light, clearly a formidable weapon. One was a deity of thunder, the other a deity of swords. Both were 9-star deities, and it remained to be seen who would prevail. While Emperor Xuan Qiong initially held the upper hand, Dragon Steed, as the foremost general of the central heaven, was accompanied by 100,000 celestial soldiers, making for a formidable challenge. Whenever the celestial soldiers appeared, Emperor Xuan Qiong was compelled to retreat. As they fought, Dragon Steed sprouted a pair of wings. The feathers glimmered like countless sharp daggers, layered one upon the other, reflecting cold light. With each flap, lightning flickered, and sparks flew from the friction of the feathers, transforming into arcs of lightning that spiraled around him, emitting a sizzling sound. With a sudden expansion of his wings, Dragon Steed vanished from sight, hot on Emperor Xuan Qiong's trail. Emperor Xuan Qiong, renowned as the sword deity of the galactic cosmos, was second only to the Lord of the central heaven, Xuan Qiong. The two streaks of light moved with the swiftness of meteors, spiraling in pursuit within the void, disappearing into the abyss. In their relentless skirmish, Emperor Xuan Qiong sought to evade his pursuer, but Dragon Steed's wings granted him unmatched speed, always keeping him in close range. Dragon Steed, your relentless pursuit serves another purpose, does it not? Emperor Xuan Qiong inquired directly. To speak frankly, I am here for your creation pearl. Do you think I wish to remain under Xuan Qiong's thumb forever? Dragon Steed confessed candidly. Since we share a common goal, why must we be adversaries? Let us join forces against Xuan Qiong. You can ascend as the heavenly emperor, while I merely wish to break through to the 9 stars and enjoy my freedom as a divine king. What say you? Emperor Xuan Qiong proposed. Haha, Emperor Xuan Qiong, you speak too much. You simply do not wish to part with the creation pearl. If that is the case, let us settle this once and for all. Dragon Steed, spear in hand, exuded a commanding presence. Humph. Then show me your true prowess and prove your strength, Emperor Xuan Qiong replied, exasperated by the relentless pursuit. The two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand, alternating between attacking and retreating, perpetually locked in a stalemate. You stubborn old fool, why must you be so obstinate? Let us make a deal. You hand over the creation pearl, and I shall report to the heavenly Lord that you have perished, thus freeing you from further pursuit. How does that sound? Dragon Steed suggested. Haha, Dragon Steed, your naivety is laughable. Do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for this creation pearl? Emperor Xuan Qiong sneered. That is precisely why it is a deal. Surrender the creation pearl to me, and I shall grant you your freedom. Is that not beneficial for both of us? Dragon Steed tempted. Haha, how absurd. You think you can free me? Should you continue to press, I shall ascend to the Lingxiao Hall and ensure your peace is disrupted, Emperor Xuan Qiong declared before vanishing in a flash. Thinking to escape? It will not be so simple. Dragon Steed grasped his spear, wings unfurling, creating an illusion as he pursued Emperor Xuan Qiong relentlessly. 2 years passed, and in another void, their chase persisted, as if it had never ceased. They fought while running, evading while engaging, entangled in a perpetual cycle of pursuit. For a full 2 years, Dragon Steed had chased Emperor Xuan Qiong. Yet he could not subdue him, nor could he seize the creation pearl. One day, I shall catch you, and claim your soul, ensuring you never reincarnate, Dragon Steed roared in fury. But Emperor Xuan Qiong too long to escape the relentless Dragon Steed. Unbeknownst to him, Dragon Steed had left a soul mark upon Emperor Xuan Qiong, and only through self-detonation could Emperor Xuan Qiong erase this mark. Otherwise, Dragon Steed would always find him. However, self-detonation would mean the destruction of his own soul. No matter the efforts made, Emperor Xuan Qiong could not rid himself of the lingering mark. The depth of his hatred was immeasurable, and the animosity between them was beyond words. Once more, Dragon Steed led 100,000 celestial soldiers in pursuit of Emperor Xuan. Set up the grand celestial formation and encircle the entire planet. Dragon Steed commanded his celestial generals. God of Dragon Steed, the formation is complete. Emperor Xuan cannot escape this time. However, destroying the Crimson Spirit Star seems a pity. I fear the Heavenly Lord's wrath may fall upon us, one general remarked. Fear not, as long as Emperor Xuan surrenders. The Crimson Spirit Star shall remain unharmed, Dragon Steed replied, gazing at the distant, vibrant planet. At the same moment, Emperor Xuan sensed Dragon Steed's approach with his formidable force. Even if I surrender the creation pearl, Xuan Qiong will not spare me. Is this truly the will of heaven to condemn me? Emperor Xuan questioned the heavens in anger. I refuse to accept this fate. I will not be defeated. Emperor Xuan's heart roared in defiance. He had believed that obtaining the creation pearl would allow him to break through to the 9 stars and achieve divine king status, securing his dominance over the 9 heavens without fear. Yet, he was blindsided by Xuan Qiong's treachery and pursued relentlessly by Dragon Steed, who clung to him like a rabid dog. The most infuriating aspect was the soul mark that Dragon Steed had inscribed upon him. No matter where he fled, escape from Dragon Steed's relentless pursuit was impossible. The more he contemplated, the more his emotions spiraled out of control, pushing him towards madness. Chapter 2. The great events in the celestial realm. Once again traced by the dragon foal, the nearly volatile Emperor Xuan suddenly trembled. A formidable wave of energy surged forth, instantly reducing the entire palace to ashes. If this continued, he would inevitably be drained of his strength. Thus, a decisive conclusion must be reached today. Emperor Xuan was filled with rage to the utmost degree. His figure transformed into an illusion, vanishing from sight. Dragon foal, is it not merely for a treasure that you pursue me? Come forth. I shall grant it to you. Emperor Xuan re-emerged in the void, confronting the dragon foal and his 100,000 celestial soldiers. Ha ha. The dragon foal laughed heartily. Emperor Xuan, today you must yield, whether you wish to or not. The creation pearl shall be mine. By daring to proclaim such words before the celestial soldiers, the dragon foal openly declared his intent to seize the creation pearl, possibly betraying the celestial Lord Xuan Qiong. Are you truly intent on forcing me into a desperate struggle? Emperor Xuan remained remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated the ultimate outcome. I doubt you can escape from this grand celestial formation. The dragon foal brimmed with confidence. Attack, he commanded. First, let Emperor Xuan exhaust his strength against the 100,000 celestial soldiers, and only then would there be a possibility of victory. The dragon foal understood that Emperor Xuan, having achieved the rank of 9-star master deity, possessed formidable power, and indeed, he must have extraordinary abilities. The 100,000 celestial soldiers engaged Emperor Xuan in a fierce battle. Fortunately, this occurred in the void. Otherwise, the Crimson Spirit Star would have been utterly destroyed. Corpses of celestial soldiers fell continuously into the void, as waves of them surged forth, yet the numbers remained overwhelming. Emperor Xuan had already succumbed to a bloodlust, his crimson eyes resembling those of a bloodthirsty fiend, filled with boundless hatred. The vilest words would scarcely suffice to describe his fury. While Emperor Xuan continued to expend his energy, the dragon foal conserved his strength, poised to deliver a decisive blow. The dragon foal summoned a lightning orb radiating with immense pressure, its electric light flickering as it continuously gathered power. As the master deity of lightning, he commanded the forces of thunder and lightning across the realm. A bolt of lightning shot forth, astonishing in its might, aimed directly at Emperor Xuan. Naturally, Emperor Xuan remained vigilant of every movement from the dragon foal. The power of the lightning orb was tremendous, compelling Emperor Xuan to retaliate with all his might. He staggered backward, his sword whirling before him, seemingly gathering energy. However, numerous celestial soldiers impeded him, preventing him from accumulating much power as the lightning orb drew near. With a colossal roar, the lightning serpent dissipated under the sword's light. Subsequently, countless illusions of Emperor Xuan began to split and solidify, transforming into thousands. No wonder Emperor Xuan is so arrogant, invoking the celestial lord's trepidation. He has achieved the ability to manifest countless avatars. If I could seize that ability, how splendid it would be. The dragon foal lamented inwardly while calculating how to obtain this technique. The myriad avatars of Emperor Xuan clashed with the 100,000 celestial soldiers, creating a spectacular scene. Remarkably, each of these countless avatars possessed about 10 to 12% of the original strength, making them well suited to contend with the celestial soldiers. Emperor Xuan continued to produce more avatars, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with his manifestations, continuously multiplying. Thousands of avatars surged towards the crowd, and the tide seemed to turn as Emperor Xuan Qiong encircled the dragon foal and his legion. Yet, avatars were still mere shadows. They lacked the overwhelming power of the original, and many were swiftly vanquished. Emperor Xuan Qiong, once I eliminate all your avatars, your demise cannot be far off. The dragon foal felt a sense of superiority now, for it appeared that Emperor Xuan Qiong could not escape his fate. With gritted teeth, Emperor Xuan Qiong seemed to have resolved himself, his sword creaking under the pressure of his grip. For a moment, he closed his eyes, tapping into his full potential, allowing his avatars to be slain while he persistently unleashed more. The growing multitude of avatars encircled the dragon foal and the celestial soldiers, forming a colossal spherical formation, with the center occupied by the dragon foal and Emperor Xuan Qiong. After a brief moment, Emperor Xuan Qiong erupted into laughter, a cacophony of mirth echoing from the countless avatars. Their laughter was conceited, yet conveyed Emperor Xuan Qiong's unwavering determination. This was the final, sorrowful laughter of Emperor Xuan Qiong, perhaps the only expression capable of releasing his boundless hatred towards the dragon foal and Qiong Kong. As the laughter resounded, an unexpected transformation occurred. Boundless chaotic energy surged forth as if being drawn by a black hole, with starlight converging towards the myriad avatars. The dragon foal finally sensed a tinge of fear and exclaimed, "Damn it!" In an instant, he vanished, transforming into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the outskirts of the battle. Alas, it was too late. The avatars detonated from the outside inward, and a deafening explosion reverberated, converging towards the center where the dragon foal stood. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted in the void, obliterating everything in its wake. Regardless of the dragon foal's formidable defenses, he was reduced to dust beneath the magnitude of the blast. Emperor Xuan Qiong, the dragon foal, and the 100,000 celestial soldiers simultaneously vanished from the celestial horizon. The energy of the explosion rivaled that of a meteor striking the earth, illustrating the terrifying might of the self-detonation of thousands of avatars. Concurrently, a fleeting streak of light shimmered amidst the explosive energy, drifting towards the depths of the void. This was the monumental event that reverberated throughout the celestial realm. At this moment, Ye Qing's soul traversed the temporal tunnel en route to the underworld when suddenly, a colossal roar echoed beside him, nearly startling him to death. The sound was akin to the explosion resulting from the collision of two celestial bodies, as an unmatched shockwave swept through, threatening to disperse Ye Qing's very essence. Damn it, what a fright! Soon after, a golden light brushed past Ye Qing, soaring ahead before circling back to finally rest before him. The golden light transformed into a transparent orb, enveloping Ye Qing's soul, vanishing alongside the temporal tunnel. In the underworld, at the gate of yin and yang, all souls drawn in by the vortex would arrive here. Ye Qing was no exception, having been transported by the whirlpool to this place. Before him stood the imposing gate of yin and yang, a grand archway so tall that it dwarfed any individual, akin to an ant before an elephant. Outside the archway lay a square platform, with only one direction for departure, the direction of the archway, while the other three sides dropped into sheer, bottomless abysses. As Ye Qing's ethereal form settled, he returned to the appearance he bore before his death, clad in a black down jacket, form-fitting jeans, and sporting a stylish Korean hairstyle. Observing the souls being drawn into the archway, Ye Qing mused, "Wow, how many souls perish daily? Stop dawdling, enter quickly." A voice thundered like rolling thunder. Ye Qing looked up to see two colossal figures resembling statues standing beside the towering archway, one clad in white and the other in black. Each stood approximately 100 feet tall. The figure in white held a black flag inscribed with the words "Soul Summoning Banner," from which wisps of black smoke emanated, drifting into the void. Within the smoke, strange, tiny characters resembling the birth dates of individuals could be discerned. In contrast, the figure in black wielded a giant staff, also about 100 feet tall, inscribed with the words "Soul Guiding Staff," from which white mist floated towards the gate of yin and yang, guiding the souls onward. Ye Qing, cursing under his breath, followed the flow of souls into the gate of yin and yang. Wow, is this the underworld? The environment is not bad at all. Quite different from what I had imagined. Ye Qing surveyed the surroundings beyond the gate of yin and yang. Chapter 3, The Underworld. Upon entering the gate of yin and yang, one steps into what is known as the underworld, which is, in fact, a realm slightly superior to the mortal world. Here, akin to Earth, there exists advanced technology, cultivators, and a myriad of deities, demons, and supernatural beings. In the distance, tall trees and lush vegetation abound, most of which exhibit a peculiar crimson hue. The sky is graced by a dark green orb resembling the sun, casting shadows similar to those found on Earth, with mountains, trees, and rivers that bear a striking resemblance to their earthly counterparts. As Ye Qing moved along with the throng, he took in his surroundings. It seems this underworld is indeed more advanced than Earth. Perhaps I should forego reincarnation and remain here as a carefree spirit. Exiting the gate of Yin and Yang, he found himself on a straight avenue leading directly to a grand palace-like structure. Along the sides of the road, an array of vibrant flora flourished, their colors strikingly different from those found on Earth, though their forms were not dissimilar. "Hey, my friend, where are we headed?" Ye Qing inquired, tapping a nearby spirit. The spirit shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "We are destined to face the judge of the underworld, after which you may be reborn as a human or an animal, depending on your merits." The spirit mimicked counting money with its fingers. Ye Qing's eyes widened in shock. "Goodness, is this how it works in the underworld too? I'm doomed. As a wandering spirit, I have no funds to offer those greedy officials. If I'm sentenced to reincarnate as a beast, I might as well leap to my demise, but having died once, would I truly face death again?" "Hey, my friend, our encounter in this underworld may not be on the same day of birth, but we share the same date of demise. Might I propose a matter for your consideration?" Ye Qing approached the spirit, placing a hand on its shoulder. "Don't get your hopes up. I'm just as destitute." The spirit lamented. "I was an online gaming enthusiast, spending my days in internet CAFS, unaware when I offended the king of hell, leading to my untimely death in one of those CAFS. My family, disappointed in me, burned little money for my afterlife. I fear it won't be enough to bribe the judge and avoid being sent to the realm of beasts." Ye Qing sighed inwardly, cursing, "Oh, my dear parents. You brought me into this world, only to abandon me to an orphanage? Now I am left penniless, a ghost among the impoverished." As the crowd drew nearer to the towering palaces, he noticed the grand entrance adorned with the characters Yin-Si in large traditional script. "Ah, we have arrived at Yin-Si. Wasn't there supposed to be a stretch of Yellow Springs Road to traverse before meeting the judge? And what of the River of Forgetfulness and the Three Life Stone? Where are they? Could it be that the straight path we just walked is indeed Yellow Springs Road? Have the developers of the underworld filled in or destroyed the River of Forgetfulness and the Three Life Stone to build their structures? How thoughtless of them." Ye Qing muttered to himself. As he proceeded, he entered the gates of Yin-Si, where rows of ghostly soldiers clad in dark golden armor stood guard, wielding weaponry that seemed somewhat incongruous. Above the entrance hung a brass mirror, and as each spirit passed through the gate, a beam of golden light shot forth from the mirror, assigning them a sequence number, each distinguished by color, guiding them to their respective judge's chambers. Upon entering the hall, the mirror cast a golden glow upon him, revealing the number 102 on his chest. What a stroke of misfortune, to be assigned a number like this without the means to honor the judge. Ye Qing shook his head, realizing that the path to reincarnation would be fraught with difficulty. Beyond the gates lay an enormous plaza surrounded by towering palaces. Underneath the colored numbers were long corridors leading to the main hall. Ye Qing, with his red number, instinctively followed the red corridor, joining the throng of spirits. "Heavenly Father, I beseech you, though I have committed many wrongs, they were driven by necessity. Please overlook my transgressions and grant me a chance to be reborn." Ye Qing prayed as he walked. The corridor was adorned with crystal-like light fixtures at intervals, while grotesque murals of monstrous creatures adorned the walls, casting an eerie glow. Spirits entered the judgment hall swiftly, many perhaps not even exchanging words with the judge before being swiftly adjudicated and sent off to their next lives. Ye Qing prayed fervently that the judge would show him leniency, allowing him the opportunity to reincarnate as an ordinary person. At the end of the passage stood 2 guards, scrutinizing the spirits as they passed. When it was Ye Qing's turn, he stepped into a grand hall, where a high platform stood at its center. His number, 102, flickered, drawing him toward the elevated dais. On a higher platform sat an elderly man wearing a golden crown, observing Ye Qing with a bemused smile. Once on the platform, Ye Qing noticed a square table at its edge, devoid of chairs, which struck him as peculiar. However, he quickly deduced that the table was intended for spirits to present offerings to the judge. "I have no offerings to bring. Do as you will," he thought, remaining silent. The portly judge, noticing Ye Qing's reticence, casually flipped through the book of life and death. As he did, scenes of Ye Qing's misdeeds materialized on the walls around them. Ye Qing gaped in disbelief at the vividness of the portrayals, far more realistic than any film he had ever seen. Each scene concluded with a commentary detailing the severity of his transgressions. Ye Qing's past misdeeds unfolded before him, stealing, bullying the weak, and other nefarious acts that made him wish he could strike the judge for the humiliation. After a moment, the judge peered at Ye Qing again, still smiling, though now the smile held a hint of condescension. Good sir, I am but a soul of misfortune. I do not even know what grave error led to my demise by a strange bolt of lightning. I was an orphan in life, possessing nothing of value to offer you. Might I sing a little tune to amuse you instead? Ye Qing shamelessly suggested. The judge chuckled, intrigued by Ye Qing's cleverness. Oh, this little spirit possesses a spark of ingenuity. Ye Qing, is it? He inquired from the platform. Yes, indeed. I am merely a poor orphan without valuable possessions, forced into wrongdoing by circumstance. Please, allow me to entertain you with a song, and grant me my freedom. Upon seeing the judge, a faint smile graced his lips, and Ye Qing began to sing. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it will never be enough. As he sang, he also began to dance a square dance, a familiar habit of his. Stop, stop. This cacophony is unbearable, the old judge interjected, swiftly halting Ye Qing's performance. He then conjured a beam of golden light, and suddenly the authentic version of Little Apple resonated throughout the hall. The infernal courtroom swayed in rhythm, and the judge's head bobbed along with the beat. Even the denizens of the underworld know how to enjoy themselves, Ye Qing mused, observing the judge as plump head swaying like a turtle in time with the music, though he dared not voice his thoughts, only chuckling inwardly. Wow, uncle, you have such a unique taste. Your favorite song is just like mine. You are so kind, handsome, wealthy, and powerful. Please don't make it difficult for me. Let me be reborn into a good family. Grant me my freedom. Ye Qing exclaimed, noticing the judge's good mood as he listened to Little Apple. Oh, why the rush? Even when seeking rebirth, one must choose an auspicious time. What if you end up in the realm of beasts? The judge replied, continuing to nod his head in rhythm with the music. Ye Qing cursed inwardly. You jester, hurry up and let me go. Yet he maintained a smile, asking, Uncle, is it possible to choose a good family for my rebirth? If so, considering our fateful connection, could you find me a wealthy family? How about becoming a rich second-generation heir? Let me check. Currently, there's nothing available, the judge replied, genuinely perusing the ledger of life and death. Nothing? Could you at least find me a powerful family, perhaps one connected to military leaders? Ye Qing pressed. Why don't you list your desires? I'll see if I can find a suitable match for you, the judge suggested. How generous. I can even choose? Ye Qing thought excitedly. I wish to woo all the beautiful women in the world and possess an uncountable wealth of gold, jewels, luxury cars, and grand estates. You little rascal. Wanting to have it all, huh? It's already a privilege to be reborn, yet you still wish to be a playboy? The judge chuckled. A playboy? No way. Uncle, I was just joking. Please don't take me seriously. Ye Qing hurriedly clarified. The judge stroked his small beard, laughing heartily. As he perused the ledger, his gaze suddenly brightened upon discovering a suitable family. All right, go ahead. Just as you wish. Uncle, which family did you choose for me? I shall express my gratitude in my next life. Please leave me a calling card. Ye Qing called out as he was gradually pulled towards a passageway at the back of the hall, his voice diminishing until it faded into silence. Emerging from the judge's hall, Ye Qing found himself uncontrollably drawn by the numbers on his chest, soaring towards the exit of the passageway, which seemed to stretch endlessly, passing through layer upon layer of barriers. Upon breaching the final barrier, the sky outside transformed dramatically, engulfed in a fiery crimson hue. A colossal bridge extended skyward, reaching the horizon, under which flowed a torrent of molten lava, a sight that sent chills through one's legs. Waves of scorching heat surged towards him, deterring any thought of crossing the bridge. Upon seeing the molten lava below, Ye Qing was momentarily terrified, though he took solace in having died once before. Yet, in the distance, many souls braved the heat, resolutely stepping onto the bridge. Upon closer inspection, at the bridge's entrance, a vine-like plant bore fruit. As a young maiden distributed these fruit-like offerings to souls preparing to reincarnate, those ascending the bridge eagerly devoured the dragon fruit-like fruits, juices dripping from their mouths, which made Ye Qing salivate. Approaching, he heard the young maiden call out, Grandma fruit, come and eat grandma fruit. One must consume a grandma fruit to cross the bridge, otherwise you will perish from the heat. Ye Qing's mind raced with the legend of Mengpo's soup, which stated that souls in the underworld must consume it to forget their past lives before reincarnating. Mengpo's soup? The bridge of forgetfulness? Could this be the bridge of forgetfulness? Is this maiden Mengpa? But when did Mengpo's soup transform into grandma fruit? Why is Mengpa so beautiful? Could it be that today she is off duty and her granddaughter is substituting for her? Ye Qing pondered, gazing intently at the young maiden. No wonder there was no need to drink Meng Po's soup. It turned out that this soup was a type of spiritual fruit, also known as the reincarnation fruit. The reincarnation fruit must be consumed to proceed to reincarnation. The tree resembled a grapevine, continuously bearing reincarnation fruits, which could be harvested ceaselessly. Each soul could taste a reincarnation fruit before ascending the bridge of forgetfulness. This fruit not only shielded them from the scorching waves of lava, but also possessed a unique power to facilitate their entry into the cycle of reincarnation. Consuming the reincarnation fruit allowed one to forget their past lives, enabling a focused rebirth, free from the chains of previous experiences. Ye Qing joined the throng, forming a line to receive a grandma fruit. When the young maiden plucked a fruit and handed it to him, her smile made Ye Qing realize just how stunning Meng Po truly was. Wow, so beautiful, like a celestial being. He received the grandma fruit, yet found himself transfixed by her beauty, momentarily forgetting his purpose of crossing the bridge. Hey, you fool, hurry up. What are you staring at? Don't delay your rebirth. A burly man shouted from behind. Ye Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly moved forward. In his hand, the grandma fruit glowed with a vibrant red hue. Its skin thin, flesh tender, and juices abundant. In the relentless heat of the bridge of forgetfulness, it felt akin to an ice-cold delicacy. Taking a bite was irresistible, and Ye Qing quickly devoured the fruit. Strangely, as he swallowed the grandma fruit, the heat seemed to dissipate, and he felt no more warmth. However, he noticed that the souls around him were emitting streams of blue smoke, and upon examining himself closely, he wondered, why am I not emitting smoke like everyone else? Hey, miss, you're emitting smoke. Ye Qing approached a long-haired beauty, tapping her shoulder. The beauty turned, and Ye Qing was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying his surprise. The long-haired woman had thick eyebrows and large eyes, but her brows were excessively bushy, and her nose was turned up, revealing unruly nostril hairs. Her lips were uneven, and most notably, a large mole, the size of a thumb, adorned her jaw with several curled black hairs sprouting from it. Chapter 5. Rebirth and Transmigration Indeed. She was a back-view killer, stunning Ye Qing into a stupor, his stomach churning. The long-haired woman, noticing his reaction, turned her back to him, mumbling, "Fool. Once you eat the grandma fruit, your memories of this life will gradually fade. You can only see the beautiful women on the bridge, not the warnings. Such a love-struck fool will probably be reborn as a pig." Ah, where are the warnings? Why didn't I see them? Do I have to run back? Ye Qing wondered. In truth, it was not that Ye Qing's memories would fade. He was simply enveloped in a transparent membrane, preventing his memories from dissipating. Ah, never mind. I must hurry to be reborn. If my memories don't fade, then I won't forget my skills in wooing women. Ye Qing thought with a hidden glee. At the end of the Naiha Bridge lies a vibrant realm filled with rainbows, verdant meadows, flowing rivers, and distant herds of cattle and sheep, all accompanied by melodious music akin to celestial harmonies. There stands a palace shimmering with golden light, from which ethereal sounds occasionally emanate, while numerous enchanting maidens drift gracefully about. However, all of this exists merely as an illusion, unique to each observer. Suddenly, Ye Qing is enveloped by a beam of golden light descending from the heavens, which swiftly lifts him upwards, vanishing in the blink of an eye like a shooting star. In an instant, Ye Qing finds himself reborn in the womb of his mother, Lu Xiaofeng. From that moment onward, he transitions into another world. Welcome to the Great Shang Empire, specifically Annan City, a small yet bustling town in the western part of the empire, renowned for its rich gold mines. Countless prospectors flock here, leading to a thriving atmosphere despite the city's modest size, which is fortified by robust walls encircling its perimeter. In the western part of Annan City lies a haven for indulgence, replete with casinos, taverns, brothels, and various entertainment venues. At the heart of Yanhua Lane stands an elegantly designed pavilion, the famous brothel known as the South Heaven Imperial Capital. In the courtyard of the South Heaven Imperial Capital, within a modest room, a young girl of 16 or 17, with an attractive visage, tenderly caresses her burgeoning belly, evidently 7 or 8 months along. With the due date approaching in a month or two, Ye Qing reflects in frustration. Isn't it said that rebirth occurs at the moment of birth? Why am I still confined within? My precious, in just a month or two, we shall meet. You must grow well and refrain from being mischievous in my womb. Ye Qing can feel gentle caresses through the abdominal barrier. Oh, dear mother, must I remain still for another month or two? Ye Qing seethes with anger, yearning to move but unable to exert any force, as his other limbs are still developing, cocooned in a fluid-filled space, absorbing nourishment daily. Occasionally, he hears a series of sighs. Oh, you foolish girl, so young and yet faced with such challenges. How will you manage? The elderly woman, known as Granny Een, reassures her, do not fret. Once I deliver the baby, I can resume my work to support us. Work? Am I to be born only to serve clients? Ye Qing nearly faints at the thought. You wretched judge, if I ever see you again, I shall flay you alive. He wishes to curse, but finds himself silenced. Alas, poor child, had you not consumed the root terminating potion, you would be unscathed. Why must you be so obstinate? Granny Een laments. Root terminating potion? It seems she has truly descended into the mundane world. My heavens, it is all that detestable judge's fault. Unbeknownst to her, the being who visited her was a celestial being, known only as Ye Qing. My child shall bear the Yi surname, and in 2 months. I must ponder a fitting name. How splendid it would be if my child could become a celestial being. Lu Xiaofeng muses. Celestial being? What a mockery. They brought such calamity upon you. Ye Qing silently curses. From the sound of it, Lu Xiaofeng is quite youthful and seemingly naive. The type who continues to be deceived even while counting coins for others. With so many men visiting, how can you be certain it was Ye Qing? Granny Een retorts. It's fortunate you were not cast out. You spend your days lost in fanciful thoughts, oblivious to your own foolishness. All right, I shall fetch you a bowl of chicken soup to nourish you for Princess Linger, Granny Een says before departing. Zhao Linger, the esteemed courtesan of the South Heaven imperial capital, is the proprietor's prized asset, indulged in a lifestyle akin to that of a princess. Renowned for her beauty among the few courtesans here. In this remote western mountainous region, far removed from imperial power, Annan City frequently suffers from wild beast attacks, making governance feeble. The local lord dares not offend the city's influential figures. In these mountains reside ferocious beasts, rendering the outside world perilous. As many fall victim to their attacks, the Great Shang Empire periodically commands local officials to recruit hunters to cull the beasts near the city, as the surrounding farmlands yield vital crops for the nation, emphasizing the importance of agriculture in a nation often on the brink of war. As time passes, the challenging 2 months come to an end, and Ye Qing, now aware of his impending birth, has spent a total of 2 months and 3 days within his mother's womb. During this time, he has overheard conversations about celestial beings and root-terminating potions, suggesting he is not in the contemporary Earth. To uncover the truth, Ye Qing must navigate this new reality himself. Granny Een, my belly aches terribly. Is it time for birth? Ye Qing hears his mother's anguished voice. He longs to alleviate her suffering, but feels trapped. Quickly lie down. Hold on. I shall summon the midwife. Granny Een exclaims in a panic. Ruer, hurry. Fetch the midwife. Fenger is in labor. As Ruer dashes out to summon the midwife, a flamboyantly dressed young noblewoman opens a door at the end of the 2nd floor, remarking, I wonder what this girl is thinking, desperately wanting to keep the child. She then calls down, Defew, hurry and boil water. The midwife will be here shortly. This noblewoman is Ye Yang, the proprietress of the South Heaven imperial capital. After approximately half an hour, the midwife arrives, guided by Ruer. At this moment, Lu Xiaofeng is writhing in agony, and an anxious group waits outside, powerless to assist. Inside the delivery room, only the midwife, Granny Een, and Lu Xiaofeng are present. After a series of heart-wrenching cries, Ye Qing is finally born. As he emerges, a radiant beam of golden light shoots forth from the center of his forehead, resembling a divine illumination. This extraordinary phenomenon startles the midwife and Granny Een, causing Lu Xiaofeng to faint at the sight. Yet, the experienced midwife successfully delivers Ye Qing into this world. At last, I have arrived. One day, I shall ascend to the celestial palace and trample upon all who dare oppose me. Ye Qing's consciousness suddenly receives this thought, a voice only he can hear. The moment Ye Qing officially descended, a transparent spherical object instantly transformed into a round bead and penetrated into his purple palace. This bead was none other than the creation pearl, a treasure cherished by Emperor Chakra, feared immensely by the Celestial Emperor Xuan Qiong, and fiercely contended for by the dragon Steed. Who are you? How did you end up in my head? Come out. Ye Qing exclaimed in astonishment, shouting with his consciousness. Who am I? The voice paused, unsure of how to introduce itself. After a moment, it continued. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that I reside within your mind, beneficial to you and harmless. You need not worry. I will leave once I find a way. But how did you end up in my head? Is this body yours or mine? Ye Qing was bewildered. With 2 souls in one head, whose commands should he heed? What concerned Ye Qing most was this very point. In truth, there were not 2 souls residing in his mind, but rather a pearl floating in his purple palace, inside which a figure was desperately seeking an escape. Suddenly, the figure halted, exclaiming, How were you able to reach the underworld unscathed? Why did you retain memories of your past life after consuming the reincarnation fruit? Without me, you would have long vanished into oblivion. The person you are now is certainly not the same as before. Was that lightning strike you're doing? You wretched soul, why did you strike me dead? Did I have any past grievances with you? Ye Qing's heart ignited with unexplained anger as he recalled his sudden demise. Young friend, do not be hasty. I did not strike you with lightning. I merely borrowed your soul to escape a calamity during that terrifying spiritual explosion. Well then, you are safe now, so get out of my head. I certainly do not wish to harbor something unknown in my mind. Hey, you ungrateful little rascal. Instead of thanking me, you dare to blame me. How delightful. The voice resonated with laughter. While Ye Qing was engaged in a verbal tussle with this unknown entity in his head, he suddenly heard the midwife's voice. Oh dear, why isn't this child crying? Could it be that he is mute by nature? Such an extraordinary phenomenon cannot possibly produce a mute. The midwife examined Ye Qing closely, yet did not hear the cries of the newborn. Typically, a normal child would wail loudly upon birth. Ye Qing overheard the midwife's remarks. Damn it. I better cry a few times. I don't want to be thought of as mute. Otherwise, I'll end up as a turtle slave in this courtyard for life. Ye Qing wailed, interpreting it as practice for cursing. However, as a newborn, besides the cries, he could utter no other words. If he could speak, he would surely vent his ire upon the midwife until she bled. Yet within his mind, two consciousnesses engaged in an amusing argument, one a rogue from Earth, the other a celestial deity, each wanting to expel the other, yet neither could escape. Once you enter through this door, leaving is not so simple. Do you think I wish to linger in your pig-ass head? With your level of intellect, your arrogance is laughable. The two consciousnesses began to bicker. Humph. You claim to be a deity. Then tell me, are you the god of wealth or the god of somnolence? Even if you are a deity, you must be a most unfortunate one. How can you not escape? Aren't deities supposed to possess vast powers, capable of traversing vast distances with a single flip? A flip to cover vast distances is more likely, huh? Are you truly a deity? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? I have seen a deity before. Moreover, deities do not resemble you. What of my appearance? I am the authentic supreme deity, the 9 stars. Even the Celestial Emperor must show me respect. Huh. You can boast all you want. If you are so impressive, why did you end up hiding in my head? You are truly a walking contradiction. Ye Qing chuckled in response. Ye Qing, whose true form was merely that of a newborn, could do nothing. And he had little faith in the claims of this so-called deity. Even if I am left with only a primordial spirit, once I escape this space, even the king of hell would bow to me, believe it or not. The celestial being in Ye Qing's mind continued to boast. Midwife, is it a boy or a girl? Upon seeing the midwife exit the delivery room, Ruer hurriedly inquired. It's a sturdy boy, both mother and child are safe. But, well, after a moment's thought, the midwife refrained from mentioning the earlier extraordinary event. As long as mother and child were safe, that was sufficient. The sisters, concerned for Lu Xiaofeng, also departed upon hearing that both were well. People in this world often held superstitious beliefs. A newborn bringing extraordinary phenomena was typically seen as a harbinger of misfortune for the family. Ye Qing's mother was already quite pitiable, should this be revealed. Ye Qing would surely cast them out of the southern heavenly capital. With no support, being expelled would mean certain death for the mother and child. Sister Fenger is so fortunate to have her own child, Ruer remarked, unable to restrain herself. Humph, fortunate? She will have her fair share of suffering in the future. Hurry and get to work. Ye Qing retorted angrily, kicking Ruer in the rear and shouting. Yes, Qing. The girl named Ruer nodded and hurriedly scurried away. At that moment, the midwife was preparing a basin of warm water to help wash Ye Qing. Old woman, here are 2 taels of silver. Get her something good to eat. And this small change, give it to the midwife. Ye Qing called to the midwife, handing her 3 pieces of silver, 2 large and 1 small. The old servant expresses gratitude on behalf of the mother and child. The midwife accepted the silver and entered the room. Chapter 7. Banter with the Celestial Deity. Lu Xiaofeng gazed at the adorable child beside her and smiled. However, her pale face bore no color, clearly signifying how arduous it was for the frail Lu Xiaofeng to give birth to Ye Qing. Well, the delivery went smoothly. I have done a great good deed. So I shall take my leave. Young lady, take care and recuperate. The midwife, having completed her duties, prepared to depart. Just as she stepped outside, the midwife was halted by the old woman, who pressed a little more than a tael of silver into her hand, whispering, Sister, please do not speak of the earlier phenomenon. This orphan mother has no father to care for her. It is quite pitiful. Please accept this small token. The old woman spent over a tael of the silver Ye Qing had given her to silence the midwife. Ye Qing, just born, could not yet open his eyes, and his sensory perceptions were still quite vague. Aside from his thoughts being that of an ordinary person, he was no different from any other newborn. Hey, who the hell are you, you so-called celestial deity? Does this mean my head is now your home? Ye Qing questioned. You little rascal are quite amusing. I saved you, and you do not even say thank you, yet you dare to insult me. No wonder you were struck by lightning. I cannot escape. If I could, I would crush you myself, the celestial voice replied. For the first few days following his birth, Ye Qing spent his time either nursing or engaging in verbal sparring with the celestial deity in his mind. Haha, I say, great celestial deity. You wouldn't truly be trapped in my head, would you? Please do not jest with me. Ye Qing feared that a boastful entity would dwell within his mind indefinitely. I, a deity, would not joke with you. Do not annoy me. I am in the mood to thrash someone. The celestial deity lamented the enormous cost of acquiring something that ultimately bound itself to him, exclaiming, I am truly going mad. At that moment, Emperor Chakra found himself in a chaotic space. He was nearing madness. His golden form had been destroyed, and his primordial spirit had sought refuge within the creation pearl, narrowly escaping the cataclysmic spiritual explosion. Yet, while entering this pearl was effortless, escaping proved to be an arduous challenge. Although Emperor Xuan Qiong's golden form had been obliterated, his power remained largely unscathed. With a bit of time, he could easily reconstruct his physical form. However, no matter what he tried, he could not extricate himself from this chaotic space, which was the true source of his frustration. Within the chaotic realm, Emperor Xuan Qiong unleashed beams of golden light, relentlessly assaulting his surroundings in an attempt to discover a means of exiting this pearl's domain. The creation pearl, the primordial material for crafting worlds by celestial beings, harbored an immensely vast space within. This interior was a realm of utter chaos, reflecting its primordial state before it was shaped into a world. Now trapped within such a space, regardless of his attacks, the infinite expanse presented no boundaries or exits, rendering his efforts futile. Must it be that only by establishing a master over this pearl could he hope to escape? Would all his painstaking efforts be in vain? As a 9-star deity, Emperor Xuan Qiong was acutely aware that he needed a viable strategy to break free. The voice of the heavenly emperor echoed through the chaotic void, resonating for an extended duration. Enough with the shouting. Your noise is depriving me of sleep. Ye Qing, startled by the outburst, reacted. Ye Qing seemed to embody the actions of an infant, dozing off after a hearty meal. Do not disturb me. If you persist, do you dare believe I will obliterate you? After exhausting his search for a solution, Emperor Xuan Qiong was left with a belly full of ire. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing's anger flared. How dare you shout in my mind? Do you have no manners? The thought of living with a perverse old deity like you in my head every day makes me wish for death and a chance to be reborn. Ye Qing, youthful and brash, dared to speak to a celestial being in such a manner. He was fortunate that this deity was ensnared. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. If this enraged god were to escape, Ye Qing might not even have the opportunity for reincarnation. Thunderous explosions echoed within the chaotic realm, but Ye Qing was oblivious. If the might of those detonations were to reach him, he could only imagine the fate that awaited his head. Hey, great deity, shall we converse? Is it true that you cannot find a way out of my mind? Feeling bored, Ye Qing initiated the dialogue. Begone. I am a formidable 9-star deity. How could I possibly lack a means to escape this trifling chaotic space? Then why do you continue to shout? If you could leave, you wouldn't be making such a racket. You are merely borrowing space within my head. Ye Qing, the little rogue, audaciously sought to extract some benefit from the boastful celestial. Heh, you little rascal, what do you desire? I, a grand deity, have no intention of exploiting you. It appeared Emperor Xuan Qiong had vented his frustrations and was now jesting with Ye Qing. The two found themselves in an amusing predicament, one trapped within a boundless chaotic realm, the other merely an infant devoid of capabilities. They exchanged banter and quarreled before settling into silence once more. As a deity, Emperor Xuan Qiong cultivated his power through the strength of belief. However, trapped in this chaotic space, he could no longer progress in his cultivation. Nevertheless, his 9 stars remained intact. Even if they were stolen, the mortals who revered him still existed, and their guardian spirit remained him. However, time was of the essence. For prolonged confinement might diminish or even extinguish this faith, leaving the mortals no longer believing in him. If he was indeed fated to wait for the creation pearl to acknowledge its master before escaping, he must strategize early. What kind of spiritual root did this boy possess? Did he have any innate talent for cultivation? Hey, kid, you mentioned you hail from Earth, correct? Pray, enlighten me on the state of cultivation there. Are there any practitioners capable of ascending to the heavenly realm? Emperor Xuan inquired of Ye Qing. Cultivation? You mean becoming an immortal? Yes, indeed. There are many. Ye Qing replied without hesitation. Many, you say? How do you know this? Were you a practitioner in your past life? Emperor Xuan probed skeptically. I've never seen it myself, but I've watched television. Stories like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, Journey to the West, and Investiture of the Gods are all depicted. Ye Qing reminisced. My League of Legends, my blade and soul. I can never play again. Ye Qing lamented helplessly. League of Legends, Blade and Soul, Honor of Kings, Battle Royale. These were immensely enjoyable online games on Earth, favorites among the youth. What is television? Emperor Xuan asked, perplexed. You truly are uninformed. Television is a form of advanced technology. It can portray the tales of immortals as films for all to see. Ye Qing teased. A technological world? Where are the immortals in a technological realm? If you do not know, refrain from speaking nonsense. I have yet to witness a practitioner ascend from a technological world. There are many legends. Those television shows are adapted from tales. If no real events had transpired, where would the legends come from? Ye Qing explained. Chapter 8. Little Yellow Being, Great Deity. Are you truly a celestial being? You cannot be deceiving me. Ye Qing expressed his disbelief about the entity residing in his mind. A silence ensued, with no response, further fueling his skepticism. I told you, there are no celestial beings. It is all a ruse. While Ye Qing verbally dismissed the notion, he found himself in a quandary. Previously, he had doubted the existence of an afterlife or the realms of the underworld. But after experiencing death, crossing the Niha Bridge, consuming the fruit of reincarnation, and facing judgment from the underworld's magistrate, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Having undergone such experiences, he began to question his own limited understanding. Perhaps celestial beings and immortals truly existed. He simply had yet to encounter them. Grandfather Celestial, esteemed ancestor, I believe you are indeed a celestial being. A remarkable one at that. Would you accept me as your disciple and teach me the art of soaring through the clouds? Ye Qing suddenly shifted his tone, realizing his previous naivety. With your disposition, you aspire to learn celestial arts? A character like you would surely become a nefarious scoundrel if granted such power. I dare say you wish to wield it for unsavory deeds. Emperor Xuan derided. How could you possibly know that? Are you a worm in my belly? No. A worm in my head? Surely, you cannot know my every thought. Ye Qing cursed inwardly but was seized by a terrifying thought. What if the deity could indeed read his mind? What makes you think I would perceive you in such a light, Ye Qing? I am a man of integrity. As the saying goes, a man of honor has principles. The sordid acts you mention are not the deeds of an honorable man. You consider yourself honorable? You are but a newborn infant, your little brother only a small yellow bean. Emperor Xuan laughed heartily at Ye Qing's impassioned declaration. What am I, little yellow bean? One day, I shall grow into a towering tree, showcasing my grandeur. Ye Qing, undeterred by the mockery, embraced his identity as a nascent sprout. The so-called divine being, I still do not believe you are a god. Can you prove it to me? Ye Qing, stung by this sarcasm, revealed his rebellious nature. Why should I, a mere mortal, have to prove anything to you? If you don't believe, then be it. I have no desire for your belief. I knew it was all a deception, Ye Qing scoffed. He had already been in the world for several days, and apart from engaging in banter with this boastful deity in his mind, he spent most of his time swaddled in blankets, soundly asleep. Whenever he felt hungry, a mere grunt would summon his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, who would bring him sweet nourishment. After days of repartee, Ye Qing began to harbor doubts. Perhaps this boastful entity in his head truly was a god. A god. Such beings belonged in myth. Yet one had seemingly taken residence in his mind, perhaps even permanently. This was a grand opportunity. If he could become a disciple and learn the art of celestial flight and evasion, he would be the most formidable ruffian in the world. As these thoughts swirled, Ye Qing couldn't help but chuckle in delight. My darling, your father is absent. What name should I bestow upon you? Lu Xiaofeng mused, leaning against the headboard, cradling little Ye Qing, who was pouting adorably. Ye Long. No, that won't do. That name would suit twins, like Ye Long and Ye Hu. Unfortunately, you have no brother. Lu Xiaofeng continued her soliloquy, pondering names for Ye Qing. Sister Feng, what are you murmuring about alone? Here, I brought you a bowl of Wujiang Cushion carp soup. It's very beneficial for lactation. I inquired for quite some time to find this out. A girl named Revered gently announced as she entered with the soup. Revered. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. These past few days, I have been troubled by insufficient milk for this little rascal, Lu Xiaofeng said, gazing affectionately at Ye Qing, swaddled snugly. Sister, please don't be so polite. Drink it while it's hot. It one tea tastes good when it cools. Revered urged as she offered the soup. I'll hold this little one, Ruer said, placing the soup down and lifting Ye Qing into her embrace. By the way, sister, does this little one have a name yet? Is it to be your surname? Ruer inquired. I haven't decided yet. Would it be acceptable for him to carry my surname? I would like him to be named Yi. When he grows up, I can tell him that his father is a celestial being, Lu Xiaofeng replied while sipping the soup. What? A celestial being? What kind of world is this? Are there truly many celestial beings in this realm? Do celestial beings frequent brothels? Upon hearing his mother's words, Ye Qing felt a sense of disbelief. A multitude of questions awaited him as he grew. Yi? Ye Qing Feng. Yi Mingwe. Those sound quite lovely. Ruer casually suggested. Ye Qing? Yes, that name is pleasant enough. Sister, our second mother also bears the surname Yi. Perhaps we could have this little rascal recognize her as his godmother. Thus she wouldn't be overly demanding of you, Ruer proposed. Indeed, our second mother has been immensely kind to us. I should personally discuss this with her one day, but I fear she might disdain us. Lu Xiaofeng expressed her concerns. Second mother may seem fierce, yet she is quite kind-hearted towards her sisters, Ruer reassured. Ye Qing listened intently to their conversation, feeling a jolt of surprise. Was it mere coincidence that he was fated to endure such trials? Was he destined to live again in this world? After all, how could his name be so fortuitously aligned? Be good, Qing'er, grow quickly. Once you do, you can learn celestial arts and protect us from any harm. Ruer cooed as she gently swayed him. Stop rocking me. I feel sick. Ye Qing silently protested. Blast it. I could faint, and you still continue to rock me. Suddenly, he could no longer contain himself and began to expel white from his mouth, creating a chaotic scene before him. The nauseating sensation surged, and he vomited uncontrollably. Sister, Qing'er is vomiting. Ruer exclaimed anxiously. Hurry, give him to me. Lu Xiaofeng rushed over to take Ye Qing into her arms. Some maternal instincts are innate, akin to the natural ability to care for an infant. Lu Xiaofeng, having never experienced this before, immediately fell into a nurturing state. As she cradled Ye Qing and gently patted his back, he soon ceased vomiting, and the nauseating feeling gradually dissipated. Chapter 9. Boredom. Divine Ancestor, are you present? Ye Qing, feeling an unbearable ennui, resorted to bothering the god trapped within the chaotic space of his mind. Where else could I possibly be? Such nonsense. The god thundered. Oh, since we'll be neighbors from now on, why not regale me with tales of cultivation? Ye Qing suggested. Want to hear a story? My tales are quite riveting, but there is a fee. Do you have any money? The god teased. Well, I'll owe you for now, or you can deduct it from my rent. Ye Qing replied casually, thinking that in the future, without any proof, repayment would be impossible. Ah, you wish to cultivate, don't you? If you want to acquire the celestial arts from me, just say so. I, as a dignified 9-star main deity, find this trivial, the deity declared. Ah, ancestor, please impart it to me. Ye Qing was taken aback by the ease with which he could gain access to celestial techniques. Not a chance, the deity replied decisively. Divine ancestor, please share it with me. I promise, if I master the art of flight and evasion, I will not bring you shame. Ye Qing vowed earnestly. Not happening. Celestial arts are not to be shared lightly. The deity began to lecture. To hell with it. If you want to teach me, then I shan't learn. You can remain stuck in my head for eternity. Ye Qing's temper flared uncontrollably. Haha, this little one is quite spirited. I like that, the deity chuckled, amused rather than angered. Ye Qing's ruffian nature from Earth was characterized by boldness and a sense of justice. He could not tolerate being toyed with. During his time as a petty rogue, he was quick to resort to violence over minor disputes, having fought no less than 500 adversaries. He assumed the deity was mocking him, thus he did not treat him kindly. However, the truth was that the deity did not wish to teach Ye Qing celestial arts, as he was still an infant swaddled in blankets. Even if the techniques were imparted to him, he would be incapable of practicing them, especially since it remained uncertain what spiritual roots Ye Qing possessed. Without the proper roots for cultivation, all would be in vain. In the realm of cultivation, a person's innate constitution varies from birth, a staggering 999 of individuals are born with either a balanced constitution or one lacking an element of the 5 elements. Such individuals are common and represent the typical mortal constitution. Those who can sense the spiritual energy in the air may still practice, albeit with limitations. If one cannot even perceive the existence of spiritual energy, they are merely ordinary mortals. Even those capable of sensing spiritual energy can possess different qualities of spiritual roots, each with its own potential for cultivation. Those endowed with spiritual roots can cultivate according to the celestial techniques, guiding the energy in the air to flow through their bodies in accordance with specific patterns, thereby strengthening their physical forms and refining their meridians. As the spiritual energy circulates within, it gradually generates innate true energy, thereby extending one's lifespan. Typically, one may live for about 100 years, marking the innate realm. As one embarks on the practice of qi cultivation, the body begins to expel impurities within. This process can also be directly achieved through the use of elixirs. When the body is filled with innate true qi, the need for sustenance becomes negligible. As the innate true qi continues to accumulate, the meridians within the individual become remarkably unimpeded, allowing for a significantly swifter absorption of spiritual energy compared to the initial stages of cultivation. To reach the pinnacle of the qi cultivation phase, one must attain perfection in their practice before advancing to the foundational stage, thus enabling further inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy. This phase is known as the qi cultivation period. Each stage of cultivation can be divided into 4 levels: early, middle, late, and completion stages. Generally, the first 3 levels are classified as the early stage, levels 4 to 6 as the middle stage, and levels 7 to 9 as the late stage, with the completion stage represented solely by the 10th level. Surpassing the 10th level signifies a transition to a higher realm. Upon entering the foundational stage, spiritual energy coalesces in the qi sea, continuously transforming into a liquid state. During this liquefaction process, innate true qi gradually metamorphoses into true essence power. The accumulation of true essence power simultaneously fortifies the body, enhancing its capacity to accommodate the flow of this energy. As the true essence power circulates within, it alters the structure of the meridians, solidifying and strengthening them to achieve optimal cultivation form. The transformation of innate true qi into true essence power results in the formation of crystalline structures. When these crystals accumulate to a certain extent, they begin to condense under the guidance of cultivation techniques, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent golden elixir, a process referred to as foundational establishment. Upon transcending the foundational stage and entering the golden elixir phase, the elixir serves as a vessel for the soul. When the physical body perishes, the soul can attach itself to the golden elixir to endure, albeit it cannot withstand prolonged exposure to the air. Extended exposure will lead to the gradual dissipation of the elixir's energy back into nature, resulting in the eventual dissolution of the attached soul. Golden elixir practitioners continue their cultivation, allowing the elixir to grow and solidify until it transforms into a nascent soul, a process that defines the golden elixir phase. When the elixir has been cultivated to its utmost limits, it can break apart into a nascent soul, with the elixir qi entering the individual's purple mansion, manifesting as a phantasmic infant that mirrors the practitioner, aiding in their cultivation and accelerating their progress. Nascent soul practitioners are those who have opened their purple mansions, each possessing formidable powers capable of cataclysmic destruction. As the nascent soul continues to solidify and strengthen through practice, its influence on the practitioner's power magnifies, particularly in the later stages, where the speed of cultivation accelerates several-fold compared to the earlier stages. Yet, Ye Qing remains blissfully unaware of these intricacies. He has only just entered the world and is far from the path of cultivation. Though Ye Qing is but an infant in a cradle, his thoughts mirror those of a seasoned adult, with the mindset of a streetwise rogue. The behavior of a rogue is often misinterpreted by the uninitiated. Many assume that street thugs are merely bullies who engage in brawls and commit heinous acts. However, true rogues are individuals bound by loyalty and responsibility, who, despite their penchant for violence, possess a strong sense of honor. In his previous life, Ye Qing grew up in an orphanage, forming deep bonds with a few companions who became his closest allies. At the age of 12, he encountered a local thug named Chong Gu, originally known as Su Chong, whose father was also a notorious figure. Owing to various connections, Su Chong established several underground gaming halls in the city. These establishments required enforcers to maintain order, leading Ye Qing to be drawn into their world, ultimately becoming a street thug himself. By the age of 15, he had left the orphanage and moved into Su Chong's gaming hall, fully embracing the life of a rogue. Ye Qing met his untimely demise at the age of 20 during a brawl in a city park. Chapter 10. The 5 Elements Ascension Sutra Qinger. Quickly call your godmother. Look, she has brought you some delightful treats, exclaimed Lu Xiaofeng from a small tile-roofed house in the backyard of the southern heavenly emperor's capital. In the blink of an eye, over 2 years had passed. Lu Xiaofeng would occasionally attend to clients, but most of her time was devoted to Ye Qing. Ye Ernyang, Ye Qing's godmother, took special care of this unfortunate mother and child, allowing Lu Xiaofeng to take on fewer clients and providing them a small room adjacent to the firewood shed for their residence, often bringing delicious food to visit Ye Qing. Godmother, I can't wait to grow up. Once I do, I can cultivate immortality, Ye Qing declared, holding a piece of candy, his voice sweet and innocent. Wow. Qing'er is amazing, wanting to become an immortal at such a young age. You will be our guardian spirit, won't you? Ye Ernyang replied, holding Ye Qing's small hand. Indeed. Godmother, I already have the cultivation techniques. Just a little more growth, and I can begin my journey to immortality. So from now on, I must study diligently. Ye Qing said earnestly. Qing'er is obedient. Your godmother believes in you. You must eat well to grow quickly. Being around children made Ye Ernyang feel rejuvenated. Over the past 2 years, Ye Qing had accomplished many astonishing feats. He began to utter his first words at just over a year old. And when he could articulate clearly, his first request was for Lu Xiaofeng to cease her work as a courtesan. This heartfelt plea brought Lu Xiaofeng to tears. But living in a brothel, how could she survive without clients? Moreover, as a single mother, she had to provide for her child. Thus, while Lu Xiaofeng promised Ye Qing to stop seeing clients, she still had to earn money to support both herself and her child. From the moment he learned to speak, Ye Qing's words often reflected the mindset of a street thug rather than that of a child. However, his still developing vocal cords produced a sweet, childish tone, making his statements all the more amusing. Your grandfather's. Ye Qing's unusual birth was a source of intrigue for Lu Xiaofeng, who hoped fervently that he too could cultivate immortality. A child of a cultivator would bring her respect and admiration from many. Yet, for an ordinary person to aspire to immortality seemed nearly impossible without extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, one would remain oblivious to the realms of cultivators. However, Ye Qing was different. He did not need to join any sects or families of cultivators, for he had a ready-made master who would never abandon him, none other than the celestial being, Indra, trapped within the chaotic space of the luminous orb in his purple mansion. Indra yearned for Ye Qing to grow swiftly, to cultivate immortality, and to become a formidable force until he ascended to the heavenly realm. His desire to escape that confined space was as fervent as a groom longing to enter the bridal chamber. Within the chaotic space, what could he accomplish? Forge divine artifacts? Without materials? Cultivate techniques? Without opponents? Even his fantasies of carnal pleasures were but dreams, resolved through the whims of a 5-element maiden. Thus, his eagerness for Ye Qing to mature and discover a means of liberation was palpable. Indra understood that lamenting was futile. The only path forward was to nurture the soul he had saved, guiding it to grow swiftly. Provided that it did not falter along the way, there would come a day when he could emerge from this confinement. Great Celestial, will you starve if you don't eat? I've heard that spirits and deities thrive on incense offerings. They say that incense is your sustenance. Would you like me to light a couple of sticks for you? Ye Qing jested. Burn you? Oh, ancestor, you're yearning for women, aren't you? Would you like me to burn a lovely maiden for you? It seems unfeasible. Burning offerings is for the deceased. You're very much alive, so you wouldn't benefit from it. In these past 2 years filled with incessant bickering, the two have transformed into close companions, sharing their thoughts without reservation. Ye Qing's rebellious nature has even managed to touch the heart of the proud deity, Di Shutian. Curse you, you little rascal. Why aren't you off studying and learning to read? Are you not interested in mastering the art of immortality? Since Di Shutian had resolved to nurture Ye Qing wholeheartedly, hoping to liberate him from his sufferings, he sought to entice Ye Qing with the allure of cultivation, encouraging him to embark on the path of immortality as soon as possible. Alas, it seems you are more anxious for me to cultivate than I am, Ye Qing replied, resting his head on the desk. I'm weary from learning to read. Why not tell me a story instead? Perhaps the tale of the reckless Ye Qing. In his mind, Ye Qing communicated with Di Shutian, who had influenced him profoundly since he began speaking, making him remarkably obedient. Each day, he dedicated a considerable amount of time to studying and learning, as the temptation of cultivation proved more compelling than anything else. Lu Xiaofeng, recognizing Ye Qing's extraordinary talent, did her utmost to fulfill his every request. She procured numerous books for him to study. Had Ye Qing been older, Lu Xiaofeng would have even considered enrolling him in a formal school for proper instruction. Thankfully, Ye Qing's studies were limited to basic literacy, which was not a challenge for her. When he encountered unfamiliar characters, she could always consult the other sisters in the courtyard. Although Ye Qing had reincarnated, his memories remained intact. On Earth, he had attended middle school for a time, and although he did not graduate, he was familiar with most Chinese characters. Furthermore, during his previous life, he was an avid user of computers and smartphones, adept at charming girls on platforms like WeChat and Momo, all of which required typing skills. The written language in this world bore a strong resemblance to that of Earth, allowing Ye Qing to grasp it with ease. O great deity! I have already mastered the simple task of reading. There is no need for further study. Please, teach me the arts of immortality. On a sunlit afternoon, Ye Qing implored Di Shutian. Not yet. You are still too young. I cannot discern your spiritual roots or innate talents. Thus, I cannot recklessly bestow upon you cultivation techniques. Di Shutian replied. What if? No, there is no what if. As a 9-star supreme deity, any cultivation technique I choose for you would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. But, great deity, even when I grow older, there is no one here to assess my spiritual roots. There are no cultivators around, Ye Qing protested. How could I have overlooked that? I thought we should at least wait until you are 3 years old. But even at 3, no one can check your spiritual roots, Di Shutian exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. In truth, even if Ye Qing were to cultivate, he would need to wait until he was 2 or 3 years old. As children younger than that cannot even stand steadily, let alone meditate. Typically, children begin their cultivation around the age of 7 or 8. However, Ye Qing was different. His mind operated with the wisdom of an adult in his 20s, making such challenges trivial for him. All right, it is settled then. But which cultivation method should I choose for you? Di Shutian pondered, as he had thousands of cultivation techniques at his disposal. And selecting the most suitable one for Ye Qing was no simple feat. Having slain countless cultivators and ascended many immortals, he possessed an abundance of cultivation methods. A particularly prudent approach would be to practice the technique of the 5 elements qi, as it is fundamental regardless of one's spiritual roots. Absorbing and exhaling the 5 types of qi simultaneously yields optimal results and facilitates the breaking of various bottlenecks. Very well. We shall go with the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, Di Shutian concluded after a lengthy search, finding it to be the most appropriate choice. Have you found it? Have you found it? Ye Qing inquired anxiously. I have indeed found it, though I hesitate, Di Shutian replied. Hesitate about what? Speak up, and I shall help you analyze it. Perhaps I, as a denizen of Earth, am a gifted cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root. Ye Qing said eagerly. A heavenly spiritual root is actually worthless. I would much prefer you to possess a 5 elements spiritual root. However, it is perplexing that there are 2 versions of this text in different scripts. I cannot discern which is the authentic copy and which is the counterfeit. If you were to cultivate from a counterfeit, the consequences could be dire. Are there indeed counterfeit versions of cultivation texts among you immortals? You engage in such practices as well? Ye Qing remarked. Of course. This is called copyright protection. If one's unique skills are learned by others, can they still be considered unique? Di Shutian retorted. How can I possibly receive your cultivation techniques? Di Shutian pondered a rather troublesome issue. Currently, aside from communicating telepathically from the chaotic space, he had no means to convey anything else to Ye Qing, complicating the process of imparting the cultivation text. Indeed, how am I to cultivate? You cannot physically guide me. You can only relay messages, which hardly suffices to cultivate the arts of immortality. Ye Qing expressed doubt about the feasibility of mastering these arts. Hey, have your mother procure an illustration of the meridians and acupoints for you. First, familiarize yourself with the channels and points in your body before we proceed with the cultivation. Di Shutian instructed. Is that truly acceptable, great deity? I do not wish to run the risk of going astray in my cultivation. Ye Qing, the little scoundrel, sweetly addressed Di Shutian when he had a request, yet would dismiss him as a mere deity when upset. The following day, Lu Xiaofeng acquired a chart of the meridians and acupoints from a medical clinic for Ye Qing, recognizing the significance of this matter in relation to his cultivation. She was particularly attentive to her son's lifelong endeavors, striving to meet all his requests. She believed Ye Qing was merely preparing for a future in cultivation, unaware that he was already on the brink of beginning his practice. The arts of immortality resided in Ye Qing's mind, and as long as Di Shutian taught him while he followed the meridian chart, he would be able to cultivate. However, no one could ascertain Ye Qing's spiritual roots, nor could he discern whether he could even perceive the qi. Ye Qing found himself bewildered by Di Shutian's instructions. All right, remember the requirements for drawing qi into your body, and then begin practicing meditation. Once you meditate, you must calm your mind and enter a state of self-forgetfulness. At that point, communication with me will cease, and it will all depend on you. Di Shutian emphasized the importance of focus. Understood, ancestor. Rest assured, I shall enter a state of meditation now. Please refrain from speaking. Ye Qing replied as he crossed his legs, urging Di Shutian not to disturb him. This lad needs to develop some patience. How can someone so impulsive easily enter a meditative state? Di Shutian mused internally. Ye Qing was like a blank slate, requiring Di Shutian to guide him step by step, instilling change gradually. Had this been 2 years prior, Tian would have never spoken so kindly. However, after being trapped for 2 years, he had come to understand the importance of taking things one step at a time. Rushing could lead to adverse outcomes, and Ye Qing, with his obstinate nature, would only retreat further when pressured. Over the past 2 years, Ye Qing frequently reminded Tian of 2 words: stay calm. Tian, known for his fiery temperament, often found himself exasperated by Ye Qing's irreverent demeanor, only to be met with Ye Qing's retort: stay calm. All right? Today, Ye Qing's mother, Lu Xiaofeng, was absent. Seated in meditation, Ye Qing endeavored to control his breathing and eliminate distractions in hopes of rapidly entering a meditative state. Yet, despite his efforts, he struggled to find the right feeling and could not attain the desired state. Ancestor, why can I never find the state of meditation? Ye Qing pondered for a long time, struggling to grasp the essence, and ultimately sought guidance from Emperor Xuan Qiong. Given your tender age and that this is your first attempt at meditation, it is naturally quite challenging. To enter a meditative state, one must maintain a tranquil and calm mindset. Your evident impatience makes it exceedingly difficult. If only there were a calming incense to assist you, Emperor Xuan Qiong remarked. You're aware of our circumstances. My mother and I are living in dire straits, barely scraping by, let alone having spare coins for calming incense. Ye Qing thought of his mother, who had to resort to selling herself to make ends meet, and his heart sank further into turmoil. I must hasten my cultivation of celestial arts and take my mother away from here, Ye Qing silently vowed. This morning, Ye Qing's mother, Lu Xiaofeng, had left early, and now it was well past noon. Typically, Ye Qing would have finished his meal by now, but today, she had yet to return. It was not hunger that plagued him, but rather concern. Lu Xiaofeng, petite and charming in appearance, had become even more enchanting after giving birth to Ye Qing. Young women like her were most vulnerable to the harassment of ruffians while walking the streets. In his previous life, Ye Qing had been a delinquent and was acutely aware of the depravity of such individuals. Over the past 2 years, he had also learned that this world was even more chaotic than Earth, with the specter of war looming over the nation, leading to a significant decline in local governance. Wealthy and influential individuals often maintained a retinue of servants, while many others, driven by desperation, roamed the streets. These individuals, idling away their days, subsisted by extorting protection money, thus indulging in the harassment of virtuous women for amusement. Just yesterday, Lu Xiaofeng had sought a meridian chart from a medical clinic, pleading for assistance until she finally obtained one. However, upon exiting the clinic, she fortuitously encountered Yin Lang, the young master of the Yin family from the East City. Yin Ruhai, Yin Lang's father, was a formidable figure with a vast gold mine outside Annan City, making the Yin family one of the wealthiest in the region, contributing significantly to the city's tax revenues. The Yin estate was opulent, even more so than the city lord's residence, and its servants carried themselves with an air of arrogance. Who is that lovely young lady, so exquisitely delicate? Those large eyes, those crimson lips, and her alluring figure, Yin Lang leered as Lu Xiaofeng passed by, inwardly scheming. Go, follow her, and find out whose daughter she is. If we could capture her, that would be splendid, he commanded one of his servants. The servant trailed Lu Xiaofeng all the way to the back entrance of the South Heaven Imperial Capital before departing. In the luxurious hall of the Yin estate, Yin Lang listened intently to the servant's report. Young master, that young lady truly entered the back courtyard of the South Heaven Imperial Capital. It seems she is one of the maids, the servant relayed. Can a mere maid be this beautiful? She must be a princess groomed in secret, Yin Lang laughed. Indeed, young master, your insight is unparalleled, the servant flattered. How fortunate that the South Heaven Imperial Capital conceals such a stunning young lady. This simplifies matters, sparing me the trouble of further efforts. Let us all indulge tomorrow, as a treat from me to you, Yin Lang exclaimed with laughter. Chapter 12. Entering meditation, Ye Qing struggled to enter a meditative state, another reason being that he was indeed a bit hungry. It was well past noon, and Lu Xiaofeng had yet to return. At merely 2 years old, Ye Qing had never ventured beyond the courtyard of the South Heaven Imperial Capital, so he was unsure where to seek his mother. As he prepared to rise and check the front courtyard for her, Lu Xiaofeng entered, carrying his lunch. Mother, you have returned, Ye Qing exclaimed joyfully. Lu Xiaofeng remained silent, merely placing the fragrant dishes on the table. Mother, what is wrong? Ye Qing noticed her pallor and saw that she appeared as if afflicted by a grave illness. Qing, I am fine, merely fatigued. Come, eat your meal, Lu Xiaofeng weakly urged. Mother, are you unwell? You should see a doctor. Ye Qing, with the soul of an adult in a child's body, understood the medical practices of this ancient-like continent, where physicians were referred to as Dai, Fu rather than doctors. Doctor? You mean Dai Fu? Lu Xiaofeng queried, puzzled. Yes. Please go. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself, Ye Qing replied as he slowly began to eat. Though Ye Qing possessed the mindset of an adult, his small body limited his capabilities, and he never wished to burden Lu Xiaofeng. I will be well after a short rest. Do not fret, Lu Xiaofeng said as she lay down, clearly exhausted. Ye Qing was oblivious to the cause of her sudden fatigue. But upon reflecting on the nature of the South Heaven imperial capital, it dawned upon him. Lu Xiaofeng lay on the small bed, and through her thin garments, Ye Qing could see the horrifying marks of blood on her arms and neck. By the heavens! Ye Qing's mind raced back to the tormenting methods of the Japanese on Earth, and his tiny body leaped from the chair in a fit of rage. He had not finished his meal when he dashed out the door. Lu Xiaofeng heard the door creak and assumed Ye Qing had finished his meal and gone out to play, thinking little of it. Alone, she welcomed the peace. Grateful for a moment's respite from the torment inflicted by the wretched young master of the Yin family. At just over 2 years old, Ye Qing stumbled toward the front courtyard, determined to find the villain responsible for harming his mother. He envisioned the day he would grow strong enough to repay that person tenfold for their misdeeds. Having experienced the cruel methods of torment on Earth, Ye Qing, despite his tender age, was resolute in seeking vengeance. Kid, how are you faring? Meditation is no simple task, and you must cease. I have a more pressing matter at hand. Ancestor, please hold your teachings for a moment. Ye Qing interrupted Emperor Xuan Qiong, who was prepared to impart the secrets of meditation. Huh, you little rascal, is there anything more important than cultivating celestial arts? If you choose not to listen, so be it. Do not come to me later. Emperor Xuan Qiong, cut off mid-sentence, felt quite displeased, pondering what a 2-year-old could possibly prioritize over such matters. Filled with anger, Ye Qing staggered into the front courtyard, in search of that despicable fiend. The courtyard was a sprawling 3-story compound, with a grand hall at the entrance adorned with a vibrant stage, decorated in flamboyant colors. Behind the stage, a wide staircase led to the 2nd floor, where 2 smaller staircases branched off to the 3rd floor. As Ye Qing gazed at the beautifully dressed women in the hall, he nearly drooled, but his focus remained on locating the one who had harmed his mother. With so many people milling about, he was uncertain who among them was the perpetrator of her suffering. Ye Qing sat quietly in the front hall for half an hour, feeling a sense of isolation as he did not know anyone else there. Eventually, he reluctantly returned to the backyard. The backyard was lined with modest little rooms, accommodations for the servants and maidens. At the back of the backyard, there was a passageway leading to a series of lofts, designated for the courtesans. Each courtesan had her own dedicated maidservants attending to her. Upon returning to his room, Ye Qing saw his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, reclining on the bed. Aware that she needed her rest, he quietly departed. He strolled leisurely towards the lofts in the backyard, seeking a tranquil place. For the room he shared with Lu Xiaofeng was far too noisy, hindering his ability to meditate peacefully. There were 9 small buildings at the back of the yard. Aside from one that belonged to Ye Qing, the remaining 8 housed the courtesans. However, it appeared that the more renowned courtesans did not occupy all 8, as 3 of the buildings, while maintained, showed no signs of habitation. Master, I wish to learn the art of immortality swiftly. Please assist me. Ye Qing called out to the deity in his mind as he walked inward. Humph, you little rascal, the path to immortality is not so easily traversed. If you struggle with the very basics of meditation, you might as well abandon the endeavor, the deity replied, eager for Ye Qing to master the art and liberate him from his confinement. Master, I acknowledge my shortcomings. I promise to heed your guidance and study diligently from now on. Indeed, if I can trust half of what you say, I would consider myself fortunate. You speak without thinking, and it would be remarkable if you actually listened to me. The deity knew Ye Qing's character better than anyone else. Very well, master. Do you not wish to escape this space soon? Teach me well, and I assure you, I will study earnestly. Ye Qing had resolved to grasp the deity's teachings. Meditation requires a calm heart and a serene environment. Living with your mother will undoubtedly affect you, so I advise you to find a quiet place to meditate at night. This will not disrupt your sleep. Rather, it will invigorate you, the deity advised. No wonder I have been unable to meditate. It was simply too noisy, Ye Qing mused. Have you perfected the techniques? What hour is it now? The deity inquired. Yes, I have mastered them thoroughly. I think I should inform my mother. If she discovers my absence at night, it will surely alarm others. If they learn of my cultivation, it will lead to even greater troubles. Ye Qing reflected on his mother's deep affection for him. He felt he should not keep secrets from her. Chapter 13. Cultivation. Ye Qing searched the entire backyard and found a most secure and quiet spot, an inconspicuous 2-story building near Ye Qing's quarters. It was uninhabited, with only servants coming to clean during the day, and the lush trees provided ample cover, ensuring a peaceful atmosphere. Most importantly, it had a floor-to-ceiling window that could be opened, allowing Ye Qing to enter undetected. Rising early from the bushes, he would be difficult to spot. Returning to his room, he found that his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, had stepped out, likely preparing dinner. On the side of the front courtyard stood a modest eatery, also run by Ye Qing, which catered to outside guests and served as the dining hall for all in the southern celestial capital. Lu Xiaofeng returned with 2 steamed buns and some small dishes. This comprised their dinner. As they ate, Ye Qing tugged at the hem of Lu Xiaofeng's garment and said, "Mother, I have something of utmost importance to share, and I hope you can keep it a secret. One day, when I am powerful enough, I will take you away from this place, freeing you from suffering. My dear, I know you are filial. Your safety and well-being are my greatest joys," Lu Xiaofeng replied, placing a piece of meat on his plate. "Mother, there resides a celestial being in my mind who can teach me the ways of immortality. Starting tonight, I shall practice according to the celestial's teachings. Since I must not be disturbed while cultivating, I plan to quietly go to the backyard each night to master my skills. So you will no longer be bullied," Ye Qing declared, his lips pursed in determination. "Dear one, do not be foolish. How can a celestial being reside in someone's mind? I know you yearn to cultivate, but I wish more than anything for you to become a revered immortal. I have fought to keep you alive, hoping you would become a figure of great respect, like your father," Lu Xiaofeng said, skeptical of Ye Qing's words. "Mother, I speak the truth. I will begin my cultivation tonight, and you need not worry. I will return by dawn," Ye Qing insisted, resolved to prove his sincerity through his actions. "Finish your meal quickly. Afterward, you should study. I will certainly support your aspirations to cultivate, but you are still so young," Lu Xiaofeng urged, though her voice trailed off uncertainly. "But what if growing up merely means I cannot practice? I do not even know where the immortals reside. How can I guide you in your cultivation?" She pondered, grappling with her own doubts. Seeing the stubborn determination etched on Ye Qing's small face brought tears to Lu Xiaofeng's eyes. "I am tired, my dear. I shall rest now. You should read for a while before going to bed," she said, retiring to her own chamber. Ye Qing pouted, thinking, if mother does not believe me, once I master the art of immortality, she will have no choice but to acknowledge my words. He quietly slipped out of his room, noting the darkening sky, and made his way toward the small loft in the backyard. The backyard was especially tranquil at night, as most people had gathered in the front courtyard. The courtesans, like night shift workers, were just beginning their work. Soon, Ye Qing reached the small building he had scouted during the day. He quietly pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and slipped inside. Master, are there any further precautions to take before meditating? I have found a quiet place. If there are no objections, I shall begin my cultivation," Ye Qing inquired as he climbed into the loft, finding a room on the second floor. "Yes, set a time for yourself to awaken. It is essential to have this thought in your mind, lest you become lost. Additionally, during your breathing exercises, you must control your intent. The instructions are detailed in the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra. Remember to follow the guidelines closely," the deity instructed. It was rumored that someone had fallen into deep meditation without setting a time to awaken and, lacking external assistance, remained in that state until their life force was entirely depleted. They sat until their demise. For Ye Qing, this was of little concern, as he had a celestial being in his mind to guide him. However, it was crucial to develop these habits from a young age, otherwise, they would be difficult to change in adulthood. Having prepared everything, Ye Qing began to silently recite the incantations from the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, his thoughts gradually calming until he entered a state of complete absorption, achieving a meditative state. The 5 Elements Ascension Sutra was a legacy left by a rogue cultivator slain by the deity. It instructed practitioners to cultivate the spiritual energy of all 5 attributes simultaneously. Indeed, all things in the world are composed of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, cultivating them concurrently aligns with the balance of nature. However, the challenge lay in the uneven distribution of these elemental energies in the environment. For instance, during the day under the scorching sun, the fire energy was abundant, whereas the other elements were significantly weaker. Conversely, at night, the water energy was plentiful, while the others diminished considerably. There is another concern. The metallic aura is exceedingly scarce in the atmosphere, making its absorption a rather cumbersome task. However, prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, the required aura is not excessively demanding. As long as there are metallic spirit stones available for absorption, it poses no significant issue. The Emperor of Heaven, Having sifted through numerous cultivation methods, selected the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, not only for its unique qualities, but also for its gradual, yet remarkably stable cultivation process. The so-called bottlenecks are relatively minor, making it a method that ensures ascension, provided one does not perish along the way. Ye Qing only followed the cultivation instructions given by the Emperor of Heaven, entirely unaware of the nature of what he was practicing. Gradually, Ye Qing began to sense the essence of cultivation. Following the chants of the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, it seemed that a peculiar force was being drawn into his body with each breath. This essence flowed through his meridians, not only dispelling the inherent chill of the night, but also enveloping him in warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. This was the first time Ye Qing experienced such a sensation, and he was elated. Had he finally grasped the path of cultivation? Yet, after circulating this strange essence through his meridians, only a minuscule amount remained in his body. Most of it dissipated. The scant residue was directed into the lower dantian. And Ye Qing, well-versed in the map of meridians and acupoints, was acutely aware of every point the essence traversed. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Qing meditated throughout the night, and by dawn, not much of that energy lingered at the dantian. Quietly, he returned to the small room he shared with his mother. Finding that Lu Xiaofeng had yet to awaken, he took out paper and pen, transcribing the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra into earthly script. The reason for using such script was known only to Ye Qing. The characters of this world were overly intricate, consuming much time to write each one. In his desire for efficiency, he did not perceive any impropriety. Chapter 14. The 9 Transformations of Deities and Demons. Ye Qing meticulously recorded his feelings and experiences from practicing the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, encapsulating his insights into cultivation. At that moment, he pondered what else he might do if he did not cultivate during the day. Ancestor, let me share my reflections from last night as practice. Please help me analyze any shortcomings so I can improve next time, Ye Qing expressed, gazing at his notes. Ah, splendid. You even know to summarize. Tell me everything about your practice so I can see what else you should be mindful of, replied the Emperor of Heaven. Ye Qing recounted the entirety of his experiences from the previous night without reservation. Hearing that Ye Qing could feel a flow of energy within him, the Emperor of Heaven exhaled in relief. Had Ye Qing practiced all night without any sensation, it would have indicated a lack of spiritual roots, meaning he could not embark on the path of immortality. If that were the case, all his dreams would shatter. Fortunately, Ye Qing's ability to sense the aura indicated he possessed spiritual roots and could cultivate. The energy within Ye Qing was indeed the spirit essence. Yet, at this moment, the Emperor of Heaven did not know what type of spiritual root Ye Qing had, so it was prudent to continue his practice of the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra. Despite sitting in meditation all night, Ye Qing felt no fatigue. It seemed that meditation truly could extend one's life. No wonder those cultivators lived for so long. Mother, you're awake. I have splendid news. I can cultivate. The divine being told me that I possess spiritual roots, and as long as I focus on my practice, I shall become an immortal one day, Ye Qing exclaimed, eager to share his revelations with Lu Xiaofeng. Upon waking, Lu Xiaofeng was initially skeptical, thinking her son might be speaking in dreams. Ah, Qing, why are you up so early? Usually, you sleep for quite a while, she said, rubbing her eyes. Mother, I speak the truth. I was not here last night, didn't you notice? Ye Qing pouted. Very well, I believe you. I shall fetch water for you to wash your face. How can our Qing, an immortal in the making, be so dirty? Lu Xiaofeng chuckled, still doubting Ye Qing's claims, noticing the dust and cobwebs on him from last night's escapades. Quickly change your clothes. You look like a little beggar, Lu Xiaofeng said. Preparing to clean him up, Ye Qing removed his outer garments, but hesitated to take off his trousers, feeling a sense of modesty despite his youthful appearance. Hee. Our Qing, is shy. Mother has seen everything, so hurry and come here. Lu Xiaofeng laughed. Mother, I can wash myself. Please step outside, Ye Qing insisted, feeling a psychological barrier despite his young body. All right. Our Qing, is grown up now. You must do things on your own. Well done, Lu Xiaofeng acquiesced. Stepping out. Having such a considerate child was indeed a rarity. Since Ye Qing learned to walk, he had been self-sufficient, sparing her much trouble. Once Ye Qing washed and donned fresh clothes, he opened the door to let his mother back in. Qing, you must be less mischievous. Especially avoid the backyard. Your godmother lives there and does not appreciate children running about. If you cause trouble, we may lose our home, Lu Xiaofeng cautioned, concerned about what might happen in her absence. Mother, don't worry. We will leave here soon, and I will not allow anyone to bully you. Ye Qing assured her with determination. Indeed, I believe you. I shall prepare breakfast for you. Don't wander off. Lu Xiaofeng said before exiting. Ancestor, I wish to cultivate during the day as well, but it is too noisy here, and with my mother around, meditating is impossible. What should I do? Ye Qing inquired, seeking the Emperor of Heaven's wisdom, for he had genuinely begun his cultivation. Merely cultivating qi is insufficient. You must practice both body and technique, honing formidable martial skills as well. This way, you will be prepared to face adversaries. From today onward, practice qi at night and learn self-defense techniques during the day. However, this place, being a brothel, is far from suitable for training, the Emperor of Heaven expressed with indignation at the thought of such a place. Fear not. I have a plan. If I can move into the backyard, I will be undisturbed. Ye Qing thought eagerly about the unoccupied rooms in the backyard. What mortals seek is simply a life free from calamity, with a protector at hand. Once he masters the arts of immortality, perhaps Lu Ernyang will invite him to reside there permanently in the southern heavenly capital. Ye Qing had made up his mind. The 9 transformations of deities and demons is a cultivation method accessible to celestial beings, Buddhas, and fiends alike, and it possesses tremendous power, a rare method for refining the body. Ye Qing was just beginning. Mastering the first layer of this technique would render him nearly invincible against those below the foundational level. However, the practice of body refinement differs from that of qi cultivation. Body refinement necessitates relentless honing of physical strength, transforming the body from the outside in until it reaches a level comparable to that of deities and demons. Thus, body refinement is far more challenging than qi cultivation. Moreover, the classification of body refinement levels is not distinctly defined. One cannot discern the realm of a body refinement expert as easily as one can when observing qi cultivation levels. The practice of the 9 transformations of deities and demons allows the entire body to be utilized as a weapon, with the hands serving as the most formidable treasures. These teachings were all bestowed upon Ye Qing by the deity, who, as a mortal, was fortunate enough to receive the finest knowledge from a celestial being. The best qi cultivation methods and body refinement techniques are merely the beginning. In the future, a plethora of spells and techniques await Ye Qing to discover as he matures. After all, this benevolent mentor would require assistance, and he certainly would not wish harm upon him. Brother deity, you've said so much at once. How am I supposed to remember it all? I'm just a child. Ye Qing lamented. The deity, eager to impart the requirements for mastering the 9 transformations of deities and demons, found it frustrating that this rascal lacked the memory to retain such crucial information. Are you a pig reincarnated? How can you be so dim-witted? If you can't remember, at least write it down. The deity admonished. Moreover, these teachings are extraordinary. They must not fall into the hands of the wicked. Should they discover you're practicing such techniques, they would surely harbor malicious intent, which would be detrimental to you. Rest assured, I'm not from this world, am I? I can document it using Earth's script, and aside from me, who here can comprehend it? Ye Qing assured the deity. Well, that is somewhat clever, the deity acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 15, Sandbag Body Refinement. Old Ghost, what should I call you? Master seems a bit too much, and calling you anything else feels disrespectful. Ye Qing pondered, uncertain how to address the celestial being residing in his mind, alternating between terms like ancestor, brother, and old ghost. Hey, don't come with that nonsense. With your foolish demeanor, you think you can be my disciple? Not a chance. The deity swiftly dismissed Ye Qing's aspirations. Yet, Ye Qing genuinely contemplated becoming a disciple, for all his knowledge stemmed from this deity. He worried that if he ever angered the celestial being, he might forsake him, leaving Ye Qing in dire straits. I'll consider becoming your disciple based on your teachings of celestial arts. If you refuse, remember that I am your landlord. Ye Qing retorted. Landlord? What on earth is that? The deity questioned, perplexed. You don't even know what a landlord is? How rustic. A landlord is someone who owns a property you live in, and you must pay rent. I am your landlord. Ye Qing chuckled. You little rascal. You think you can learn my unparalleled celestial arts for free and still feel wronged? Let me tell you, your piggish brain doesn't even comprehend the fortune you've received. Do you know that to open the Purple Palace, a cultivator must wait until the Golden Core stage? And only when the core shatters can they access the Purple Palace space? Yet, you as a mortal have opened it already. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? The deity was eager to elaborate on the benefits Ye Qing had gained. Master, I bow to you. Please accept me. Ye Qing interrupted, mimicking the sound of bowing 3 times. Forget about becoming a disciple. Being a master is too exhausting. As for the title, call me whatever you like, the deity replied, clearly uninterested in taking Ye Qing as a disciple. Still talking about that? How disgusting. By the way, can you defecate in my head? Ugh. Just thinking about it makes me shudder, Ye Qing thought, involuntarily shivering. What What will you do about it if I did? I can do whatever I want in your head. The deity laughed heartily. Get lost. Ye Qing shouted, choosing to ignore the deity. Such a pervert. Good thing I didn't become a disciple. How could I have endured that? Ye Qing muttered under his breath, knowing the deity couldn't hear him. This pig-headed fellow still wishes to be my disciple. Wait, that sounds odd. The deity mused to himself. Ye Qing's reflections on his training were known only to him. Should anyone else discover his writings, they would never guess they contained insights on the unparalleled 9 transformations of deities and demons. For his notes were scrawled in a manner reminiscent of a novice learning to write. He recorded only what he could remember, utilizing placeholders for unfamiliar characters or leaving blank spaces. You're working hard. Starting to practice your writing so early. Lu Xiaofeng entered with a bowl of porridge, noticing Ye Qing diligently writing his thoughts. What are you writing? It looks crooked and illegible, Lu Xiaofeng observed, unable to recognize any of Ye Qing's jumbled characters, which appeared worse than a primary school student's handwriting. Nonetheless, it's fine as long as Ye Qing understands it, he thought. Mother, this is the cultivation mantra of an unparalleled technique. Some characters I can't write, so they turned out like this, Ye Qing replied nonchalantly. This child, why does he always speak in such a silly manner? Is there something wrong? Lu Xiaofeng worriedly approached to feel Ye Qing's forehead, silently questioning. He's not feverish. Is he? Why is he acting so strangely? Cultivating immortality? Perhaps I've become too obsessed with the divine, causing my son to act foolishly too. My son, cultivating immortality is something for when you grow up. You are still young and shouldn't indulge too much. It's not good for your growth. Come, eat breakfast. Afterward, I'll take you out to play. How about a horse ride? Lu Xiaofeng urged, guiding Ye Qing to the table. Mother, why don't you believe in me? I'll demonstrate it for you soon. If no one taught me, how could I understand these things? Ye Qing insisted, pulling Lu Xiaofeng outside. Mother, I'll show you right now. Ye Qing proclaimed. The 9 transformations of deities and demons require immense endurance, for body refinement is a prolonged endeavor. Without patience and unwavering resolve, one cannot persevere. Any basic body refinement technique can serve as a foundation for the 9 transformations of deities and demons. For true mastery demands that the initial physical form be comparable to that of a newborn deity, allowing for the commencement of practice. Deities are akin to celestial beings, and even a newborn deity is beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Thus, Ye Qing's practice of the 9 transformations is merely preparatory. Genuine training begins only when his physical strength is sufficiently honed. Mother, this is the golden body technique of the 9 transformations of deities and demons, an exalted method of body refinement. From today onward, I shall strive to refine every inch of my skin, Ye Qing declared, patting his chest. Mother, I know you still harbor doubts. Do you trust your son? If you do, I'll practice in my room tonight, but you mustn't disturb me, or it could lead to misfortune. Ye Qing implored earnestly to gain Lu Xiaofeng's trust. How could I not believe in you? It's just that I can't bear to see you suffer at such a young age. Lu Xiaofeng gently patted Ye Qing's head. Mother, body refinement requires daily practice. Please find me a sandbag. Fill a sturdy bag halfway with sand and hang it here. I'll practice against it every day. It's quite beneficial, Ye Qing instructed, pointing to a large tree nearby. All right, Qing is truly intelligent. All right, I shall fetch you the sandbags immediately. Lu Xiaofeng, however, did not fully comprehend what Ye Qing intended to do. Nevertheless, her affection for Ye Qing was unquestionable. Even in her ignorance, she proceeded to act according to his wishes. Ye Qing, meanwhile, returned to his room to practice calligraphy, for the 9 transformations of divine demons was exceedingly challenging to cultivate. Emperor Xuan Qiong had imparted to Ye Qing several more fundamental body refining techniques, along with some simple martial arts skills. Engaging in these practices could strengthen his physique, prepare him for the 9 transformations, and serve as a means of self-defense. The horse stance, which Ye Qing had observed on television, was often the initial exercise in many martial arts disciplines. After riding for a while, Ye Qing began to practice the horse stance, as it allowed him to remain motionless while still communicating with the entity within his mind. Naturally, Emperor Xuan Qiong approved of Ye Qing's practice of the horse stance, asserting that the fundamentals were interconnected. All martial arts were devised according to human physiology, thus the foundational principles remained constant across all body refining methods. Chapter 16. The Black Gold Mine. By midday, Lu Xiaofeng had prepared the sandbags as instructed by Ye Qing. Following his wishes, she laboriously suspended the sandbags from a large tree not far from the door. Qing, is this truly effective? Lu Xiaofeng fixed the sandbag in place, gazing incredulously at the precocious Ye Qing, who seemed far too wise for his tender age of just over 2 years. Mother, of course it is useful. Ye Qing approached the sandbag and delivered a punch, sending it flying a considerable distance. Wow, am I really this strong? Ye Qing exclaimed with delight. However, his expression soon shifted when he realized that the sandbag was supposed to be heavy, yet it felt soft and emitted a faint rustling sound, clearly indicating it was not filled with sand. Mother, what is this filled with? It's not sand at all. Ye Qing complained. Qinger, this is for your own good. Your little hands would hurt if you hit actual sand. Just strike the leaves instead, all right? Be good and listen. Lu Xiaofeng gently patted Ye Qing's shoulder, speaking with genuine affection. Throughout, she had never believed that Ye Qing was practicing celestial arts. However, her fondness for him prevented her from scolding him. So she secretly filled the sandbag with leaves. Moreover, where could one find sand in the city? To procure sand, one would have to venture outside the city to the banks of the Wu River, several miles away. Mother, refining the body certainly requires striking heavy objects. Sand is heavy and won't cause much harm to the body. It's the most suitable material, Ye Qing asserted as he prepared to head out. All right. I will listen to you, and I will go find sand, Lu Xiaofeng said, exasperated as she grasped Ye Qing's arm. Ye Qing was completely unaware of how difficult it was to find sand. He assumed it was as abundant as it was on Earth. Furthermore, Lu Xiaofeng, petite and lacking in strength, would find it nearly impossible to carry back dozens of pounds of sand from outside the city, especially given her injuries that were only 2 days old. Yet, for Ye Qing's sake, Lu Xiaofeng would endure any hardship. A mother's love is indeed boundless. She borrowed a cart from Uncle Liang in the kitchen, taking along a shovel and a cloth bag, and made her way toward the east city. The Wu River lay approximately 3 miles beyond the eastern city, flanked by towering mountains. To collect sand, one would need to descend to the riverbed, where the Yin family's gold mine was situated along the riverbank. In the midst of the mountains, wild beasts often roamed, and the Yin family had employed skilled martial artists to safeguard the mine's security. As Lu Xiaofeng, a beautiful woman, pulled the cart through the city, she became a unique sight amidst the bustling streets. What a beauty! It's a pity she's taken. If only I could share a night with her. Various speculations filled the air about the young woman pulling a cart, but Lu Xiaofeng had long since grown accustomed to such remarks. It was not a matter of superiority. Rather, everyone had their own way of life. You may disapprove, but you cannot interfere with others, can you? Lu Xiaofeng brushed off the comments as though they were mere whispers in the wind, quickly passing through the city and out the eastern gate. The city guards posed no inquiries, merely observing as Lu Xiaofeng, drenched in sweat beneath the scorching sun, trudged on, her gossamer dress clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her alluring curves were barely concealed, and as droplets of sweat cascaded down her beautiful visage, she resembled a maiden freshly emerged from a bath, causing passers-by to pause in admiration. Once outside the city, Lu Xiaofeng followed the official road, soon catching sight of the distant river. To collect sand from the riverbank, she had to traverse a lengthy, gentle slope. She halted the cart at the top of the slope, wiped the sweat from her brow, and made her way toward the riverbank with her cloth bag. Young master, please follow behind me. As soon as I dig this up, I will seal the mine. An elderly man gestured as he entered the mine, accompanied by a youth of about 16 or 17 years, who was none other than Yin Lang, the eldest son of the Yin family. The old man, named Yin Dong, had once been the steward of the Yin family before being assigned to oversee the mine. The previous day, 2 workers had discovered a lump of pitch black ore, far heavier than gold. Upon reporting this to Yin Dong, who was a trusted aide of the Yin family, he immediately recognized its significance. Unfortunately for those 2 miners, having unearthed treasure, they were silenced. Such was the ruthless nature of the Yin family. To recount the tale of this, one must begin with Yin Ruhai, the head of the Yin family. Many years prior, when Yin Ruhai first took charge of the gold mine, he too encountered a similar lump of ore, comparable in size to a fist, which several strong men could not even budge. This incident spread, and a self-proclaimed immortal, who happened to be in Annan City, came to see what it was. Naturally, Yin Ruhai presented the ore to this immortal, who subsequently purchased it, leaving behind some longevity elixirs and a token, stating that should any descendant of the Yin family be found to possess the roots of cultivation, they could use this token to join the Qing Yin Mountain sect. Qing Yin Mountain was well known as a sect of immortality. At that time, Yin Ruhai had inquired about the nature of the ore, and the immortal had explained that it was a material used by cultivators to forge magical artifacts, known as black gold stone. This stone was quite valuable, thus the immortal, having received such benefits from the Yin family, had no intention of treating them unfairly. Since then, Yin Ruhai had become particularly vigilant whenever anything unusual was discovered in the mine. When Yin Dong was sent to the gold mine, He received orders from Yin Rahai to eliminate the two miners immediately. Coincidentally, with Yin Rahai currently absent from Annan City, Yin Dong had summoned the young master to deliver the or to Yin Lang. Uncle Dong, how can we transport something that even several strong men cannot move back to the city without drawing attention? Yin Lang inquired as they descended further into the mine. Young master, this concern was anticipated by the master long ago. Aren't there many oddly shaped stones by the riverbank? We could take some back for display, Yin Dong explained. Uncle Dong, your wisdom is unparalleled. When father returns, I will personally commend you for your contributions, Yin Lang replied. It is the wisdom of the master. In the evening, gather a few trusted servants to retrieve the ore. By dawn tomorrow, we shall transport the ornamental stones along with this material back to the city. If we encounter an immortal again, as the master has promised, both you and the young master shall be taken to a sect to learn the art of cultivation. At that time, both young masters will become immortals, and the Yin family shall soar to great heights. Haha, I congratulate the eldest young master in advance. Laughed Yin Dong. Uncle Dong truly knows how to jest. Cultivating immortality is not as simple as it sounds. Back then, not a single individual in the Yin family possessed spiritual roots. Alas, it is regrettable that neither I nor Brother Feng were present when the immortal visited Annan City. Now, the chance of encountering an immortal again seems exceedingly slim. The two continued their conversation about past encounters with immortals as they ventured deeper into the mine. Chapter 17. The death of Ye's mother. Ye Qing's mother, Lu Xiaofeng, was laboriously filling a small bag with sand from the riverbank, struggling to carry it up the slope. Her petite frame, coupled with an injury, left her with little strength, forcing her to fill only a small amount each time, requiring at least 5 or 6 trips. I'm exhausted. Why is this sand so heavy? After 2 trips, Lu Xiaofeng was already quite fatigued. She paused to rest by the riverbank, gazing at the crystal-clear water flowing in the distance, unable to resist the temptation to cool off. Lifting her skirt, Lu Xiaofeng cautiously stepped into the river, splashing water onto her forehead and neck, instantly feeling a refreshing chill. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, the coolness of the water sparked her playful spirit, and she began splashing, sending waves of water flying, soaking her hair and garments. Young master, you should return to your room and rest. I will arrange matters for tomorrow, Yin Dong suggested after inspecting the ore with Yin Lang as they exited the mine. This place needs to be guarded closely. We shall take action at dawn. Yin Lang glanced back at the mine, feeling the oppressive heat. In this weather, mining is unbearable. Having emerged from the cave, both were drenched in sweat. Yin Lang loosened his clothing, fanning himself with his sleeves. Indeed, it is quite hot. If you do not mind the river's murkiness, it would be wise to wash up. The water is quite refreshing, Yin Dong indicated towards the Wu River nearby. Very well. You attend to your business. I shall take a look, Yin Lang replied, proceeding alone. Suddenly, Yin Lang noticed a young woman playing in the shallow water. In an instant, he pounced like a wolf. In this desolate wilderness, near the Yin family's mine, his lustful intentions surged. Stealthily, he approached Lu Xiaofeng, who was so engrossed in her play that she failed to notice his presence. When Lu Xiaofeng finally heard the unusual splashing, she turned around, only to be met with a frightful sight. The very young master of the Yin family who had tormented her 2 days prior. Haha, my dear lady. Were you perhaps waiting for me? Yin Lang leered at her with a wicked grin. Why you? Don't come any closer. What do you want? Lu Xiaofeng exclaimed in terror. Out here in the wilderness, a solitary man and woman. What do you think I desire? Yin Lang's gaze roamed over her wet garments, revealing her delicate form. And he salivated at the sight. The translucent fabric clung to her, enhancing her allure. Realizing her predicament, Lu Xiaofeng hastily covered her chest with her hands, pleading with a look of desperation. Please, young master, let me be. Why resist? You are already here. Why not indulge? Yin Lang continued his advances, inching closer to her. Help! Someone please! Lu Xiaofeng cried, her voice filled with panic. Come any closer, and I will jump. She threatened, her fear escalating. Why put on an act? I can pay you just the same as in a brothel. What difference does it make? Yin Lang taunted, drawing nearer with nefarious intent. You beast! I would rather die than let you touch me. Lu Xiaofeng screamed, her heart breaking. Shout all you want. It only excites me further. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Yin Lang chuckled maliciously. As he approached, Lu Xiaofeng retreated into the water, her back against the current. If she ventured further, the river could sweep her away, and she could not swim. Do not come any closer, young master. Please spare me. Lu Xiaofeng pleaded desperately, but Yin Lang was relentless. The sight of her enchanting figure in that damp, translucent fabric drove him mad with desire. Come up, my dear. I promised to treat you and your mother well, he insisted, attempting to drag her from the water. Suddenly, Yin Lang lunged forward, reaching for Lu Xiaofeng, sending waves crashing around them. In that moment, she lost her footing and fell backward into the deep water. The force of the river surged, pulling her small body downstream. Lu Xiaofeng struggled in the water, her cries for help fading away until silence enveloped her. "Do not go," Yin Lang shouted, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as she disappeared beneath the surface, unable to swim himself. On the riverbank, a cloth bag remained, while Lu Xiaofeng drifted away, lost to the depths. "Oh, why must you go to such lengths? A mere woman seeking to maintain her dignity." Yin Lang muttered darkly as he hastily made his way to the shore, glancing back at the river before turning towards the mountain stronghold. At merely 16 or 17, Yin Lang seemed entirely indifferent to the lost life, swaggering away without a care in the world. "Young master, I heard the cries of a woman just now," Yin Dong remarked, having observed the scene, yet under his direction, none dared to investigate further. "How troublesome," Yin Lang scoffed. "Young master, what is the matter?" Yin Dong inquired. "That girl jumped into the river," Yin Lang replied nonchalantly, as if the death of one person bore no significance to him. "Rest assured, I am here. You should return to the city to relieve your frustrations. I will ensure everything is taken care of by morning," Yin Dong said, sensing the young master's displeasure and wishing to send him away. "Very well, Uncle Dong, I leave this to you." On the official road outside the eastern city, the young master of the Yin family, Yin Lang, galloped past with a group of servants. Passers-by quickly moved aside, for even the city lord dared not offend the Yin family, which had become a dominant force in Henan City. "Master, there must be many ways to refine the body. I have observed numerous training methods among soldiers. Perhaps I shall try them and see if they yield results." Ye Qing mused to himself, seeking counsel from the deity. To cultivate the divine and demonic transformations requires high standards. If you are bored, feel free to practice. "Any method that strengthens your body is suitable for foundational training," the deity replied. "I'm so hungry. I have no strength left," Ye Qing lamented, having lost track of time as he lay on a patch of grass in the backyard, panting heavily. Chapter 18. The innate realm. Are you not going to seek something to satiate your hunger? Your mother is not here. And you think you can just give up on life? Di Shitian remarked with disdain. "I have no idea where my mother has gone. I haven't seen her all day." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ye Qing's hunger intensified, causing him to see stars before his eyes. Ye Qing was no fool. He was well aware of the location of the dining hall. Moreover, as the adopted son of the proprietress, he had the privilege to access it. When he arrived, the dining hall attendant readily provided him with a plethora of delicious food. After finishing his meal, Ye Qing returned to the small room he shared with his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, but still found no trace of her. Initially, he contemplated meditating in the empty room, but his concern for his mother's absence grew. Thus, he settled into a meditative state in his chamber. Drawing upon his experience from the previous night, he quickly attained a state of tranquility. He could sense strands of pale blue energy being inhaled into his body, circulating through his meridians and leaving a trace within his energy reservoir. Aware of the energy's presence, he followed Di Shitian's guidance, attempting to control it and redirect its flow, aiming to open the Ren and Du meridians. For ordinary mortals, cultivating true energy was already indicative of martial prowess. Yet for practitioners, opening the Ren and Du meridians signified entry into the innate realm of existence. This achievement accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy significantly. Furthermore, unblocking these meridians connected the upper and lower dantians, allowing for the storage of spiritual energy in both areas. The upper dantian, also known as the Purple Palace, could only be accessed by those at the nascent soul stage or by individuals possessing extraordinary fortune. Ye Qing was indeed one such fortunate individual. The Creator's Pearl had inadvertently entered his Purple Palace, facilitating its opening, despite him still being merely a mortal, not yet having reached the Qi refinement stage. Nevertheless, by unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, Ye Qing had stepped into the innate realm. As he meditated on his small bed, faintly visible were two ethereal dragons of energy swirling in rhythm with his breath at his nostrils. Following the Five Elements Ascension Sutra, after entering the innate realm, he felt the intake of spiritual energy had notably accelerated, yet he still seemed far from achieving the first layer of Qi refinement. The primary concern was that Ye Qing had only been practicing for 2 days, while the Five Elements Ascension Sutra required an exceptionally large amount of spiritual energy. Thus, he was uncertain how long it would take to reach the first layer of Qi refinement. However, with the Ren and Du meridians now unblocked, He could wield his true energy with the same efficacy as an ordinary martial arts expert. As midnight approached, Ye Qing concluded his practice, yet his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, remained absent. What has happened to her today? She mentioned the sandbags this morning. Could something have happened while she was out? Ye Qing speculated. However, it was late at night, and he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, so he hesitated to venture outside. Instead, he continued his cultivation, waiting for his mother's return. Qinger, mother is leaving. I am sorry. You must live well with your adoptive mother from now on. A faint blue apparition materialized, revealing Lu Xiaofeng's spirit. At that moment, Ye Qing and his mother were separated by the veil of life and death. Observing Ye Qing in meditation, Lu Xiaofeng began to believe her son's words. Earlier that morning, he had told her he was practicing celestial arts, a claim she had doubted until now. Yet, it was too late. She would never witness her son ascend to immortality. Qinger, take care. She lamented as a blood-red vortex appeared above her, pulling her spirit into the sky. However, separated by the realms, Ye Qing felt nothing. In the depths of his being, he seemed to hear his mother's call, causing him to suddenly open his eyes and survey his empty surroundings. Mother, where are you? He silently cried out. Thus, he continued to meditate, intermittently checking for his mother's return until dawn broke, yet she still had not arrived. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rushed to the front courtyard, inquiring with the yawning maidens about Lu Xiaofeng's whereabouts. The weary maidens, having toiled through the night, groggily shook their heads at his inquiries. After exhausting all avenues of questioning, he had no choice but to seek answers at the dining hall once more. Auntie, have you seen my mother? She has not returned since yesterday, Ye Qing asked repeatedly. Not at all. Have some breakfast first. She may return shortly, replied a dining hall attendant. In the southern heavenly imperial capital, it was not unusual for maidens to accompany guests for the night, so her absence was not particularly alarming. However, such occurrences were rare, as most visitors were married individuals. At that moment, an elderly man sat in a corner, munching on a steamed bun. It was Liang Bo, who assisted in the kitchen. Lu Xiaofeng had borrowed his cart, leaving him with a mountain of tasks to complete. Where has that girl Lu Xiaofeng gone? She borrowed my cart without returning it. How am I to manage this pile of work? Liang Bo grumbled as he finished his breakfast, preparing to work without his tools. Liang Bo, did Xiaofeng borrow your cart? A nearby woman inquired, hearing his complaints. Yes, she took it yesterday morning and has yet to return. Liang Bo replied, visibly irritated. Oh no, what if something has happened? The woman grew anxious upon hearing this. Perhaps you should quickly inform Nyang, Liang Bo suggested, concerned about the repercussions for himself if something were amiss. Xiaofeng's son was just here looking for her, saying she has not returned all night. We must inform the proprietress at once. The woman murmured as she hurried toward the back courtyard, where Ye Nyang was likely just waking, with servants attending to her breakfast. Nyang, Aunt Chun from the dining hall requests an audience. She has something to discuss, one of the young maids announced. Very well, let her in, Ye Nyang responded, as the maid continued to style her hair. Aunt Chun entered, bowing respectfully. Mistress, this morning your adopted son mentioned that Miss Xiaofeng has not returned all night. Chef Chen from the kitchen also stated that Miss Xiaofeng borrowed a cart yesterday morning. I am concerned that something may have happened and thought it prudent to consult you. What could that girl be up to? Did she mention her intentions when borrowing the cart? Ye Nyang inquired, not turning to face her. I am unaware of her plans, but Qinger appeared quite anxious. He likely knows more, Aunt Chen replied. Very well, I understand. You may go now. After a brief moment, Ye Nyang's hair was finally styled. She admired her reflection, satisfied with her appearance, and then made her way to the front courtyard. Turning a corner, she arrived at the modest dwelling shared by Lu Xiaofeng and her son, only to find it entirely empty. Chapter 19, A Benevolent Deception. Qinger, Ye Nyang called out, but receiving no response, she proceeded toward the dining hall. The dining hall was not far from the back courtyard, connected by a corridor. Just then, Ye Qing rushed in, his face a mask of urgency. Adoptive mother. Something is wrong. My mother is missing. Please send someone to help me find her. Do not fret. Qinger, take your time, Ye Nyang said as she crouched down to embrace Ye Qing, a rich scent of rouge enveloping them. Your mother must have gone to fetch sand. Please tell me, does she need to venture far for it? Ye Qing looked at Ye Nyang, anxiously awaiting her reply. The sand is only found by the banks of the Wu River. This means your mother has likely gone outside the East City. Do not worry. I shall send someone to find her and ensure her safe return, Ye Nyang reassured her. Godmother, you must bring my mother back. Otherwise, I will be left an orphan again, Ye Qing exclaimed in a moment of distress. Be at ease, Qinger. Fear not. Your godmother is here to take care of you, Ye Nyang said, oblivious to Ye Qing's deep-seated emotions. In his previous life, Ye Qing had never even seen his parents, abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage. In this life, having grown up a little, his feelings for his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, were intensified, a combination of maternal love from 2 lifetimes, filling him with warmth. Alas, this warmth was fleeting, leaving him once more as an orphan. Such is fate. A cruel twist of destiny, he thought. Qing'er, return to your room for now. I will have someone bring you some delicacies. Your godmother will begin the search for your mother immediately. Do not be anxious, Ye Qing encouraged. All right, Ye Qing nodded reluctantly. A child just over 2 years old, still unsteady on his feet, what could one expect him to accomplish? Mother, should anything happen to you, I shall surely find the culprit to avenge you, he silently vowed. Ye Qing's intellect was akin to that of a person in his 20s. With careful contemplation, he understood the gravity of his situation. What he yearned for most was to grow swiftly, to master the arts of immortality, and acquire the ability to protect himself before pursuing other matters. As it stood, with his mother missing, he wished to seek her, yet even walking was a challenge. He still harbored a glimmer of hope that Ye Qing would succeed in bringing his mother back. Master, is there a method for rapid cultivation of immortality? I find the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra exceedingly difficult, and I am far from reaching the first stage of qi cultivation. Ye Qing remarked as he nibbled on some breakfast brought by a maid before settling into meditation. This is the time to lay your foundation. After hastening your progress, what will you do next? Di Shutian countered. My mother must be in trouble. I wish to search for her, but my body. Ye Qing thought of his mother's kindness, anxiety gripping his heart. Listen, cultivating immortality requires severing ties with the mundane world. If you aspire to reach great heights, you must not linger on worldly attachments. Your mother is but a mortal. The life and death of mortals are commonplace, Di Shutian admonished. Enough. I simply wish to enhance my strength swiftly and accomplish what I can, Ye Qing interrupted. Your only task is to diligently meditate and cultivate. This is the quickest way to enhance your power. Do you comprehend? Di Shutian thundered. In the ensuing silence, Ye Qing realized he was being overly hasty. He had only been cultivating for 2 days and expected rapid results. Was that feasible? Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset, calming his thoughts, and let go of his worries as he entered a state of meditation. Soon, he found himself immersed in the cultivation of the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra. After opening the run and do meridians, he felt his practice accelerating. However, the human body was akin to a miniature universe, filled with countless enigmatic regions. Each acupoint, each meridian, resembled a vast constellation. Every realm unlocked a new pathway, enhancing the speed of cultivation. The run and do meridians were merely the beginning. To attain higher realms, one must continuously absorb and expel spiritual energy, unlocking the body's latent potential. At this moment, Ye Qing's consciousness seemed to enter such a space. A boundless universe filled with twinkling stars, a mesmerizing sight. It was his first experience in this state, and gazing at the stars, both distant and near, left him bewildered. In Ye Qing's modest room, light streamed through the gaps in the window, walls, and ceiling, illuminating the dim environment, the light almost tangible. In its rays, countless specks of dust danced, resembling stars in the vast universe. As a beam of light gradually illuminated Ye Qing's face, his eyes reacted to the brightness, snapping him back from that peculiar space. Worry for his mother surged within him, prompting him to hastily rise from his small bed and push open the door. Upon seeing the sun in the sky, Ye Qing realized he had been meditating for nearly half a day. He wondered if his godmother had found his mother. He hurriedly made his way to the loft where Ye Qing resided. Godmother! Godmother! Ye Qing shouted before even entering the door. It's little Ye Qing. Your godmother is not here. If you seek her, go to the front courtyard, a maid informed him as she emerged. Ye Qing promptly turned and dashed toward the front courtyard. The daytime atmosphere in the southern capital was much quieter, though a few patrons still lingered to enjoy drinks and leisure. It seemed the ladies here also worked in shifts, as some were still entertaining guests during the day. As the mistress of the estate, Ye Qing had many matters to attend to daily. The innermost room on the second floor of the front courtyard served as her office for handling affairs. Ye Qing raced up the stairs, panting as he reached the door at the end of the corridor. Godmother! Godmother! He called, knocking on the door, startled by his voice. Ye Qing quickly composed herself and opened the door with a welcoming smile, ushering Ye Qing inside. My dear Qing, listen to your godmother. Your mother has been taken away by an immortal and may not return for a long time. From now on, you shall stay with your godmother, all right? Ye Qing said, pulling Ye Qing into the room and kneeling to stroke his little face. Is that true? Ye Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. Such a ploy to deceive a child could not fool Ye Qing. He suspected his mother had been wronged and might no longer be alive. Which is why Ye Ernyang spoke thus. Qinger, you shall be my son from now on. Just call me mother, and I will raise you well, Ye Ernyang said, genuinely fond of Ye Qing. With Lu Xiaofeng gone, she could now officially keep Ye Qing by her side. Godmother, I do not wish to stay in the small room alone. I want to live in the loft beside you in the backyard. Please allow me to stay there alone. Ye Qing expressed, his mature intellect understanding that with his mother gone, keeping his cultivation a secret was paramount. He believed that if he could focus on his practice in the loft, his progress would be swifter. Chapter 20. A burning desire for revenge. Qinger is still young. Are you not afraid to live in such a large house alone? Ye Ernyang wished to foster a close bond with Ye Qing and accompanied him to the loft in the backyard, the very loft he had insisted on residing in alone. Mother, just let me have the space. It is empty anyway, Ye Qing said, tugging at Ye Ernyang's hand with a childlike appeal. All right. Your mother agrees. How about I find you a maid to attend to you? It would ease my mind, Ye Ernyang suggested, eager to solidify their relationship as a mother and son. No, I can manage my own matters, Ye Qing replied. The fewer people who knew about his cultivation, the better. He preferred not to have a maid disturbing his focus. Wow, Qinger is so understanding. Our little Qinger has grown up, Ye Ernyang praised. Mother, you may return to your duties. I am hungry. I will go to the front to eat, Ye Qing urged. Be good, Qinger. I will come to see you again tonight, Ye Ernyang responded, recalling that there were still some matters requiring her attention. Oh, mother, could you send someone to bring me some sand? 2 bags will suffice, Ye Qing requested. Sand. Ye Ernyang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the mention of sand. Lu Xiaofeng had perished in pursuit of it. Yet she could only speculate on Ye Qing's intentions with this sand. Nevertheless, since Lu Xiaofeng had already departed, she resolved to fulfill his final wish. Very well, I shall summon someone to fetch it for you. You mustn't wander off. Stay and play here, she instructed before leaving. After closing the door, Ye Qing's tears began to fall. Mother, do not worry. I will find the murderer and avenge you. He recognized his current incapacity, made revenge seem a distant fantasy. It would only be possible once he grew strong enough to eliminate his adversaries. Hey, what is wrong with you? Emperor Xuan sensed something amiss in Ye Qing and inquired. Brother, my mother has passed away, Ye Qing replied gloomily. Is that why you wish for me to impart to you this swift method of cultivation, to seek vengeance? Indeed. In my previous life, I was an orphan, never experiencing a modicum of maternal love. In this life, my mother has treated me with such kindness, and now she has been killed. I must exact revenge. I will tear the murderer who took my mother into 1,000 pieces, Ye Qing declared through gritted teeth. Tearing him into pieces is nothing. You must extract his family's souls and ensure they never reincarnate. That is true vengeance, Emperor Xuan, a deity with countless lives claimed, asserted. Very well, let us vow to extract their souls, guaranteeing they never know rebirth. Ye Qing slammed the table resolutely. Now, let us commence your training. Once you reach the first level of qi cultivation, I can teach you some basic spells such as Fireball and Ice Bolt. You will no longer fear martial arts masters. Emperor Xuan inspired him, and Ye Qing, filled with fervor, immediately entered a training state, unaware of any deception. I will grow stronger. I will cultivate. Ye Qing shouted in his mind. The key to the attic had been entrusted to him, and it would henceforth serve as his abode and training ground. Surrounded by towering shrubs resembling evergreen plants, the attic nestled in the depths of the backyard exuded an eerie tranquility, rendering it unwelcoming for the princesses. A few servants, likely following Ye Ernyang's orders, arrived to clean the space and brought some toys. Ye Qing, though amused, smiled at the toys. As an adult, he had little interest in such things. However, to avoid drawing attention, he decided to keep them, a mere facade to conceal his true nature. You may leave now. I will summon you when I need cleaning. No one is to enter this building without my permission, he commanded the servants, adopting an air of authority. Yes, young master. They replied in unison and departed. In the evening, Ye Qing intended to dine in the front hall, but was unexpectedly presented with a lavish meal sufficient for 4 or 5 people. This was clearly Ye Ernyang's attempt to foster closeness between them. Moments later, she entered, her face blooming with joy upon seeing Ye Qing's endearing visage. Truth be told, she had longed for a son or daughter, yet having partaken of a sterilizing concoction, the prospect of bearing children was no longer possible. With Lu Xiaofeng gone, Ye Qing was now an orphan, akin to a child she had found, and this brought her immense joy. Moreover, as Ye Qing was still so young and naive, she believed that in time, she could truly become his mother. Qinger, Shall I accompany you for dinner every day? Ye Qing asked, placing a piece of meat in his bowl. Mother, it is unnecessary to do so daily. You are so busy. If you spend all your time with me, what will happen to your business? Ye Qing expressed his desire not to be disturbed every day, as it would cut into his training time. Ah, you really are considerate. Thinking of your mother. If you miss me, I can come to you, since it is so close, she replied affectionately. After their meal, as the servants tidied up, Ye Qing was eager to commence his training. However, Ye Qing seemed intent on lingering to deepen their bond. Hey, it is late. You should meditate and cultivate. Emperor Xuan Qiong reminded him in his mind. Understood. However, it is not convenient with company around. Ye Qing replied. Mother, you should go rest. You must be tired after such a long day. Very well. Sleep early, she said, gently patting his cheek before departing. Once the door closed, Ye Qing swiftly extinguished the candle and ascended to the second floor to meditate. The posture of meditation was critical, as it significantly aided in harnessing spiritual energy. Before long, 2 wisps of pale blue energy began to manifest with his breath. Master, is there an issue with the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra? It seems excessively slow. I have been cultivating for 3 nights, yet there is only a thin layer of energy in my dantian. How long must I endure to reach the Qi cultivation stage? Ye Qing lamented as dawn broke, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had assumed that this method of cultivation would be straightforward, and that he could swiftly avenge his mother. However, after several attempts at training, he felt increasingly discouraged by the sluggish pace of his progress. This rate is utterly insufficient for revenge. I must first ascertain the identity of my enemies, he resolved, rising with determination. Chapter 21. Su Qing or Ye Qing arrived in the front courtyard just as breakfast was being served. Preferring not to have servants deliver his meals daily, he deemed it more prudent to serve himself, thus safeguarding his secrets. Young master, we can bring it to you. There is no need for you to come yourself. The kitchen staff, seemingly instructed by Ye Qing, addressed him as young master. No need. I shall fetch it myself from now on. You need not deliver it to me. Ye Qing replied, indifferent to their titles, focusing solely on avoiding interruptions to his training. But young master, the mistress has commanded us to serve you. We would be punished if you insist on this. Very well, I will speak to my mother about it, Ye Qing asserted, taking a bowl of porridge and 2 eggs before departing. Initially, he had intended to seek Liang Bo in the kitchen to inquire about his mother, but the bustling dining hall made it inconvenient. He would wait for a more opportune moment to gather information discreetly. On his way back to his room, Ye Qing spotted 2 bags of sand discarded in a corner, evidently delivered by his mother's orders the previous day. He hastily consumed his breakfast and returned to the sandbags. Goodness, why are these so heavy? It seems having a maid would be beneficial for this labor, he mused, testing the weight of the bags, finding them immovable. Attempting to hoist them as sandbags was beyond his capacity. Very well, I shall call for a servant's aid. After all, I am a young master now, and such menial tasks should fall to the help. Mother, is it true that you will find me a maid? Ye Qing rushed to inquire of Ye Qing. Of course it is true. You are still so young. I worry about you alone in that place. Choose one to keep you company, she replied sincerely, wishing to care for him. Despite her booming business, she returned to a lonely home. Thus, she placed her hopes on Ye Qing, believing that at least he would provide her support in her later years. Qinger, what kind of maid do you wish to find? Ye Qing inquired. Within the imperial city of the southern heaven, there were numerous young girls, some merely 8 or 9 years old, sent here for training. Many were sold by their families, while others voluntarily arrived due to unbearable circumstances. A significant number had been trafficked. These young girls, at the tender age of 7 or 8, could not entertain guests. Instead, they were assigned to serve the courtesans and princesses. As they matured and became more aware, the more beautiful ones would receive special attention and training to become the next generation of courtesans. Mother, please find me a clever and charming one, Ye Qing requested. Let her not be too old. She should just help me with simple tasks, Ye Qing added. Very well, I will heed your wishes. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Ye Qing replied, taking Ye Qing's small hand. Soon, a petite and adorable girl of about 7 approached Ye Qing. At that moment, Ye Qing was laboriously filling a sandbag with sand. Young master, I am Su Qing. You may call me Qinger. I shall be your personal maid from now on. How may I assist you? Su Qing said sweetly. Oh, Sister Qinger, you arrived just in time. Please help me fill this sandbag, and then follow me. Ye Qing panted, sitting down momentarily. Before long, half of the sandbag was filled, but for Su Qing, moving it was an impossible task. She exerted all her strength. Yet the bag remained unmoved. Why is it so difficult to handle a sandbag? Ye Qing exclaimed in frustration. Young master, Perhaps we could use less sand and fill it multiple times to make it manageable. Xuan Qiong suggested, her first task being such laborious work. Yet, as a servant, she dared not voice any complaints. Let me give it a try, Ye Qing pondered, reflecting on the energy she had cultivated over the past few days. Hoping to utilize it, she then channeled that energy into her arms and effortlessly lifted the half-filled sandbag. Quickly, let us hurry, I cannot hold on for long, Ye Qing exclaimed, dashing towards her residence with the sandbag in tow. Arriving at the entrance of her small building, beneath an ancient tree, Ye Qing set the sandbag down. Her face flushed, evidently having overexerted herself. Finally, we have arrived, but suspending this sandbag will prove challenging, she remarked, eyeing a branch several meters overhead with exasperation. Only an adult can assist with this. We are but a pair of children, one just over 2 years old and the other over 7. Sister Qing, please go to the dining hall and fetch Uncle Liang. I happen to have something to ask him and could use his help in suspending the sandbag. Ye Qing instructed Xuan Qiong to find the man who had lent her mother a cart. Ye Qing hoped to glean some information about her mother, believing Uncle Liang might know something. Before long, the elderly Liang appeared, accompanied by Xuan Qiong, carrying a ladder, demonstrating his thoughtfulness. Uncle Liang, could you kindly help me hang this sandbag? Ye Qing requested. Soon, a punching bag was ready for practice. Young master, do you have more inquiries for me? Uncle Liang inquired. Uncle Liang, could you share what you know about my mother? Ye Qing asked. Young master, I believe it is best if you refrain from such questions regarding your mother, Miss Xiaofeng. I know nothing. Perhaps you should inquire with others. Uncle Liang replied before shouldering the ladder and departing. Sister Qing, have you heard anything? Ye Qing fixed his blood-red gaze upon Xuan Qiong. Young master, I am unaware. Do not be disheartened. Did not mother say that Sister Lu was taken by an immortal? The girls in the southern heaven all consider each other sisters. It is not unusual, Xuan Qiong comforted. Humph, just wait. Even if you do not speak, I will uncover the truth. I must grow stronger. I seek vengeance, Ye Qing declared, relentlessly striking the suspended sandbag. Young master, your hands must be aching. What if you injure yourself? Allow me to fetch some medicine. As a maid, it was her duty to alleviate her master's burdens, for failing to care for Ye Qing would surely incur Ye Ernyang's wrath. Ye Qing rhythmically struck the sandbag, his body moving with agility akin to that of a true boxer. He wondered if Xuan Qiong possessed any sewing skills. If she could craft shin guards or a vest, it would be even better. As Ye Qing rested, he considered how soldiers on Earth would bind their legs and don weighted vests for training. Soon, Xuan Qiong returned with some medicinal supplies and bedding, ready to share accommodation and meals with Ye Qing. Sister Qing, can you sew? Ye Qing inquired as she set down her belongings. Indeed. What would you like to sew, young master? Xuan Qiong replied. These future courtesans not only needed to master music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also sewing, etiquette, and other skills. Those who could become celebrated courtesans would bring substantial wealth to their establishments. Chapter 22. Assassination. Young master. It is rumored that Lu Xiaofeng has a son. Should we not consider this? In a lavish hall deep within the Yin family's estate, a servant suggested to Yin Lang, mimicking a beheading gesture. Is it truly necessary? What can a 2-year-old child do? Is he capable of seeking revenge against me? Yin Lang replied, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Due to the mineral deposits, the Yin family had been recruiting martial artists in droves to strengthen their influence, as they had ample wealth. Young master, we have recently recruited many martial arts experts. Simply dispatch one to infiltrate the southern heaven and eliminate that child discreetly to avoid future troubles. The servant, unaware of any animosity between Ye Qing and Yin Lang, insisted on recommending the child's assassination. Very well. 100 taels. Select someone to handle this matter, Yin Lang said as he produced a banknote of 100 taels. Yes, young master, I shall arrange it immediately. The servant took the banknote and departed. How fortunate it is to be associated with the wealthy. A trivial task can yield 100 taels of silver. Huh, why should I share this bounty? Tonight, I shall infiltrate the southern heaven and eliminate that child, the servant mused, tucking the banknote away with a smirk. Ye Qing had been residing alone in the attic for over a month. During these days, he practiced tirelessly, either hitting the sandbag or running with a weighted vest. Xuan Qiong had successfully sewn the vest and shin guards according to his specifications, and apart from sleeping, he wore them for all his activities. Young master, you appear to be growing stronger. This sandbag seems to be quite effective, Xuan Qiong remarked as she embroidered beside him while he practiced. Sister Qing, honing one's skills not only strengthens the body but also protects the homeland. It is a noble pursuit. You should practice when you have the chance. Protecting the homeland? Does this mean young master wishes to enlist and become a general when he grows up? Indeed. My ambition is to become a general, commanding thousands and galloping across battlefields. If conflicts arose in the realm of cultivation, how intense they would be. Ye Qing envisioned not the wars of mere mortals, but those of the cultivation world. These days, apart from his training, Ye Qing had little else to occupy him, and the deity, Emperor Xuan, had grown lax in his supervision. Master, I have commenced my training. It has been over a month, yet why have I not reached the first level of qi refinement? Ye Qing lamented after practicing the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra for a month, still unable to enter the qi refinement stage. You are still quite young. Perhaps it is not so easy. Do not rush. Take your time, Emperor Xuan reassured him. Ye Qing pursed his lips and once again entered a state of meditation. The energy within his dantian was accumulating to a remarkable degree. Unbeknownst to him, a significant portion of the spiritual energy he was cultivating had been stored in his upper dantian, also known as the Purple Palace. Within this Purple Palace, a small orb radiating a faint glow floated, surrounded by a layer of light blue gas, which represented the spiritual energy he had absorbed. If all this gas were transferred to the lower dantian, it would be sufficient to reach the first level of qi cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual energy required by the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra far exceeded that needed by ordinary techniques, which is why Ye Qing had yet to step into the first stage of qi cultivation. Due to his training in the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, Ye Qing's sensory perceptions had markedly improved. At that moment, a shadow was stealthily prowling in the backyard. Since it was still relatively early, the rooms occupied by others were illuminated by candlelight. Yanlang's servant was unaware of which room Ye Qing resided in, and given the size of the backyard, he could only search room by room. In his view, assassinating a 2-year-old child should be quite simple. However, Ye Qing meditated on the 2nd floor every night, emerging only at dawn. The young girl Su Qing lived on the 1st floor and could not ascend to the 2nd without Ye Qing's permission, so she had gone to bed early. Frustrated, the servant wondered how he might locate the child. After observing all the lit rooms without spotting a 2-year-old, he shook his head and scaled the wall to leave. Ye Qing was oblivious to the fact that someone was plotting his demise. That night, the spiritual energy accumulated in Ye Qing's lower dantian finally met the requirements for the first level of qi cultivation. While quietly meditating, he suddenly felt an abundance of true qi coursing through his body, swiftly opening all his meridians. As the energy flowed freely, Ye Qing experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort. The energy not only enhanced his blood circulation and lung capacity, but also improved the functioning of his internal organs, allowing him to break through from the innate life realm to the qi cultivation stage. Master, I suddenly feel changes in my body. Have I broken through to the qi cultivation stage? Ye Qing exclaimed with joy, eager to share his happiness with the deity, Di Shutian. Indeed, it has taken quite some time to reach the first level of qi cultivation. The 5 Elements Ascension Sutra is indeed slow. However, this is beneficial as it solidifies your foundation. Truly a method that guarantees ascension. Di Shutian nodded in agreement. Master, are you saying I have broken through? Haha. I have finally reached the qi cultivation stage. Does this mean I can practice the fireball technique now? Ye Qing laughed. Yes, indeed. However, the fireball technique consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. With the current reserves in your body, you can only cast it a few times. Nonetheless, it is a means of self-defense. Practice it for now. Master, please tell me the incantation. I want to start practicing right away. Haha, I am now a cultivator. Do not rejoice too soon. As a novice qi cultivator, you may struggle against even a moderately skilled martial artist. Focus on your training to elevate your cultivation level. Only then will the techniques you learn prove truly formidable. Please share the method for the fireball technique. I can hardly wait. That night, Ye Qing remained in an excited state, occasionally conjuring small fireballs in his hands. Yet, he realized that in order to launch the fireballs effectively, he needed to practice further. With a thunderous sound, the fireballs he cast collided with the floor, but they were merely glowing orbs, far from being actual fireballs. Is that thunder? Is it going to rain? Su Qing, on the 1st floor, squinted her sleepy eyes. Ye Qing practiced the fireball technique throughout the night. But due to his lack of mastery, he had yet to produce a genuine fireball. Otherwise, the building would have been set ablaze. Tomorrow morning, I will leave the city to find a quiet place and must master this fireball technique. Haha, soon I shall be a celestial being wielding divine arts. Ye Qing thought to himself, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Suddenly, he felt drowsy. The excitement of the night had taken its toll. Ye Qing quickly entered a meditative state once more, realizing that staying awake all night would necessitate some rest. Chapter 23. Water Arrow Technique. Sister Qing, wake up. I'm going to leave the city, and you must accompany me. Ye Qing had stopped meditating early. Yes, young master. Why are we leaving the city so early? Su Qing rubbed her bleary eyes. The thunderous sounds from the previous night had disturbed her sleep, leaving her feeling utterly fatigued. Can't we leave a bit later? The city gates may not even be open yet. Fine. If you're not going, I will go alone, Ye Qing declared as he headed for the door. Young master. Wait. Su Qing was alarmed upon hearing this and immediately jumped out of bed, disregarding her appearance, and hurriedly donned her clothes to chase after Ye Qing. At the western city gate, Ye Qing munched on a steamed bun as he walked towards the city's exit, followed closely by Su Qing, a 7- or 8-year-old girl. After grabbing some food from the dining hall, they followed the main road out of the city. The southern heavenly capital was located to the west, making it the most convenient exit. Young master, what exactly are we doing outside the city? Su Qing asked nervously. What if we encounter bad people? Sister Qing, do you wish to know why we are leaving? I will tell you if you promise not to tell anyone else, Ye Qing said. Aware that people in this world held oaths in high regard, including cultivators who frequently made vows to suppress their inner demons. All right, I promise not to tell anyone else. Su Qing raised her finger to the sky, swearing an oath. Actually, I am a cultivator. Since you live with me, you will eventually find out. So I thought it best to tell you now to prevent you from worrying unnecessarily, Ye Qing explained. On the official road leading out of the city, only 2 children ventured forth. This road was paved with bluestones for a few miles before transitioning to dirt paths. As they walked further, the dirt road led into the mountain forests, and the 2 children delved into the woods, heading towards a secluded area. Upon hearing Ye Qing claim to be a cultivator, Su Qing felt less fearful and confidently followed him to the quiet spot. In a secluded glen surrounded by dense thorns and bushes, they arrived. I will practice my celestial arts here. There may be some disturbances, so please keep your distance. Once I have mastered it, we will return. Ye Qing instructed Su Qing to step back to avoid any potential harm. With an envious expression, Su Qing hid behind a bush, peeking out curiously at Ye Qing. Ye Qing stood with his hands on his hips, gathering energy, forming hand seals, and channeling his power. The entire process was seamless, yet what he unleashed remained a burst of light, lacking in actual flames. Master, why does the fireball technique not produce any fire? Ye Qing pondered. Assuming that the absence of flames during his practice last night was a precaution against burning down the house, thus he had not investigated the cause. I forgot. Most of the energy you absorbed consists of wood and water attributes. The fireball technique requires fire energy to unleash its full power. Let me teach you a water arrow technique. Di Shirtian, residing in his mind, chuckled apologetically. These rudimentary low-tier spells took him quite some time to locate. Ye Qing sat down abruptly, appearing dazed, but he was actually engaged in communication with the deity within his consciousness. Di Shirtian began explaining the essentials of the water arrow technique, likening it to the fireball technique. By following a specific pattern and employing special incantations, one could successfully cast the water arrow technique. With a swift whoosh, a sharp ice needle flew through the air and embedded itself in a nearby tree trunk. I have succeeded, exclaimed Ye Qing, as he quickly released 3 more ice needles, each finding its mark on the same tree. Rushing over to admire his handiwork, Ye Qing was filled with elation. Ancestor, I have mastered the ice arrow technique. You mentioned that I absorbed mostly water and with spiritual energy. Are there any wood-based spells I can practice? Eager to refine his defensive skills, he inquired further. There are indeed, but you cannot practice them yet. Those spells require at least a 3rd level of Qi training. If you wish to learn, you must diligently enhance your cultivation. And I shall provide them to you in due time, replied Emperor Xuan Qiong. Thank you, ancestor. If you could come out, I would treat you to a drink. Ye Qing said cheerfully. Such a trivial accomplishment has you so excited? How far can your water arrow fly? Is your aim true? Emperor Xuan Qiong suddenly asked. It's quite good. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Ye Qing awkwardly replied, choosing to ignore Emperor Xuan Qiong thereafter. With this ice arrow technique, avenging my grievances should pose no problem, he thought to himself. Yet, he resolved to heed his ancestors' advice and refine this technique further to ensure precision. Then, Ye Qing selected a large, round leaf from a plant resembling a lotus as his target, determined that each water arrow he shot would strike the leaf. With every shot, his accuracy improved slightly, but after several dozen attempts, he felt his energy reserves nearly depleted. Alas, my cultivation remains too low. After this many attempts, I can no longer continue. Sister Qing, let us return. He called out to Su Qing, who was not far away. All right. Su Qing happily ran over. Young master, is your immortal technique powerful? Will you teach me as well? She asked, her eyes filled with admiration. I can teach you. but I wonder if you possess the aptitude for cultivation. After all, one must have spiritual roots to embark on this path. However, I'm unsure how to assess your innate talent. When we return, I will guide you, and if you can cultivate, I shall have a companion, Ye Qing mused. Considering that if he, a mere earthling, could cultivate, then surely Sister Qing could too. Young master, you are too kind. Let us return, Su Qing exclaimed, taking Ye Qing's hand with excitement. It is a rare fortune for a mortal to encounter an immortal cultivator, and if she could cultivate, it would be an extraordinary blessing. For Su Qing, a mere courtesan, to follow Ye Qing on the path of cultivation would be a stroke of fate accumulated over several lifetimes. The two hurried towards Annan City, and by now, it was well past noon, with many travelers populating the streets. Annan City was known for its abundant gold mines, but was situated in a remote area, necessitating the transport of supplies from afar, hence the frequent passage of merchant caravans. To protect their cargo, these caravans often employed skilled martial artists due to the dangers posed by bandits and wild beasts. As Ye Qing dashed past a caravan, he utilized his spiritual power to conserve energy. How does that child possess such formidable internal strength? If I were to face him, I might not stand a chance. A bodyguard from the caravan murmured, one must not judge by appearances. The depths of the ocean cannot be measured by a mere bucket. Chapter 24. Slaying the assassin. Upon returning to the southern Celestial Empire's capital, Ye Qing and Su Qing dined, and soon after, they retreated to the attic to continue their training. Su Qing studied a diagram of meridians and acupoints, while Ye Qing sat in a spacious area under the blazing sun. Meditating, he was enveloped in a shimmering golden bubble, which not only protected him from the sun's intensity, but also provided ample fire spiritual energy. As evening approached, Su Qing fetched some food from the dining hall, and they quickly finished their meal before resuming their practice. Su Qing remained on the first floor, analyzing the diagram, while Ye Qing, still uncertain about his ability to take revenge and unaware of his enemy's identity, decided to delay his quest for vengeance. Not long after nightfall, the young women of the courtyard had gone to the front to entertain guests, and their attendants followed suit, including the second daughter of the Ye family, who also attended to business. Suddenly, a shadow scaled the wall and leapt into the courtyard of the southern Celestial Empire. This figure was a servant from the Yin family, carrying 100 taels of silver notes, sent to take Ye Qing's life. His real name was Wu Tingfei, a highly esteemed servant among the Yin family's retainers, often referred to as Old Wu. Dressed in black, with a mask covering his face and a dark scarf tied around his head, he bore the appearance of an assassin. During the day, he had meticulously gathered information about Ye Qing's residence within the southern Celestial Empire. Wu Tingfei stealthily approached the small building where Ye Qing and Su Qing resided, clutching a gleaming dagger. Inside, Su Qing was studying the meridian chart by candlelight, while Ye Qing meditated on the second floor. Is the boy not here? Wu Tingfei wondered, having only seen Su Qing and not Ye Qing. He chose to remain hidden, carefully observing, proving himself to be a skilled assassin. Meanwhile, Su Qing pouted, I've been studying this diagram all day, and he hasn't taught me the mental incantations. How am I supposed to cultivate? She picked up the candle and cautiously made her way to the staircase, intending to sneak up to the second floor to see what Ye Qing was doing. However, she hesitated after taking a few steps. Perhaps I should ask first. If I anger the young master and he refuses to teach me the immortal techniques, that would be troublesome, she thought. Young master, are you there? Su Qing called up the stairs. Hidden outside, Wu Tingfei felt a surge of excitement. It seemed his mission was nearing completion. Is there something you need? Ye Qing, slightly annoyed at being interrupted during his practice, still felt compelled to invest some effort into teaching Su Qing the immortal techniques. I've memorized the diagram quite well. I think Su Qing began. Wait a moment, I'll be down shortly, Ye Qing interrupted, descending the stairs. With two small children in his sights, Wu Tingfei thought, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame it on fate. He brandished the dagger menacingly, inching closer to the door. Su Qing placed the candle down, ready to ask Ye Qing to teach her the incantations. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as the door was kicked open. A shadow wielding a dagger lunged at Ye Qing. It was Wu Tingfei. Who are you? Ye Qing shouted. I am here to take your life, Wu Tingfei declared, as the dagger lunged toward Ye Qing. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Ye Qing's face, he swiftly moved, extending his hand as if throwing a concealed weapon. An ice arrow shot forth, embedding itself in Wu Tingfei's heart. Wu Tingfei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the ice arrow protruding from his chest, a look of utter shock on his face. But it was too late for regrets. He collapsed to the ground like a wilted vegetable. Fearing he might not be dead yet, Ye Qing shot two more ice arrows, driving them into the assassin's heart. Su Qing watched in astonishment, realizing that the black-clad man had underestimated the two children and had met his demise. Ye Qing's eyes glinted with ferocity, his expression cold as ice. This is innate. In his previous life, he was a rogue, having engaged in countless fights and harmed many, the memories of which he could scarcely recall. Thus, even after taking a life, he exhibited little fear. Young master, is this person dead? Su Qing's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the events. Yes, we must not let anyone else know. Quickly, we need to find a way to bury him, Ye Qing commanded. Go fetch a shovel, we must dispose of this body. Su Qing's legs trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult for her to move. Hurry, Ye Qing urged. Ancestor, just now, an assassin attempted to kill me, but I killed him. As soon as Su Qing left, Ye Qing immediately communicated with the deity within his mind, Di Shitian. Someone sought to assassinate you? Di Shitian was equally astonished. Yes. I shot him dead with my ice arrow technique just moments ago. Are you unharmed? Quickly, extend your divine sense to check for any other assassins, Di Shitian insisted. Ancestor, what is divine sense? Ye Qing asked, confused. Go outside and see if there are any other assassins, Di Shitian instructed. Finally understanding that if there were more assassins, Su Qing would be in grave danger. Ye Qing rushed out of the loft, scanning for any anomalies. After a lengthy search, he found no signs of disturbance and finally felt at ease. Su Qing soon returned with a shovel, indicating that there was only one assassin. Ancestor, it seems there was only one. I want to bury this assassin, otherwise, if others discover him, it would be disastrous, Ye Qing conveyed to Di Shitian. First, check if the assassin has anything suspicious on him. Since someone attempted to kill you, do you not wish to uncover the identity of your enemy? Di Shitian advised. As Ye Qing was new to the world of cultivation, he needed to learn these things gradually. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer in the future. While suffering was trivial, if he were to lose his life, Di Shitian would be trapped within the creation pearl for eternity. Oh! Ye Qing dashed into the room and began searching the body of the black-clad man. From the assassin's clothing, he found a silver note worth 100 taels and several pieces of loose silver, as well as a medallion inscribed with the character yen. Sister Qing, do you recognize this medallion? Ye Qing asked, holding it up for Su Qing to see. This appears to be a medallion from the Yen family in East City. Their servants all possess one of these. I have seen it before while serving Mei Nyang, Su Qing replied. Mei Nyang was a semi-celebrity in the area, noted for her beauty, and Su Qing had previously served her. The Yen family? What grievance could I possibly have with them? Why would they want me dead? Could it be that they were responsible for my mother's death? Ye Qing speculated. Yet, he remained uncertain and explained the items he had found, as well as the circumstances surrounding his mother's demise, to Di Shitian, whom he now had no choice but to trust. Young man, I suspect the Yen family fears that you will seek revenge as you grow older, and thus they wish to eliminate you at the root. Remaining here poses additional dangers. Di Shitian analyzed. Ye Qing shared this sentiment. However, having the divine being articulate it further solidified his conviction. Ancestor, given my current situation, where can I possibly go? Ye Qing surveyed his surroundings. As a mere 2-year-old child, fleeing was a daunting prospect. The only way forward is to hasten your cultivation. The person you killed was merely an ordinary servant, not a martial arts master. True masters of the martial world are not so easily vanquished, Di Shitian assessed. What should I do? Simply wait for the Yen family to send someone else to kill me? Ye Qing expressed his growing trepidation, though not afraid of fighting. Assassination was an entirely different matter. One misstep could cost him his life. Go to the Yen family tonight, kill a few of their servants, and disrupt their plans. They will not suspect a child would possess the capability to kill, Di Shitian proposed, showcasing his cunning. Understood. I know what must be done. Ye Qing tore off the black-clad assassin's attire and handed it to Su Qing. Sister Qing, quickly sew me a set of clothes that I can wear. Tomorrow night, I will infiltrate the Yen family to scout the situation and collect some interest. Yen family, prepare for my vengeance. Ye Qing vowed silently. Young master, is it not dangerous for you to go alone? Perhaps you should inform second mother. Su Qing voiced her concerns. Absolutely not. If you tell my mother, our cultivation endeavors will be exposed, and you will no longer have the chance to cultivate, Ye Qing insisted. All right. I will work through the night to have it ready before tomorrow night, Su Qing promised, taking the discarded attire. What shall we do with the body? Ye Qing pondered. If they buried it, the Yin family would soon discover the disappearance of their assassin and might suspect Ye Qing. But if they did not bury him, where could they hide the body? Ancestor, what should we do with the assassin's corpse? Will the Yin family suspect me? Ye Qing sought Di Shitian's counsel on the matter. Do you not plan to go to the Yin family tomorrow night? Kill a few of their servants and dispose of this body. They will suspect it was done by another rival and grant you more time to cultivate. If you can swiftly elevate your cultivation to the third level of qi refinement, they will have cause to fear you, Di Shutian instructed. But this body is too heavy, and I must cross much of the city. How can I carry it? Ye Qing remarked, glancing at the slain man's body, realizing it would be quite a challenge for his small frame. Yet for the greater good, Ye Qing begrudgingly consented. Sister Qing, let's place the body behind the door. I will take care of it tomorrow night, Ye Qing decided, channeling his spiritual energy to drag the corpse into another room. Su Qing nodded, her first encounter with murder instilling her with fear. However, witnessing Ye Qing's bravery, despite being younger than her, alleviated her trepidation, especially with the prospect of learning celestial arts alongside him. Ye Qing ascended to the second floor to meditate, diligently practicing the 5 elements ascension scripture. Although the cultivation was slow, it was robust and foundational. The next day, after a modest breakfast, Ye Qing ventured out to familiarize himself with the terrain. He could not afford to be unaware of the Yin family's location. Disguising himself as a scruffy beggar, Ye Qing made his way to East City. The Yin family was the wealthiest household in Anan City, their estate more opulent than that of the city lord, making it easy to spot. On the main street of East Gate, a grand residence stood, its imposing entrance flanked by a pair of towering stone lions. A large plaque hung above the gate, inscribed with the characters Yin Fu, which Ye Qing immediately recognized. Circling the Yin estate, he carefully noted the positions of both rear gates. Tonight, I shall bring chaos to the Yin family, ensuring they know no peace, in honor of my mother's spirit. Ye Qing muttered resolutely. Young master, you're back. Come see if the attire fits. If not, I can alter it immediately, Su Qing exclaimed upon his return. Yes, it fits well enough. It's not like I will wear it often, Ye Qing replied casually after a brief inspection. Sister Qing, what transpires here must remain a secret. If anyone learns of it, we will be in danger. Once we have sufficient strength to protect ourselves, then we shall not fear. Until then, do not disclose this to anyone, not even my mother. Do you understand? Ye Qing cautioned, concerned that Su Qing might inadvertently reveal their situation to Ye Yang. Rest assured, young master, as I follow you in cultivation, I will belong to you in the future. I will not divulge such significant matters to anyone, Su Qing assured him. What is my identity? Can we discuss this when I grow a little older? I am still just a small yellow bean. Ye Qing secretly murmured to himself. Well, it's good that you understand the importance of the situation. Tonight, you shall stay in the front yard for the night. I fear there may be more assassins from the Yin family. He worried about the potential threats to Su Qing. Young master, please be cautious. Fear not, for I am now a cultivator. As evening fell, Ye Qing finished his meal and ascended to the second floor to meditate and cultivate. Preparation is essential before action. At midnight, the streets were eerily quiet, yet the southern capital resonated with laughter and joy. Clad in black, Ye Qing, with the stature of a small child, was but a fleeting shadow, scaling walls with a cloth bag in tow. He could lift bodies far heavier than himself, thanks to his spiritual power. Currently, he was akin to an unparalleled martial arts master, his internal energy remarkably profound, coupled with the weight training he had undergone recently. His explosive strength surpassed that of typical adults. Before long, Ye Qing arrived at the Yin family estate from the western district. He discarded the corpse of Wu Lao to outside the estate's walls, climbed over, and ensured the area was secure before transporting the body inside. Cautiously, Ye Qing surveyed the surroundings of the Yin estate. At this late hour, most of the servants were likely asleep. Only the patrolling servants posed a risk, yet they were always in groups of 4. Ye Qing doubted his ability to eliminate all 4 at once. Furthermore, these servants possessed some martial skills, and should he awaken too many, he could find himself in peril. As Ye Qing contemplated his strategy in the shadows, a squad of patrolling guards approached. Swiftly, 3 ice arrows were released, striking the first 3 men with precision. They fell in succession, while the 4th guard, witnessing the scene, turned and shouted, "Assassin!" Before he could finish, another ice arrow pierced him from behind, ending his life instantly. The Yin family had indeed recruited numerous martial experts recently. Upon hearing the guard's call, 4 or 5 shadows emerged from various corners. Judging by their agile forms, it was evident they were not ordinary servants. Ye Qing was alarmed and swiftly made his way back to the walls. Wu Laoda's body was already set up, and if he could eliminate a few more servants, no one would notice anything amiss. However, the emerging figures were all skilled fighters, adding to Ye Qing's mounting pressure. Chapter 26. Tianyong City. One figure pursuing Ye Qing suddenly collapsed, not even having time to shout before meeting his end. Ye Qing ceased his flight, leaping onto a rooftop to confront the 4 skilled guards chasing him. They too had taken to the nearby rooftops, swords gleaming in their hands. At that moment, dozens of servants poured forth, each wielding various weapons. Ye Qing, noticing their lack of strength, seized the opportunity to ambush the ordinary servants, confident he could take down several. Instead of fleeing, he leaped from the rooftop, racing towards the servants, forcing the 4 skilled fighters to intervene. For swift sword strikes whistled through the air. But Ye Qing's small frame moved even faster, a shadow diving downwards. With precision, he released 2 more ice arrows, and 2 more guards fell. This person wields demonic arts. One guard shouted loudly, "Not demonic arts, but spells. He's a cultivator." One of the skilled fighters gasped in astonishment. The 4 exchanged glances, realizing they were up against a cultivator. Upon hearing the term cultivator, the ordinary servants scattered in retreat. Ye Qing, moving with remarkable speed, struck down 2 more guards before the remaining servants could adequately defend themselves. As they realized he was a cultivator, they quickly distanced themselves, leaving Ye Qing with no further opportunities to attack. Concerned about prolonging the encounter, he swiftly approached the walls and climbed over, with no one daring to pursue him. Upon returning to the southern capital, Ye Qing let out a sigh of relief, shedding his disguise and reflecting on the battle. His small stature could indeed be a vulnerability, with enmity towards the Yin family and appearing as a mere child. It was likely that someone would connect the dots regarding his identity. I must consult with my ancestor. Ye Qing still trusted Emperor Xuan Qiong. After all, he was a deity who had experienced much and possessed broader insights than himself. Ancestor, the servants have seen me as a child. Will they suspect me? Ye Qing communicated telepathically to Emperor Xuan Qiong. It's hard to say. Don't let your guard down. Remain vigilant. Your ice arrow technique is rather weak, clearly indicating you are a novice cultivator. If several skilled mortals were to attack you, victory is not guaranteed, Emperor Xuan Qiong analyzed. Ancestor, please teach me a technique to rapidly enhance my cultivation. That way, I won't have to worry. Ye Qing expressed his dissatisfaction regarding the slow progress of the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra. I told you, the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra is the most suitable for you. Just focus on your training. Mere mortals are not worth your concern. But no buts. If I were to emerge, I could obliterate an entire realm with a mere gesture. Do you still doubt my words? To obliterate a realm with a finger snap? You must be boasting. Ye Qing muttered under his breath. Ancestor, there is one more matter I wish to discuss. My personal maid wishes to cultivate alongside me. Can the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra be passed on to her? Thinking of Su Qing, Ye Qing inquired, do you think anyone can cultivate? That would make cultivation far too easy. It requires innate talent. Without it, teaching her would be futile. Do not waste time. Focus on enhancing your own abilities. Once you reach a higher level, seek a spiritual vein and cultivate nearby to expedite your path to enlightenment. Emperor Xuan Qiong replied with a hint of impatience. Oh, so it can be passed to her. But whether she can cultivate depends on her fortune, correct? Ye Qing asked again. Emperor Xuan Qiong fell silent. The following morning, Su Qing arrived at the loft, where Ye Qing had already awakened from meditation and was practicing with a sandbag in the courtyard. His recent practice had indeed enhanced his physical conditioning. Now, he consumed several bowls of rice daily, nearly matching an adult's appetite. Young master, seeing you return safely brings me great relief. Shall I prepare breakfast for you? Su Qing said cheerfully. Yes, do so. Soon, I will teach you spells, but whether you can cultivate depends on your fate, Ye Qing replied, observing Su Qing. The girl was indeed charming and adorable. With proper guidance, she would surely become an excellent talent in the future. Thank you, young master. Su Qing joyfully departed. Hundreds of miles away, in another city, Tianyong City, this was the domain of Duke Ji Wui, encompassing even Anan City within its territory. Tianyong City was considerably larger than Anan City, and its commerce was thriving. My lord, we have received word from Anan that they were attacked by a cultivator. You should take a look. Just as Yen Ruhai, the head of the Yin family, entered, an elder hurriedly approached him, handing him a letter. This was a vast estate, recently acquired by Yen Ruhai. The elder delivering the letter was his trusted confidant, a rare talent in business. Fiercely loyal to Yen Ruhai, to expand the Yin family's business, it is essential to broaden their ventures. Moreover, Yen Ruhai harbors aspirations of aligning himself with the esteemed Lord Shibwa, which prompts him to bring trusted confidants to assess the situation in Tianyong City, hoping to establish operations there. This residence serves as their foothold in Tianyong City. As Yen Ruhai peruses the letter from Yen Lang, a look of concern washes over his face. How could they have offended a cultivator? Could it be that the news of the or has leaked? After finishing the letter, Yen Ruhai remains perplexed. A few servants have perished, yet no valuables have been lost. and the ore remains untouched, which raises questions. Yuan Feng, what is your take on this? Yin Ruhai inquires, glancing toward his loyal aide, Tang Yuan Feng. Master, this young cultivator seems to be a novice in the art of cultivation, unaware of any grievances with our Yin family. I believe it is imperative to investigate this matter promptly, lest it lead to dire consequences. Tang Yuan Feng, a trusted advisor, astutely deduces the crux of the issue. Indeed, cultivators are not to be trifled with. Their wrath can lead to citywide devastation. Could it be that the mischief of Yin Lang has stirred trouble once more? Yin Ruhai reflects on his son's character. Leave this matter to me. You should return to Annan City and swiftly ascertain the cause of this incident. It is of great significance. Mishandling it could spell disaster. Tang Yuanfeng asserts. Very well. I shall depart at once. I trust you to manage things here. I have already made arrangements with Lord Shibua's estate. The city lord of Tianyong is also affiliated with him. Please ensure some silver is sent his way. Frequent visits will be beneficial for our future, Yin Ruhai instructs. Rest assured, master. Travel safely. Tang Yuanfeng replies, calling out to the stable. Quanin, is the horse and provisions ready? Having a capable assistant proves advantageous. Upon receiving the letter, Tang Yuanfeng promptly prepared the horse and supplies. Subsequently, Yin Ruhai gallops back to Annan City. Chapter 27. Rumors in Annan City, have you heard? The Yin family has offended some celestial being and has lost several servants. Indeed, the Yin family has been excessively arrogant, disregarding even the city lord. Serves them right. In recent days, rumors have swirled throughout Annan City, predominantly concerning the happenings of the Yin family. Within the expansive hall of the Yin residence, Yin Ruhai holds a teacup, while Yin Lang sulks with a disgruntled expression. Will you not confess? Did you not drive a girl from the South Heaven Empire to her death by jumping into the river? Yin Ruhai slams the table in fury. Father, she was merely a girl. We had previously been involved, and for some unknown reason, she found herself near our mine. It was just a moment of, you lecherous scoundrel. One day, your actions will bring ruin upon our family. Such heinous deeds are beyond comprehension. You are less than a beast. Yin Ruhai's anger escalates. Father, this incident surely has nothing to do with that girl. You know well that our matron rarely visits the South Heaven Empire. How could she possibly know a cultivator? Yin Lang defiantly retorts, foolishly challenging his father. How dare you? You are courting death. From this day forth, you are forbidden to step outside this house. Should you defy me, you shall be cast out. Yin Ruhai is nearly driven to his wit's end by his eldest son. Someone. Yin Ruhai calls out loudly. Two servants promptly enter, awaiting his command. Lock this rebellious son in the ancestral hall for reflection. Without my permission, he is not to leave. Yin Ruhai orders the servants. Father, what have I done wrong? I refuse to go. Yin Lang protests, still unrepentant. With a sharp crack, Yin Ruhai shatters the teacup in anger, rising to kick Yin Lang on the leg. Begone. You are responsible for this calamity. You shall not leave the ancestral hall for a year. Yin Ruhai's fury is genuine. Take him away. A truly useless child, he commands, and the servants swiftly escort Yin Lang out of the hall. Let me go? Is it merely facing a wall? I've done that countless times since childhood. Yin Lang continues to resist. Fu Bo, summon every servant who was present that day. I wish to interrogate them one by one. Yin Ruhai directs his steward, Yin Fu. With Yin Lang confined, Yin Ruhai relentlessly pursues the assailant. Yet Annan City remains peaceful for several months. During this time, Ye Qing is finally able to focus on his cultivation. After the incident with the Yin family, they seem to have subdued their previous arrogance. The servants no longer behave as brazenly as before. In the rear courtyard of the South Heaven Empire, in front of the small building where Ye Qing and Su Qing reside, young master, is the peculiar energy I feel within me the true qi cultivated through practice? Su Qing suddenly inquires of Ye Qing one morning. Indeed. Why do you ask? Have you cultivated true qi? Ye Qing responds, astonished. Yes, young master. I sat in meditation all night, and this morning I discovered a strange flow of energy within me. Have I reached the innate realm? Su Qing exclaims with delight. Splendid. Continue to strive. Once you break through to the first layer of qi cultivation, mastering the celestial arts will be a certainty. I am not well versed in other aspects of cultivation, but we shall ascend together. Ye Qing joyfully declares. Qing, what is you in such high spirits? Ye Ernyang unexpectedly approaches with a bundle. Nothing much, mother. Have you brought me more gifts? You have already sent many things these days. There's no need to send more. I will ask for what I need, Ye Qing says, recognizing the bundle likely contains clothes or shoes. Ye Qing is unaware, but since he began practicing various body refinement techniques, he has been growing rapidly. A child not yet 3 years old, he is noticeably taller and sturdier than his peers. Nourished by the spiritual energy within, He suffers no ailments, and after daily training, his appetite is insatiable. Even 2 servings of food cannot match his consumption. Qing, why have you grown so much lately? You hardly resemble a 3-year-old child. Over the past few months, Ye Qing has watched Ye Qing grow, noting the astonishing pace of his development, prompting her to prepare more clothing for him soon. Is it not good that I am growing up quickly? Ye Qing responds, gradually developing affection for Ye Qing. Indeed, it is wonderful for you to grow up quickly. Once you are grown, you can marry a wife. Ye Qing replies with a hopeful gaze. As a single mother managing the vast South Heaven Empire, she often faces exploitation, primarily due to a lack of a dependable man. When powerful figures visit the empire, she must personally attend to them, sometimes enduring their unwanted advances. Once you are grown, you may choose any girl from the South Heaven Empire, Ye Qing assures him. Su Qing stands nearby, silently reflecting. The young master is destined to be a celestial being. How could he possibly be interested in these mortal women? Perhaps I would be a more suitable match, as I too am on the path to becoming a celestial being. Mother, if I grow up and wish to leave this place, what will you do? Ye Qing unexpectedly asks. What do you mean? Isn't it good to stay here, enjoying good food and drink? Ye Qing is taken aback. Mother, I wish to cultivate immortality, so when I grow up, I will surely seek my own destiny. Ye Qing, with the perspective of an adult, prepares Ye Qing for the possibility of his departure, hoping to soften the blow of future separation. Qing, you are still young. Perhaps when you grow up, your aspirations will change. Ye Qing responds, not surprised, for who does not harbor a dream of immortality? Indeed, Ye Qing nods in agreement. Ye Qing did not wish to confront Ye Qing head-on, for he found himself with nowhere to go. Here, he was free from the concerns of sustenance and shelter, and could devote himself to his cultivation. Moreover, the vengeance for his birth mother, Lu Xiaofeng, remained unavenged, and the Yin family still roamed freely in this world. However, this situation would not persist for long. Given a few more months, he believed he would surely break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. During these months, Ye Qing had ascended another level, now achieving the 2nd layer of qi refinement. With the divine presence of Emperor Xuan Qiong, he could pursue any technique he desired, for Emperor Xuan Qiong could almost certainly procure it for him. In recent days, Ye Qing had also practiced some assassination techniques and various auxiliary skills, such as the rain technique and earth escape technique, among other simple spells. At this rate of cultivation, he would likely reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement in a few months. At that stage, he would be able to wield magical artifacts, though he currently possessed none. Emperor Xuan Qiong had stated that once he attained the 3rd layer, the Yin family would have cause to fear him, and he would then directly storm their home, leaving a river of blood in his wake, sparing neither man nor beast. Chapter 28. Recruiting Disciples. Brother God, do not be angry. I am merely seeking a companion. Ye Qing exclaimed. The path of immortality is exceedingly long. Who would wish to sit in solitude all day? Furthermore, I shall need a wife when I grow up. Emperor Xuan Qiong, unaware that Su Qing was also training alongside Ye Qing, erupted in fury upon learning the truth during their conversation, as he believed that teaching Su Qing would waste an inordinate amount of time. Ye Qing was left to plead earnestly with the temperamental deity. He had previously mentioned this, but Emperor Xuan Qiong had dismissed the notion, believing that a mere maid could not possibly possess the aptitude for spiritual roots. To his surprise, the young girl Su Qing not only sensed spiritual energy, but seemed to do so with remarkable speed, having already reached the 1st layer of qi refinement. In Tianyong City, within a vast estate in the southern district, extensive renovations were underway. Outside the estate, on a notice board, an announcement was posted. The notice indicated that the estate would be transformed into a school named Bishan Academy, funded by the Marquis of Shibua, with the aim of cultivating talent to serve his house. Children aged between 8 and 12 were invited to apply. Those selected would receive free education, food, and lodging, and would eventually manage various affairs within the Marquis' domain. It sounded akin to training civil servants, whether by design or coincidence. This announcement was rumored to be an immortal sect recruiting disciples. The news spread like wildfire across the Shibua territory, prompting numerous families and nobles to send inquiries about its authenticity. If a family could produce even one cultivator, it would bring unparalleled honor to them. The common people's yearning for immortality is an insatiable longing. In 6 months, the academy would open, and from this day forth, registration could be done at the Qinglong Inn opposite the academy. Should cultivators hear this news, they would immediately surmise that a sect was seeking disciples. Although the realms of immortals and mortals ostensibly do not interfere with one another, the sects discreetly delineate territories and maintain supportive factions within the mortal realm. Thus, There exists a complex web of relations between the two worlds, with many matters requiring the aid of mortal forces to accomplish. Initiatives like disciple recruitment serve as a guise to swiftly gather children of appropriate age, facilitating the selection of those with innate spiritual talent. At this moment, a throng of suitable children was being sent to Tianyong City, and a long queue extended for miles outside the Qinglong Inn. Uncle Tang, please accompany me. If I am selected, our family will have a cultivator. In the estate of the Yin family in Tianyong City, Yin Ruhai's second son, Yin Feng, clung to Tang Yuan Feng, hoping he would accompany him to register. Young master, let us wait until the master returns. After all, there is still half a year until the registration deadline. Yin Feng insisted. But what if the slots fill up before I can register? Wouldn't I miss my chance? He replied. However, the master has not instructed me. If anything goes awry, how shall I explain myself to him? Tang Yuan Feng sighed, caught between the master's orders and the young master's wishes. Very well, I shall accompany you. This is a good opportunity, and I believe the master would approve. Tang Yuan Feng resolved. Of course, you are unaware of how fervently my father hoped for a cultivator in our family when that immortal visited us. Unfortunately, I was away with my mother at my grandmother's, and we missed the chance for the immortal to assess us. This time, with rumors of a sect recruiting disciples. I simply must go, Yin Feng declared. Your words resonate. I shall pen a letter to inform the master of this matter, and then we shall proceed to register. Tang Yuan Feng recalled the day the immortal had come to the Yin family to purchase a mineral. Tianyong City lies over 100 miles from Annan City, and even on horseback, the journey takes about 3 days. At the Yin family estate in Annan City, a servant rushed back from Tianyong City, delivering Tang Yuan Feng's letter to Yin Ruhai. Ah, splendid. Yin Fu quickly spread the word. Summon all children aged 8 to 12 from the Yin family, including the offspring of servants. Gather them all. Yin Ruhai exclaimed joyfully upon reading the letter, immediately instructing the steward. Master, what news brings you such joy? Yin Fu inquired. A fateful opportunity has arrived. Rumors abound that a sect in Tianyong City is recruiting disciples. If our Yin family could produce a cultivator, it would be a moment of great triumph. Yin Ruhai proclaimed, his excitement palpable. Very well, I shall make the arrangements at once. Yin Fu shared in the excitement. Recalling how the last time the immortal had visited, all members of the Yin family had been scrutinized for their spiritual roots. Yet many children were still young and their potential undetectable. Now, those children had grown. As Yin Fu set about gathering the children, Yin Ruhai hurried into the back room, opening a hidden door to access the underground vault. Navigating through several iron gates, he finally arrived at the innermost chamber of the underground treasury, where a final mechanism guarded the entrance. After a few moments of fiddling, a concealed door swung open. Entering the secret chamber, Yin Ruhai found several distinct minerals, each differing in composition. On a pedestal lay a brocade box. Approaching carefully, he opened the box to reveal a pale golden token. This token had been left to him by the cultivator from Qingyan Mountain, symbolizing the promise that should any descendant of the Yin family awaken their spiritual roots, they could present this token at Qingyan Mountain and gain entry to the sect. If only Fenger possesses spiritual roots, Yin Ruhai mused, a look of hope crossing his face. He tucked the token into his chest and hurriedly exited the underground chamber. Yin Fu, prepare a swift steed for me. I shall journey to Tianyong City with Ling Tian, he called out as he entered the hall. Urgency etched upon his features. Ling Tian, recognized as the most skilled martial artist within the Yin household, was his chosen companion. Master, shall these gathered children also be sent to Tianyong City? Yin Fu inquired. Indeed, send more martial artists to accompany them, ensuring a safe journey, came the reply. Understood, Master. However, there is another matter. Young Master Yin Fu is concerned that with Yin Ruhai's departure, no one will be able to manage Yin Lang. So he wishes to consult Yin Ruhai first. Let that ungrateful child accompany the other children to Tianyong City. I cannot rest easy leaving him in Annam City. Yin Ruhai's face darkened at the thought of Yin Lang's misdeeds. Chapter 29. Trust young master, have you heard? There are sects in Tianyong City recruiting disciples. As dusk fell, the two were dining in the courtyard, and Su Qing remarked. Su Qing, who did not practice during the day, occasionally wandered the front courtyard. Today, she had heard the rumors about the sects recruiting in Tianyong City and had inquired further. Recruiting disciples? What are the requirements? Tell me everything you learned. Ye Qing's curiosity was piqued. After listening, Ye Qing's eyes sparkled as he closed them, adopting a contemplative demeanor, secretly communicating with the divine presence in his mind. Great God! I have learned that a sect in Tianyong City is recruiting disciples, and many children of appropriate age are heading there. Should I also go? Ye Qing sought counsel from the divine being. Yes, you must go. When will you elevate your cultivation in this desolate place? However, you are still so young that your spiritual roots are not yet apparent. Would they accept you? The divine presence pondered Ye Qing's concerns. Brother, have you forgotten that I have a disciple? She is already 8 years old and has reached the second level of qi refinement. Surely she can be accepted. I can accompany her, can't I? Ye Qing thought innocently. Huh, you think it's that simple? If someone asks why an ordinary person like you has reached the second level of qi refinement, how will you explain it? The divine presence queried. Well, I can say it's due to a fortuitous encounter. I had a bowl of bean pudding, and thus attained the second level of qi refinement. Who would investigate that? Ye Qing rambled. Haha, you clever little rascal. Indeed, everything has its cause and effect. Such fortuitous encounters are also hard to explain. We shall see. Remaining here is not a long-term solution. The spiritual energy is thin, and there are no elixirs for cultivation. Progress is painfully slow. The divine presence longed for Ye Qing to have a better cultivation environment, one with the necessary foundational and core elixirs. Joining a sect is the only way to thrive, to grow in someone else's nest. Then I can continue practicing the 5-element Ascension Sutra, can I? Well then, go quickly. Try not to reveal that you possess magical abilities. This world is not as simple as you think. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life, the divine presence cautioned. Ha, great God, are you worried that if I perish, you will never escape? Ye Qing chuckled. Spare me the nonsense. If you die, I can simply find another. You think your mediocre spiritual roots are exceptional? The divine presence retorted, but having observed Ye Qing's potential in the 5-element Ascension Sutra, it recognized that he possessed a hint of all 5 spiritual roots, which was indeed the most reliable and optimal aptitude. All things in the world arise from the interplay of the 5 elements. Thus, the 5-element roots align with the laws of nature. All right, ancestor, I shall heed your words. You are the elder, and I am but a junior. Is that satisfactory? Ye Qing, despite being a cultivator, still bore the demeanor of a street urchin. Hey, kid, can you trust that maid of yours? Be cautious. If you teach her to cultivate, she may one day surpass you and turn against you. Always maintain a sense of vigilance. The divine presence, as a seasoned entity, offered Ye Qing some advice. Ancestor, not everyone should be viewed with suspicion. As the saying goes, I would rather the world betray me than betray the world. Ye Qing suddenly quoted Liu Bei. You fool. When the world betrays you, you won't even realize how many times you've nearly perished. Do you understand the most important thing between people? Ye Qing then asked with unexpected maturity. I do not, do you? The divine presence replied, amused by the banter. The essence of human connections is trust. Ye Qing declared. Haha, you are indeed naive. You trust others, but can they trust you? The divine presence laughed. Ye Qing fell silent, realizing that the perspective of an earthling differed greatly from that of a being from the celestial realm. He would need to educate this celestial deity in the future. Sister Qing, I have a serious question for you. I need your help. Will you assist me? Ye Qing fixed his gaze on Su Qing. Young master, what do you mean? You are my master and benefactor. I will certainly help you in your time of need. In truth, Su Qing was an innocent girl, while Ye Qing, despite his youthful appearance, possessed a maturity beyond his years. I need you to go to Tianyong City to join the sect recruiting disciples. And take me with you. The pace of cultivation here is far too slow. We must seek a more suitable environment, Ye Qing explained. But, young master, will they accept me? Su Qing asked, her concern evident. They will. I suspect your aptitude is not lacking in such a short time. Your cultivation has already caught up to mine. It would be normal for you to surpass me in the future, Ye Qing reassured her. That cannot be. You are the most formidable. I suspect my aptitude is not great. Yours is certainly superior, Su Qing replied. When shall we depart, young master? She inquired. But what about mother? My contract still binds me to her. Su Qing hesitated, recalling her obligations to Ye Yang. We will leave quietly. I don't know how to explain to her, so I will leave her a letter, Ye Qing said, wary of informing Ye Yang, fearing unforeseen consequences. Very well. I shall follow your lead. Su Qing's anticipation about joining the sect was palpable. Leaving the brothel was already a monumental blessing, and the prospect of cultivating immortality and becoming a revered figure was beyond her imagination. Before they left, Ye Qing added, there is one more matter to address. By the way, Sister Qing, how is your fireball technique coming along? Young master, I haven't practiced it. This place is not suitable for training, and I fear being discovered. Su Qing explained. What about the ice arrow technique? I intend to eliminate the Yin family, and having an ally would be more reliable, Ye Qing suggested. I have indeed practiced the ice arrow technique. Would you like to see my progress? Su Qing stood, eager to demonstrate her newly acquired skills. Just as Ye Qing and Su Qing were engaged in discussion, Ye Ernyong stealthily approached Ye Qing's courtyard. The lush trees provided excellent cover, and she moved quietly, unnoticed. At that moment, Ye Qing was about to witness Su Qing's mastery of the ice arrow technique. Suddenly, Su Qing conjured an arrow of ice, reminiscent of winter droplets frozen solid. With a flick of her wrist, the arrow shot forth, piercing a nearby tree trunk with a resounding thud, causing the entire tree to tremble and a few leaves to gently fall. Chapter 30. The Truth. Ye Ernyong gasped, startled by the astonishing display. Her exclamation simultaneously startled Ye Qing and Su Qing. Who? Mother, what brings you here? Upon seeing Ye Ernyong, Ye Qing's heart sank with alarm, for she had certainly witnessed the incident where Su Qing had unleashed the ice arrow. As Ye Ernyong approached, her gaze fell upon the tree trunk not far away, where an ice arrow thrown by Su Qing was still embedded. Mother, I did not intend to deceive you. I merely feared that if you learned the truth, it might lead to peril for us, Ye Qing stated. Are you and Qing both cultivators? Ye Ernyong inquired with a hint of confusion. Yes, mother. Since you have seen, I shall reveal the truth. Qing and I have a master who is a cultivator. He visits us nightly to teach us celestial arts and has promised to take us away. I was just about to seek your blessing to depart, Ye Qing confessed, wishing to take leave from this place. Qing is it? Ye Qing fabricated a reason, acknowledging her identity as a cultivator while also preparing a justification for leaving the southern heavenly capital. Qing remained silent, merely nodding, as she understood Ye Qing's intentions. Qing, you are not deceiving me, are you? How could I be unaware if a master cultivator were to come here? Ye Ernyong expressed her skepticism. Mother, I have already told you that my master is a celestial being. Celestials possess great abilities. How could the common folk here know of him? Ye Qing explained. Qing, you are still so young. Would it not be better for me to find you a master cultivator when you are a bit older? Why must you leave? Ye Ernyong insisted, unwilling to accept Ye Qing's words, hoping she would stay by her side. Mother, your care for me is evident, but cultivation requires a conducive environment. What place is the southern heavenly capital? If I remain here, my progress in cultivation will stagnate. Qing, I may not understand the ways of cultivation, but I know the world outside is harsh, and you will suffer. Mother, I have made my decision. There is no need for further persuasion. A silence fell between them. Perhaps Ye Qing's resolve had pierced Ye Ernyong's heart. Will you return, Qing? Ye Ernyong's eyes, filled with reluctance, reflected her understanding that she could not retain Ye Qing. Rest assured, I shall return. If one day I achieve success in my cultivation, I will bring you along, allowing you to experience a life akin to that of celestial beings. Qing, I have one more request. Can you tell me what truly happened to my birth mother? I already know who our enemies are, but I do not understand what transpired that day. Why did my mother go missing? Ye Qing realized that Ye Ernyong would not neglect Lu Xiaofeng's death. She must have discreetly investigated the matter. Ye Ernyong was taken aback by the sudden inquiry, uncertain whether to disclose the truth to Ye Qing. The Yin family was powerful, far beyond her capabilities as a brothel owner to contend with. Moreover, if Ye Qing learned the truth and sought revenge recklessly, it would only lead to her demise. Forget your birth mother. I am here for you. If you must leave, I will not stop you, but if you seek vengeance, I will never allow it. With these words, Ye Ernyong tacitly acknowledged Lu Xiaofeng's demise. Ye Qing's eyes reddened, and she clenched her teeth, vowing silently. Mother, I am already a cultivator. Do you think I lack the ability to avenge my birth mother? While it is true that the Yin family has skilled fighters for protection, both Qing and I have nearly mastered our celestial arts. Before I depart, I intend to annihilate the Yin family to avenge my mother. Consumed by grief over the loss of her beloved, Ye Qing was filled with righteous fury. Very well. Since you are resolute, then demonstrate your capabilities to me. Ye Ernyong understood that Ye Qing would not heed her pleas to abandon the pursuit of vengeance. Yet if she was to seek retribution, she must possess the means to do so. With a sudden force, Ye Qing conjured a ball of fiery energy in her hands and struck it down upon the floor, producing a resounding boom. Subsequently, she unleashed her ice arrow technique, causing a nearby tree to tremble violently. This was the full extent of Ye Qing's power. If she reached the fourth or fifth layer of qi refining, it might have pierced through. Qing, show mother a few spells as well. I wish for you to take me with you in seeking vengeance. Ye Qing gestured to Su Qing. Ye Ernyong was left astonished upon witnessing the fireball coalescing in Ye Qing's hands, finally confirming the truth behind Ye Qing's words. Qing, I had no idea you had grown so powerful. This celestial art indeed seems remarkable. I can now rest easy. Nevertheless, you must seriously consider the matter of vengeance. Mother, regardless of the circumstances, I will not let the Yin family go unscathed. Please tell me what you know. Ye Qing implored. Very well, I will tell you. The day after your mother went missing, I dispatched individuals to investigate the events thoroughly. The one responsible for your mother's death is none other than Yin Lang, the eldest son of the Yin family. Ye Qing's gaze grew dim, likely blurred by tears. That day, my sister Fenger was pushing a cart to gather sand when, for reasons unknown, she encountered that villain from the Yin family. Yin Lang, knowing your mother was a woman, sought to take advantage of her. Your mother, a fragile woman, could only cry out for help, hoping someone would come to her aid. Yet, near the Yin family's mine, even the miners dared not intervene. Ultimately, your mother was forced to jump into the river to save herself. My men found a bag of sand on the riverbank and learned from the miners that your mother had indeed cried out for help. But under the interference of the Yin family's overseer, no one dared to assist. As she recounted this, Ye Qing looked at Ye Qing with affectionate concern. Ye Qing held a deep fondness for Ye Qing, envisioning a future where she could find a suitable bride for him and pass on the entire estate of the southern heavenly capital. However, that future seemed impossible now, as Ye Qing was determined to pursue cultivation and had already acquired some skills. Cultivators often look down upon the mundane wealth of mortals. Qing'er, if you openly seek revenge, this brothel may very well cease to exist. If you truly hold any affection for me, please abandon this idea. Wait until you possess the strength to protect everyone here before seeking vengeance. Will you? Ye Qing implored as she saw Ye Qing lost in thoughts of Lu Xiaofeng's death. Mother, you need not worry. I will handle this without implicating you. Are you aware of the recent incident where the Yin family's servants were slain? That was my doing. I only regret that my strength was insufficient at the time to obliterate the Yin family entirely. However, with my current abilities and Qing'er's assistance, it will be a simple task to destroy the Yin family. Ye Qing was acutely aware of Ye Qing's concerns. The Yin family was the most powerful merchant in Anan City, with connections everywhere. If it became known that Ye Qing was responsible for their downfall, the southern heavenly capital would not enjoy peace. Ye Qing sighed heavily. The prospect of Ye Qing leaving seemed to weigh heavily upon her. Qing'er, please postpone your departure for a few days. I have not spent enough time with you, and I do not know when we might meet again. Ye Qing's face bore the marks of reluctance. She had never imagined that Ye Qing would leave, let alone so soon. It had been less than a year since Lu Xiaofeng's death, though she had treated Ye Qing well during this time. She had been preoccupied with managing the affairs of the southern heavenly capital, leaving them little time to dine together. Mother, I swear to the heavens that as long as I live, I will return to see you. While cultivators often forsake their familial bonds and seek to sever ties with the mundane world, I am not like that. Those ties hold no significance for me. Ye Qing declared with unwavering conviction. Indeed, Qing'er has truly matured. Ye Qing observed intently, perhaps contemplating the thorny path Ye Qing would tread in her pursuit of cultivation. Mother, Sister Qing'er has also become a cultivator. Please return her contract of servitude. With Qing'er by my side, you can rest assured. Ye Qing effortlessly resolved Su Qing's matters. Second mother, once I truly become a cultivator, I shall repay your great kindness doubly. Su Qing expressed. Taking good care of Qing'er is the greatest repayment you can offer me. You are both admirable. Producing 2 cultivators is a source of pride for our South Heavenly Imperial Capital. Ye Qing's spirits lifted. Qing'er, may I meet your master? Ye Qing suddenly inquired. Mother, I will ask my master tonight. However, he once instructed me never to mention him to anyone. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have shared this with you. Ye Qing lied, continuing his fabrications. Mother, you must not speak of our cultivation to outsiders. Otherwise, it could bring us grave peril, Ye Qing cautioned. Understood. At this moment, the Yin family estate in Anan City was deserted. The entire Yin family had departed in a grand procession toward Tianyong City, leaving only a few distant relatives behind. Within the estate, only a handful of Yin family servants remained to guard the vast Yin family property. Of course, the Yin family's mines were still in operation, managed by Yin Dong, one of Yin Ruhai's trusted aides. That night, Ye Qing donned a dark outfit and stealthily infiltrated the Yin estate. He searched the quarters where the Yin family resided, discovering many were unoccupied, with only a few servants huddled in a small courtyard, drinking and gambling. Strange. Where have the Yin family members gone? Have they moved out knowing I would come to cause trouble? Ye Qing murmured from the shadows. The expansive estate was eerily quiet, clearly lacking residents. Ye Qing intended to eliminate members of the Yin family, but these servants were merely minor guards. Their demise would serve no purpose. Subsequently, Ye Qing returned to the South Heavenly Imperial Capital. Young master, what did your investigation reveal? Can we act tomorrow night? Su Qing awaited Ye Qing's return, candlelight flickering. Strange. Has the Ye family caught wind of something? The entire Yin estate now only has a handful of servants left, Ye Qing remarked while removing his disguise. Fled? But the Yin family still has a large mine in operation. That seems unlikely. Su Qing expressed her doubts. Yet, the Yin estate was indeed deserted. Young master, could it be related to the recruitment by the cultivation sect? The Yin family may have migrated entirely to Tianyong City. With their wealth, this could be trivial for them. Though young, Su Qing analyzed the situation astutely, matching Ye Qing's thoughts. It is indeed reasonable. Let us hasten our journey. If we can intercept the Yin family en route, we shall annihilate them, for a family of their size cannot travel swiftly. Ye Qing stated. Young master, what about second mother? Didn't she say you should stay a bit longer? Su Qing asked. Whether I leave early or late, I must depart eventually. Why linger over it? We can always return later, but missing this opportunity to eradicate the Yin family may prove difficult. Ye Qing's expression hardened. He was inherently ruthless, and his nature as a rogue would not change. All right, I shall inquire into when the Yin family departed. Surely such a large group would create a considerable stir. Su Qing said, tomorrow morning, I will speak with mother and prepare the carriage. Once you gather the necessary information, we shall leave. I believe mother will understand my decision. Ye Qing asserted. The next day, a burly man swiftly drove a carriage through the city gates toward Tianyong City. Inside the carriage, two children sat quietly. Although both possessed the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement, lacking flying artifacts, they had nothing else. It is nearly impossible for ordinary people to encounter cultivators, let alone to find their possessions in the mortal realm. Thus, Emperor Xuan Qiong earnestly wished for Ye Qing to join a cultivation sect, as it would provide protection and a means to acquire elixirs and artifacts. The combat prowess of cultivators relies not only on their cultivation level, but also on the power of their artifacts, spells, and martial techniques. Young master, it has been 2 days. I wonder if we can catch up? Su Qing inquired. We certainly can. However, as this is our first journey, I fear we may lose our way. This coachman boasts confidence, yet I remain skeptical. Ye Qing, in haste, had chosen this coachman carelessly, and when leaving, Ye Ernyang had insisted on providing him with over 1,000 taels of silver, which Ye Qing could not refuse. Coupled with the over 100 taels he acquired from Yin family servant Wu Laoda, this hefty sum of silver was quite tempting. The coachman had shown particular interest in Ye Qing's bundle when negotiating the fare, raising concerns about encountering a deceitful driver. Ye Qing was not worried about the coachman posing a threat to them. He was merely concerned that the man might not genuinely wish to take them to Tianyong City, which would indeed be problematic. After a bumpy afternoon, they arrived at a small town by evening, planning to rest there for the night before continuing their journey in the morning. This town may be small, but its location between Annan City and Tianyong City attracted many merchants and travelers. A casual inquiry revealed they were on the right path. It seems this coachman is relatively honest, Ye Qing thought to himself. However, as Emperor Xuan Qiong advised, one must always remain vigilant. The coachman did harbor ill intentions, but the opportunity to act had not yet presented itself. Chapter 32. A bed welcome, esteemed guests. Please come in. The innkeeper greeted Ye Qing and his companions. Innkeeper, we would like 1 deluxe room and 1 standard room, Su Qing softly requested. Certainly, esteemed guests. Please have a seat. Your rooms will be prepared shortly, the innkeeper replied, eyeing the trio with curiosity, unsure of their relationship. Qing, what would you like to eat? I'm quite hungry after this bumpy journey, Su Qing remarked. They had previously decided to refer to each other as siblings, allowing for the possibility of Su Qing bringing Ye Qing along should she join a cultivation sect. Sister Qing, order whatever you desire. I am not picky. Uncle Feng, feel free to choose what you like as well. We have the means, Ye Qing said, patting his bundle. The coachman had introduced himself as Lu Feng, so the 2 children called him Uncle Feng. The sight of a burly man accompanying 2 small children, seemingly taking orders from them, drew the innkeeper's attention. Thank you, young master. I shall not be polite then. The coachman then ordered several meat dishes and a jug of fine wine. Wine could relieve fatigue, and although Ye Qing was tempted to have a sip, he resisted, considering the pressing matters at hand. Besides, he was still in a child's body and unsure of his tolerance for strong alcohol. After a hearty meal, the coachman retired to a standard room while the 2 children proceeded to the deluxe room. Upon opening the door, they found only 1 bed inside, causing Su Qing's face to flush with embarrassment. Ye Qing, however, was unfazed, having shared beds with countless underage girls in his past life. He did not consider it a matter of concern. Yet, Su Qing, being a girl, felt it necessary to maintain some modesty. Young master, You should take the bed. I'll sit in meditation. Upon noticing the solitary bed, Xuan Qiong promptly remarked, the jolting of the carriage is indeed quite exhausting. A restful slumber would be most welcome. However, meditative practices can also alleviate fatigue, albeit to a lesser extent compared to sleep. Ah, there is but one bed. No matter, you can sleep inside. And I shall take the outer side. We can manage to squeeze in, Ye Qing casually suggested, pointing towards the inner half of the bed. At this, Xuan Qiong's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze to tidy the bedding. The two children, within the confines of the inn's room, appeared akin to newlyweds entering their bridal chamber. Young master, this is rather inappropriate. Xuan Qiong stuttered, her demeanor not quite as carefree. Oh, haha. Are you concerned that I might take advantage of you? Ye Qing teased, his tone playful. Xuan Qiong remained silent, her thoughts betraying their youth. Despite their tender years, they possessed a keen understanding of matters pertaining to the opposite sex. Rest assured, while I may harbor such intentions, I lack the strength to act upon them. Ye Qing reassured her. Sister Qing, do you believe it wise for us to pretend to be siblings? Perhaps we should portray ourselves as a couple instead. In the dead of night, as the two children lay in bed, Ye Qing, unable to remain still, began to tease Xuan Qiong. I would never marry you. You are insufferable. Just let me have one kiss. Just one, my dear sister. The following morning, the sun had already risen high in the sky, yet the two had not yet risen from their slumber. After a night of playful antics, they had achieved little rest, and thus, they had forgotten the need to rise early for their journey. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Esteemed guest, there is someone seeking you downstairs, called the innkeeper's assistant. Who is it? With the sound of knocking breaking through their drowsiness, Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong finally arose, bleary-eyed and reluctant to open the door. After washing and grooming themselves, they descended to partake in a light meal before departing the quaint town to continue their journey. Throughout the day, the coachman grew increasingly curious about the two children. Typically, children from ordinary households would not dare venture far at such a young age, given the turbulent state of the world and the apprehensions of their guardians. Yet, here were Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong, boldly hiring a carriage to journey from Anan City to Tianyong City with a substantial sum of silver, an endeavor not common for children of their age. My young friends, how is it that your elders allow you to travel alone? The world is fraught with dangers. Are you not fearful of encountering nefarious individuals? As they sat in the carriage, feeling stifled, they engaged the coachman in light conversation. Should we encounter any wrongdoers, it would be their misfortune. I actually hope for someone to attempt to rob me, Ye Qing replied, his words laden with implications. The coachman, appearing honest at first glance, exuded an inexplicable aura. Ye Qing, having once been a rogue himself, could easily discern the distinction between good and evil, and he sensed that the coachman harbored ulterior motives. My young friend, such words are reckless. Those bandits are often formidable fighters. Do you possess the ability to defend yourself against them? The coachman inquired. One must try to find out. Ye Qing smiled, retreating into the carriage. This little rascal is quite amusing. He seems to think himself quite capable. What an audacious child. The coachman mused, inwardly scoffing. Wait until you encounter real danger. Then you shall see. Onward. The coachman cracked his whip, urging the horses to gallop swiftly ahead. The winding mountain path stretched over 100 miles, and even the swiftest carriage would require 4 or 5 days to traverse it. Scaling mountains, crossing rivers, and navigating bridges proved challenging, with the ever-present threat of bandit ambushes. A large convoy from the Yin family comprised 4 to 5 dozen carriages, accompanied by hundreds of children of suitable age and several dozen guards on horseback, all making their way to Tianyong City. Young master, the innkeeper mentioned that a large convoy passed here a day ago. We should catch up with them by tomorrow, Xuan Qiong relayed after inquiring about the Yin family's party. Ye Qing merely nodded, casting a glance at the coachman's back as he led the horses. Leaning closer to Xuan Qiong, he cautioned, be wary of the coachman. He gives off an odd vibe. He may be plotting something. While we need not fear a direct confrontation, stealthy attacks are far more insidious and difficult to defend against. Ah, young master, you cannot be serious, Xuan Qiong exclaimed, taken aback by his words. My young friends, the area we are about to pass through is notorious for banditry. It is extremely perilous. You must safeguard your possessions. We should set off at once. The sooner we pass through, the safer we shall be. The coachman urged as he maneuvered the carriage closer. Uncle Foam, where will we be passing through shortly? Is there truly danger ahead? Ye Qing feigned concern. I have been driving carriages for 7 or 8 years, and my greatest fear is the treacherous Dipian mountain ahead. While the peak is not particularly high, it is surrounded by dense forests, and there is but a single path to traverse the pass. making it an ideal location for bandit ambushes, the coachman explained. Are there no alternative routes? Su Qing inquired. None. The journey from Annan City to Tianyong City necessitates passing through this area. Each year, many travelers fall victim to robbery there. Despite repeated military efforts to quell the banditry, the threat persists. I advise you to exercise caution. It is not worth risking your lives over a mere sum of money, the coachman said, cloaking his true intentions under the guise of concern, subtly implying that Ye Qing and Su Qing should not resist should they encounter bandits. Uncle Feng, have you ever encountered bandits? Are you afraid? Ye Qing adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Young master, I am indeed fearful. Those bandits sometimes rob not only for wealth, but also for captives. I find it puzzling that you two seem so unconcerned. Are you, perhaps, martial arts experts? Yet you do not appear to be. The coachman commented as he guided the carriage. Who says we are unafraid? I am well aware that those bandits are ruthless killers. However, we must reach Tianyong City. Ye Qing replied, inciting a sense of adventure. Tales of recruitment by immortal sects in Tianyong City had spread widely, and Su Qing, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, likely belonged to a family nurturing dreams of immortality. Up ahead lies Tapian Mountain. Let us hope we can pass through unscathed today. Coachman Lu Feng pointed towards the distant lush mountains. The road led directly into the heart of the mountains, with only a single path to ascend, which would take several hours. Failing to navigate it in time would leave them traversing the darkened forest at night, a far more terrifying prospect, fraught with dangers from both bandits and wild beasts. Oh, Uncle Feng, please hasten your pace. The sooner we pass this mountain, the more at ease we shall feel, Ye Qing insisted, feigning apprehension while secretly deducing the coachman's potential treachery at some point along Tapian Mountain. Along the way, numerous martial artists on horseback journeying towards Tianyong City caught Ye Qing's eye, stirring a sense of unease within him. These bandit scouts were likely gathering intelligence, and the martial artists appeared to fit the profile of such scouts. Rest assured, young master, it is daytime, and the chances of encountering bandits are significantly reduced. I will quicken our pace to ensure we cross before nightfall. Very well, Uncle Feng, your efforts are much appreciated, Ye Qing responded, retreating into the carriage. Young master, are you truly convinced that the coachman harbors ill intentions? Su Qing quietly inquired. Indeed. Be ready to act at a moment's notice, should an ambush occur. This is the most opportune location, Ye Qing whispered into Su Qing's ear. The carriage gradually slowed, clearly beginning its ascent. As they continued, an unexpected jingling sound reached their ears, the winding path becoming increasingly uneven and bumpy, amplifying the clarity of the sound. Haha, how overtly obvious. Ye Qing thought to himself with a smirk. Sister Qing, when the time comes to act, be careful not to harm the coachman. We are unfamiliar with the terrain and lack the skills to drive the carriage. Should we eliminate him, our journey to Tianyong City would be severely delayed. Ye Qing cautioned quietly to Su Qing. Understood. Although Su Qing was puzzled by Ye Qing's unwavering confidence, she still nodded resolutely. Over this period, Su Qing had developed immense admiration for Ye Qing. A mere 3-year-old child displayed a maturity beyond her own, not only in speech but also in actions. 2 hours later, the carriage continued its ascent up the vast Tapian Mountain. Suddenly, the driver halted the carriage. Uncle Feng, what has happened? Su Qing inquired from within the carriage without stepping out. Ladies, we have arrived at our destination. The driver's voice took on an unexpected tone. Outside the carriage, 3 men had gathered, alongside the driver Lu Feng, totaling 4 bandits. Among them, 2 were burly figures wielding large machetes, while a lean elderly man brandished an iron fan. The elderly man appeared to be the leader. Young master, what should we do? Su Qing, having encountered little in her life, felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the bandits. Haha, did I not tell you? Just watch me, Ye Qing murmured to Su Qing. Lifting the curtain of the carriage, they stepped outside. Ye Qing feigned an expression of surprise and asked, what do you want? This performance was Ye Qing's forte. During his previous life as a ruffian, he had mastered the art of mockery. What do you mean? It's a robbery, can't you tell? The driver Lu Qing retorted. You ruffians should open your eyes and see clearly. How dare you target me? Ye Qing intended to mock the bandits, but as dusk approached, traveling by night seemed unwise. His words, spoken by a 3-year-old, carried an amusing charm. Haha, this little brat is quite amusing, isn't he? What if we toss you into the ravine later? One of the burly men laughed while brandishing his machete. Enough chatter, seize the girl and kill this brat, then throw him into the ravine. The elderly man with the iron fan appeared impatient, irritated that he had to intervene for a mere robbery of children. Suddenly, a fireball materialized in Ye Qing's hand. hurled toward the elderly man. As the apparent leader of the group, eliminating him would instill fear in the others. So close and nearly a surprise attack. The elderly man had no time to react before being engulfed in a strange flame, screaming in agony. The two burly men, initially approaching to seize Ye Qing, froze upon witnessing the manifestation of fire in his hand. A legendary immortal? They gasped in unison. Run. They barely took a few steps before collapsing. Ice arrows lodged in their backs. The driver Lu Qing gazed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, before kneeling and bowing repeatedly, as if pecking for rice. Please spare me, immortal master, he pleaded. With a resounding whoosh, two more fireballs flew from Ye Qing's hand, incinerating the corpses of the two burly men. In no time, the three bandits were reduced to ashes, leaving the battlefield with only the driver Lu Qing still kneeling in supplication. Take us to Tianyong City, and I shall spare your life. An ice arrow suddenly landed in front of the driver. Why yes, Lu Qing stammered, his legs trembling. The carriage resumed its journey, gradually picking up speed as they descended the mountain. Young master, we will soon reach the official road. We are not far from Tianyong City, Lu Qing reported. A group of handsome steeds carried 5 or 6 young individuals, led by Yen Lang, the eldest son of the Yen family, dressed in fine clothing. Accompanying him were his personal bodyguards, followed by a large entourage of carriages and numerous family attendants, all mounted and in tow. Rumor had it they were headed to join a sect of immortals, prompting great excitement among them as they hurried to Tianyong City, thus traveling faster than usual, with little delay along the way. Meanwhile, Ye Qing and Su Qing hastened their pace, but were unable to catch up with the Yen family's procession. As they neared Tianyong City, it seemed they would have to find another opportunity once they arrived. The 4 city gates of Tianyong City were inundated with a continuous influx of people, both youth eligible for recruitment and curious onlookers, filling the city's insta-capacity. The streets were congested, and carriages could only proceed slowly. Chapter 34. The recruitment spectacle in Tianyong City. The inn opposite Bishan Academy was no longer merely a long queue, but was now packed with people, and newcomers could not even enter. Old ancestor, we have entered the city. The allure of this sect recruiting disciples is immense. Ye Qing and Su Qing walked into Tianyong City on foot, having left the driver Lu Feng behind, as Ye Qing had eliminated him to avoid complications for the Southern Heavenly Empire. Sister Qing, should we first inquire about where the sect is recruiting disciples, or seek out where the Yin family is staying? Su Qing asked. Sister Qing, is there any need to inquire? The place with the most people is undoubtedly where the recruitment is taking place. The Yin family's matters can wait. I will ensure they pay the price, Ye Qing replied. Upon entering the city, they were struck by the overwhelming scene before them. In every direction, the streets were teeming with people. In the inn opposite Bishan Academy, 2 young men in gray robes sat in the main hall, resembling scholars. Outside, a group of soldiers maintained order as young men and women were admitted into the inn one by one, only to emerge disheartened shortly after. Brother Chun, what is going on today? We haven't discovered anyone. One of them lamented. Indeed, that will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. The other gray-clad youth replied. Alas, how unfortunate. Why did we draw such a task? The Chun youth expressed his frustration. All right, that will be enough for today. The other gray-robed youth called out to the outside. A month passes swiftly. We must persevere. I just hope my spirit herb does not encounter any issues during this time. The Qin youth mused quietly. If our Qingyan sect could design a celestial bridge like the Xiantian sword sect, we wouldn't have to go through such trouble. Their method allows for batch testing, while we can only probe one by one, expending spiritual energy. It is truly incomparable to those major sects. The other youth sighed. Junior brother Wu, one cannot speak so. Each has its merits. The efficiency of Xiantian sword sect's ascension bridge is undeniable, as it merely assesses spiritual roots and talents. However, the character, bravery, resilience, and integrity of the selected disciples remain unassessed, which could pose a hidden danger to the sect. The Qin youth countered. Yes, perhaps no sect in the entire cultivation world evaluates disciples quite like our Qingyan sect does. I believe the elders are indeed overthinking this, the Wu youth remarked. Thinking back to those tasks in Qingxi town, one cannot help but admire the ingenuity of the predecessors who conceived them. Had I not had companions to guide me, I might have become merely a soldier in the Shibua Marquis' estate. Haha, speaking of Qingxi town, I recall junior brother Dainio. His exploits there were truly earth-shattering. To this day, it remains a humorous tale within our Qingyan sect. The two, having completed their day's work, engaged in idle gossip in the hall. These two were indeed disciples of the Qingyan sect, the sole cultivation sect under the jurisdiction of the Shibua Marquis' estate. Located in the western region of the Shang Kingdom, Qingyan sect lay nestled within the heart of the Qingling mountain range, which encompassed much of the territory governed by the Shibua Marquis. The West Marquis Mansion is a mortal power subtly nurtured by Qingyan Mountain, drawing its vitality from the mortal cities that surround it. Officially, it serves as an academy for the recruitment of students. However, the true purpose is to replenish the bloodline needed by Qingyan Mountain. Thus, news has been deliberately disseminated to attract numerous young men and women of suitable age for selection. The two individuals in the Grand Hall are merely assessing the first round of candidates, determining whether they possess spiritual roots. Those children who exhibit potential are sent to the West Marquis Mansion, awaiting the next assessment in Qingxi Town. Qingxi Town serves as the gateway to the Qingyan sect and acts as a transit point between the realms of cultivation and the mortal world. To gain entry into Qingyan Mountain, one must first pass through Qingxi Town. The evaluations conducted there are notably meticulous and stringent, with a passing rate of about 50% being considered quite favorable. Those who fail the assessments in Qingxi Town are taken under the wing of the West Marquis Mansion for training. Although these individuals cannot join the Qingyan sect, their innate spiritual roots grant them abilities that surpass those of ordinary mortals, even if they only practice mundane martial arts. However, many individuals, upon discovering their spiritual roots, will go to great lengths to seek their fated opportunities, often departing from the West Marquis Mansion, as being unable to enter Qingyan Mountain signifies abandonment. The last recruitment of disciples by Qingyan Mountain occurred over a decade ago. What do the sects prioritize when recruiting disciples? Ye Qing inquired, wishing to gather useful information for Su Qing, as her selection depended on it. Certainly, it's the quality of spiritual roots. For lesser sects, the better the roots, the quicker the cultivation progress. Such disciples are invaluable to the sect, hence the quality of one's spiritual roots directly influences their importance within the sect. As of now, your spiritual aptitude remains unclear. However, judging by the sluggishness in your absorption of spiritual energy, it may indeed be a false spiritual root, Dishi Tian conjectured. A false spiritual root refers to the five-element spiritual roots, does it not? If so, isn't that advantageous? I wonder what kind of spiritual root Miss Qing possesses. It would be wonderful if she could be selected, Ye Qing mused to himself. What is the situation regarding this sect's recruitment of disciples? Please enlighten me. I shall assist you in analysis. It seems that since they have come to the mortal realm to recruit, entering such a sect should not be overly difficult. Dishi Tian remarked, uncertain of the external circumstances. I and Miss Su have entered a city named Tianyong, rumored to be a place where a cultivation sect is recruiting disciples. Presently, the city is teeming with people, all mortals drawn here in search of cultivation opportunities. Yet, we are still unaware of where exactly the sect is conducting its recruitment. Ye Qing explained, in the city? It appears that this sect lacks considerable strength if they require such means to recruit disciples. They might be a minor sect. Dishi Tian commented. A minor sect? I am uncertain about the status of sects, but I know that we have nowhere else to turn. And being sheltered by any sect is already a blessing. Ye Qing reflected on their current predicament with a hint of melancholy. Then strive to cultivate diligently. As long as you possess strength, you will command respect wherever you go, and others will seek your favor, Dishi Tian advised. Yet I still require a place to settle. How does their disciple recruitment operate? It would be beneficial to find someone to inquire, Ye Qing replied. With such a vast number of applicants, it is likely that they merely assess spiritual aptitude superficially. I believe that as long as Miss Su possesses spiritual roots, she will undoubtedly be selected. Is that so? Ye Qing expressed skepticism. To recruit in mortal cities indicates that this sect truly lacks successors. Why do you say that? Isn't recruiting disciples done this way? Ye Qing questioned. Certainly not. Major sects do not need to venture into mortal cities for recruitment. They merely announce the hosting of ascension tournaments. And countless families of cultivators and esteemed lineages will send their talented children. They have no need to rely on mortal cities due to a lack of talent. Their recruitment often involves elders from within the sect casually bringing back exceptionally gifted disciples without the need for such grand announcements, Dishi Tian elucidated. Ah, I see. Then this sect lacks strength. Should we still pursue entry? If you do not, do you have a better option? Having a place to cultivate in peace is already quite commendable. Once your strength increases, you can always seek another place, Dishi Tian replied. Chapter 35, Spiritual Awareness Qing Di. We are nearly there. However, it seems that most people have dispersed. Perhaps today's activities have concluded. Shall we find a place to rest and return tomorrow? Su Qing, being slightly older, had taken on the responsibility of gathering information during their journey. Let us check it out first. We still do not know what cultivators look like. Ye Qing insisted, pulling Su Qiong to continue forward. Look at how crowded it is on the streets. Finding an inn to rest will not be easy, Su Qiong sighed. What is there to fear? We are both cultivators. We can simply find a quiet place to meditate for the night, Ye Qing remarked nonchalantly, unconcerned about their accommodations. Qingdi, this is the place. Is it truly possible that cultivators reside within? Soon, the two arrived at the inn where Qing Yan's sect was recruiting disciples. Although many were observing the establishment, no one dared to enter. At the entrance stood two formidable guards clad in armor, each wielding a sword, standing vigil. Qingdi, let us leave for now and return tomorrow, Su Qiong suggested, apprehensive of the guards. Elder Sister Qing, why seek farther when we can find shelter nearby? This is the place, Ye Qing whispered. Is that wise? What if we provoke the cultivators? Su Qiong expressed her concern. The two whispered among themselves, ensuring no one else could hear their conversation. Eventually, they chose to leave but did not venture far. Instead, they circled around to the back of the inn. The inn, covering several acres, was opulently decorated, suggesting it had a considerable reputation in Tianyong City. However, the interior was eerily silent, seemingly devoid of any occupants. Qingdi, I am somewhat anxious. I have heard that most cultivators are cold and indifferent. What if we intrude upon their cultivation? Su Qiong voiced her worries. What is there to fear? Let us go, Ye Qing boldly declared, leaping over the wall into the inn's courtyard. Su Qiong, with no other choice, followed suit. Unable to restrain Ye Qing. Coincidentally, the two cultivators from Qing Yan's sect had concluded their activities early and left the city on their swords, disappearing without a trace, leaving no one aware of their departure. Ye Qing and Su Qiong tread cautiously through the quiet courtyard, the stillness making Su Qing's palms sweat. Predecessor. Ye Qing called out a few times, but there was no response. No one emerged. It appeared truly empty. Since there is no one here, why worry? Let us find a room to rest for the night. This way, we can avoid the queue tomorrow, Ye Qing said with newfound audacity. Qingdi, I'm feeling hungry. I'll go fetch something to eat. Su Qiong, having not eaten since entering the city, realized night was approaching, and she needed to find something to satiate her hunger. Elder Sister Qing, be careful. Remember to watch over that large bundle. All our silver is inside. Ye Qing cautioned as Su Qiong prepared to leave. Upon considering the amount of silver she carried, Su Qiong felt a twinge of fear at the thought of encountering any miscreants. She took a few coins from her bundle, handed it to Ye Qing, and scaled the wall. Ah, this girl moves quite nimbly, just like a thief from a film, Ye Qing remarked as he took the bundle, watching Su Qiong already vault over the wall. After breaking through to the qi refining stage, the lightness of footwork from mundane martial arts required no further training. Merely observing was sufficient. Scaling walls and leaping to heights became effortless. Such is the nature of cultivators, possessing remarkable abilities that evoke envy and admiration from mortals. Living long lives, surpassing ordinary lifespans, and having access to various elixirs to preserve their youth. Elder Sister Qing, rest assured, we decided to stay for just one night, hoping to avoid any major troubles. Besides, we are practitioners of the way of cultivation ourselves. As the two of them dined, they felt as comfortable as if they were at home. True cultivators. What do we count as cultivators when they could easily dispose of us? Su Qiong remained quite apprehensive. Don't worry, Sister Qing. Master will protect us, Ye Qing whispered suddenly. Master? Is there really a master? How come I've never seen him? Su Qiong asked innocently. I just want to assure you, trust me, there's no need to worry. Besides, without a master to teach me, where would all the techniques we practice come from? Ye Qing replied. He had never mentioned anything about the celestial being trapped in his mind and had no intention of revealing it to Su Qiong. How mysterious. Why can't Master come out to meet us? Su Qiong asked, wide-eyed with curiosity. Master has his reasons for remaining hidden. Just trust me. You can be sure he would never harm me, Ye Qing continued to reassure her. After finishing their meal, they each sought a separate room to meditate and cultivate. Since sharing a bed with Ye Qing a couple of days ago, the young girl had been restless and unable to focus on her cultivation. She found herself reminiscing about the feeling of being beside Ye Qing. Although nothing had happened that night, it felt akin to young lovers holding hands. And she had silently accepted Ye Qing as her future husband. Unable to enter a meditative state, Su Qiong lay down, closed her eyes, and hoped her thoughts would gradually quiet. To her surprise, this moment of introspection allowed her to discover a peculiar phenomenon. She could emanate a probing thought, capable of sensing everything within 100 meters. Outside, two guards were stationed, exchanging their posts. The scene appeared as vividly as if she were witnessing it firsthand. As a novice in cultivation, no one had explained to her the concept of divine consciousness. What she had just released was her own. Divine consciousness is merely a thought, If you wish to know what occurs beyond your sight, you can explore through intent, a skill cultivated by practitioners. This was Xuan Qiong's first experience with divine consciousness, and her curiosity was piqued, akin to discovering a new world. She was eager to see everything. Of course, her greatest curiosity was about what her beloved was doing. She wanted to sneak a glance at Ye Qing. When her consciousness infiltrated Ye Qing's room, she found him staring absent-mindedly at the ceiling, one hand gesturing about, while the other was. Well, she quickly withdrew her consciousness, her face turning crimson, as she buried herself under the covers, feeling utterly bashful. What a rascal! Xuan Qiong scolded inwardly. Achoo! Ye Qing sneezed loudly, startling Xuan Qiong from the adjacent room. Who is cursing me? He mused, rubbing his itchy nose. If only I could grow up immediately. Why must I start all over in this otherworldly realm? I've forgotten what a woman feels like. Ye Qing lamented, absent-mindedly caressing himself. Chapter 36. Qingyan sect. Hey, brother, why are there 2 children running around in the inn? A young man in gray exclaimed in surprise. 2 figures descended from their flying swords, landing in the inn's courtyard as dawn broke. Strange. Why do they still possess traces of spiritual energy? Could they be cultivators? The other man queried, releasing his divine consciousness to investigate further, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. The 2 became immediately vigilant, summoning their magical artifacts, exchanging glances before leaping to the second floor, guarding a single door. Some may wonder, why guard just one door if they occupy 2 rooms? This was because Ye Qing, feeling bored in the middle of the night, knocked on Xuan Qiong's door, feigning the pitiful demeanor of a child too scared to sleep alone. Through persistent coaxing and sweet talk, he managed to fulfill his desire to share a bed with Xuan Qiong once more. Brother, both are mere second-layer qi refinement cultivators, but why do they look so young? One remarked, noting the boy appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, while the girl was barely 7 or 8. Indeed, it perplexes me that a child of such tender age could cultivate without even discovering their spiritual roots, the other mused. Let's just ask them, shall we? Outside stood 2 members of the Qingyan sect, one surnamed Chun, the other Wu. They had descended from the sky and were now conversing in hushed tones. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong were sound asleep in each other's embrace. What should we do now? The Wu surnamed cultivator inquired. We've been outside for quite some time without sensing anything from them. They likely haven't even cultivated their divine consciousness yet. Perhaps they are just children from a cultivation family, seeking to join our Qingyan sect? Chen speculated. I think that is quite possible. Although our Qingyan sect is somewhat weak, we are still superior to those other cultivation families. Wu agreed. Let us go down. We'll know soon enough. They say the lamb noodles in Tianyong City are exquisite. It's been a while since I enjoyed such earthly delights. Let us have a bowl and wait for our esteemed guests to awaken, Chen proposed. Both were early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, having long surpassed the phase of needing to eat or drink, yet they occasionally indulged in earthly cuisine. After all, while cultivators typically do not require sustenance post-abstinence, there is one exception: alcohol. The various fine wines brewed by cultivators are delicious and can aid in restoring spiritual energy, making them an essential item in a cultivator's storage bag. 2 steaming bowls of lamb noodles were served in the inn's hall. Outside, a lengthy queue had already formed, with soldiers maintaining order, and many had been waiting since the previous night. The allure of cultivation is undeniably immense. Regardless of the sect, to these mortals, such existence is beyond reach. Brother, if these 2 truly wish to join our Qingyan sect, how should we handle them? They've already begun practicing basic techniques. They can't be treated like ordinary mortals, the Wu surnamed cultivator mused, wiping his mouth after finishing his bowl. I'm not sure either. Let us send a message back to the sect and consult with Elder Xue, who oversees the recruitment of disciples, Chen suggested. Among the 2, the Chen surnamed cultivator, originally named Chun Tianfu, was a 3rd-layer foundation establishment cultivator, while Wu, named Wu Ingxiong, was at the 2nd layer. Due to Chen's slightly higher cultivation, he took the lead while Wu assisted. Though they had returned to the inn nearly an hour ago, Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong remained blissfully asleep on the 2nd floor. If these 2 don't wake up soon, they'll impede our affairs. Let us make some noise to rouse them. If they are indeed here to respond to the call, we shall proceed as Elder Xue instructs, Chen decided. All right, I shall go, Wu said, rising to head upstairs. With a thunderous crash that echoed through the room, it was as if thunder had struck, a sound produced by Wu using his spiritual power to strike the floor. The noise startled both children awake, and they sprang up, glancing around, only to find nothing amiss. Xuan Qiong, appearing as if still half asleep, promptly shut her eyes again. She did not wish to slumber any longer. Rather, After discerning that there were no anomalies in her surroundings, she closed her eyes to extend her consciousness, attempting to ascertain whether anything unusual lay beyond the door. This exploration startled her. A young man stood outside, garbed in a gray cloth robe, his hair tied back, resembling a scholar. Meanwhile, in the hall below, another individual of similar appearance sat. "Master, there is someone outside," and another below, Xuan Qiong whispered. "You must rise quickly. The person outside is likely a member of a cultivation sect, and the commotion we heard earlier was undoubtedly caused by them." Ye Qing hastily leapt from the bed. A consciousness. Such a young age to have cultivated it. The family of cultivators indeed possesses some secrets. But master, could it be that the young girl is merely a maid? Pondered the elder monk surnamed Wu as he descended the stairs. Xuan Qiong had inadvertently addressed Ye Qing as master when she was startled awake. A detail that did not escape the keen ears of the two Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qingyan sect. Their senses were exceptionally sharp. And since both had released their consciousness, every movement of Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong was within their perception. "Master, the person outside has descended. Shall we simply go out?" Xuan Qiong asked, glancing at her disheveled hair and unkempt attire, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Do you expect us to wash and groom ourselves first? Did you not hear the ruckus just now? They are surely irate. Should we keep them waiting? They might very well take our lives in anger," Ye Qing replied, already dressed in his clothes and shoes. "Just listen to me. Leave the handling of this to me, and refrain from speaking unnecessarily," Ye Qing instructed as he prepared to open the door, turning to Xuan Qiong behind him. "Understood," Xuan Qiong nodded. Creak. The two hastily opened the door and descended the stairs. Ye Qing, skilled in the art of performance, had just feigned indifference, but now wore an expression of deep apology. "Esteemed seniors, my sister and I have long admired both of you, hence our eagerness to enter this inn. Alas, we did not anticipate your absence," Ye Qing spoke earnestly. The two cultivators from the Qingyan sect smiled, but remained silent, merely listening to Ye Qing's embellishments. "The renown of the two seniors is as vast as the mighty rivers enough. Continue and you shall ascend to divinity," interrupted the cultivator surnamed Chun, breaking the flow of flattery. "You are but a child. Why do you fill your mouth with such sycophantic words? Enough of this. State your purpose," inquired the cultivator surnamed Wu. "Esteemed seniors, we have long sought to join your esteemed sect for cultivation. Today, we have intruded, and we hope you will not take offense," Ye Qing replied, adopting a serious demeanor. "It is of no consequence. This city is bustling with people, and this inn is one of the few with vacancies. However, we cannot accept you without understanding your backgrounds," the cultivator surnamed Chen stated. "Esteemed seniors, I am Ye Qing, and this is my sister. We hail from an insignificant family, having encountered some troubles, which prompted us to seek our fortune. Upon hearing that the Tianyong city has a sect recruiting disciples, we hurried here, only to find no inn with available rooms. Thus, we sought refuge here," Ye Qing explained. Indeed, much of this narrative was imparted to him by Emperor Xuan Qiong, as the two had previously conferred. Otherwise, how would a mere child possess such knowledge? With this revelation, the two cultivators from the Qingyan sect understood that some inquiries were best left unasked, yet the overall meaning was clear enough. Since you have already cultivated foundational techniques and possess spiritual roots, accepting you is not out of the question. However, the sect mandates rigorous assessments for all new disciples. For now, you shall await at the West Marquis's residence until the examination is complete, after which you may officially join the Qingyan sect, the cultivator surnamed Chen declared. "Someone, escort these two to the Marquis's residence," he called out to those outside. Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong followed a soldier toward the northwest corner. The West Marquis's residence occupied a vast area in the northwest of Tianyong City, adorned with pavilions, towers, and intricately carved pillars. Instead of walls, a high inner-city wall encircled it, resembling a city within a city. A formidable array of armored guards patrolled the area, their imposing presence evident. This was the residence's military force, with sentinels wielding spears and halberds stationed along the way. To the south of the residence lay a collection of buildings, including a courtyard resembling a school, complete with classrooms, playgrounds, and rows of small rooms. This was an academy established for the training of the children from noble families, now repurposed to accommodate those identified as possessing spiritual roots. At this moment, with Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong included, there were only 8 children in the courtyard, indicating the rarity of those with spiritual roots. Over the past 6 months, attracting even 100 disciples would be considered a success, and of that number, more than half often failed subsequent evaluations. Qingdi, this Marquis's residence is heavily guarded. How shall we exit to locate the residence of the Yin family? Su Qing inquired, having settled into their accommodations. This place resembles a palace, and the martial experts within are not like those of ordinary noble families. To depart quietly is nearly impossible. The sentinels are vigilant day and night. Forcing our way would lead to conflict, branding us as assassins. Master, all methods carry risks. It would be wiser to leave the city outright. If the guards inquire, we can demonstrate our abilities. Surely no one would dare obstruct a cultivator. Su Qing suggested. As she perceived Ye Qing's thoughts were somewhat misguided. Is that feasible? He questioned, somewhat doubtful. I believe it is. The soldier's fear of cultivators is genuine. I trust that if you seek to accomplish something, none will dare to question you. Su Qing reassured him. Very well, let us attempt it. It is still early. We shall return before nightfall, Ye Qing replied, leading Su Qing outward. Please return. Should the celestial masters inquire, we cannot bear the responsibility. One of the sentinels at the city gate obstructed Ye Qing and Su Qing. Are you not aware that we too are celestial masters? Ye Qing retorted, conjuring a sphere of flame in his palm, skillfully manipulating it. After days of practice, this fireball technique had reached an impressive level of mastery for Ye Qing. Forgive our impudence, celestial master. We shall allow passage. The leading soldier quickly averted his gaze, commanding his subordinates to let them pass. Humph. Ye Qing scoffed, striding confidently out of the gate. Su Qing followed closely, merging into the flow of people. Master, I told you it would work. Though we have just entered the Qi refinement stage, we are still perceived as minor celestial beings in the eyes of mortals. This title can certainly intimidate many. Su Qing chuckled. Indeed, we are celestial beings now. Ye Qing laughed heartily. Qingdi, this Tianyong city is truly vast. It's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. We've asked everyone, yet no one knows. Let us return and try again tomorrow. After searching the entire afternoon without success, they discovered that multiple Yin families resided in the city, nearly leading Ye Qing to mistakenly confront the wrong individuals. Very well. We shall continue our search tomorrow. Upon their return to the Marquis's residence, no one questioned them, as it seemed word of their identities as celestial masters had swiftly spread throughout the establishment. As evening fell, two streaks of light rapidly approached, halting above the West Marquis's residence before descending. One figure appeared gaunt, resembling a man in his 40s or 50s, with strands of white hair interspersed through his locks. The other was a slightly plump young man. In the grand hall of the residence, Ji Waya personally led the others to greet them. Esteemed celestial masters, please enter, he said with utmost respect. In the mortal realm, whether noble lords or commoners, all are but ants in the eyes of cultivators. Thus, even aristocrats must show utmost reverence before these celestial masters. The attire of these two individuals closely resembles that of the Ns Chun Tianfu and Wu Xiong, suggesting they are likely fellow disciples. They nodded in acknowledgement and entered the grand hall of the Ho residence. Quickly prepare a banquet to honor our esteemed guests, instructed Ji Wuyo to an elderly man beside him. Masters, please take a seat. After your arduous journey, would you care to indulge in some earthly vegetarian delicacies? Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command us. Ji Wuyo addressed the cultivators, his demeanor composed despite a hint of trepidation. Indeed, for the next month, my companion and I shall continue our duties. Let us savor some fine wines and dishes, as we have not feasted in quite some time, remarked a youth clad in gray. Zhu Shidi, send a message to Chen Shidi and the others, informing them of our arrival, instructed the lean elder to a plump cultivator beside him. These two were sent to retrieve Chun and Wu, having been responsible for screening disciples with spiritual roots over the past 6 months in 6 groups, each taking a month. Today marked the end of the first month, and the new team had arrived. Inside the inn, Chun Tianfu received the message and rose, stretching. At last, it's over. Let us go, Shidi. To the Ho residence. We can return to the mountain early tomorrow. Yes, my Tianqing grass. I hope nothing has gone awry. Wu, the cultivator of the Wu clan, echoed, rising as well. We must bring along 2 junior cultivators. It may take some time, Chen lamented. With our sword flight speed, we shall surely arrive before nightfall. Wu reassured him. Let us be off. Chapter 38. Flight on Sword Master. Could you perhaps slow down? I'm terrified of heights. Ye Qing screamed in fright as Chun held onto him, standing on a flying sword, soaring above the mountains. Watching the rivers and valleys race beneath him was a thrill unlike any other, nearly causing Ye Qing to faint from fear. Su Qing, similarly grasped by Wu, kept her eyes tightly shut, too fearful to look down. This was their first experience of sword flight, and not everyone possesses the courage to soar at such altitudes. 2 streaks of light pierced the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Just days prior, atop a perilous peak near Qingyan Gate in Qingxi Town, Xuan Qiong, responsible for recruiting disciples, received a message from Chen Tianfu. Attaining the second level of qi refinement at merely 3 years of age. Surname Ye? Could it be? Xuan Qiong abruptly stowed the message talisman and hastened towards the main peak of Qingyan Mountain. Qingyan Mountain, the sacred site of Qingyan Gate, is not merely a singular peak, but a sprawling range of mountains extending for miles. Qingyan Gate is nestled within this mountainous expanse, often enshrouded in mist, with sheer cliffs barring mortal entry, safeguarded by protective arrays, allowing only disciples of Qingyan Gate to enter. Xuan Nanfeng's figure halted atop a summit before a cave dwelling, home to the revered elder Ling Tian. He adjusted his attire and conveyed via talisman, Master. During the assessment of spiritual roots for the second-generation disciples from Tianyong City, 2 young cultivators of the second level of qi refinement were discovered, claiming to be from a small clan, seeking to join Qingyan Gate. This matter seems rather unusual, thus I seek your guidance on how to proceed. Surname Ye? Achieving the second level of qi refinement at such a tender age? Bring these 2 back to the sect at once for my appraisal. A voice, tinged with age, reverberated from within the cave. Master, are there any further instructions? If not, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Xuan Nanfeng waited a moment for a response, and upon receiving none, vanished into the clouds. Qingxi Town, the gateway to Qingyan Gate, hosts a multitude of mortals as well as cultivators. It is a bustling hub where the disciples and their families reside, established solely to facilitate the operations of Qingyan Gate. Such towns serve as a nexus for information exchange among various sects, akin to a diplomatic enclave. 2 beams of light streaked across the sky above Qingxi Town, landing beside a tranquil lake opposite a sheer cliff. Chun, the cultivator, retrieved a golden token from his storage bag, reciting an incantation before tossing it into the lake. The surface rippled violently, breaking through a layer of restrictions, revealing 2 massive iron chains that supported a golden bridge, slanting from the water into the distant clouds. This staircase ascending from the water requires a walk upwards due to the aerial restrictions, necessitating the protective array for entry into the sect, even for the elders. Chun and Wu, each carrying a child, swiftly traversed half the lake, landing upon the golden bridge. The 4 ascended step by step, their figures gradually diminishing until they vanished into the mist. Master, are we to be summoned into the sect ahead of schedule? Ye Qing inquired, following closely behind Chun. Whether you can become disciples of Qingyan Gate depends on your own fortune, Chun replied coldly. Before long, the 4 reached the pinnacle of the staircase. Upon leaping from the golden bridge, Ye Qing and Su Qing were rendered speechless by the breathtaking vista before them. A crystal-clear stream cascaded from the valley, falling from just beyond the bridge's apex, creating a silvery curtain of water. Spirit birds soared freely in the skies, while spirit beasts frolicked among the mountains. Bathed in the golden hue of sunset, rainbows and splashes of water painted a colorful spectacle, with every flower and blade of grass seemingly thriving in a realm of immortals. Wow! No wonder everyone yearns for cultivation. Living in such an enchanting environment must extend one's lifespan. Ye Qing marveled at the beauty surrounding him. A stream meandered from the valley, where the outlines of palatial structures could be discerned. Let us go. We are nearly there, Chen reminded the astonished siblings. As they ventured into the valley, numerous disciples clad in yellow robes greeted them with respect, addressing Chun and Wu as Uncle Master. Ye Qing surmised that these individuals must also be disciples at the qi refinement stage, pondering what fate awaited him and his sister. Crossing the stream and entering a square adorned with pavilions, the 4 halted before a grand palace. Master, we have brought Ye Qing and Su Qing to report as instructed, Chen announced to the interior of the hall. Enter, a deep voice resonated in response. The 4 ascended the steps and stepped into the grand hall. Ye Qing beheld the imposing entrance, flanked by a magnificent couplet, with the characters Qingluan Hall inscribed in bold strokes atop. Entering the hall felt akin to entering a palace, even more resplendent than an imperial court. An elder clad in white robes, with a kindly face and graying beard, sat at the center, examining a piece of beast hide upon the table. This was Xuan Nanfeng, who oversaw the recruitment of disciples, now at the mid-stage of Golden Core, though he had remained stagnant at this level for many years. Master, these 2 are the Yi siblings, Chen reported. Ye Qing and Su Qing had previously agreed to present themselves as siblings to avoid complications regarding their relationship. You have traveled far. Please rest now. Xuan Nanfeng raised his head to observe the 2 children before him and promptly remarked, Yes, my disciples take their leave. In unison, they responded and exited the grand hall. Xuan Nanfeng collected the animal skins from the table and scrutinized Ye Qing and Su Qing. Su Qing appeared to be fine. She was nearly 8 years old, and her spiritual roots were discernible. However, Ye Qing, being merely 3, revealed no signs of spiritual aptitude. Do you hail from the Yi family? Xuan Nanfeng inquired. Indeed. Esteemed master, my sister is timid. Feel free to direct any questions towards me. Ye Qing interjected, concerned that Su Qing might falter in her responses. After all, his experiences far surpassed hers. Having been a ruffian on Earth, he had encountered myriad situations. Could you enlighten me about your family's location? What brings you to our Qingyan sect for cultivation? Xuan Nanfeng sought to extract information regarding their lineage. Master, our family resided within a gorge. However, being young, we are unaware of our precise location or the events surrounding our father. He was persecuted by our kin, and we had no choice but to flee. Tragically, he passed away during our escape. Ye Qing spun a tale, weaving his story with such fervor that even he began to believe it. Chapter 39. Entering Qingyan sect. 2 unfortunate children. This Qingyan sect shall be your new home. You must be famished. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. Xuan Nanfeng expressed his concern after hearing Ye Qing's fabricated narrative. Ye Qing nodded, relieved that the elder had not pressed further, fearing he might reveal inconsistencies. Their cultivation methods stemmed from the teachings of the Celestial sect, and the claim of their family residing in a gorge was pure fabrication. Indeed, within the territory of the Shan Kingdom, there existed a mysterious cultivation family named Yi, known to very few outsiders, residing in a hidden gorge. This family had deep connections with the elder Ling Tian of Qingyan sect, which made Ye Qing's tall tale surprisingly credible. Elder Ling, I have brought the 2 children. Xuan Nanfeng conveyed through a transmission to Ling Tian. Subsequently, a powerful consciousness swept through the hall, settling upon Ye Qing and Su Qing. Indeed, they bear some resemblance to that individual from years past. Let them stay. Once they mature further, we shall assess their spiritual roots and talents, and for now, they shall be settled in the outer sect for training. A middle-aged cultivator nodded in agreement. This cultivator, described as a strikingly handsome man, stood nearly 7 feet tall. Clad in a purple robe adorned with dragon embroidery, he was none other than Ling Tian, the chief elder of Qingyan sect. Xuan Nanfeng personally escorted Ye Qing and Su Qing to the outer courtyard's dining hall, where they enjoyed a hearty meal together. Though most within the sect had reached a level of cultivation that rendered them independent of sustenance, some disciples in the Qi refinement stage still required food. Henceforth, you too shall be disciples of the Qingyan sect's 3rd generation. Strive diligently in your cultivation and aspire to ascend to the 2nd generation as soon as possible. Shortly, I shall arrange for someone to assist you in finding accommodation. Regarding sect matters, do not hesitate to inquire with your fellow disciples. They will guide you, Xuan Nanfeng remarked, observing the children as they devoured their meals. Master, are you saying that we, siblings, are already disciples of Qingyan sect? Ye Qing, his mouth full of food, asked eagerly. Indeed, Xuan Nanfeng affirmed with a nod. Haha, Sister Qing, did you hear that? From now on, we can cultivate without any reservations. Ye Qing exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he swallowed his food. Su Qing, too, wore a joyous expression, though Ye Qing's demeanor piqued her curiosity. How did he possess such knowledge? Why was he so mature and composed? Was he perhaps a reincarnation of some celestial being? This seemed implausible. Ye Qing's behavior surpassed that of an ordinary child, leaving her perplexed. Master, we have succeeded. We are now disciples of Qingyan sect. Soon, we can devote ourselves to the 5 elements ascension scripture, Ye Qing declared, eager to share his joy with Emperor Xuan Qiong. What is there to be so excited about? Save your joy for when you ascend to the heavenly realms. Unless there is something of great importance, do not bother me again. I wonder if you, foolish boy, shall ever ascend to the heavens or rescue me. Emperor Xuan Qiong replied with a hint of exasperation. Master, I owe my path to cultivation entirely to your guidance. I, Ye Qing, hereby vow in the name of a ruffian that if I ever possess the power to rescue you, I shall not hesitate to face any peril, even if it means enduring countless hardships for my brethren, let alone for you. Master, Ye Qing declared with righteous fervor, despite his carefree demeanor. I hope I have not misjudged you. The technique that guarantees ascension should not be shared with others. As for that young girl, I suggest you provide her with a different foundational technique. Otherwise, it may lead to complications in the future, Emperor Xuan Qiong advised. Understood. Qing, Master Xue has departed. Why are you still in a daze? Su Qing observed Ye Qing lost in thought, appearing foolish even as Xuan Nanfeng left without him noticing. Junior brother Yi. Junior sister Yi. I have been sent by Uncle Chun to familiarize you with the outer sect's affairs. please follow me. A young man approached the dining hall and addressed Ye Qing and Su Qing. Indeed, Xuan Qiong had ensured that all matters were arranged, allowing them to feel at ease. Oh, we are grateful for your assistance, senior brother. May I inquire your name? Ye Qing, though youthful, exhibited remarkable politeness, prompting the young man to regard both siblings with renewed interest. Call me Qin Yuan. I've been on the mountain for several years. Yet I have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. I feel unworthy to be called your senior brother, the young man said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Senior brother Chun, do not jest. Cultivation cannot be rushed. I believe you will attain foundation establishment soon. Ye Qing flattered, displaying a natural talent for compliments. Such a young disciple, yet so articulate and composed. Quite remarkable. Qin Yuan mused, aware that Xuan Qiong had taken special interest in the siblings, hoping to establish a rapport for future assistance when the Yi family flourished. The trio engaged in casual conversation until they arrived at the Grand Hall overseeing the outer sect's affairs, known as the Qingfeng Hall. All matters concerning the outer sect were managed from this location, with Xuan Qiong serving as the head. Naturally, the head was not involved in the day-to-day tasks. That responsibility lay with several deputy heads, including those overseeing the discipline of disciples, such as Xia Wuji, and the collection of spiritual herbs, led by Dan Xingsheng. After Ye Qing and Su Qing received their identity tokens and a storage bag from Qingfeng Hall, they followed Qin Yuan on a leisurely tour to familiarize themselves with the outer sect structure. As night deepened, the two siblings grasped the general layout and expressed their thanks to Qin Yuan before seeking a place to rest. The outer sect, in truth, bore no geographical limitations, divided not by cardinal directions, but rather by elevation and the density of spiritual energy throughout the sprawling mountains of Qingyan sect. Generally, those residing above the mid-slope had established their caves, marking the domain of the inner sect, which outer sect disciples were forbidden to enter. Thus, the outer sect encompassed a vast area across all regions of Qingyan sect, albeit primarily within valleys of lesser elevation where spiritual energy was comparatively sparse. Qingyan sect maintained a rigorous hierarchy, with the chief Yuaning elder, Ling Tian, overseeing all sect matters from his abode atop Qingyan Peak. Yuaning elders were seldom seen, typically engrossed in solitary cultivation, and the exact number of such elders remained unknown to lower-tier disciples. Under the elders are the masters of each peak. The Qingyan sect primarily comprises 7 peaks, with the masters chosen from among the experts at the Golden Core stage. The practitioners residing on these peaks are the very foundation of the Qingyan sect, and the competition among them fosters the cultivation of one generation of exceptional talents after another. Disciples in the Qi refining stage are not qualified to join any peak unless under special circumstances. Chapter 40. The Qingling Technique Qing. This outer sect is so vast. Where shall we find a place to rest? The two, amidst the dimness of the night, were at a loss for where to seek refuge. Let us just find a grass hut to rest for the night. They noticed that grass huts were scattered around, seemingly destined to become their homes. Ye Qing gazed at the haphazardly built grass huts in the valley and sighed. Practitioners do not pay much attention to their living conditions. What matters to them is the density of spiritual energy, the quality of the soil, and the tranquility of their surroundings. The primary duty of these outer sect disciples is to manage the spiritual fields, overseeing the cultivation of spiritual herbs, elixirs, flowers, and trees. As they approached the grass huts, Ye Qing and his companion made their way towards one of the huts. Each chose a grass hut, which was sparsely furnished with only a mat and a small table. Upon entering, Ye Qing produced a gray storage pouch he had received that day at the Qingfeng Hall. Both he and Su Qing were encountering such an item for the first time, unaware of how to use it. However, both had already reached the second level of Qi refining, and asking others about such a basic question might earn them odd looks. Brother Tiangong, hurry, I need your help. It's quite simple, Ye Qing said apologetically after listening to the explanation from Emperor Xuan, feeling somewhat overwhelmed that a divine being had to clarify such trivial matters. Having learned how to open the storage pouch, Ye Qing rushed to teach Su Qing. Entering Su Qing's hut, he found her equally perplexed with the storage pouch. Sister Qing, let me show you, he said, imparting the knowledge he had received from Emperor Xuan. In the secluded valley, with only Su Qing and Ye Qing present, the atmosphere was intimate, and Su Qing's cheeks were flushed. Master, is it really all right for us to pretend to be siblings? After teaching her to open the pouch, Su Qing suddenly posed this question. Is there a problem? Ye Qing did not find anything amiss. Pretending to be siblings, Su Qing hesitated, not knowing how to express her thoughts. The girl had already begun to harbor feelings for Ye Qing. With the mindset of an adult, Ye Qing quickly grasped her sentiment. Haha, do not worry. Sister Qing, you will always be mine, Ye Qing's. His laughter brought great joy to Su Qing's heart. Returning to his own hut, Ye Qing eagerly opened the storage pouch, discovering several sets of yellow robes, 3 jade slips, and a token. One of the jade slips contained the foundational cultivation method of the Qingyan sect, the Qingling technique, which primarily focuses on absorbing and expelling the spiritual energies of water and wood. Thus, disciples with water and wood roots possess a distinct advantage in practicing this technique. The Qingling technique allows for swift advancement, as the water and wood spiritual energies are among the most common in the world, making this method quite favorable, suitable for all types of spiritual roots. Another slip detailed a sword technique named the Wanxiang sword method, which was of average power and served primarily to train basic swordsmanship. The final jade slip contained a set of boxing techniques known as the iron arhut, which, despite its somewhat masculine name, is universally applicable and serves as a practical method for body refining. While most practitioners prioritize qi cultivation, as the effects of body refining are not immediately evident and often come with considerable pain, many choose to focus solely on qi. Ye Qing meticulously studied the iron arhut body refining technique. He had no intention of practicing the Qingling technique, but he could certainly pursue the Wanxiang sword method and iron arhut, as he had not yet reached the level required for the divine demon 9 transformations. Hence, any body refining techniques were fair game, while the Wanxiang sword method could serve as a means of self-defense. Ye Qing studied late into the night, eventually feeling fatigued and settling into meditation, allowing the night to pass in tranquility. As dawn broke, the cheerful chirping of birds resonated through the valley, their melodies awakening Ye Qing and Su Qing from their meditative states. Ye Qing roused himself and stepped out of the hut. It is worth noting that they had not spent the night together in the same hut, despite Ye Qing's wishes, for this was the Qingyan sect, where powerful senses could sweep over their location at any moment. Ye Qing approached Su Qing's hut, observing her in her yellow robe. Wow, Sister Qing, you look beautiful in the robe. When you grow up and wear a wedding dress, you will surely be stunning. The sight of Su Qing donning the Qingyan sect attire reminded Ye Qing of wedding dresses on Earth. Wedding dress? What is that? Su Qing asked, momentarily taken aback. Oh, a wedding dress is a beautiful gown. I must design one for you in the future. Ye Qing laughed. By the way, Sister Qing, have you looked at the jade slips in the storage pouch? What are your thoughts? Ye Qing intended to dissuade Su Qing from practicing the Qingling technique, as the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra could guarantee ascension. However, he could not divulge such a significant secret, and it was beyond him to explain. The matter of harboring a divine being in his mind was something he had assured Emperor Xuan Qiong would remain undisclosed. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Qing ultimately chose not to speak, recognizing that he could not dictate another's fate. Su Qing remained loyal to him. Yet the future held uncertainties, something Emperor Xuan Qiong had repeatedly cautioned him about. Master, I believe practicing the Qingling technique may lead to faster progress. I wish to switch to it. What about you? Su Qing inquired. I need to think it over some more. Ultimately, your path is yours to decide. Do not consult me. I am younger than you. What do I know? Ye Qing deflected. How could I possibly switch? This was chosen for me by a great divine being, and it surpasses the Qingling technique by leaps and bounds. He thought to himself, Sister Qing, I think it would be wise for you to consider the long term. This technique is indeed impressive, but as your realm advances, your perspective may change. Although Ye Qing did not wish to disclose the advantages of the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, Su Qing was currently his closest companion, and he felt it necessary to provide some caution. I wonder what kind of spiritual root I possess. Perhaps I should ask a senior brother to check it for me. You mentioned that your technique is best suited for those with the weakest spiritual roots. I doubt mine is that poor. Throughout her journey, no one had ever assessed her spiritual root. I would never harm you. If you trust me, continue practicing the technique I provided. Ye Qing's words were the most he could do to warn her. All right, we can discuss it later. It's getting late. Let us find something to eat. Su Qing changed the subject and pulled Ye Qing outside. From the mountain's exterior, the Qingyan mountain was shrouded in mist, yet within, the view was entirely obscured. Surrounded by an ethereal environment, one's spirits would be lifted immensely. Hand in hand, the 2 joyful children made their way to the dining hall. Chapter 41. Su Qing's Apprenticeship. Qingchuan Peak, one of the 7 principal peaks of the Qingyan sect. At the summit stands a magnificent palace, where several individuals are seated. The foremost among them is Xuan Nanfeng, with a few foundation-building disciples attentively listening to his teachings. One of whom is Chun Tianfu, the foundation-building practitioner who had guided Ye Qing and Su Qing into the Qingyan sect, as he is a disciple of Xuan Nanfeng. Xuan Nanfeng manages the outer court, but he is also one of the leaders of the 7 peaks. Have the Yi siblings settled in? Call that little girl over later. She may cultivate on Qingchuan Peak from now on. Master, that little girl possesses only a trifling 3 spiritual roots and is currently at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. If she goes to Qingchuan Peak, does that mean she will be accepted as a disciple? Qin Tianfu was somewhat astonished, as it is exceedingly rare for one at the Qi refinement stage to become an inner disciple. The other disciples also wore expressions of surprise. It has been quite some time since there has been a Qi refinement disciple on Qingchuan Peak. You will understand in due time. She will be your little junior sister, so do not bully her. Tianfu, go bring that young girl here. After contemplating, Shui Nanfeng ordered Qin Tianfu to fetch Su Qing. Yes, master. I shall go find my junior sister at once. Qin Tianfu responded and departed. At that moment, Ye Qing and Su Qing were wandering about, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. They approached someone pruning spiritual trees to inquire, and when they saw someone riding a spiritual beast, they chased after it, appearing like a country bumpkin in the city. Curious about everything. Little junior sister, so you're here. A figure descended nearby, alighting on a flying sword. It was Qin Tianfu. Is the immortal master calling for me? Su Qing looked around, her expression puzzled as she glanced at Ye Qing. They were alone on this stone-paved mountain path. Little junior sister, have you forgotten me? Qin Tianfu quickly changed his demeanor and approached them with a smile. Oh, it's Senior Qin. Should I address you as Uncle Master or Senior? Just call me by my name, Ye Qing. Su Qing had learned some of the sect's etiquette over the past few days. Before officially becoming a disciple, one must address those of a higher realm as elders. Ye Qing stood aside in a daze. It seemed this matter did not concern him. However, Qin, the cultivator, had shown him some kindness, so he asked Su Qing, Senior Qin, do you require anything from my sister? Yes. Master wishes to accept Sister Qing as his direct disciple and sent me to bring her to him. Master is a mid-stage golden core cultivator. This is a fortuitous opportunity for Sister Qing. Come, let us go. With that, he summoned his flying sword, ready to take Su Qing away. Is what you say true? Su Qing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How could such good fortune fall upon her? Why do you still call me Uncle Master? From now on, I shall be your senior brother, so come along. Master is waiting. Qin Tianfu explained. The Qingwan Hall? Could it be that old man? Su Qing and Ye Qing thought simultaneously, their hearts leaping with joy. To become a disciple of a golden core master is a dream for countless cultivators. To have such an opportunity presented to her was indeed exhilarating. Senior brother. What about my younger brother? Can't master take us both in? Su Qing, now more candid, directly addressed Qin Tianfu as senior brother and inquired. You'll have to ask master about that. However, junior brother Ye Qing is exceptionally gifted and will surely find a more suitable path, so do not worry. We should be off. We wouldn't want master to be kept waiting, Qin Tianfu urged. Qing, I'm leaving now. You should head back to the outer court first. I will come find you later. Su Qing was pulled onto the flying sword by Qin Tianfu. Ye Qing walked along the mountain path, now left alone. However, on the road of cultivation, there are many distractions that could hinder one's progress, so perhaps solitude is a blessing. Brother Tian, I am currently searching for a place to reside. Could you enlighten me on where I might cultivate the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra more effectively? Ye Qing pondered that such queries were best directed to the deity in his mind. What is the environment of this sect like? Is the spiritual energy denser the higher one goes? Emperor Xuan Qiong did not respond immediately, but posed a question instead. Yes, this is a region of mountains, where the formidable reside at the peaks. Ye Qing replied. Seek out a more secluded area. Ideally, it should be near the mountain's belly. And if there are any caves, that would be even better, Emperor Xuan Qiong advised. A cave? I don't know if there are any, but caves are dark and eerie. Must I truly reside in such a place? Ye Qing expressed his reluctance, envisioning the dampness and foreboding atmosphere typical of caves. You will understand in due time. Trust me. It is for your benefit, Emperor Xuan Qiong assured him firmly. But ancestor, wouldn't he finding such a place be troublesome? I still need to eat every day. If I reside too far away, it would waste time running back and forth, Ye Qing remarked. What difficulty is there? Simply concoct some fasting pills, and you will manage just fine. Generally, those at the Qi refinement stage can survive on fasting pills. If you cannot concoct them, seek guidance from your senior brothers and sisters. Is such a basic skill something I need to teach you? Emperor Xuan Qiong dismissed the matter with indifference. Oh, then I shall find a humble hut to stay in for now. After a few days, I can search more thoroughly, as I have just entered the sect. If my actions seem too odd, I might raise suspicion, Ye Qing concluded. Indeed, one cannot rush the process of cultivation. If there are any developments, inform me promptly. I will assist you, especially in life-threatening situations, Emperor Xuan expressed his concern, fearing that if Ye Qing were to perish midway, all his efforts would be in vain. Certainly. For your sake, ancestor, I cannot afford to die, Ye Qing vowed. After some time, Ye Qing returned to the outer court, which was essentially a collection of buildings set within a valley, housing various functional areas. While other places might also be called outer courts, they served as locations for Qi refinement disciples to complete sect tasks. The spiritual fields, where crops were cultivated, required management, thus falling to the lowest-ranking Qi refinement disciples. Every year, many came to Qingxi town, and after rigorous assessments, some would still be accepted into the Qingyan sect. Moreover, every Qi refinement disciple, upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, must undertake the sect's training missions. The so-called training involves leaving the sect to enter the vast world of cultivation. Undertaking simple tasks. Only upon completing these tasks can one return to the sect to continue their training. Some tasks involve seeking out disciples with exceptional spiritual roots and bringing them into the sect. Thus, Qi refinement disciples are the most numerous. However, in areas near the wilderness, many disciples, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, are assigned tasks to eliminate barbarian cultivators. Similarly, the barbarian cultivators engage in comparable training. This mutual understanding allows high-level human cultivators to refrain from interference with the barbarians, and vice versa. Chapter 42. Principles of Survival. Brother, I wish to learn some foundational techniques. Where might I find these jade slips of methods? Ye Qing halted a brother clad in yellow robes and asked, Junior brother, you've just joined not long ago. Haven to you? The outer court scripture hall contains all the techniques you need, but you must exchange contribution points to learn them. The yellow-robed brother patiently explained to Ye Qing. There are numerous tasks that require attention in the outer court. What should be done? The team's managers are exceptionally wise. They devised the system of contribution points. For instance, fetching water for the dining hall earns a few contribution points. Accepting tasks for cultivating spiritual herbs earns several dozen points. Taking on sect-assigned missions yields hundreds of points. Thus, these tasks attract eager participants. What can contribution points be used for? They are quite versatile. Exchange them for learning higher-level techniques, acquiring medicinal pills, or obtaining magical artifacts and treasures. Ye Qing arrived outside the martial arts hall of the outer sect, gazing at a notice board that outlined the contribution points exchange policy, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. To learn a mere fireball technique, one must expend contribution points? Who devised this absurdity? Ye Qing had initially hoped to practice some basic spells, but it appeared that relying on the sect's provisions was futile. Ancestors, please teach me instead. In this sect, one must trade contribution points for knowledge. Where am I to acquire such points? He sought guidance from Emperor Xuan. Brother deity, are you not present? Are you asleep? Ye Qing called out repeatedly, but there was no response from Emperor Xuan, leaving him perplexed about the deity's whereabouts. Junior brother, as a new initiate, your identity token contains 1,000 contribution points, which could indeed be exchanged for a few items. A senior brother, who had fortuitously passed by while Ye Qing was asking for directions, informed him. For those who entered the sect through the standard procedure, such items would typically be encountered upon admission. During mass recruitment, new disciples underwent a series of trials, and only those who passed were welcomed into the sect. Among these trials, a unique testing ground known as Qingchuan Village existed. Upon entering, one might perceive it as an ordinary village, yet it functioned as a simulated realm of cultivation. Every action of the newcomers was meticulously monitored, and they were required to complete various tasks to progress to the next phase. Only those who succeeded in these trials earned the right to become disciples of the sect, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of the survival principles within the realm of cultivation. Unlike Ye Qing and his companion, the other new entrants had not been exempt from these trials. Ye Qing and his companion were akin to specially admitted students, entering the Qingyan sect without any prior knowledge. Thank you, senior brother. Ye Qing expressed his gratitude to the kind elder before stepping into the martial arts hall. Master uncle, I wish to exchange for some basic techniques. Ye Qing addressed a gray-clad cultivator behind the counter. Select what you desire. Once you've made your choice, simply bring it forth, the gray-clad youth replied without looking up. His attention focused on a piece of jade emitting a faint glow. Ye Qing ventured deeper into the hall, observing rows of shelves laden with various jade slips. He casually picked one up and pressed it to his forehead, instantly receiving the information and explanations contained within. It was the spirit communication technique. He set it down and continued to browse through the other slips, searching for the most rudimentary spells, such as object manipulation and sword control techniques. After an extensive search, he found nothing of the sort, though he did encounter some impressive sword formations that piqued his interest. However, Upon seeing the required contribution points, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This is truly exasperating. I toil for an entire year in the fields, and it's still insufficient to exchange for a single sword formation technique. Ye Qing cursed inwardly. As he prepared to leave the martial arts hall, he caught a glimpse at the entrance. Were those not the object manipulation and sword control techniques? It was no wonder. The most basic spells were essentially offered for free, conveniently placed at the entrance for anyone to take. Ye Qing had overlooked them upon his initial entry. Master Uncle, I shall take these too. He placed the jade slips for the object manipulation and sword control techniques on the counter, alongside the metallic token from his storage pouch. Wait a moment. The gray-clad youth finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the 2 jade slips Ye Qing had chosen. His brow furrowed slightly as he took the slips into a back room. Moments later, he returned with the complete versions. The token in the gray-clad youth's hand emitted a golden light, instantly restoring its former state as he handed it back to Ye Qing, deducting 10 contribution points. Each of the 2 basic slips cost 5 points, akin to fetching a few buckets of water for the cafeteria. Ye Qing grasped the 2 jade slips, reclaimed his token, and exited the martial arts hall. If he sought to cultivate formidable techniques, Ye Qing would not return here. His true intention was to seek out Emperor Xuan Qiong. However, as an outer sect disciple, he yearned to make a few friends, not only to comprehend the lifestyle of outer sect disciples, but also to gather some insider information. Yet, cultivating friendships required time and patience. As a newcomer, there was no need to rush. Observing others soaring through the skies on flying swords ignited Ye Qing's aspirations. Excuse me, beautiful senior sister, may I inquire about a few matters? With the 2 jade slips in hand, Ye Qing resumed his quest for lodgings. As he traversed a mountain ravine, he spotted a female disciple clad in yellow, diligently performing a technique known as the little cloud and rain technique upon the spirit rice fields. After watching her for a while, he approached as she paused her work. What is it, junior brother? Feel free to ask. I have some time now. The young woman replied, her delicate features suggesting she was around 16 or 17, exuding a sweet and charming demeanor as she turned her attention to Ye Qing. Senior sister, you are indeed a predecessor. I wish to inquire why every technique must be exchanged for contribution points at the martial arts hall. Why can disciples not exchange among themselves? For instance, if I possess one technique and you another, we could simply trade, and both would benefit. This issue had long troubled Ye Qing, and he felt compelled to seek clarity to ease his mind. Ah, junior brother, you must be new to the sect. Such clever shortcuts are futile. You can try imprinting a slip and see for yourself, the female cultivator chuckled. Since the sect employs this method to encourage disciples to enhance their cultivation while completing various tasks for practical experience, it naturally raises such questions. Those jade slips are bound by a subtle restriction. If one attempts to duplicate a slip, the restriction will trigger, causing it to shatter, resulting in nothing. The female cultivator patiently explained. Oh, I understand now. May I ask your name, senior sister? The technique you just performed was quite extraordinary, conjuring clouds and rain from thin air. Ye Qing remarked, intrigued. This technique is free of charge. Would you like to learn it? She replied with a smile. The little cloud and rain technique is specifically designed for disciples engaged in cultivating spirit herbs. As long as you accept the task for growing spirit herbs, you can receive a copy of the little cloud and rain technique free of charge. The little cloud and rain technique? That does sound fascinating. I could conjure up a bit of rain for a bath. Ye Qing chuckled in delight. Junior brother, you appear to be only 3 or 4 years old. You might not yet be able to discern spiritual roots. The female cultivator suddenly realized that Ye Qing resembled a mere child of 3 or 4, which was unusual as the youngest disciples of the Qingyan sect were typically at least 7 years old. Oh, I began cultivating at the age of 2, otherwise, how could I have entered the Qingyan sect? By the way, senior sister, you still haven't told me your name. He conjured a small flame to demonstrate his cultivation level. Second layer of qi refinement. To achieve this at 3 years old, it seems you possess extraordinary talent. Junior brother, my name is Xuan Qiong, and I reside in Ye Qing Valley. Feel free to approach me if you have any questions in the future, the female cultivator, Xuan Qiong, remarked with surprise after assessing Ye Qing's cultivation level. Senior sister, my name is Ye Qing. I have just entered the sect, and I have yet to find a place to stay. May I accompany you to Ye Qing Valley to find a place to settle? Ye Qing, being a sociable person who enjoyed mingling, thought having a beautiful neighbor would certainly brighten his days. You wish to reside in Ye Qing Valley? That is possible. But are you certain you want to live there? Xuan Qiong responded, slightly taken aback by Ye Qing's request. Is it full? I don't understand, Ye Qing queried, puzzled. Well then, since you wish to reside in Ye Qing Valley, follow me. Xuan concluded her task of watering the spirit fields and warmly invited Ye Qing to accompany her. Senior Sister Xue, I cannot fly. Would you be able to take me along? Ye Qing observed Xuan as she hurled a flying sword, realizing that she intended to soar through the skies, while he, lacking even a single sword, felt somewhat disheartened. How curious, Xuan mused, taken aback that someone at the second level of qi refinement would not possess such a fundamental tool. Without hesitation, Ye Qing tightly embraced Xuan slender waist, stepping onto the flying sword, and they ascended towards the valley. Being but a child, Ye Qing's innocent intentions did not provoke much thought in Xuan, who allowed him to hold her. Immersed in the unique fragrance of youth, Ye Qing closed his eyes, relishing the sensations emanating from Xuan. Noticing Ye Qing's closed eyes, Xuan assumed he was frightened and thus slowed their flight, lowering their altitude. When will I grow up? These celestial beings are so close, yet I cannot employ my past life as charm. It is truly a waste. Ye Qing lamented inwardly, twisting and turning. They finally entered a dreamlike valley. The two figures landed just outside the valley, Ye Qing following closely behind Xuan as they ventured in. In the distance, patches of spiritual fields could be seen, bordered not by thatched cottages, but by elegant bamboo houses. At the heart of the valley lay a small lake formed by converging streams, its shores adorned with a variety of exotic flowers and verdant bamboo groves. Wow! This is indeed a splendid place for rejuvenation and leisure, Ye Qing exclaimed in awe. The bamboo houses bustled with life, and among the spiritual fields, numerous enchanting maidens tended to the mystical plants. Sister, are there any vacancies in those bamboo houses? Ye Qing inquired. Indeed. That one right there, Xuan replied, pointing to a small bamboo house by the lake. Sister, I can't shake off this peculiar feeling, Ye Qing said, sensing a hint of mischief in Xuan's smile, which made him uneasy. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Xuan feigned concern. There isn't a ghost lurking about, is there? Please don't play tricks on me, Ye Qing cautioned. It was you who insisted on residing in Miaoqing Valley. I confirmed it with you multiple times. And now that we are here, you are afraid I might harm you? Well, whether you stay or not is entirely up to you. I shall take my leave, Xuan said, feigning to walk away. Wait, sister, this is the outer sect, right? Ye Qing asked. Yes, indeed, Xuan nodded. Then the outer sect disciples can reside here, correct? Ye Qing pressed on. Yes, that is permissible, Xuan affirmed once more. Then I shall make myself at home. Thank you, Sister Xue, Ye Qing expressed his gratitude. Take care, Xuan giggled, departing with a playful smile. How strange. What could possibly be amiss? That mischievous smile from Sister Xue surely conceals something, Ye Qing pondered as he approached the bamboo house by the lake. After contemplating various possibilities, he arrived at the bamboo house, which bore little difference from the thatched cottages he had previously inhabited, furnished only with a mat and a small wooden table. Regardless of any hidden schemes, Ye Qing sat down on the mat and began to examine the two jade slips in his possession. Sword control technique, he mused, recognizing it as a fundamental method for manipulating flying swords. Object manipulation technique, he noted, deeming it worthy of further exploration. I need to find something to practice on. With determination, Ye Qing directed his focus toward a nearby branch, attempting to perform the object manipulation technique. Despite his earnest effort, the branch remained utterly still. Clear your mind. Concentrate fully, he advised himself, taking a deep breath, adjusting his posture, and once more executing the technique, yet the branch remained unyielding. Alas, I cannot seem to concentrate. Ye Qing sighed, ultimately giving up. Exiting the bamboo house, he headed straight towards the outer courtyard, remembering that Su Qing had promised to seek him out, and the time seemed ripe for their meeting. Su Qing, now a disciple of Xuan and Feng, was joyfully descending Qingchuan Peak, delighting in the artifact sword she held. Having a skilled master was indeed advantageous. Not only did Su Qing possess her own cave dwelling, but she had also been gifted numerous elixirs and a mid-grade upper-tier artifact sword. The classification of weapons encompasses multiple tiers. Low-level cultivators predominantly wield artifacts, which are divided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional, each further categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The flying sword bestowed upon Su Qing by Xuan and Feng was a mid-grade upper-tier artifact, an impressive possession for an outer sect disciple. Qingdi, come here. Su Qing called out from a distance, spotting Ye Qing's figure. Look at this, she exclaimed, producing a small artifact sword from her storage pouch, which she swiftly enlarged into a gleaming blade with a chant. Wow, is that an artifact? Ye Qing asked, astonished, for it was his first encounter with such a thing. Qingdi, this is for you, Su Qing said, retrieving another small sword from her pouch and offering it to Ye Qing. For me? Ye Qing inquired, gazing at the small sword in Su Qing's hands. Yes, I asked my master for an extra, and he obliged. Now we both possess artifacts. Su Qing beamed with joy. Chapter 44. Blood Oath of Mastery. Ye Qing examined the artifact in his hand, uncertain of its grade, yet recognizing the need for a flying sword as he sought to cultivate the sword control technique. Qing Di, you must draw a drop of your essence blood and let it fall upon the artifact to acknowledge your mastery, Su Qing instructed. This process, known as the Blood Oath of Mastery, was essential for binding any weapon to its owner, as all artifacts possessed a form of spirit that could only be appeased through the offering of blood. Ye Qing pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to land on the artifact, and in that instant, a surge of consciousness flooded his mind, imparting the information about the sword he now held. Cold Iron Sword, forged from millennia-old cold iron, classified as a mid-grade lower-tier artifact. Though it may be lower-tier, it is still a remarkable weapon in the eyes of outer sect disciples. How does it fare, Qing Di? Not too shabby, I hope. Here, take this washing marrow pill. The Qi refinement phase is crucial for purging marrow and accelerating your cultivation. Take it for now, and if I have more, I will find a way to procure additional ones for you, Su Qing said with genuine concern, handing him a pill. Sister Qing, how do you know so much? Ye Qing asked, astonished. In just a morning, Su Qing seemed to have transformed entirely. Of course, it is all thanks to my master, Xuan Qiong, who taught me these things. I'm merely sharing what I've learned with you, she replied, showcasing her newfound knowledge. Wow, Sister Qing, you are truly fortunate. I envy you, Ye Qing praised. Qing Di, strive to enhance your cultivation. Once you mature and your spiritual roots are revealed, your talents will surely attract the attention of esteemed seniors. Rest assured, I will always support you, Su Qing encouraged with a gentle smile. Rest easy on my behalf. By the way, I have found a place to stay within Miaoqing Valley. In the future, if you need anything, you may come find me there. At present, I require no techniques, so I will not be taking on any tasks, Ye Qing declared. All right then. Farewell, young master. I must return to the mountain. Su Qing softly said, eager to organize her own cave dwelling, previously occupied by a senior brother and now uninhabited, which had been gifted to her. Go ahead. Ye Qing replied. In the Qi refinement phase, having a cave dwelling was a rarity among disciples. Most, like Ye Qing, resided in thatched cottages or bamboo houses, with the latter being a slight upgrade from the former. In the future, I fear I may not catch up with you. I can only hope you do not forget my counsel. Ye Qing gazed at Su Qing's retreating figure, feeling a pang of nostalgia. The origins of the 5 elements ascension scripture remain shrouded in mystery, and Su Qing is unlikely to choose to continue her cultivation. Alas, Ye Qing is at a loss. He cannot divulge any information regarding his benefactor, the Ye King, so he naturally cannot share that the 5 elements ascension scripture guarantees ascension with anyone. Now that they are all cultivators, the dynamic has shifted from master and servant to equals. Perhaps that young master he was called earlier will not be uttered again. The future is unpredictable. Thus, he resolves to let fate take its course. Having filled his stomach with a casual meal from the dining hall, Ye Qing proceeded to the technique hall, intending to exchange for the formula to concoct the spirit-breaking pill. He aimed to gather the materials to prepare a sufficient quantity so he would no longer need to scurry about daily to satiate his hunger. However, upon reaching the technique hall, he pondered the time required to gather materials, purchase an alchemical furnace, and learn the necessary knowledge about alchemy. The delay would be substantial. It would be wiser to simply exchange contribution points for the pills. Such low-level pills as the spirit-breaking pill should be reasonably priced. Thus, Ye Qing turned towards the alchemy hall. As he stepped inside for the first time, a strong aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him. The hall was stocked with a plethora of pills prepared for lower-tier disciples. Even the foundation establishment pill could be exchanged for contribution points, albeit at a rather daunting cost. Ye Qing was left in awe, realizing that the art of alchemy is profound and intricate. One cannot hope to attain mastery without innate talent. After a brief observation, he ultimately exchanged 200 contribution points for 10 spirit-breaking pills. Each pill could sustain him for about a month, and 10 would suffice for nearly a year. Though he would still need to consume meals intermittently, one cannot simply retreat for an entire year without sustenance. It is astonishing how quickly 1,000 contribution points can be spent. As the elder at the alchemy hall deducted the 200 points, Ye Qing felt a twinge of reluctance. Fortunately, every disciple receives a foundational 1,000 contribution points upon entering the sect. Otherwise, one would be utterly incapacitated. He wondered if his fellow disciples engaged in a bit of gambling during their leisure time. If only contribution points could be wagered, as the saying goes. Take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ye Qing left the alchemy hall, contemplating the lack of entertainment in this world. The spiritual lives of the common folk are notably barren, with the only possible amusement being the occasional performance in the courtyard. As for cultivators, they are preoccupied with their practice, scarcely having the leisure to indulge in such trivialities. Strolling leisurely to the Ye Qing Valley, he decided to practice his sword control technique. Now that he had acquired a flying sword, he chose a bamboo house situated beside a serene lake. Behind it lay a plot of spiritual land, home to plants resembling red trumpet flowers that required minimal care until harvest time. In front of the bamboo house was a small flat area, perfect for sword practice. Stepping outside, Ye Qing unsheathed his flying sword, reciting the incantation. The sword transformed from small to large, revealing a gleaming blade before him. Following the incantation of the sword control technique, the sword remained motionless, akin to a branch. What could possibly be amiss? Why was there no reaction at all? Ye Qing pondered the potential flaws in his sword control practice. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed in his ear. Who dares intrude? This Ye Qing Valley is not a place for you. Startled, Ye Qing looked up to see three figures soaring through the air, descending towards the lake's edge. Do you not know that men are forbidden entry into the Ye Qing Valley? One of the female cultivators asked as they landed not far from him. Forbidden for men? Ye Qing gazed at the trio of striking young women, perplexed. Is it so? You dare to trespass without knowledge of the rules? You certainly possess a bold spirit. The leader, a stunning woman clad in a pale yellow dress, with large expressive eyes and raven hair styled elegantly, exuded an intimidating air that left Ye Qing feeling uneasy. Dear sister, what rules are there in the Ye Qing Valley? I genuinely had no idea. Ye Qing protested innocently, recalling how Xuan Qiong had brought him in with a mischievous smile. He had sensed something was amiss at the time, but could not grasp it, so he had entered. Are you new here? The beautiful woman in the yellow dress scrutinized him. Sister, could you enlighten me about the regulations of Ye Qing Valley? Ye Qing inquired. Men are forbidden entry here. Anyone who violates this rule must perform 3 tasks for me, or else. Chapter 45. The Ruthless Female Cultivator. Or else what? Ye Qing found himself stifling a laugh. A female cultivator was threatening him. He was accustomed to asserting dominance, not being intimidated. You will regret it, the authoritative woman declared. Goodness, a rogue among female cultivators. Ye Qing mused inwardly. Sister, you lack any signage. How was I to know? Moreover, you claim men are forbidden entry. Look at me. I'm merely a boy. He pleaded, hoping to evade her wrath. You do appear quite young. Judging by your looks, you seem only 4 or 5 years old. Hardly a sign of spiritual roots. How could you possess any cultivation? The woman sensed Ye Qing's cultivation level at the second layer of qi refinement, her expression reflecting her confusion. Ye Qing was indeed an anomaly at Qingyan sect, being the youngest disciple. Yes, sister, you wish for me to perform 3 tasks. But you ought to consider this carefully. Ye Qing maintained an air of composure. No matter who you are. Anyone entering Ye Qing Valley must undertake 3 tasks for me, the female cultivator asserted with unwavering authority. Sister, this Ye Qing Valley is part of the outer sect, correct? As an outer sect disciple, why am I barred from residing here? And what gives you the right to establish rules? Ye Qing stood his ground against the domineering female cultivator. Because this Ye Qing Valley is my territory. My rules apply here. Do you have a problem with that? You may leave, but I warn you, I will uphold my promise to punish you every time I see you. The young woman, appearing around 16 or 17, despite her beauty, radiated a fierce demeanor. Sister, I shall perform 3 tasks for you, but you must first tell me your name and what those tasks entail. Ye Qing sought to gauge the gravity of the situation, wary of provoking someone of significance. Who am I? I am the ruler of Ye Qing Valley, Qian Miao Miao. The leading female cultivator replied with a touch of pride. Qian Miao Miao, you are not a healer, are you? You hardly seem to possess the skills for healing. Ye Qing continued to engage, hoping to extract more information. Does Ye Qing Valley have a master? I was unaware. He feigned ignorance. Ah, you naive new cultivator. Today I shall enlighten you. With that, Qian Miao Miao produced a long whip from her storage pouch, striking before Ye Qing could react. Do you think me an easy target? Though he had only recently joined Qingyan sect, Ye Qing was no pushover. He swiftly dodged, realizing that Xuan Qiong, who had brought him here, was cut from the same cloth as Qian Miao Miao. Nearby, a female cultivator watched with an expression of glee as Ye Qing was toyed with by Qian Miao Miao, revealing herself to be Xuan Qiong, the very one who had led him into this predicament. The 2 female cultivators clad in yellow behind Qian Miao Miao wore amused expressions, showing no intention of intervening. These are all disciples of a sect. It is impossible for them to take a life. They merely engage in sparring, treating it as a means to hone their martial skills. Under the onslaught of the female cultivator, Ye Qing could only adopt a defensive stance, for he possessed no remarkable techniques to counterattack. Qian Miao Miao, at the tender age of 15, had already trained for a considerable duration, making her far superior to Ye Qing in both cultivation and martial prowess. Stop! Who are you? I have neither provoked nor offended you. Why do you bully a novice like me? Ye Qing yelled, stepping back in alarm. The inexplicable assault had ignited a fire within him. Haha! Have you come to your senses? Are you ready to agree to my 3 requests? The female cultivator laughed heartily upon witnessing Ye Qing's fury. Qian Miao Miao was the cherished daughter of Qian Jiala, the sect leader. Due to her mediocre talent and frequent quarrels with her father, she had impulsively moved to reside in the outer sect's Miaoqing Valley. Pampered since childhood, she had developed an irritable demeanor, becoming haughty and tyrannical among the outer disciples, many of whom had suffered her bullying. Surrounding her were sycophantic female cultivators eager to curry favor, hoping to lessen their burdens and accrue more contribution points. As the leader's daughter, Qian Miao Miao was untroubled by concerns over contribution points. She even proclaimed herself the master of Miaoqing Valley, forbidding any male cultivator from approaching and establishing rules to harass others. After 7 or 8 years of training, she had only attained the 7th level of qi refining. What nonsense! Bullying the weak, what skill is that? Ye Qing retorted. Qian Miao Miao, incensed by his words, had previously restrained herself, using only 5/10 of her strength for fear of injuring him. Now, disregarding all caution, she unleashed her full power, swinging her whip towards Ye Qing once more. Miss, please reconsider. If you harm this junior, the sect leader will punish you. One of the female cultivators behind her urged. Humph, this brat dares to defy me. I shall teach him a lesson. Qian Miao Miao scoffed. Defy you? I would gladly challenge you, but alas, I am currently powerless. Just you wait, Ye Qing thought bitterly. The whip cracked relentlessly against him, forcing him to dodge left and right. Though the sound of the whip was fierce, it lacked the infusion of spiritual energy. In a fit of frustration, Ye Qing summoned his spiritual power, seizing the whip as it swung towards him, and with a sudden tug, attempted to wrest it from the grasp of the boorish woman. Qian Miao Miao was taken aback by his resistance. As she held onto the whip, she was unexpectedly pulled towards him. Ye Qing lifted a foot and landed a kick squarely on her abdomen. Like a fallen swan, she plummeted towards the nearby lake. This was a strike imbued with spiritual energy, and given Ye Qing's immense strength, Qian Miao Miao, unable to channel her own energy, collapsed into the water. With a splash, she was unceremoniously sent into the lake. The entire incident transpired too swiftly for her to anticipate Ye Qing's audacity. The kick had landed precisely where her energy center resided. The 2 female cultivators behind her promptly leapt into the lake to rescue her. At that moment, Qian Miao Miao regained her spiritual power, her face ashen with fury, as if Ye Qing were her sworn enemy. Shaking off the support of her rescuers, she soared into the air, charging at Ye Qing. This was her first experience of being attacked and drenched and disheveled. She felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, losing all rational thought. I will kill you, Qian Miao Miao shouted, brandishing a sharp sword as she lunged at Ye Qing. Faced with an imminent threat to his life, Ye Qing was not one to be easily slaughtered. He summoned the cold iron sword he had recently acquired, engaging in a fierce duel with her. Foolish boy, run. She is the leader's daughter. If she kills you, it will be your own fault. A female cultivator behind him urged, genuinely concerned that matters might escalate. Then stop her. I am here under the tuition of Xuan Nanfeng, and if anything happens to me, you will all be in danger. Ye Qing warned, realizing Qian Miao Miao had gone mad. The 2 female cultivators, alarmed by his words, hastily summoned their artifacts to help Ye Qing fend off Qian Miao Miao's attacks. In the distance, it seemed that Xuan Ning was not the only one watching the spectacle. Upon witnessing Qian Miao Miao falling into the water, she summoned her flying sword to strike at Ye Qing, and soon, several figures appeared from all directions. Miss, please calm down, the other female cultivators pleaded. With their assistance, Ye Qing managed to extricate himself and sprint towards the valley's exit. Lacking the ability to fly on a sword, he could only run. Goodness, the leader's daughter is truly a tempestuous woman, Ye Qing muttered, having understood her identity from the warnings of the 2 female cultivators. As he hurried away, he distanced himself from Miaoqing Valley. Master, you must think of a way. I have offended the leader's daughter, and now she wants to kill me. Ye Qing implored the celestial deity, Emperor Chakra, in his mind. You fool, just when you settle down, you stir up trouble. Can't you behave and focus on your cultivation? The deity responded, somewhat vexed. But master, She is the one who is too brutish. She initiated the trouble. What should I do now? First, tell me what transpired, the deity instructed. Ye Qing recounted the entire incident and then sought refuge in a pavilion by a stream to rest. What a ridiculous sect. Without her disciples behaving this way, lacking guidance or oversight, how can they hope to improve their cultivation? Ye Qing pondered, somewhat perplexed. In truth, Ye Qing had only just entered the sect and was still unfamiliar with many matters. The management of disciples in the Qingyan sect resembled that of a university on earth. As long as disciples did not violate sect rules, they enjoyed considerable freedom. The sect also offered monthly lectures on alchemy, weapon forging, and cultivation paths, teaching in a manner akin to large classes, allowing anyone interested to participate, with opportunities to ask questions on site. However, for a novice like Ye Qing, who knew little of the cultivation world, this was somewhat disorienting. He needed to find a place to settle. If only someone familiar with Qingyan sect could provide him with guidance. As he muttered to himself, he walked into a mountain gorge. In the gorge, besides spiritual fields, there were many untamed spiritual trees, and various spiritual beasts lived among them. Some of these beasts would damage the crops in the spiritual fields, so precious plants were often cultivated in specific valleys, where disciples would guard them year-round. As Ye Qing wandered, he spotted a distinctive building in the distance, markedly different from the small thatched cottages scattered about. Behind the structure was a massive formation resembling a soap bubble, enveloping the entire valley. Curiosity piqued. Ye Qing approached the valley, but suddenly, a powerful consciousness locked onto him, sending a chill down his spine. A voice echoed in his ear. This is a sacred area of the sect. Outer disciples are strictly prohibited from approaching. Leave at once. Good heavens, will I perish for merely glancing? Ye Qing cursed inwardly. Yet, he felt compelled to discover what lay within the soapy bubble. Fortuitously, after a lengthy search, he finally found a sizable cave beneath a cliff. This cave resembled a great maw of the mountain, and as Emperor Chakra had instructed him to find a cave for seclusion, this was indeed a suitable location. Situated at the edge of the mountain range, it was rare for fellow disciples to venture here, making it an ideal and tranquil spot for cultivation. The celestial ancestor said, "Now that we have located the cave, I have no desire to leave. I will heed your teachings and focus on my secluded training." Ye Qing replied weakly, "Is this cave concealed? I will first teach you how to set up a concealment formation, and then instruct you on arranging a spirit-gathering array. This will expedite your cultivation," said the Emperor Xuan Qiong. Every day, he pondered within the chaotic space on how to facilitate Ye Qing's swift growth. The spirit-gathering array comes in various sizes, and for now, I can only teach you to arrange the most basic small spirit-gathering array. This formation is simple to set up, yet profoundly intricate. Remember these essentials, find a way to procure them, and then enter seclusion. The items you need include array flags and spirit stones, which I will provide you for setting up the concealment formation and the spirit-gathering array. Ancestor, I am completely devoid of resources. Where am I to obtain these items? Ye Qing said, somewhat exasperated. Every sect possesses these basic items. Surely you have offerings, right? These are merely the simplest necessities. Figure it out. Don't you wish to ascend to the celestial realm sooner? Emperor Xuan Qiong continued to entice Ye Qing. All right, I understand. I will find a way to acquire them, Ye Qing acknowledged, recognizing that Emperor Xuan Qiong's intentions were for his benefit. The contribution points cannot be carelessly spent. Once these are exchanged, I fear I will be left with hardly any, Ye Qing thought, knowing he had no choice but to utilize his contribution points. Senior brother, I wish to exchange for these items. Ye Qing arrived at a place resembling a warehouse, handing his request to a junior brother who was tidying up. This warehouse-like establishment was called the Spirit Goods Hall, where nearly everything was available, specifically for the external disciples to redeem items. It was a crucial area for managing the sect's resources, overseen by two seniors in the foundation establishment stage. Many Qi refining disciples were assisting in various tasks as part of their sect duties. Soon, a pile of items was placed on the counter before Ye Qing. All set. That totals 780 contribution points. The junior brother in yellow robe smiled as he placed the items down. With the deduction of 780 contribution points, Ye Qing found himself nearly depleted of resources. He stored the necessary items in his storage bag, expressed his gratitude, and turned back towards the cave. The external courtyard was bustling with activity. Many disciples, having completed their tasks, enjoyed leisurely drinks with friends. Some foundation establishment disciples, returning from their excursions, displayed items from the outside world, hoping to exchange them for spirit stones, setting up stalls for the Qi refining disciples to peruse. As Qi refining disciples were unable to venture out, they sought to enhance their strength by exchanging contribution points for spirit stones, which they then traded for required items, contributing to the lively atmosphere of the external courtyard. At present, Ye Qing was impoverished, and those items were not yet essential. His primary goal was to establish his foundation as swiftly as possible. Once he achieved that, he could leave the sect and avenge his mother. Ancestor, I have acquired the items. Upon returning to the cave, Ye Qing began to unpack his acquisitions. Good, let us set up the concealment formation first. I wonder if anyone in this small world knows how to arrange a spirit-gathering array. Regardless, caution is prudent, said Emperor Xuan Qiong, as Ye Qing recited the incantation. The rivers, sun, moon, mountains, seas, and stars are within my grasp. I command the light to shine and the dark to shroud. The 33 celestial beings exist under my law. I direct eastward, westward, southward, and northward. The array flags were positioned in their respective places, completing the concealment formation. From the outside, one could only see scattered stones surrounding Ye Qing's cave. Foolish child, release your divine sense and check for any other issues, Emperor Xuan Qiong reminded. He was simultaneously guiding Ye Qing in the formation techniques while Ye Qing executed them, uncertain if he would succeed. Hence, after the formation was established, he urged Ye Qing to inspect it. Divine sense? What is that? Ye Qing asked, perplexed. You need to read more. How can you not know this? What kind of cultivator are you? Emperor Xuan Qiong was somewhat speechless, realizing he had never properly explained the concept of divine sense to Ye Qing. Listen well. Today, I shall teach you again. Divine sense is a capability that cultivators acquire through their training, born from powerful intent. A cultivator requires strong willpower to persist on the path of cultivation, which naturally cultivates this ability known as divine sense. To put it simply, it is the sublimation of one's thought power. As a cultivator's skills improve, their divine sense also strengthens, expanding its range. The primary function of divine sense is to sense external objects, discerning them from miles away, and it can even perceive many matters beyond the reach of the five senses. Cultivators often face various dangers. If they can sense impending threats, it will aid them in evading peril. Divine sense can also be employed as an offensive technique, particularly by those who practice demonic arts, but it only becomes truly powerful after condensing the golden elixir, Emperor Xuan Qiong elaborated, leaving Ye Qing in a daze, wishing to meet the King of Dreams. Hey, what's wrong? I thought you had drifted off again. Seeing Ye Qing's prolonged silence, Emperor Xuan Qiong assumed he had become distracted. Ancestor, you've spoken at length, but I haven't retained anything. Could you repeat that? Ye Qing's habitual response was now mirrored by Emperor Xuan Qiong. All right. I was just teasing you. The concealment formation is set. Didn't you say you wanted to learn how to arrange the spirit-gathering array? Let's begin. Emperor Xuan Qiong said with a hint of annoyance. Ancestor, this spirit-gathering array sounds impressive. It can gather spiritual energy for my cultivation, right? Ye Qing eagerly diverted the conversation. Indeed, the Five Elements Ascension Sutra requires nearly 5 times the spiritual energy compared to others. If you were to sit and meditate slowly, I fear your lifespan might not suffice. Yes. Please teach me the formation method, Ye Qing exclaimed, excited at the thought of the external disciples toiling for contribution points to aid the sect, their cultivation progressing at a snail's pace, unlike his own situation, where a celestial being was urging him to hasten his growth. Since he successfully arranged the concealment formation, he was confident he could manage the spirit-gathering array as well. Listen carefully, he instructed as he busied himself. With a sudden explosion of spiritual energy as the array formed, a minor spiritual explosion occurred, causing the entire cave to shake. The spirit-gathering array indeed disrupted the natural order, forcibly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, leading to a gradual depletion of energy elsewhere. However, these changes were invisible to the naked eye, only perceptible to those with patience and time. A small vortex of spiritual energy formed within Ye Qing's cave. The density of spiritual energy within the spirit-gathering array significantly surpassing that outside. This was just the beginning, and over time, it would become even more concentrated. Ancestor, with 10 spirit-resolving pills and the influence of this spirit-gathering array, I should be able to increase my cultivation by 2 or 3 levels before the pills are consumed. Right? Ye Qing said proudly, admiring the spirit-gathering array he had set up. If you can only increase by 2 or 3 levels, it would indicate that your spiritual root is truly inferior. If that is the case, it aligns perfectly with the requirements of the Five Elements Ascension Sutra. Thus, Ye Qing inexplicably vanished, leaving the furious Qian Miao Miao searching for him in vain, directing her anger towards the 2 outer sect female cultivators who had obstructed her from killing Ye Qing. The 6-month recruitment period set by Tianyong City was nearing its end. This day marked a significant moment. Many destinies would change, with some soaring to great heights, while others would revert to their former selves. In Qingxi town, the gates to the outside world swung open, welcoming a multitude of aspiring immortals, along with over 200 children of suitable age possessing spiritual roots, recruited by Tianyong City, who flocked into Qingxi town. At noon, the Qingyan Gate opened, marking the commencement of the path to immortality. Children aged 8 to 12 were permitted to ascend the Golden Bridge. Their advancement depended solely on their innate talents. Those who could not even step onto the Golden Bridge would naturally have no chance of becoming disciples of the Qingyan Gate. The resonant chimes of a heavy bell echoed throughout the streets and alleys of Qingxi town, inciting considerable commotion. The moment had arrived, and the event commenced. At the lakeside behind Qingxi town, a throng gathered. From the distant clouds, two figures emerged, their feet gliding upon flying swords, clad in gray robes, descending upon the lake's surface. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous sound erupted as a golden staircase angled down from the clouds, and a shimmering barrier of light rose beneath the lake's surface, revealing a golden bridge emerging from the water. One end of the bridge approached the lakeshore, while the other connected to the golden staircase. With the hour at hand, the path to immortality was unveiled, and eligible children were free to attempt the ascent. Before the words had fully settled, several individuals surged ahead, eager to step onto the golden bridge. However, cries of distress soon followed. One by one, burly figures were hurled several yards away by a beam of golden light emanating from the bridge. A reminder echoed from the gray-robed cultivators above. Those under 8 or over 12 years of age should not seek unnecessary hardship. Young master, take care. Young master, be cautious. Sister, wait for me. A cacophony of admonitions mingled with the din as suitable boys and girls ventured onto the golden bridge, most of whom were brought from Tianyong City, while others came in hopes of glory. Among them were also disciples from other cultivation families, as their own resources paled in comparison to those of these major sections. Establishing a foothold in a sect was far more advantageous than remaining within their families. Second young master, I'm exhausted. I can't go on. A dapper young man, trailed by a servant-like boy, was struggling through the crowd. The servant bore a hefty burden on his back, sweat dripping down his flushed cheeks. By this point, the duo had ascended a third of the golden staircase. Gasping for breath, the servant implored, Second young master, I truly cannot continue. You go on without me. Is it really that tiring? I feel nothing at all. Hand me the burden and return home. The handsome young master replied coldly, glancing back at the servant. Young master, I can no longer accompany you. From here on, you must rely on yourself. The servant unfastened the burden and offered it to his master. What a waste. The young master accepted the burden without turning back and continued his ascent. Chapter 48. The third level of Qi refinement. The Golden Bridge served as the first trial for selecting disciples. All eligible children could step upon it. However, the second trial, the Golden Staircase, proved to be far more formidable. Those with superior spiritual roots faced less repulsion and found the climb easier, while the opposite was true for others. Many found the ascent increasingly arduous until they could no longer lift their feet. Only those who reached the pinnacle of the Golden Staircase would barely qualify for entry into the outer sect. This trial tested not only one's innate talent, but also their determination for the path of immortality and the perseverance of a cultivator. The first to reach the summit was none other than the proud young master, Yin Feng, the second son of the Yin family from Annan City. During the selection in Tianyong City, he had caught the attention of the Qingyan Gate's evaluators with his exceptional cultivation aptitude, far surpassing that of the two evaluators. Consequently, Yin Feng was brought to Qingxi town to partake in the Qingyan Gate's trials. Regardless of the quality of one's spiritual roots, all must undergo the entrance examination. Without resolve, one could not even ascend the Golden Staircase, rendering one's exceptional roots futile. Congratulations on joining the Qingyan Gate. You now have two choices. First, continue left to face further trials for a chance at greater rewards and the opportunity to become an inner disciple. Second, proceed right to the outer sect, where your future endeavors will depend solely on your own efforts. At the top of the staircase, two gray-robed cultivators carried out their duties. Congratulations on joining the Qingyan Gate, they declared, meaning that ascending the staircase granted one entry as a disciple, but to become an inner disciple, further trials awaited. Yin Feng pondered momentarily before proceeding down the left path. The two gray-robed cultivators did not rush him, clearly unwilling to interfere with anyone's decision. To enter the ranks of inner disciples, one could only speculate what trials lay ahead. For a novice on the path of cultivation, seeking to leap over the outer disciples posed a daunting challenge. Ye Qing remained largely oblivious to the outside world. For an entire year, he had not stepped foot outside his cave, as the consumption of the fasting pill left him devoid of hunger, allowing him to devote himself to meditation, striving for an early elevation in cultivation. With the aid of the spirit-gathering array, his cultivation had indeed advanced a level, now reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, yet he had yet to break through to the 4th level. Master, with the assistance of the spirit-gathering array, why is my cultivation progressing so slowly? I've lingered in the 3rd level for so long. Ye Qing inquired within the cave. Have you exhausted your cleansing marrow pills? Find a way to procure more. Your meridians are too narrow, and the speed at which you absorb spiritual energy remains sluggish. If transitioning from the initial to the mid-stage of Qi refinement is this challenging, how much more arduous will it be to cross major realms? The Emperor of Heaven replied, equally perplexed. Logically, regardless of his aptitude, Ye Qing should experience rapid cultivation progress with the spirit-gathering array's assistance. Yet his advancement was inexplicably slow, almost infuriatingly so. Even if he absorbed 5 times more spiritual energy than others, his pace remained agonizingly sluggish. The reality was that most of the spiritual energy he absorbed entered the developed purple mansion, leaving scant energy in his Qi Si, which reflected in his slow progress. However, Ye Qing was unaware of this, and the Emperor of Heaven could not identify the cause, mistakenly believing Ye Qing to be even less capable than those with inferior roots. As his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy was dismally low, with the fasting pills nearly depleted, Ye Qing resolved to emerge from his secluded state. I must master the sword control technique. I see others flying on their swords, while I am left to run on 2 legs. To require such an extended period for the mastery of such a rudimentary spell is simply astonishing, Ye Qing muttered in frustration. Summoning his flying sword, he recited the incantation, and the cold iron sword stirred to life. Under his control, it gradually expanded and hovered in front of him. Why was this? It had remained unresponsive at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, yet upon breaking through to the 3rd level, he succeeded effortlessly. However, on his inaugural attempt at sword control, he trembled, barely lifting off the ground, drifting away. The scene was somewhat comical, yet Ye Qing felt elated. He had learned to fly on a sword. With a few more attempts, he would surely become accustomed to it. Ah, is that not Ye Qing, my junior brother, whom I haven't seen in days? Have you finally learned to fly on a sword? As Ye Qing practiced, he encountered a familiar face, Xuan Qiong. Humph. Ye Qing scoffed, not pausing to engage, and continued toward the outer sect. Excuse me, senior brother, could you direct me to Qingchuan Peak? Ye Qing halted a passing brother in yellow robes. Qingchuan Peak? Follow this small path, take a left, then a right, and proceed to the next left. Once you see it, take another right, and continue until you reach a cluster of buildings halfway up the mountain. Ye Qing's eyes widened, a sense of disbelief washing over him. The senior brother's description was remarkably detailed, even mentioning a uniquely shaped pine tree by the roadside. Grateful for his insights, Ye Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly expressed his thanks before departing. However, after such elaboration, Ye Qing distinctly remembered the route to Qingchuan Peak. After a year, Ye Qing had grown considerably taller. Although his youthful features remained, his stature was now akin to that of a child of 7 or 8. It had been a year, and he wondered how his sister, Qing'er, was faring. With a swift motion, Ye Qing soared towards Qingchuan Peak on his sword. At the midsection of Qingchuan Peak, there stood a solitary courtyard on a gentle slope. Within the courtyard, a young girl was practicing with a sword. Her movements seemingly ordinary, yet concealing lethal techniques of remarkable power. This young lady was Su Qing, a disciple taken under the wing of Xuan Nanfeng. Though due to Ye Qing's playful pretense as her brother, she was affectionately called Ye Qing. At this moment, Su Qing was cultivating the Qingling Ju, her progress accelerating swiftly. She had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, merely a step away from advancing to the later stage of Qi refinement. Stop. Outer disciples are not permitted to enter Qingchuan Peak. Do you have business here, Junior? At the entrance, 2 gray-clad cultivators blocked Ye Qing's path. I am looking for my sister, Ye Qing. Might I request your leniency to allow me entry? Ye Qing politely inquired. Regrettably, without a pass, we cannot permit entry. Perhaps I could call your sister out? One of the gray-clad youths replied. Beneath each main peak, there were dozens, even hundreds, of foundational stage disciples, who took turns performing various sect tasks daily, such as guarding, alchemy, and artifact forging, essential aspects of their routine cultivation. Typically, newly admitted disciples would receive guidance from their masters, but most of their time would be spent training alongside more experienced senior brothers, who would assist with any inquiries. Thus, Su Qing seldom encountered Xuan Nanfeng, whose dwelling was atop a cliff at the mountain's peak. Despite its proximity to the mountain's edge, the spiritual energy remained abundant. As Xuan Qiong observed a familiar figure approaching on a flying sword, Ye Qing's face lit up with excitement. It had been a year since they last met. "Thank you, seniors." Xuan Qiong addressed the gatekeepers, treating them as equals. After expressing her gratitude, she grasped Ye Qing's hand, and they soared away together on her sword. Xuan Qiong's speed on the sword surpassed Ye Qing's by far, and her flight was remarkably steady. "Wow, Sister Qing, you've reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. You are truly impressive," Ye Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless of Xuan Qiong's cultivation method, her rapid progress was indeed a cause for celebration. At this rate, she would likely reach the foundational stage within 2 years. As Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong chatted amiably, they arrived at the outer sect. Isn't that the genius of the new disciples? What brings the pride of the sect to the outer gate? Upon seeing such a prodigious figure, some offered flattery, while others were expressions of disdain. Indeed, to be accepted as a disciple by the revered ancestor Tianqin is no small feat. Yet his character leaves much to be desired, someone remarked, attempting to ingratiate themselves. Most outer disciples gazed enviously at the white-clad cultivator who descended on a flying sword. In the Qingyan sect, there was a strict hierarchy. Outer disciples donned yellow robes, while those at the foundational stage wore gray. And only those at the golden core stage or special core disciples could wear white. The appearance of a white-clad disciple at the outer gate indicated a status akin to that of a senior at the golden core stage, signifying an extraordinary identity. This individual was Yin Feng, one of the new disciples who had joined 6 months prior. Interestingly, the ultimate assessment of the Qingyan sect had not seen success for centuries. Yet, 6 months ago, Yin Feng unexpectedly completed it, the details of which only he was privy to. 206 disciples ascended the golden steps, with over 180 choosing to continue with the assessment. Ultimately, only Yin Feng succeeded. Ascending the golden steps meant becoming a disciple of Qingyan sect, continuing to undertake sect evaluations, and potentially advancing to the inner sect. Even if eliminated, one could still join the outer sect. So those who reached the top of the steps usually continued on their path. What astonished many was not merely Yin Feng's success in the assessment, but the identity of the one who took him as a disciple, the formidable ancestor Tianqin. Who was ancestor Tianqin? A recluse, a great cultivator at the late Yuanying stage, and the very embodiment of the Qingyan sect's deterrent against other forces. He rarely involved himself in sect affairs but appeared to take Yin Feng as his disciple after the latter's completion of the ultimate task. The disciple of a late Yuanying stage cultivator was of immeasurable prestige, naturally evoking envy. In just half a year, a newcomer had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, standing upon a flying sword and clad in white. Such a person would command respect and awe wherever they roamed within the sect. Aside from Lin Tian and Tianqin, the other Yuanying stage ancestors included Lin Tian's sister, Ling Yunxiao, and the latecomer Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin had joined the Qingyan sect due to Ling Yunxiao and eventually became her partner, leading them to spend little time within the sect, often wandering in search of celestial opportunities. Beneath the Yuanying ancestors were the 7 peak masters, all at the golden core stage, each peak housing a limited number of golden core experts, accompanied by dozens to hundreds of foundational stage disciples, forming the entire structure of the Qingyan sect. The 7 peaks engaged in constant rivalry, refining successive generations of disciples, while fresh blood flowed in from the outer sect. Yin Feng, Ye Qing, overhearing the discussions, cast a puzzled glance at the white-clad cultivator. "Sister, could this person be related to the Yin family from Ancient City?" Ye Qing inquired, tilting his head towards Xuan Qiong. "I am uncertain. This is my first encounter with someone favored by ancestor Tianqin. However, I have often heard of him. He is a new disciple, and look at his cultivation level, already at the 7th level of Qi refinement in just half a year." Xuan Qiong, having ventured outside a few times over the past year, was somewhat aware of external matters, unlike Ye Qing, who had been oblivious to the world during his secluded training. The techniques hall, newcomers are all the same. Such low-level spells can only be found here. Watching Yin Feng enter the techniques hall, Ye Qing quietly mused. Let us go to the techniques hall and witness this prodigious figure. If he truly is from the Yin family, he must be eliminated before he can pose a threat. Ye Qing declared with a hint of bitterness. Young master, if he is indeed from the Yin family, what will you do? He is now a disciple of ancestor Tianqin, and his cultivation has already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, Xuan Qiong asked with concern. Even if he were a Yuanying ancestor, I would still seek to vanquish him. Ye Qing's rebellious nature would not allow him to yield simply because someone was more powerful. As Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong approached the techniques hall, it became evident that many outer disciples were intrigued by Yin Feng, with several rushing to engage with him. In that brief moment, Yin Feng had already chosen his techniques, placing a dozen jade slips on the table without even a blink. This exemplifies the distinction of core disciples. Their monthly contributions far exceeded those of outer disciples, rendering them indifferent to contribution points. "Thank you," Yin Feng said, accepting the jade slips passed to him by a yellow-clad outer disciple, and then departed. The disparity in attire led to some awkwardness in how higher-ranked disciples referred to those above them. Upon exiting the Hall of Techniques, I embarked directly along the path of flying swords. Aside from expressing gratitude to the outer sect disciple who had exchanged techniques with him, Yin Feng did not engage with anyone else, nor did anyone attempt to forge a connection with him. How impressive, one might think. But there were those who sought to ingratiate themselves, while others held disdain. Yet, all their hopes were in vain. Ye Qing wished to converse and ascertain information, while others aimed to curry favor, but he was entirely indifferent to their advances. "No, I must hasten to elevate my cultivation. If that person indeed hails from the Yin family of Annan City, should he learn of my existence in the future, he might very well take action against me first." Ye Qing mused. In Annan City, he had employed the ice arrow technique to slay several of the Yin family's servants, which was evidently a celestial spell. Coupled with the fact that both Ye Qing and his companion entered the sect possessing a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement, any discerning individual would inevitably make the connection. "Sister Qing'er, my purpose in exiting seclusion this time is to request some marrow washing pills from you. If you have any contribution points, please assist me in exchanging for some fasting pills as well." Ye Qing stated candidly. At this moment, only Su Qing could aid him. "Of course. Here you go. In fact, I had already prepared them for you. I suspected you were diligently refining in seclusion somewhere," she replied, handing several small vials to Ye Qing. These contain marrow washing pills, creation pills, and nurturing pills, all prepared by Xuan Nanfeng for Su Qing. However, it seemed that each time she received items from him, the quantity was notably generous, undoubtedly aimed at doing something for Ye Qing. Ye Qing was indeed a favored disciple of Elder Ling Tian. Although he did not directly intervene, Xuan Nanfeng was well aware that as Ye Qing matured, he would undoubtedly receive focused cultivation. "Sister, after my seclusion, I need you to investigate Yin Feng's identity. If he truly originates from the Yin family of Annan City, we both must tread carefully." Ye Qing, possessing an adult's perspective, considered matters more thoroughly than Su Qing. "Rest assured, young master, I will seek information and come find you. You must also expedite your cultivation." Su Qing nodded, her expression laden with worry. She was concerned for Ye Qing, a child of 3 or 4 years. Secluding himself alone in a cave to diligently cultivate, it required immense courage. "All right, Sister Qing'er, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself." With that, Ye Qing mounted his flying sword and took off, albeit somewhat unsteadily. Time in cultivation flows differently. Seasons change, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Ye Qing rarely emerged from seclusion, doing so only when his stock of pills ran low. With Xuan Nanfeng as an indirect benefactor, Ye Qing was far more fortunate than his fellow outer sect disciples, not needing to undertake tasks to earn contribution points, allowing him to focus entirely on his cultivation. Over the 5 years, Su Qing, barring any unforeseen circumstances, successfully established her foundation, currently at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. On Qingchuan Peak, she was now a bona fide inter-sect disciple of foundation establishment. In contrast, the prodigious Yin Feng had made astounding progress, achieving the golden core stage within 5 years, rendering him the most extraordinary disciple the Qingyan sect had seen in centuries. As for Ye Qing, he had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, still newly transitioned from the mid to late stages. However, there was a reason for celebration. Upon examining himself through divine perception, he discovered a substantial accumulation of spiritual energy in his upper dantian, the Zifu cavity, which was vastly greater than that in the lower dantian, showing signs of liquefaction, indicating the beginnings of a spiritual lake. With a celestial method guaranteeing ascension and a spirit-gathering formation that defied the heavenly principles. If Ye Qing's rate of inhaling spiritual energy were to lag behind that of ordinary individuals, it would surely drive the celestial deity to despair. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Zifu was indeed a fortuitous sign, and the celestial deity merely urged Ye Qing to continue his diligent cultivation, without providing an explanation for the phenomena. In the Zifu, akin to an endless ocean, a transparent orb gathered a vast amount of spiritual energy, judging solely by cultivation level. Ye Qing, at the 7th layer of qi refinement, appeared as a mere novice in the eyes of foundation establishment disciples. Yet, in terms of true strength, His explosive power could rival that of a mid-foundation establishment practitioner, and he could even contend with those at the late stage. One day, a strand of divine perception locked onto Ye Qing as he strolled leisurely among the outer sect, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Ye Qing, accustomed to being scrutinized due to his unique status, remained unfazed. Ah, no wonder. I thought I had stumbled upon treasure, but such talent is rare indeed. Let this be a way to repay past kindness, mused an elder in purple robes atop a solitary peak of Qingyan sect. This man, with a countenance like jade and an extraordinary bearing, surveyed the mountains below, murmuring to himself. This individual was none other than the chief elder of Qingyan sect. Elder Ling Tian. Nanfeng, please take that child under your wing. Provide him with appropriate care. It is no small feat for a 5-element spiritual root to cultivate to the 7th layer of qi refinement. If he can establish his foundation, he may enjoy several more years of heavenly fortune. A transmission talisman was dispatched by Elder Ling Tian. At this moment, Ye Qing had transformed into a handsome young boy. Aside from his slightly shorter stature and youthful demeanor, he bore little distinction from any ordinary outer sect disciple. Elder, I have cultivated various body refining techniques to a considerable level. When may I begin training in the 9 transformations of gods and demons? Ye Qing had tirelessly practiced myriad body refining techniques solely to meet the prerequisites for the 9 transformations. Starting tomorrow, focus solely on the 9 transformations of gods and demons. After several years of rigorous training, he was nearly ready to meet the minimum requirements. The celestial deity was unsure of the exact level Ye Qing had reached in body refining, but estimated he could withstand the backlash from the 9 transformations. Elder, in training this 9 transformations, can one challenge beyond their cultivation level? If my cultivation is low, yet I possess such formidable body refining techniques, I could feign weakness and outsmart my opponents. Feign. With your current strength, you are far from capable. Do you possess real combat experience? Do you have a trump card? You are merely pretending. I have you, Elder. Your skills are unparalleled. Any technique you impart would be a trump card. To master my skills, you have a long way to go. Perhaps when you reach the divine transformation stage, I might consider it. Divine transformation? That sounds impressive. I wonder how long it would take to reach that level. Soon enough, as long as you avoid trouble and diligently practice the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra. The opportunity for divine transformation shall come. Divine transformation. For the dreams of yesteryear, I must achieve it. Just wait and see. Ye Qing's spirits soared as he envisioned a bright future, culminating in laughter as he soared toward his cave dwelling. As he reveled in his thoughts, a white figure descended onto his path. Ah, a white-clad cultivator? Upon spotting the figure ahead, Ye Qing felt a flicker of apprehension. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual, none other than Xuan Nanfeng, the steward he had first encountered upon entering the sect, and also Su Qing's master. Disciple Ye Qing pays respects to the master. Ye Qing approached and bowed, adhering to sect customs. As a qi refinement disciple addressing a golden core master warranted such respect. Indeed, not bad. Although your aptitude is somewhat lacking, your spiritual power is robust. With diligence, you should reach foundation establishment one day, Xuan Nanfeng remarked, appraising Ye Qing thoughtfully. Master, are you here waiting for your disciple? Ye Qing inquired. Indeed, I was waiting for you. Ye Qing, do you know the nature of your spiritual root? Xuan Nanfeng queried. Master, I am aware it is the weakest, a pseudo-spiritual root. Ye Qing, uncertain of Xuan Nanfeng's intentions, did not wish to elaborate further. Indeed, with such qualifications, reaching foundation establishment will be exceedingly difficult. What are your plans moving forward? Xuan Nanfeng asked. You aren't thinking of sending me down the mountain due to my poor aptitude, are you? Ye Qing asked, astonished. Haha, how could I possibly send you away? I merely wish to illuminate a path for you, should you be willing to listen. Xuan Nanfeng stroked his small mustache. Considering that the sect would need to invest considerable effort in nurturing alchemy disciples, now that Ye Qing was just 7 or 8 years old, it was the perfect time to begin his training. Master Ancestor, why not share your thoughts with me? As long as you don't send me down the mountain. I am open to anything, Ye Qing replied. If you are willing to join Qingchuan Peak, I can take you as my disciple and teach you the art of alchemy. In the future, you may have the opportunity to become a master alchemist. Would you be interested? Xuan Nanfeng thought carefully about Ye Qing's situation, especially since the venerable Ling Tian had instructed him to look after this child. Alchemy does not demand profound cultivation, but rather an interest in the craft and a natural talent for it. Talent is not easily defined. It is something that emerges through continuous experimentation and exploration. The more one engages in alchemy, the more experience one gains. Master, learning alchemy would consume a lot of my cultivation time, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that slow my progress? Ye Qing inquired. As long as you are willing, you can take your time learning. Others would envy you for having this opportunity. Xuan Qiong did not wish to diminish Ye Qing's confidence. As he matured, Ye Qing would understand that possessing a 5-element spirit root capable of reaching the foundation establishment stage was already a rare feat, and advancing further was nearly impossible. Chapter 51. Joining Qingchuan Peak, Ye Qing paused for a moment. Pondering that Xuan Qiong might believe his spiritual root was too weak and feared he could only reach the foundation establishment stage. Master, please allow me to think it over. Ye Qing hesitated to refuse outright, as he had never even considered the notion that his cultivation might be capped at the foundation establishment stage. Very well. Once you have made up your mind, come directly to Qingchuan Peak. Xuan Qiong noticed Ye Qing's contemplative expression, realizing that his words might have extinguished Ye Qing's motivation for the future. Indeed, for someone who yearned to cultivate, being told that the pinnacle of their potential was merely the foundation establishment stage was a hard pill to swallow, especially for a child. It was akin to someone being sentenced to death with a stay of execution. No one would find joy in that. Farewell, master. Ye Qing waved as he continued to ride his sword back to his cave dwelling. Watching Ye Qing's silhouette fade from view, Xuan Qiong displayed a look of helplessness. Master. Today a senior from Qingyan sect stopped me and suggested I take him as my master to learn alchemy, claiming that I could only cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Is that true? Ye Qing activated a concealed formation upon entering his cave and hastily inquired of Emperor Xuan Qiong. Pay them no mind. How could these mundane beings comprehend the true value of spiritual roots? I have assured you that as long as you do not perish midway, I can guarantee your ascension. Do you not trust my words? Oh, that puts my mind at ease. However, master, the person did propose taking me as a disciple. Should I consider this? Although he appreciated the seclusion of his current retreat, as an outer disciple, he needed to earn everything himself. If he could join Qingchuan Peak, the spiritual stone offerings would be significantly greater, and he could freely study many of Qingyan sect's methodologies and texts. Absolutely not. It is best to keep your secrets hidden. It is already commendable to cultivate discreetly. The primary focus must be on steadily progressing your cultivation. Discretion is paramount. If you enter Qingchuan Peak, what if your secrets are discovered? Emperor Xuan Qiong did not want Ye Qing to attract undue attention with his reckless nature. Understood, Ye Qing replied. Though he had much more to say, he swallowed his words, recognizing that in matters of cultivation, he was but a novice and needed to seek Emperor Xuan Qiong's guidance. Nevertheless, he was attentive to Emperor Xuan Qiong's advice. Master, spending all my time in solitary cultivation leaves me puzzled about many things. You do not teach me the common spells, and without anyone to exchange ideas with, it becomes quite challenging to progress. Moreover, I will eventually have to leave the sect, and by then, it may be too late to learn. I do not wish to be the kind of person who simply studies in isolation. Ye Qing truly yearned to go to Qingchuan Peak. After all, remaining alone in a dark cave for an extended period would be stifling for anyone. Indeed, you have a point. At your stage, having guidance will undoubtedly accelerate your progress. So go ahead. However, you must comply with my arrangements. The 9 transformations of gods and demons should never be casually displayed, and the spirit-gathering array contravenes the heavenly laws. The sect will not permit you to set it up. If you can find a secluded cave, that would be ideal, preferably deep within the mountains. Emperor Xuan Qiong pondered for a moment before conceding to Ye Qing's request. Sister Qing, I am coming to accompany you. Ye Qing thought to himself, feeling a surge of excitement. Senior brother, I am Ye Qing, and I kindly request you to announce my presence to Master Xue. Ye Qing arrived at the mountainside of Qingchuan Peak and addressed a gray-clad cultivator. Master is busy. No time, the cultivator replied curtly, displeased that an outer disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refinement would dare call him senior brother. It was Master Xue who sent me to find him. If I delay a significant matter for Master, can you take responsibility for it? Ye Qing had seen all sorts of situations and was not easily dissuaded by such intimidation. Then wait a moment. The gray-clad cultivator looked at Ye Qing with annoyance, but still took out a communication talisman and flicked it, causing it to vanish. Oh, it is indeed Junior Brother Ye. Please enter. Master is waiting for you in the Luotian Hall. The gray-clad cultivator's demeanor shifted entirely upon receiving instructions from Xuan Qiong. Thank you, senior brother. Ye Qing expressed his gratitude and ascended the stairs step by step. This was Ye Qing's first time entering the inner gate of Qingchuan Peak. Previously, he had only been allowed to ascend to the mountainside. Now that he could enter the inner gate, he was eager to see what distinguished it from the outer gate. The mountain path wound upward, revealing numerous small buildings nestled among the trees. These wooden structures likely served as residences for the inner disciples. Inner disciples were indeed treated differently. This place bore no resemblance to the outer gate, where one had to tend to spiritual fields and constantly worry about contributions. Ye Qing mused inwardly. Soon, as he neared the summit, a grand palace with red bricks and glazed tiles came into view, the prominent structure being the Luotian Hall perched atop Qingchuan Peak. Ye Qing continuously scanned with his spiritual sense and quickly spotted the large characters inscribed in vermilion on the gate. Luotian Hall. Disciple Ye Qing has come to pay respects to Master. Ye Qing approached the hall and respectfully called out, uncertain whether Xuan Nanfeng was present. The inner gate buildings had simple protective barriers, and the residences of the disciples were heavily warded. The Luotian Hall, being the council hall of Qingchuan Peak, was naturally protected by barriers. Unauthorized entry was impossible. Come in. A voice from within the hall summoned him, and as the door shimmered with light, it returned to its normal state. Master, regarding your offer to take me as your disciple, I accept. However, the art of alchemy is vast and profound. I would like to first enhance my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage before delving deeply into it. Is that acceptable? Ye Qing stepped into the hall and bowed respectfully. Certainly. By joining Qingchuan Peak, you will have unrestricted access to various texts within the inner gate. Not only on alchemy, but also many other subjects that will be of great benefit to you. The monthly spiritual stone salary will be substantially higher. As long as you are willing to learn alchemy, I will make sure to teach you diligently, Xuan Nanfeng replied, sitting upright and speaking calmly. Wow, the benefits of the inner gate are truly remarkable. Master, does this mean I will also have my own cave dwelling? Ye Qing eagerly inquired. Of course. All the wooden houses you saw along the way are cave dwellings on this mountain. Many of them are unoccupied, so you may choose any one you desire, as long as it is within the bounds of Qingchuan Peak. Later, I will have your sister take you to find a place rich in spiritual energy, Xuan Nanfeng explained. Oh, then, Master, will I have any tasks to complete regularly? Ye Qing was well aware that inner disciples had daily responsibilities to fulfill. Although Xuan Nanfeng had many disciples, the majority of instruction and techniques was entrusted to the more senior brothers. Before establishing a foundation, there is no need for it. Since you have joined my sect, allow me to present you with a token of our initial acquaintance. Xuan Nanfeng rose, clapped his storage bag, and a blue pouch appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Ye Qing. Chapter 52. The New Cave Abode. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now. Ye Qing received the storage bag, his face brimming with delight. Having casually probed into the storage bag gifted by his master, he could sense a particularly potent artifact within, though he refrained from examining it closely in person. Ah, yes, from now on, should you require assistance, seek out your elder brother. He will be of help. Xuan Nanfeng smiled and nodded. Having fulfilled the elder's instructions, it was time for him to enter seclusion. With joy, Ye Qing exited the Luotian Hall, sending forth a transmission into the void. Soon, a radiant figure descended from the sky. Su Qing had just emerged from her seclusion as a foundation-building practitioner and was en route for her training, having received Ye Qing's message. Qing Di, what brings you to Qingchuan Peak? Su Qing, clad in gray, had transformed immensely since 5 years prior, now blossoming into a graceful young woman. Haha, Sister Qing. I too have joined Qingchuan Peak. Really? That's splendid. We can be together from now on. Su Qing's statement seemed to suddenly dawn upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. Sister, you must be quite familiar with Qingchuan Mountain by now. Why not guide me in searching for a cave abode? Ye Qing suggested. At this moment, both of them had grown, although Ye Qing was merely 7 or 8 years old. His years of training in various body refinement techniques had left him with a stature akin to that of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Clad in the disciple's robe of Qingyan sect, he exuded an ethereal aura. For disciples who had established their foundations, it was effortless to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Thus, creating a cave abode was not a daunting task. However, if there were existing locations, why exert unnecessary effort? On the back mountain of Qingchuan Peak, there existed uninhabited cave abodes carved out by predecessors. Follow me. I know a place that will surely satisfy you. Su Qing summoned her flying sword and led Ye Qing toward the back mountain. Qingchuan Peak was not merely a solitary summit, but beneath its towering heights lay several smaller hills, also part of the inner sect territory. However, the spiritual energy here was thinner, causing many foundation-building disciples to shy away from this area. The back mountain featured several low hills, typically undisturbed, an ideal locale for secluded cultivation, albeit with relatively sparse spiritual energy. Circumventing Qingchuan Peak, the duo reached the heights of these lower hills. The back mountain was densely forested, home to various spiritual creatures, and naturally, This land of spiritual mountains bore numerous spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. On a small platform about halfway up a hill, there lay a flat expanse of several zhang, with a man-made cliff wall behind it. Qing, what do you think of this place? Su Qing pointed to the platform. Is this what a cultivator's cave abode looks like? Ye Qing beheld the carved cave for the first time. They landed on the platform, and Ye Qing extended his consciousness toward the cliff wall, discovering a stone door embedded within. Pushing it open revealed the cave's interior, which consisted of merely a few small chambers. Indeed, this is far superior to that dark cavern we encountered before, Ye Qing remarked. I shall set up a defensive array and create a gathering spirit array. I believe my cultivation will progress more swiftly, he mused inwardly. After 5 years of training in the outer sect, Ye Qing had gleaned that while some could arrange gathering spirit arrays, only those in the late Yuanying stage could perform such feats, and the techniques for setting them up were exceptionally rare. Clearly, low-tier disciples could never acquire such skills. Thus, Emperor Xuan had advised Ye Qing to exercise utmost caution, for various techniques should never be revealed lightly. The small platform in front of the cave was ample space for sword practice and martial arts alike. Perfect. This will do. Ye Qing pushed open the stone door and surveyed the surroundings once more, satisfaction evident in his voice. Sister Qinger, you mentioned you were going out for training, correct? Ye Qing asked as he inspected the cave, turning to Su Qing behind him. Yes. What is the matter? Could you perhaps return to Annan City to check on Mother and inquire about Yin Feng? Currently, all we have are our conjectures. If Yin Feng is indeed a member of the Yin family, I shall eliminate him sooner or later. The thought of the incident involving his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, filled Ye Qing with a seething rage. Of course, my task involves entering the outskirts of the barbarian territory to slay barbarian cultivators, and I will be passing through Annan City. Remember this. If Yin Feng truly hails from the Yin family in Annan City, our situation becomes precarious. We must contemplate our escape routes. It is prudent to investigate discreetly, for even united, we may not be a match for Yin Feng. Ye Qing cautioned carefully. The prodigy of Qing Yin sect had now become quite a prominent figure within it. Possessing a top tier would attribute spiritual root. It was as if this root were custom-tailored for the disciples practicing the Qingling Sutra, which primarily focused on wood attributes. No wonder even the reclusive great cultivators have emerged from their seclusion. Understood. Qing, do exercise extra caution in the sect. Strive to reach foundation building as soon as possible. For once we establish our foundations, we can train together in the outside world. Su Qing envisioned a beautiful tomorrow where she and Ye Qing would soar together. Qing, this is a premium cleansing elixir, Su Qing said, presenting a handful of pills to Ye Qing, a gesture she made every time they met. Ye Qing was bewildered. Although Su Qing was an inner sect disciple, her allowance of spirit stones hardly sufficed for such quantities. Sister Qinger, please take these with you. I have entered the inner sect now, and I will be acquiring such items in due time. Since you are heading out, they will be of great use to you. So keep them for yourself. Ye Qing declined. Su Qing hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted the gifts. Once Su Qing departed, Ye Qing busied himself, surveying the surroundings. The entire hill was devoid of other souls. It appeared the inner sect disciples who had established their foundations deemed the spiritual energy of this back mountain insufficient. Ye Qing set up the cave's restrictions, laying down 3 layers of defenses to ensure absolute security before retrieving the flags for the gathering spirit array and arranging it. Thus, a brand new cave abode was established. This time, Ye Qing did not require Emperor Xuan's guidance, although he had seldom ventured out in the past 5 years. He had consulted Emperor Xuan on numerous issues that novice cultivators might encounter. With techniques like the dragon and tiger fist, the Vajra subduing demons formation, the spirit body technique, and the 18 body refinement techniques, Ye Qing had refined many body cultivation methods to a high level over the past 5 years. This was precisely why Emperor Xuan agreed to allow Ye Qing to commence the cultivation of the divine demon 9 transformations. Body refinement lacked strict grading. Various tiers were largely classified by strength. Beginner body refinement techniques focused on honing the flesh and bones. Intermediate techniques could temper the essence of blood, while advanced techniques could even cultivate an indestructible body. The divine demon 9 transformations body refining technique gradually hones the physique from that of an ordinary person to a body capable of rivaling divine beings. Encompassing every stage, a perfect and exceedingly precious body refinement technique. Chapter 53. The Divine Demon 9 Transformations. The Divine Demon 9 Transformations was exceedingly defiant. Overtly practicing, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of high-level cultivators. However, with an array of body refinement techniques to conceal it, No one within Qingyan's sect should uncover it. With the dangerous variable of Yin Feng present, Ye Qing dared not slacken his efforts. He meditated and refined qi at night, while practicing body refinement and cultivating the divine demon 9 transformations during the day. Though life was mundane, with Emperor Xuan Qiong around, they were not lacking in mutual banter. I ask you, great deity, is this acceptable? I sense a profound numbness in my limbs. Could it be that I am rendered incapable? Ye Qing, on the small platform before his cave, struck peculiar poses. Such an extraordinary cultivation method. How could it be mastered so easily? We are only at the beginning. The trials that lie ahead will be quite formidable. Damn it, if you scare me again, I won't practice anymore. He exclaimed. Haha. Allow me to extol the benefits of cultivation, and you shall find yourself eagerly begging to learn. Speak plainly, without unnecessary embellishments. The 9 transformations of divine demons is categorized into 9 distinct levels. The first transformation, the demonic fetal body, requires all beings seeking to cultivate this method to meet certain criteria. This initial stage is akin to a novice level, with modest demands and relatively straightforward practice. The second transformation, the indestructible body of the Vajra, once achieved, grants one's physical strength the resilience of diamond, rendering ordinary treasures ineffective against them. The third transformation is the celestial demon golden body, followed by the fourth, the Yama golden body, the fifth, the indestructible golden body, the sixth, the Xian Huang indestructible body, the seventh, the great Azura immortal body, and the eighth, the 9 transformations of profound arts. The 9th transformation, the eternal indestructible body, once reached at the 5th level, ensures one's survival, as the regenerative capabilities of the indestructible golden body render one virtually unassailable. Xuan Qiong expounded upon the merits of the 9 transformations of divine demons with such eloquence that Ye Qing found himself entranced. Given the arduous nature of this cultivation, will you continue? Perhaps it would be best to cease. Xuan Qiong interrupted Ye Qing's musings. Cease? That is an impossibility. With such an impressive method, how could one not pursue it? Unless, of course, one were of unsound mind. Ye Qing laughed heartily. No slacking off. I shall retire to my slumber. How delightful it is to sleep. Xuan Qiong sighed with satisfaction. May you perish early enough for moss to grow upon your teeth, Ye Qing muttered under his breath. The camaraderie between Ye Qing and Xuan Qiong, who shared the roles of mentor and friend, often involved playful banter, a source of joy amidst their cultivation journey. Time passed swiftly. 3 years elapsed, during which Ye Qing steadily progressed to the first transformation. Cultivating the 9 transformations of divine demons necessitated training targets. And throughout these 3 years, he had engaged with myriad spiritual beasts such as the bear monsters, tiger spirits, and crimson demons on the back mountain. 3 years later, Ye Qing had nearly matured into adulthood. Though still in his early teens, he bore little resemblance to a child, appearing more akin to a robust man in his 20s. His muscles exuding a deep bronze hue, as if sun-kissed. Over these 3 years, his cultivation had advanced 2 levels, a testament to the rich spiritual energy of Qingchuan Mountain, which far surpassed that of the outer sect. Had he remained at the outer sect, achieving the 9th level of qi refinement would have been uncertain. This was merely the surface. The true benefits that Ye Qing reaped were far beyond mere cultivation of the first transformation. His current demonic fetal body, might could rival that of foundation-building body cultivators. In terms of qi refinement, the spiritual energy in his lower dantian had reached the 9th level, and with further effort, he could attain perfection in qi refinement, paving the way for foundation establishment. In the upper dantian, or the purple palace, a lake of spiritual liquid had fully formed, an asset typically reserved for nascent soul cultivators. Though modest in size, the liquefied spiritual energy bore an explosive power that was unparalleled, indicative of the assistance from the gathering spirit array. Despite the immense spiritual energy required for cultivating the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra, Ye Qing had still absorbed a considerable amount. Master, does junior brother Ye Qing possess some special status? In the Luotian Hall, several disciples in gray robes were engaged in conversation with Xuan Nanfeng. Indeed, Master, we have only heard of him, but have yet to meet junior brother Ye Qing. Silence. Ye Qing is a descendant of the great elder. Perhaps the elder is covertly guiding him, Xuan Nanfeng admonished. Today's lesson concludes here. Refrain from speculation about others. Remember, curiosity killed the cat. The disciples dispersed, and Xuan Nanfeng, reflecting on the matter, realized that he had not personally instructed Ye Qing since his arrival at Qingchuan Mountain. It was indeed uncharacteristic of a teacher to neglect a disciple after taking them in. As he ascended into the sky, Xuan Nanfeng made his way to the location of Ye Qing's cave dwelling. Ye Qing was diligently practicing the 9 transformations of divine demons on the platform outside his cave. Upon sensing an approaching presence, he swiftly transitioned into the Dragon Tiger technique. The Dragon Tiger technique, fierce as a tiger pouncing upon its prey, yet poised as a tiger surveying the world, radiated an aura of sovereignty. He quickly reigned in his power. Awaiting Xuan Nanfeng's arrival, disciple Ye Qing pays his respects to master. He greeted upon the master's approach. To have cultivated the Dragon Tiger technique to such a level reflects your diligence. I have been in seclusion for the past 2 years and have not had the opportunity to instruct you adequately. I shall take greater notice of your progress henceforth. Do you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation? Xuan Nanfeng inquired as he descended. Master, I understand that progress in qi refinement may prove challenging, so I wish to seek breakthroughs in body refinement. I shall not relinquish my pursuit of the immortal path, Ye Qing replied, his expression serious. Body refinement? My own understanding of body refinement techniques is merely superficial, and I may struggle to guide you. However, if you are keen on body refinement, then pursue it with determination. Yes, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, it is time to prepare for foundation establishment, Xuan Nanfeng assessed Ye Qing thoughtfully. Master, is it true that the foundation establishment pill can only be obtained by participating in the outer sect competition? Ye Qing, having heard of the numerous outer sect disciples vying for advancement to the foundation building stage, knew well that participation in the annual outer sect competition was requisite for obtaining the coveted foundation establishment pill. Though outer sect disciples must dedicate time to completing tasks for contributions, cultivation remains essential. Each August, the sect organizes a grand competition among disciples to foster their growth. August is the month for qi refinement disciples competitions, while September is designated for foundation building disciples. The upcoming month aligns perfectly for Ye Qing to seize this opportunity for the foundation establishment pill. However, it would seem rather parsimonious of Xuan Nanfeng if Ye Qing, as his disciple, had to fret over the foundation establishment pill. Indeed, the inter-sect competition offers not only the foundation establishment pill, but also numerous substantial rewards. Should you wish to test your strength, feel free to register for participation. However, inter-sect disciples receive no special privileges. Consider carefully whether to participate, Xuan Nanfeng advised. Ye Qing pondered deeply, recognizing that the 9 transformations of divine demons required finding opponents for honing one's skills. Thus, participating in the competition would serve as an excellent opportunity to assess the power gained from mastering the first transformation. The foundation establishment pill is of little concern to me. I could provide it to you now. However, the inter-sect competition presents a valuable opportunity for interaction with your fellow disciples, so do seize it, Xuan Nanfeng remarked. Aware that Ye Qing rarely engaged with his peers, which likely left him with some confusion regarding his cultivation. From his storage pouch, Xuan Nanfeng retrieved several vials of pills, including the foundation establishment pill, and handed them to Ye Qing. Disciple expresses gratitude to master. I shall participate in the competition, Ye Qing said, accepting the pills gratefully. Chapter 54. The inter-sect competition. I bestow upon you this body refinement technique, cultivated diligently. The immortal path is elusive, and I dare not make hasty judgments, he said, presenting Ye Qing with a jade slip. Ye Qing accepted the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, allowing the information to flow into his mind. The Tiangang technique. Its power appears formidable, Ye Qing mused after a moment of contemplation. The Tiangang technique offers both offense and defense. It serves well for self-protection. Though your qi refinement level is modest, I observe that your body refinement proficiency is quite respectable. Mastering this Tiangang technique will ensure that you have no fear of adversaries in the inter-sect competition, Xuan Nanfeng noted. Having witnessed the might of Ye Qing's Dragon Tiger technique, Ye Qing's aptitude for body refinement surpassed that of most outer sect disciples, as few possess the ability to cultivate both body and qi simultaneously, and Ye Qing's body refinement skills even exceeded his qi cultivation. Disciple is grateful for master's generosity. Having received what others deemed an impressive technique, it was only fitting to express his thanks. In truth, Ye Qing held little regard for the Tiangang Sutra, with the extraordinary method of body refinement known as the 9 transformations of the divine demon at his disposal. Other techniques for physical cultivation seemed trivial by comparison. I shall not disturb you further. Focus on your training, he said, gracefully leaping onto his flying sword, which spiraled upward before vanishing from sight. Ye Qing respectfully saw Xuan Nanfeng off and retrieved the Tiangang Sutra from his storage pouch for a meticulous study. Though he dismissed it, it was nonetheless a technique revered by Golden Core cultivators and should possess some merit. Furthermore, the 9 transformations of the divine demon should not be easily revealed. With merely a month remaining until the annual assessment of the Qi refinement disciples' cultivation, he felt it essential to make an appearance. It had been over 3 years since he last saw his sister Qinger, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Ye Qing pondered her prolonged absence. Countless cultivators had perished in the conflicts between the human and barbarian races, and it was entirely possible that she too had met with misfortune. Without a foundation in cultivation, he could not venture out to seek news. So he resolved to dedicate himself to his practice, aspiring to establish his foundation swiftly and realize his ambitions. This month, Ye Qing devoted himself to mastering the Tiangang Sutra, carefully observing each move. It indeed possessed formidable aspects, and employing it during the internal competition would be advantageous. The Tiangang Sutra comprised 36 distinctive forms, each with its unique strengths, making it an exceptional technique for close combat. Given Ye Qing's extensive experience with various body refinement techniques and his considerable skill, he progressed through the forms with remarkable speed. Within less than half a month, he had mastered more than half of them, albeit lacking a sparring partner and practical experience. As the days passed, Ye Qing practiced vigorously on a small platform outside his cave dwelling. The Tiangang Sutra was suitable for combat up to the nascent soul stage, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. It could also increase in potency with his cultivation advancement, rendering it a reliable alternative when the 9 transformations of the divine demon was impractical to use. The following morning, Ye Qing arrived at the competition arena. The 6th Group S platform was overseen by a senior cultivator of the Golden Core stage, ensuring the bouts proceeded without undue harm. In general, matches could be resolved within 100 exchanges, as most Qi refinement disciples possessed only low-grade magical artifacts, while those wielding mid-grade artifacts were considered affluent. Soon, it was Ye Qing's turn to compete. He observed an intersect disciple clad in gray, while his opponent, a boy also at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, appeared somewhat intimidated, hastily summoning a low-grade mid-tier flying sword and invoking 2 protective talismans. However, as Ye Qing ascended the platform, he regarded his adversary with unwavering composure, refraining from summoning a protective barrier or weapon. The referee announced the commencement of the match, yet Ye Qing remained still. The disciple in yellow, bewildered by Ye Qing's barehanded stance, suddenly charged at him, his weapon emanating a faint azure glow, aimed directly at Ye Qing's face. With the Tiangang Sutra activated, Ye Qing unleashed his palms like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Engaging unarmed against a magical artifact was fraught with peril. A misstep could result in grievous injury. As their energies collided, Ye Qing's hands emitted a surge of spiritual power, firmly binding the opponent's sword. The immense force began to whirl, and if his adversary did not relinquish his grip, he would be compelled to follow the sword's rotation. If he did, the weapon would fall into Ye Qing's possession, a most humiliating outcome. With determination, the yellow-clad cultivator gripped the sword's hilt tightly, spinning alongside it like a top. Ye Qing, observing his opponent's futile struggle, smirked disdainfully. At such a close distance, he executed a swift backward kick, striking the opponent squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling off the platform, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, breath ragged, rendered unable to continue. After a moment of silence, when the defeated disciple did not return to the platform, the Golden Core cultivator atop the high platform declared Ye Qing the victor. The match concluded in a single move, leaving the onlooking disciples craving more excitement. Who is this intersect disciple? So formidable. If I faced him, I would surely be utterly overwhelmed, they murmured, captivated by his prowess. Word of Ye Qing's decisive victory spread quickly, though as an intersect disciple, he garnered little interest from the spies of other peaks. Chapter 55. Foundation Establishment Success. The grand competition was divided into elimination rounds and point-based matches. The elimination rounds were straightforward. A single bout determined the outcome, with pairs randomly assigned, and the defeated party eliminated, leaving only 12 to progress to the point-based matches. Cultivation in the realm of immortality inherently hinges on fate and fortune. When 2 formidable opponents clashed, it merely indicated that the vanquished lacked the necessary destiny, devoid of any notion of fairness. In the subsequent matches, Ye Qing encountered no worthy adversaries, dispatching each with ease, often within fewer than 10 exchanges. His advanced body refinement cultivation placed him far beyond the capabilities of these outer sect disciples. Even without relying on his body refinement prowess, his Qi refinement cultivation alone would render him a virtually invincible presence in this outer sect competition. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy within his purple mansion had even coalesced into a lake of spiritual liquid, surpassing the strength of most foundation establishment cultivators. As the matches progressed, Ye Qing steadily claimed victory after victory, his reputation spreading among the outer sect disciples. He had naturally achieved his goal of honing his techniques, and securing first place in the outer sect competition required little exertion on his part. The rewards for claiming first in the internal competition were substantial: 2 foundation establishment pills, a high-grade defensive armor known as the Lioli armor, and an opportunity to enter the Qingming cave to select a technique. The Qingming cave was a sacred site within the Qingyan sect, housing countless precious texts and formidable techniques. Master, I have obtained a chance to enter the Qingming cave and choose a technique. What should I select? Ye Qing inquired of Emperor Xuan Qiong as he journeyed toward the cave. You may have your preferences. Those inferior techniques may be treasures to you, but to me, they are worthless. Humph. You possess many treasures, but can you truly present them? Even my humble acquisitions are the fruits of my hard work. Upon realizing he could soon choose a technique, Ye Qing's spirits lifted, rendering him indifferent to Di Shitian's disparagement. Are you the Ye Qing who secured first place in the outer sect competition? An elder inquired, blocking Ye Qing at the entrance of the Qingming cave. Indeed, Master Uncle. Here is my identity token for your verification, Ye Qing replied, presenting the token. The Qingming cave was a significant stronghold of the sect, guarded by a formidable figure in the late Golden Core stage. Enter. You have half an hour to make your selection. Should you fail to choose in time, do not blame me for being unkind and expelling you, the elder kindly warned. Understood. Thank you, Master Uncle, Ye Qing acknowledged, clad in gray robes. Although he was merely a Qi refining stage cultivator, the title was not misapplied. He stepped into the Qingming cave, beginning his search. Faced with a myriad of jade slips, Ye Qing felt overwhelmed. To select a technique from such a vast array within half an hour was indeed a daunting task. It resembled a monkey attempting to choose corn, always hoping the next slip would be the one, yet ending up with nothing suitable. The Qingming cave housed an extensive collection of precious texts accumulated over many years, including numerous spells. Ancestor, please assist me. There are too many texts. I truly do not know which one to choose. Ye Qing implored Di Shitian, gazing at the densely packed jade slips. You have the body refinement techniques, and now the Qi refinement ones. Select something useful to you. Techniques related to movement would be most advantageous at this stage, Di Shitian advised. All right, I understand, Ye Qing replied, eager not to waste time. He hurried to the section containing movement techniques. With limited time, he merely glanced at the names of the jade slips. Phantom technique, Thunder God S wings, lightness technique, floating cotton technique. As he surveyed each one, Ye Qing found himself at a loss and randomly chose the phantom technique before exiting. Seeing Ye Qing emerge so swiftly, the elder in white smiled slightly, dispelling the restrictions on the phantom technique jade slip and handing it to Ye Qing. And that concludes the matter. As Ye Qing left, he inwardly cursed the elder for having tricked him, imagining the elder sneezing incessantly. Nevertheless, acquiring a movement technique for free brought Ye Qing great joy. Upon returning to the back mountain of Qingchuan Peak, he resumed his intense training, meditating at night and practicing the 9 transformations of divine and demonic body refinement during the day, occasionally practicing the phantom technique. Life was mundane yet fulfilling. A year passed, and Ye Qing steadily reached the perfected 10th layer of the Qi refining stage, preparing for foundation establishment. With 3 foundation establishment pills and Di Shitian's guidance, he anticipated a smooth transition. One day, fully prepared, Ye Qing set up several restrictions in his cave dwelling before beginning to meditate, practicing the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra. Ancestor, I am about to break through. Please do not disturb me, he proclaimed. Enough already. It has taken nearly a decade to reach foundation establishment. How many more years must I endure in this cursed place? If I fail, it will mean many more years of waiting. Ye Qing lamented audibly. Go away, perish. Di Shitian bellowed. Ye Qing then commenced his true breakthrough. Grasping a spirit stone, he began to absorb the spiritual energy within. An invisible vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed in the sky, intensifying the aura around Ye Qing. As he meditated with closed eyes, beads of sweat began to drip from his forehead, while fine black particles emerged from his body, these impurities being expelled during the critical moment of foundation establishment. The vortex above sent a torrent of energy towards Ye Qing, aiding his breakthrough. After several hours, the vortex dissipated, and Ye Qing successfully established his foundation, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. This marked his first significant breakthrough, and he was completely focused, fearing failure. The spiritual energy of Qingchuan peak subtly shifted, promptly sensed by Xuan Nanfeng, who adjusted his little beard and muttered to himself. Ah, successful foundation establishment. Not bad, not bad. Despite lacking talent, your perseverance is commendable. Coupled with body refinement, you have managed to break through to foundation establishment in the Qi refining realm. If only your spiritual roots were stronger, your future would be boundless. Such a pity. Xuan Nanfeng reflected upon realizing Ye Qing's breakthrough. Each disciple must register their foundation establishment with the sect. Ye Qing spent several hours solidifying his cultivation before emerging from his retreat. He performed the little cloud and rain technique, cleansing himself of the accumulated grime before changing into fresh robes and soaring towards the main peak of Qingchuan. Ecstatic with his successful foundation establishment, Ye Qing knew that this achievement would allow him to leave the sect in search of his sister. Master, I am fortunate. I have finally established my foundation. Ye Qing reported to Xuan Nanfeng upon reaching the Qingfeng Hall. Certainly, upon successful foundation establishment, the sect would reward him accordingly. Outer sect disciples would be randomly assigned to one of the main peaks, becoming true inner sect disciples. As an inner sect disciple, one would receive a mid-grade magic weapon, a set of defensive armor, and several bottles of elixirs, all gifts from the sect. Coincidentally, Xuan Nanfeng was responsible for such matters and bestowed many good items upon Ye Qing. Chapter 56. Return to Annan City, Master. I wish to accept a sect mission to expedite my departure and seek my sister's whereabouts. She has been gone for so long, and I am deeply concerned for her safety. Rest assured, your sister has not perished. Her life essence remains intact. However, her prolonged absence is indeed puzzling. If you are eager to leave, I see no harm in it. Yet I worry you have not adequately trained in martial techniques, and the outside world can be treacherous. Xuan Nanfeng expressed concern over Ye Qing's lack of experience in the world. Do not worry, Master. My body refinement level is quite substantial, and I have also made significant progress in the Tiangang technique you gifted me. I doubt ordinary foundation establishment disciples would be a match for me. Ye Qing eagerly extolled the merits of the Tiangang technique, flattering Xuan Nanfeng, for it was indeed an excellent body refinement technique. Given that, you may proceed. With your mastery of the Tiangang technique, there is little to fear. However, be mindful of the harshness of the world outside. Exercise caution in all matters. Take this with you. It is a small token from me, Xuan Nanfeng said, producing a storage bag and handing it to Ye Qing, as he, a golden core stage cultivator, felt it necessary to provide some support for his departing disciple. I will remember your teachings. Thank you, Master. Ye Qing accepted the storage bag without hesitation, though he did not open it immediately. Subsequently, Ye Qing went to the mission acceptance area and resolutely took on a task to eliminate the barbarian cultivators. This was merely a pretext, as Ye Qing contemplated the outcome. If Yin Feng were indeed a member of the Yin family from Annan City, it was likely he would never return to Qingyan sect. Ye Qing was determined not to let the murderer of his mother escape, yet he had received no word from Su Qing. He worried that if he left the sect and exterminated the Yin family, Su Qing might return to the sect and be implicated. At present, everything was merely conjecture. If Yin Feng had no ties to the Yin family of Annan City, all would be well. 3 days later, Ye Qing set out for Annan City. In Qingxi town, he purchased a detailed map of the merchant kingdom, seeking to gain a comprehensive understanding of its geography. Annan City lies near the western frontier, and a few hundred miles beyond that is the border between the merchant kingdom and the western regions, regarded by cultivators as the land of savages. In less than a day, Ye Qing arrived at Tianyong City, yet he found no trace of the Yin family, just as it had been years ago. Nearly a decade had passed, and while Tianyong City showed little change, multiple branches of the Yin family resided within its walls. Ye Qing could not ascertain which branch was responsible for his mother's death. He then set his sights on Annan City, believing it prudent to start there. For the mines outside Annan City remained, and the Yin family would not forsake them. It had been nearly 10 years since Ye Qing had departed from Annan City, and thoughts of his mother, Lu Xiaofeng, filled him with rage. The resentment in his heart only deepened over the years. Thus, the moment he successfully established his foundation, he yearned to leave the sect and exact vengeance for his mother. Ancestor, I can sense your anger along this journey, yet this matter is non-negotiable. I must avenge my mother. Otherwise, how can I face the world? He sighed. Regardless of your counsel, if you truly care for me, after I eliminate the Yin family members in Annan City, I urge you to leave this place swiftly. If Yin Feng is indeed connected to your enemy, I fear for your life. A golden core expert could extinguish you with a mere wave of their hand. Di Shitian consistently opposed Ye Qing's immediate pursuit of vengeance. especially after hearing that a member of the opposing family might be a golden core cultivator. He was deeply concerned that Ye Qing might meet an untimely demise, leaving his hopes in ruins. No, even at the cost of my life, I must eradicate the entire Yin family. A true man must keep his word. I vowed to annihilate them, and I shall do so. Ye Qing clenched his teeth, a fierce anger etched on his face. A sigh of resignation escaped him as he arrived in Annan City, at the South Heavenly Imperial capital. A figure descended from the sky, landing in the backyard of the South Heavenly Imperial capital, before the very small pavilion where Ye Qing had once stayed. Seeing the hanging sandbags and the rows of trees stirred memories within him. He closed his eyes, recalling his mother's visage and the myriad of small moments from the past. Soon, it seemed a servant had spotted Ye Qing and hurried to inform Lady Yi. Moments later, a beautiful and graceful woman approached with a joyful expression, followed by several maidservants. Ye Qing halted his thoughts, turning to see that it was indeed Lady Yi. "Qinger, is it truly you returned?" she called out from a distance. Ye Qing, now 12 or 13 years old, had transformed significantly since their last meeting. Clad in a gray robe, his complexion darkened, he had grown into a handsome young man. "Yes, mother, Qinger has returned," Ye Qing replied, taking in the sight of Lady Yi after a decade apart. "Quickly, prepare food and wine. Qinger, you have finally returned. Let me see you." Lady Yi commanded the servants to hastily prepare the feast while she grasped Ye Qing's hand, inspecting him from head to toe. "Mother, has Sister Qing visited?" Ye Qing asked, concerned for Su Qing's well-being. "She came, but that was 3 years ago. She left me some pills, claiming they could prolong life and cure ailments. I have yet to bring myself to consume them," Lady Yi recounted, her excitement bubbling forth as she spoke of the immortal's son. Once the servants had retreated, only Ye Qing and his adoptive mother remained in the courtyard. "Mother, has Sister Qing mentioned anything regarding the Yin family?" I inquired for information. "I hope she gathered something useful," Ye Qing pressed. "What matter are you referring to, dear?" Sister Qing left in haste and did not relay much before departing. "Oh, I see. But, mother, have there been any unusual happenings with the Yin family in these years? You have been in Annan City. Surely you've heard some rumors if they harbor cultivators." Interestingly, about 5 years ago, the Yin family suddenly became quite prominent, ruthlessly suppressing other influential families in Annan City. They even seized several mines. Nowadays, no one dares provoke the Yin family. Rumors abound that they are protected by cultivators, though no one has truly witnessed this. "Oh, is that so? In that case, I must investigate further myself." Before long, the servants had prepared the food and wine, serving them in the very pavilion where Ye Qing had once resided. The pavilion appeared unchanged. Even the furnishings remained exactly as they were when he left a decade ago. The room was tidy and clean, indicating that Lady Yi had often ordered it to be maintained. "Mother, I have little else to offer. But these pills not only enhance beauty, but also prolong life and bolster one's health. Please accept them," Ye Qing said, presenting several vials of pills to Lady Yi. Feeling grateful for the nurturing she had provided. "Mother, you should leave Annan City swiftly. I seek vengeance, and I fear for your safety if you remain here. You possess wealth aplenty. It would be wiser to seek a secluded paradise and enjoy life," Ye Qing urged. "Qinger, have you truly made up your mind? If so, I will heed your wishes. However, I have spent most of my life in the South Heavenly Imperial capital and cannot bear to part with my sisters. Give me 2 days to settle matters here. I will ensure that the South Heavenly Imperial capital is divided among them. I believe that even after I depart, the Yin family will not dismantle this place. Rest assured, mother, I shall not afford them the opportunity. My aim is the complete annihilation of the Yin family," Ye Qing declared solemnly. Chapter 57. Unexpected Gains Annihilation? Lady Yi gasped in shock. With no servants present, Ye Qing felt no concern over his words being leaked. He hoped that Lady Yi would depart Annan City entirely to avoid any entanglements, especially given the likelihood of the Yin family having cultivators among them. "Let us do this. Tomorrow, I shall take you away. You focus on settling matters here, and I will find you a suitable refuge," Ye Qing proposed. "Qinger, why the urgency? At least eat something first. Time is of the essence. I must depart at once. Mother, please arrange everything promptly. You need not worry about belongings. I can carry all the gold and silver you possess in this bag," Ye Qing assured, patting the pouch at his waist. With that, Ye Qing took to the skies, soaring towards the upper reaches of the Wu River, confident that he could find a small town there. A few hours later, he descended upon a picturesque place called Lingxi Town, characterized by its clear mountains and waters. After some inquiries, he discovered available properties for sale in the town. Desiring to keep his identity as a cultivator concealed, he walked to the site and secured a deposit for a property, thereby ensuring a safe haven for Lady Yi. Afterward, he mounted his flying sword and returned to Annan City. Upon his arrival, Ye Qing did not return to the South Heavenly Imperial capital, but rather descended directly into the Yin family estate. The appearance of a cultivator prompted the Yin family servants to promptly notify the family head, Yin Ruhai. Before long, a middle-aged man in elegant robes, accompanied by a retinue of servants, hurried to the scene. Honored immortal, it is indeed a great fortune for us to have you grace us with your presence. Please, come inside, Yin Ruhai said respectfully, concealing any sign of fear. Ye Qing nodded slightly, remaining silent as he entered the grand hall of the Yin family. Immortal, please take a seat. Quickly, prepare food and drink, Yin Ruhai commanded his servants. Immortal, you must be weary from your journey. Would you not indulge in some refreshments first? Very well, Ye Qing replied, choosing a seat at the right side rather than the head of the table. Thus, Yin Ruhai had largely confirmed Ye Qing's identity, as his son Yin Feng held a significant position within the Qingyan sect. Previously, cultivators had visited this place, and they were well aware of Yin Ruhai's status. He would never occupy the position of the main hall master. Is the immortal teacher from the Qingyan sect? Yin Ruhai inquired as he sat across from Ye Qing. Indeed. Ye Qing nodded affirmatively. Oh, in that case, the immortal teacher's arrival here is akin to returning home. Should you require any assistance from us, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall immediately dispatch someone to fulfill your request. Yin Ruhai surmised that his son's fellow disciple was visiting and might need some help. Well then, I shall not be polite with the family master. I wish to purchase a larger residence for my family, but as cultivators, we live modestly and lack the silver required by mortals. I wonder if the family master could extend some convenience? Yin Ruhai was taken aback, since this person was his son's fellow disciple. He should have been aware of his son's status. Why would he request money from him? However, he soon bore a wry smile and nodded in agreement. Very well. No problem. After all, despite my son's high status, he is not here at the moment. We have ample silver at home, and as long as it is not excessive, I can still discern the importance of the matter. That is too much trouble for the family master. My senior brother Yin Feng instructed me to take good care of his family, and should any difficulties arise, I may seek assistance from the family master. Ye Qing cautiously suggested. Haha, so you are Fenger's junior apprentice. You should have mentioned this sooner, and we need not stand on ceremony. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing realized without a doubt that this was indeed Yin Feng's junior disciple. Steward, Yin Ruhai called out twice. Master, what orders do you have? The steward hurriedly entered the hall. Please offer the immortal teacher some tea. I will make the necessary arrangements, Yin Ruhai said, following the steward out, whispering along the way. Soon, food and drink were brought in. It must be noted that the Yin family was indeed one of the most prominent households in the city, with dishes that were both fragrant and delectable. The enticing aroma of the food piqued Ye Qing's appetite, and he set aside all reservations, eagerly devouring the meal. Haha, the immortal teacher has quite the appetite. Come, I shall toast to you. Yin Ruhai quickly returned, noticing Ye Qing's hearty appetite, and poured him a drink. Ye Qing remained silent, absorbed in his meal, his mind preoccupied with how to confront Yin Feng next. Old ancestor. That Yin Feng truly hails from the Yin family of Annan City. What should we do now? Ye Qing inquired mentally. What to do? You never heed my advice. And now you come asking me? Humph. If you are unhappy, so be it. Regardless, I am dead, and you cannot escape either. Enough. Am I to be fearful of you? You are intent on revenge, are you not? After killing the members of the Yin family here, flee deep into the wilderness and never return to this place, Emperor Xuan Qiong advised Ye Qing. Would that not mean letting Yin Feng go free? Silence. Emperor Xuan Qiong cursed. Immortal teacher? Yin Ruhai called out twice, but Ye Qing was lost in his own world, continuing to eat and drink. The peculiar temperament of cultivators made Yin Ruhai hesitant to express any reproach, although he seemed to have lost some of his earlier respect. At that moment, Ye Qing was deliberating with Emperor Xuan Qiong on how to annihilate the entire Yin family. Soon, for servants, led by the steward, brought in 2 iron cabinets and set them down in the hall. The noise of the servants moving the cabinets stirred Ye Qing from his reverie. The 4 servants then exited the hall. Just then, the steward placed a stack of silver notes on the tea table, separating them into 2 portions alongside the 2 iron cabinets. Upon noticing the items had arrived and returning to his senses, Ye Qing waved his hand, swiftly storing the silver notes and the 2 boxes of gold and silver into his storage bag. Yin Ruhai, witnessing this, cursed himself for his oversight. His initial intention was to present 2 options, 1 stack of silver notes and 1 of silver, allowing Ye Qing to choose between cash or notes. However, Ye Qing had not bothered to be courteous and had taken everything outright. Having seen that Ye Qing had taken everything without so much as a word of thanks, Yin Ruhai felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, his son held considerable status, and even if this was his son's junior disciple, such blatant rudeness was unbecoming. "Please take your time, immortal teacher. I must attend to some family matters," he said, turning his back and leaving the hall. As Yin Ruhai stepped outside, he encountered a young man clad in lavish attire, appearing to be in his late 20s, flanked by two stunning beauties, who were laughing and approaching the hall. Yin Ruhai, already filled with ire, was further enraged to see his wayward son before him and kicked at the two women. "Get lost, you disgraceful wretches." The command was clearly directed at the two women, as his son Yin Lang was reeking of alcohol, and the two were evidently courtesans. Drinking during the day to the point of inebriation was indeed unacceptable. However, Yin Lang, now grown, paid no heed to his father's words. "Father, what am I drinking? Why are you so angry?" He turned back and shouted, "Stop! Help me to rest." The two women, frightened, turned to glance at Yin Ruhai's expression. In the eyes of the citizens of Annan City, the Yin father and son were more fearsome than the city lord, having committed numerous heinous acts under the guise of the son's identity as a cultivator. "Get out now. Have you not harmed enough women? If it weren't for your brother, you would have been slain by your enemies long ago." Yin Ruhai, fearing that further commotion would provoke the ire of the cultivators in the hall, urged Yin Lang to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing was taken aback. "How many girls have been harmed? Could it be that my mother was victimized by this scoundrel?" Ye Qing sprang to his feet, swiftly exiting the hall and making his way towards the Yin father and son. "You are Yin Lang?" Ye Qing's expression was cold as he fixed his gaze upon Yin Lang, his aura erupting and startling even the inebriated Yin Lang into sobriety. "Yes, I am Yin Lang," he replied, suddenly unsure of the identity of this unexpected visitor. "Then you shall die," Ye Qing declared, delivering a fierce kick to Yin Lang's groin. In an instant, Yin Lang was sent flying far away. Yin Ruhai, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded. How could this boy strike so suddenly after having received so much silver from him? "Immortal teacher, what is the meaning of this? When did my son offend you?" "Haha, when did he offend me?" 10 years ago. The girl your son forced to drown herself? Have you forgotten? You seek revenge?" Yin Ruhai's face drained of color, fearing that this family would not escape unscathed today. "Indeed, today the entire Yin family shall pay for my mother's life." With that, a gleaming sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, the sword was unleashed, and a flash of light severed Yin Ruhai's legs at the knees. A cry of agony erupted, echoing throughout the Yin residence. "What is happening? That sounds like the master." In an instant, numerous members of the Yin family emerged from their courtyards, eager to discern the commotion. "There's a murder." In a flash, Ye Qing moved swiftly, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows that struck down the members of the Yin family. Servants, aides, anyone who appeared in the residence was mercilessly struck down by the ice arrows. For those who did not fall at the first shot, Ye Qing would follow up with fireballs to burn them alive. Meanwhile, Yin Ruhai, whose legs had been severed, began to laugh maniacally, having crushed a jade slip in his hand at some point. In less than half an hour, apart from Yin Lang and Yin Ruhai, all the members of the Yin family had perished, their lifeless bodies sprawled haphazardly across the courtyard. Ye Qing kicked Yin Lang, who still clung to a flicker of life, towards his father. "You scoundrel, today you shall experience the agony of 1,000 cuts." With that, Ye Qing summoned his spiritual energy, lifting Yin Lang's body into the air. His right hand conjured a flying sword, transforming it into countless sword shadows that methodically peeled away Yin Lang's flesh. Yin Lang's father stared in shock as he witnessed his son endure such torment. Yin Lang's anguished cries echoed throughout Annan City. Yet not a single citizen dared to approach the estate, nor did the guards of the city lord's mansion express curiosity about the events unfolding within the Yin residence. This is a case of retribution. Perhaps the vengeful spirits of those slain by the Yin family have come seeking vengeance. The townsfolk murmured incessantly, but no one dared to investigate further. Soon, Yin Lang's flesh was nearly stripped away, and his cries faded, suggesting he was close to meeting the king of hell. At that moment, two figures swiftly appeared above the Yin estate. "Halt! Who dares to slay innocent citizens? Do you not fear divine retribution?" The two figures, flying on swords, descended swiftly, brandishing their artifacts and glaring fiercely at Ye Qing. "You are Ye Qing?" One of them seemed to recognize him. For Ye Qing was now drenched in blood, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. However, his robe bore a striking resemblance to that of the newcomers, and upon closer inspection, they were indeed identical. These two individuals were also disciples of Qingyin's sect, both in the foundation establishment stage. Brother Qin, what should we do? This brat has slaughtered Master Yin Feng's entire family. If we let him go, Yin Feng will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. The two, upon witnessing the horrific scene, immediately associated it with the wrath Yin Feng would unleash upon them. We must subdue him and leave his fate to Master Yin. One of them seemed resolute in capturing Ye Qing for Yin Feng's judgment. Huh, you think you can do that? Ye Qing scoffed disdainfully. Despite being merely at the first layer of foundation establishment, having just achieved it, Ye Qing's confidence flustered the two. One at the third layer and the other at the fourth. Attack. The two, taken aback by Ye Qing's audacity, found themselves at a loss for words. Instantly, the courtyard became a battleground as sword lights and fist shadows clashed. Yet, Yin Lang and his father still retained a trace of life, perhaps. If a cultivator with medicinal pills were to arrive, their lives could still be saved. Ye Qing sensed their faint auras and was determined not to leave any regrets. Suddenly, he activated the 9 transformations of the divine demon, his physical prowess rivaling that of a golden core cultivator, far beyond what 2 foundation establishment practitioners could contend with. With the might of the heavenly gang art, he sent one of the Chun disciples flying dozens of feet away. Ye Qing swiftly evaded the 2 disciples, advancing aggressively. With a flick of his wrist, 2 severed heads tumbled to the ground. The 2 Qingyin sect cultivators were incensed. They were determined not to relent until they captured Ye Qing. Although they were from the same sect, they had no idea of the extent of Ye Qing's physical cultivation. As the strength of body cultivators was not easily discerned, they could only sense that Ye Qing had just established his foundation, hence their confidence in subduing him. Having eradicated the entire Yin family in Henan City, Ye Qing had avenged his mother. However, his plans to head to the mines were thwarted by the 2 persistent pursuers. If you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless, Ye Qing muttered inwardly. Ye Qing, surrender now, and perhaps you may yet find a path to survival. Resist further, and do not blame us for being unkind, one of them warned. Enough with your empty threats. It seems you are intent on seeking death, Ye Qing declared, dismissing their words. As he spoke, he suddenly stowed his artifact into his storage bag. The 2 disciples, misinterpreting this as an act of submission, displayed expressions of contempt. In a flash, Ye Qing charged forward unarmed, and fortunately, the courtyard was spacious enough for the 2 cultivators to retreat to the sides. Ye Qing was not foolish enough to engage them in a contest of spiritual energy. He had already expended considerable reserves and, being newly established, lacked the strength for an extended battle. The heavenly gang art demanded close combat, each move ferociously lethal. Ye Qing targeted the Chun disciple, who had sustained an injury from Ye Qing's earlier strike. If he could eliminate one, the other would be easier to handle. With a flurry of attacks, the Chun disciple was forced to retreat until he could retreat no longer, desperately wielding his flying sword to fend off Ye Qing's relentless onslaught. Ye Qing's hands transformed from fists to blades to palms, each blow imbued with formidable strength that was nearly impossible to withstand. Seeing this, the other disciple attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind. He leaped into the air, aiming for Ye Qing's back. Yet Ye Qing had anticipated this. Just as the disciple drew near, Ye Qing pivoted, conjuring several ice arrows in his hands. In an instant, he released them simultaneously. The attacking disciple, realizing too late, was unable to evade. Although some arrows were deflected by his flying sword, 3 still struck him in the chest, navel, and thigh. He staggered, unable to muster any spiritual energy, crashing towards Ye Qing. Ye Qing, seizing the opportunity, drew his flying sword and decapitated his foe. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the Chun disciple stunned as his companion fell lifeless. You killed a fellow disciple. Such heinous crime. Surrender now. The Chun disciple stammered, panic evident in his eyes. You shall die too. Ye Qing directed his wrath towards the Chun disciple, seizing the moment as the latter quivered in terror. After a relentless assault, the Chun disciple could no longer withstand Ye Qing's heavenly gang art. Blood trickled from his lips, his breath ragged, and his limbs trembled as he gazed at Ye Qing with pleading eyes. Yet, Ye Qing showed no mercy. With a swift motion, he delivered the fatal strike. Ye Qing collected the flying swords and the storage bags of the 2 disciples, surveying the chaos around him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he took in the entirety of the Yin estate. A glimmer of joy crossed his face. With everything in turmoil, he decided to act decisively. Ye Qing dashed towards a small courtyard in the back, having discovered the estate's most vital location, the treasury. With a resounding crash, the iron doors and stone walls crumbled under the assault of his spiritual energy. He filled his storage bag with chests of gold, silver, and an array of exquisite treasures. akin to a bank robber plundering wealth. Soon, the entire treasury lay barren before him. However, there was still the matter of second sister to resolve. Ye Qing recalled that Ye Qing awaited his return and hurried to depart. In the rear courtyard of the southern heavenly imperial capital, Ye Qing was busy gathering her belongings. Second sister, we must go? Leave behind what you can. I have slain everyone in the Yen estate and taken all their riches, Ye Qing urged, anxiety creeping into his voice, as the two cultivators were already en route from Tianyang City. As Yin Feng received the news, he had to rush from the sect. If he delayed too long, there might not be enough time for him to escape. Second sister, let us depart. But things are not yet arranged here. Ye Qing's sudden arrival at the Yin family had hastened the timeline, disrupting Ye Qing's plans. Let us go. I shall return here, whatever arrangements you have. I will assist upon my return. With that, Ye Qing summoned his flying sword, whisking Ye Qing towards Lingxi town. Though Lingxi town is several hundred miles from Annan City, this distance is trivial for cultivators. After you settle here for a while, consider moving to an even more secluded location. Ye Qing feared that Yin Feng would seek revenge at any cost, and Ye Qing might be found. Very well. I shall heed Qing's advice. Ye Qing soared through the skies, reaching Lingxi town in just a few hours. The house had already been tidied up by Ye Qing's prior arrangements, and upon their arrival, the homeowner was present. After settling the payment with silver notes, Ye Qing dismissed everyone. Second sister, please follow me. Once the others had been sent away, Ye Qing led Ye Qing to a secret chamber in the backyard, where he revealed most of the treasures from his storage bag. Second sister, I shall place a restriction on these items, allowing only you to access them. While I am away, please enlist some servants for your protection. Here are several spirit talismans to carry with you. Should you encounter danger, throw them out. Additionally, I've provided you with some medicinal pills. Take them if you feel unwell. Ye Qing continued to advise her, covering all potential situations she might face. Understood. Mother will remember this. You may go, Ye Qing urged, knowing Ye Qing had more pressing matters to attend to. Mother, take care. I am off. Qinger, will we meet again? Before she could finish, Ye Qing had vanished into the horizon. Ancestor, are you there? This was Ye Qing's first time undertaking such a momentous task, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Where else would I be if not here? Di Shirtian grumbled. Ancestor, I have just avenged my mother, but Yin Feng will surely receive the news and come swiftly. What should I do next? Ye Qing asked anxiously. Run. Do you think you can withstand an attack from a golden core expert? Ye Qing's life was crucial to Di Shirtian's emergence from the creation pearl. Very well. I shall flee. However, Ye Qing ran towards Annan City, for he still needed to disperse the people from the southern heavenly capital. If he left abruptly, Yin Feng's wrath would surely fall upon them, and he would bear the weight of their suffering. Everyone, you have heard of the annihilation of the Yin family. We cannot linger here. This is the living stipend from second sister. Take your share and depart quickly. Ye Qing placed a large sum of silver notes on the hall table before the ladies of the southern heavenly capital. But, many were bewildered and reluctant to leave. Are you intending to stay here and await death? I am the one who killed the Yin family. Hurry and go. Ye Qing's anger flared. He had no time to explain further. Yin Feng could arrive at any moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Ye Qing had already fled, and the massacre of the Yin family must surely be connected to the southern heavenly capital. Cultivators could easily wipe out a city, and fear gripped them. In no time, the southern heavenly capital was in disarray, yet the people hastily departed Annan City, with Ye Qing's generous silver. Only a fool would refuse. After they left, Ye Qing set the southern heavenly capital ablaze. Having completed these tasks, he was about to leave Annan City when a streak of escape light approached swiftly. It was Yin Feng. Ye Qing had not accounted for the fact that Yin Feng, now at the golden core level, could travel much faster than those at the foundation establishment stage. A sweep of his divine sense revealed the devastation at the Yin family's estate, nearly driving Yin Feng to madness. Moreover, there were still cultivators in the city, and he needed to uncover the truth. With a whoosh, a figure landed not far from Ye Qing. A cultivator from Qingyan's sect? Upon recognizing Ye Qing's garb, Yin Feng knew they were fellow disciples. At this moment, Ye Qing had changed into clean clothing, yet the lingering aura of his recent kill was unmistakable. Ah, Yin Feng, you have finally arrived. Though Ye Qing's heart trembled, he feigned a demeanor of anticipation. Who was Ye Qing? Outwardly, he appeared as a mere youth, yet within, he bore the spirit of a rogue. His acting skills were undeniable. Naturally, given Yin Feng's esteemed status and arrogance, he was unaware of Ye Qing, while Ye Qing was very much aware of him, which was hardly surprising. You have slain my family? Yin Feng brandished a folding fan, pointing it at Ye Qing. They deserved death. I merely acted as the hand of justice. Die. Before Yin Feng could finish his words, he lunged toward Ye Qing, intent on tearing him apart. Close combat was precisely what Ye Qing desired. In a battle of magic, he knew he could not match Yin Feng. For the disparity between the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realms was profound. Though Yin Feng was only at the second level of the Golden Core stage, he was still vastly superior to Ye Qing. With such a significant difference in realms, it seemed Ye Qing was doomed. Ancestor, if I perish, do not blame me. With Yin Feng now closing in, Ye Qing feared he might not escape alive. What did you say? Di Shitian attempted to inquire further, but Ye Qing had already fallen silent. For at that moment, the two had engaged in battle. In close quarters, Ye Qing found that his body refinement cultivation was formidable enough that he did not fall behind. Hey, what did you just say? Di Shitian could only fret within the chaotic space, unable to intervene. Currently, Ye Qing was preoccupied with confronting Yin Feng. He had no time to heed the celestial voice in his mind. With a series of clashes, both combatants found themselves panting heavily. Ye Qing dared not flee. If he showed any sign of weakness, Yin Feng would surely pursue him relentlessly. Yet, continuing the fight filled him with uncertainty, for Yin Feng was a golden core cultivator. And as a disciple of the esteemed Tianxin ancestor, he must possess numerous formidable techniques, none of which had yet come to bear. Ancestor, I cannot defeat Yin Feng. I fear I shall fail you. Yielding to fate, Ye Qing resolved to rely on Di Shitian's guidance. Since your physical cultivation is commendable, engage him in close combat and avoid giving him the opportunity to unleash his trump cards. Otherwise, you will have no chance at all. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. After a brief respite, Ye Qing swiftly closed the distance to Yin Feng once more. A Foundation Establishment cultivator daring to attack a Golden Core expert was indeed a rare occurrence throughout history. The battle unfolded in the streets of Anand City, with onlookers gathering from afar. It was a spectacle, a duel between two cultivators, a sight seldom witnessed in a century. The combat intensified, each strike landing solidly. Ye Qing's Tiangang technique gradually gained the upper hand, igniting a flicker of hope for victory. Yin Feng attempted to shake off Ye Qing multiple times, invoking powerful techniques, yet Ye Qing remained steadfast in his resolve, committed to preventing Yin Feng from unleashing his ultimate moves. The two figures dashed and leaped across Anand City, the sounds of their clash echoing continuously, but it was Ye Qing who relentlessly pursued Yin Feng. Finally, as Yin Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, Ye Qing truly glimpsed the possibility of triumph. Die! Ye Qing soared into the air with a mighty roar, poised to deliver a final blow to the injured Yin Feng. His imposing presence suggested that this strike would surely lead to Yin Feng's demise. In that fleeting moment of ascent, a smile broke upon Yin Feng's face, as if he glimpsed a ray of hope for retaliation. Though Ye Qing surpassed Yin Feng in brute strength, the latter wielded a far superior mastery of spiritual energy. With a swift motion, Yin Feng reached into his storage bag and summoned forth a colossal shield, simultaneously augmenting his defenses with protective barriers. Instead of charging directly at Yin Feng, Ye Qing unleashed several fireballs and retreated on his sword, swiftly distancing himself. As the smoke from the fireballs dissipated, Ye Qing found himself several miles away. Exhaustion was creeping in. If he did not escape soon, he would be utterly spent. Yin Feng, momentarily stunned by Ye Qing's last maneuver, hesitated to pursue, instead casting a fierce glance in the direction of Ye Qing's flight. Ye Qing dared not linger, fleeing for hundreds of miles until he finally beheld the vast mountains ahead, territory inhabited by the barbaric tribes. The fringes of these mountains were notorious battlegrounds for the two factions. However, an unspoken agreement seemed to dictate that only disciples below the Foundation Establishment stage engage in combat. Should a cultivator of Golden Core stage appear, a formidable counterattack would ensue, making such encounters rare in these borderlands. The border with the merchant nation had become a desolate sight, ravaged frequently by the marauding tribes. Upon arriving, Ye Qing felt a weight lift from his heart, and even the celestial being, Emperor Xuan Qiong, exhaled in relief. Oh, ancestor, I am on the verge of entering the barbarian territory. What should I do now? He pondered. It was crucial to don a disguise and infiltrate the tribes, adopting a new name to conceal his identity while enhancing his cultivation. Otherwise, should Yin Feng discover his whereabouts, he would not hesitate to pursue. If he seeks to harm me, I will be sure to return the favor. In a small town not far from the border, Ye Qing paused at an inn, ordering food and drink while adopting the guise of a wandering swordsman, complete with a straw hat and a sheathed sword at his waist. Though the realms of cultivation and the mortal world coexisted within the same universe, cultivators seldom interfered in the affairs of mortals. And mortal conflicts rarely affected the hierarchy of the cultivation sections. Generally, these sects resided hidden within the remote mountains, making it difficult for Ye Qing to locate a small sect for refuge, given his unfamiliarity with the terrain. Ye Qing, dressed as a martial artist, hoped to overhear information regarding the cultivation world while dining. After satisfying his hunger, he unfurled a piece of cowhide parchment to examine the map detailing the borderlands between the merchant nation and the barbarian tribes. The term barbarian was merely a label used by the merchants for this minority group. In truth, the barbarian tribes constituted a nation, albeit a smaller one. Lacking the might of the merchant nation, this nation was known as the Wuzhu Kingdom, where the populace appeared somewhat backward due to poor economic conditions. Exhibiting a degree of savagery, the chaotic state of affairs meant that the population on the borders was sparse, rendering the area desolate. Nevertheless, trade persisted between the two nations, as there were always those undeterred by danger, frequently traversing the borders with merchant caravans. These caravans, however, were typically well guarded by martial artists. Occasionally, when a caravan found itself short-handed, notices would be posted seeking assistance. In the border town where Ye Qing resided, a notice was indeed displayed, calling for martial artists to protect a caravan heading to the barbarian city. "Little brother, show us what you've got," called an elder resembling a caravan leader upon noticing Ye Qing's arrival. To Ye Qing, performing a few martial arts techniques was as effortless as breathing. "Excellent. With Brother Wei joining us, we are truly fortunate," the elder praised as he witnessed the power of Ye Qing's moves. Following Emperor Xuan advice, Ye Qing casually altered his name to Wei Xiaobao, hence the elder's address of him as Brother Wei. "When do we depart?" Ye Qing inquired with a subtle smile. "We shall set out tomorrow at dawn. Brother Wei may rest at a nearby inn tonight and join us in the morning," the elder replied. "Very well. Until we meet again." Ye Qing clasped his fists in farewell. "Must I wait another night?" Logically, given the ongoing skirmishes between the lower-tier cultivators of both factions, there should be many cultivators in this border area. "Why, then, can I see none?" Ye Qing pondered as he made his way to the inn. "Tonight, I shall search thoroughly. I refuse to believe there are no cultivators active in this vicinity. Sister Qinger, where art thou?" Ye Qing recalled that Xiao Qing was also tasked with eliminating barbarian cultivators, and he thought, a mere 3 must be slain, and upon their demise, I can activate the jade slip provided by the sect to record the combat situation, thus verifying the deed. As Chapter 61 unfolded, Ye Qing set up a barrier within the inn, his spiritual sense sweeping across the entire town. Should any cultivator manifest fluctuations in their spiritual energy, he would surely detect them. As dusk fell, the town began to bustle, with taverns, gambling dens, and entertainment venues attracting the most patrons during the night. "Ancestor, come out. Come out, let us converse." Ye Qing called out in vain, seeking distraction from Emperor Xuan Qiong. "What is it? Speak your mind." "Oh great deity, I wish to discuss a serious matter. Following my battle with Yan Feng, I realized that apart from my slight advantage in physical cultivation, I possess no remarkable attributes or trump cards. If I encounter a foe I cannot overpower again, I may very well perish. You are so formidable. You must teach me some skills." "Ah, you remind me. It is indeed time to teach you a few lethal techniques. However, the skills I possess may not suit you. Your cultivation level is too low to grasp them. I care not. You must find a way, for if I perish, what will become of you?" Ye Qing insisted stubbornly. All right, you are the master. I shall assist you." Emperor Xuan Qiong conceded helplessly. "Great deity, you are indeed the master. Without you, I would have long since perished." "Ah, you still know gratitude. I had thought you were a rogue without understanding. It appears you do possess some loyalty. Of course, we rogues have our principles. Loyalty is paramount for anyone who navigates this world. Just like back on Earth, I was always ready to fight." Ye Qing boasted. "Wow, you are quite impressive. Did you truly defeat 30 foes single-handedly?" "Oh ancestor, you have seen much. Please analyze this for me. When I was struck by lightning, there were no signs of rain. Why did that bolt of lightning strike so unexpectedly?" Ye Qing recalled his encounter with the lightning, finding the memory peculiar. "Do you believe in heaven's retribution?" "I do not. You have transitioned to another world. Do not apply the logic of your previous world here. I assure you, divine retribution exists. If one commits enough misdeeds, the day of reckoning will inevitably arrive. Is that truly the case?" "Of course. Do you think I would lie?" Each minor world has its guardian deity, protecting the beings within it. The world you now inhabit certainly has such a being, though your current cultivation level is too low for you to comprehend. Emperor Xuan Qiong imparted some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation realm. It cannot merely be called a world. It should be referred to as a planet. I believe that since there are sunrises and sunsets here, it is akin to Earth, a spherical planet. Ye Qing asserted. Ah, it is wonderful that you understand this. Indeed. You hail from a world of technology, which possesses some understanding of the cosmos. What is the difference between a guardian deity and a celestial god? Ye Qing inquired. Distinctions are often challenging to elucidate. The term divinity is merely a designation by mortals for celestial beings. In truth, each deity possesses their own followers. However, many are not true gods, but merely self-proclaimed entities. Among the celestial beings, there exist guardian deities who protect mortals, as well as supreme and subordinate gods who govern various laws. As for guardian deities, a planet may have only one. If multiple divine beings inhabit a single world, the others cannot be deemed guardians, but are merely servants to the true guardian, existing solely to serve them. Emperor Xuan Qiong continued to elucidate this to Ye Qing. As for myself, wielding dominion over 9 celestial bodies, I am the master of the 9 stars. However, the old emperor, fearing I might surpass the 9 stars, covertly orchestrated my demise. This 10th star, it seems, has fortuitously fallen to you. This star is the creation pearl that confines Emperor Xuan Qiong. Only when Ye Qing ascends to the celestial realm and forges his own world can Emperor Xuan Qiong hope to emerge from that chaotic void. This revelation was astonishing, leaving Ye Qing in utter awe. The concepts presented by Emperor Xuan Qiong completely dismantled Ye Qing's understanding, as well as that of every inhabitant of Earth, who believed that the planet emerged from the cosmic explosion and evolved thereafter. In reality, it was crafted by celestial beings in a manner akin to the refinement of magical artifacts. The stars in the sky were created by deities? Ye Qing gasped in inquiry. Not precisely, though the underlying principle is similar. Once you ascend to the celestial realm, you will comprehend. Ascending to the celestial realm is imperative for me. In the future, I shall forge a world of my own, and in turn, I too shall bask in the adoration of millions. Ye Qing mused about the future. Indeed, as long as you heed my counsel, it shall come to fruition, Emperor Xuan Qiong assured. Regarding the ultimate technique, I shall devise a method, at worst. I can create a unique cultivation method specifically for you. Splendid. With the ancestral figure taking action, it will undoubtedly be an unparalleled divine skill, Ye Qing exclaimed. Very well. Once you are settled, contact me again. I shall seek out a suitable cultivation method for you as swiftly as possible. Following this, Emperor Xuan Qiong's voice fell silent. Ah, I appreciate your efforts, ancestor. As Ye Qing contemplated the words of Emperor Xuan Qiong, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy rippled through the town, only to dissipate moments later. A practitioner? Ye Qing dashed out of his room, scanning the entire town with his consciousness but finding no trace. Ye Qing was certain that there were practitioners in the town. He merely sought to glean some information, yet these individuals intentionally concealed their powers, making it exceedingly difficult for him to uncover them. If they won't reveal themselves, I shall take the initiative, Ye Qing resolved. Bursting through a window and conjuring 2 fireballs that spiraled around him under his deliberate control. From afar, he appeared akin to a juggler. Upon witnessing the fireballs, the townsfolk, who were perusing the night market, immediately scattered in panic. Battles among practitioners often wield tremendous power, with flames and ice clashing, and various cultivation methods possessing considerable lethality. This lad seems to have a death wish. Let's see if I don't extinguish you today, a cloaked figure murmured from a nearby tavern. In an instant, a shadow shot out from the tavern, hurtling towards Ye Qing. While manipulating the fireballs, Ye Qing's consciousness swept the surroundings, sensing the figure as they leapt into the air. Fellow practitioner, this place is inconvenient. Shall we speak outside the city? Ye Qing disregarded whether the figure was friend or foe and soared into the sky towards the outskirts. The shadow followed closely, brandishing a magical artifact, clearly harboring ill intentions. Ye Qing, mounting his flying sword, traversed several miles in mere moments. Hold on, fellow practitioner. I bear no grudge against you. Why must we resort to violence upon our first meeting? Ye Qing sought to inquire about information. For how could he do so amidst conflict? You and I belong to rival factions, having clashed for numerous years. Why would I require a reason to slay you? Came a hoarse reply from beneath the dark veil. Is that so? Ye Qing thought to himself. But, dear practitioner, have you ascertained which faction I represent? By my attire. Can you guess my allegiance? Ye Qing was no fool. He possessed a knack for persuasion. Nonsense. Merchants are all like you. Is there any need for guessing? Ye Qing felt a surge of triumph, realizing his opponent was from the barbarian tribe. You are mistaken. To be frank, I am a practitioner from the Wuzhui kingdom. I don this attire solely for the sake of completing a task. Ye Qing understood that practitioners from the Merchant Kingdom and the Wuzhui Kingdom often undertook missions to eradicate foreign tribes after reaching foundational stages, with the Merchant Kingdom's adversary being the barbarian tribe, and vice versa. You lie? Suddenly, the hoarse voice transformed into that of a woman. Chapter 62. Murder and Treasure Seizing. Oh, an act? Could it be that the individual is a female practitioner from the barbarian tribe? Haha, fellow practitioner. We are on the same side. Why must we conceal our intentions? I am here to eliminate 3 practitioners from the Merchant Kingdom. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating to accomplish this task? Ye Qing laughed heartily. This was intended to ease the tension, allowing Ye Qing to glean vital information during their conversation. The urgency in the black-clad figure's voice revealed a hint of anxiety. As this was the territory of the Merchant Kingdom, should more practitioners appear, they would likely be from the Merchant Kingdom, leading to inevitable conflict, putting her at risk as a genuine practitioner of the Wuzhui Kingdom. You little thief, your silver tongue betrays you. You must be a Merchant Kingdom practitioner, she retorted, dropping her disguise. Listening intently, Ye Qing discerned that, although she was reprimanding him, her voice was melodious and enchanting, leading him to conclude that beneath the veil lay a beauty. Sister, you are gravely mistaken. I am indeed a practitioner of the Wuzhui Kingdom. I merely donned this attire yesterday for convenience. If you do not believe me, I can change into barbarian garb right before your eyes, Ye Qing proclaimed, preparing to remove his clothing. Rogue, I shall not take your word for it. Prepare to face my blade. The black-clad female practitioner brandished her sword, advancing towards Ye Qing. Wait, hold on. Ye Qing raised his palms, halting her advance. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat? Of course. Who would claim to be of the barbarian tribe? You've revealed your true colors. With that, a flurry of blades and fists ensued. Fellow practitioner, I harbor no desire to harm you. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. Must you be so relentless? Ye Qing exclaimed, narrowly avoiding several strikes. The black-clad figure was merely at the 3rd foundational stage. In Ye Qing's eyes, even Golden Core practitioners were manageable, rendering foundational practitioners inconsequential. The black-clad figure remained silent, intensifying her assault. Unappreciative of kindness. Just as Ye Qing prepared to unleash his full power to subdue the female practitioner, 2 figures emerged from the town, hastening towards them. The black-clad female practitioner, being a genuine Wuzhui Kingdom practitioner, cursed under her breath upon seeing the approaching figures, swiftly evading Ye Qing and taking to the skies on her sword. Hey, beautiful one, do not depart just yet. I have yet to reveal my name. I am Wei Xiaobao. May I ask for your esteemed name? Ye Qing called out to the direction the black-clad female practitioner had fled. You rogue. Oh, so your name is Lu? The distant figure stumbled, nearly losing her balance. What is the matter? Young brother, are you unharmed? When encountering barbarians, one must not show mercy. The 2 young practitioners who arrived, adorned in identical green attire, inquired kindly upon seeing Ye Qing clad in Merchant Kingdom garb. No worries. That cunning barbarian woman is too sly. The next encounter will surely warrant her skinning and flaying. It is a relief, but may I inquire which sect you hail from? Young brother? Asked a man in azure robes. Oh, I come from Divine Dragon Island, Ye Qing replied carelessly, having changed his name and identity. Ye Qing preferred not to reveal his affiliation with the Qingyan sect. Divine Dragon Island? Are you from the Eastern Sea? Yes, indeed. Since all is well, I shall take my leave then, Ye Qing lied, his expression unwavering as he spun his tales with practiced ease. Farewell. Ye Qing had no desire to linger among the merchants of the country. Should Yin Feng pursue him, it could pose a considerable risk. The 2 men exchanged glances, brandishing their flying swords, preparing to take to the skies. Suddenly, the swords veered sharply, and they lunged at Ye Qing with drawn blades. How could Ye Qing, a stranger, be unprepared? He swiftly retreated, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this, esteemed friends?" One of the men, at the 5th level of foundation establishment, and the other at the 3rd, clearly boasted greater prowess than Ye Qing, believing that dispatching him would be effortless. We intend to kill you. Do you think we journeyed here through hardship just to concern ourselves with your skirmishes with the barbarian cultivators? How laughable. Brother, stop this banter, we are near the city, and if this fellow has companions, it would spell trouble for us. Let us finish him swiftly. Agreed. With that, they charged at Ye Qing once more. You think me easy prey, do you? Ye Qing was incensed. In an instant, the 3 were embroiled in combat, each wielding their swords. This man possesses such immense strength. Could he be dual cultivating? The 2 were taken aback. They initially sought to kill and plunder, yet they found Ye Qing to be as formidable as iron. Most who hail from the seas possess weaker techniques and bear abundant treasures. Moreover, Ye Qing appeared to be merely a small cultivator at the first level of foundation establishment, seemingly an easy target. In a fleeting moment of carelessness, one of them felt his wrist firmly grasped by Ye Qing, who exerted such strength that the man could not break free. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qing delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, targeting the point where one's chi resides. Typically, a cultivator struck there would be severely injured. Indeed, the azure-robed cultivator was sent flying several yards, blood surging forth as he crashed to the ground like a dead dog. Die! Ye Qing showed no mercy, launching his sword like a shooting star, piercing directly into the heart of the azure-robed cultivator. Yindi? Yindi? The other man shouted, rushing towards the fallen one. But at that moment, the cultivator, with the sword lodged in his chest, tilted his head and perished. You're ruthless, kid, just wait. The surviving azure-robed cultivator, realizing that Ye Qing practiced dual cultivation and fearing he would not prevail, left behind a threat as he fled. Damn, I'll be waiting for you. You'd better come after me. Ye Qing shouted at the retreating figure. In the distance, the azure-robed cultivator on his flying sword swayed dangerously, nearly falling off. Ha! Ye Qing laughed heartily. Unable to win in combat, he resorted to fleeing, leaving behind empty threats. How reminiscent of a ruffian. Such antics were not unfamiliar to Ye Qing. He leisurely approached the body of the azure-robed cultivator, retrieving the sword still embedded in his chest, examining the man's visage. After a moment, he collected the opponent's magical artifacts and removed the storage pouch from his waist. Oh, quite impressive. This fellow possesses considerable wealth. Ye Qing wiped away the remnants of the opponent's consciousness from the storage pouch, inspecting its contents. Inside, he discovered over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and 4 or 5 additional pouches filled with various materials, evidently acquired from previous kills. A fireball spell sent forth reduced the body to cinders in no time. Ye Qing swaggered back to the small town, meditating quietly through the night. The next morning, the merchant caravan was prepared to depart, and the escorting martial artists gathered. Clad in coarse attire, a straw hat atop his head, and a blade at his waist, Ye Qing ambled toward the assembly point like a wandering hero. Departing too early indeed disrupted one's dreams. Besides, Ye Qing was accustomed to lingering in bed. Yet the incessant nagging of the heavenly emperor compelled him to rise. Chapter 63. The Robbery Brotherway. Where is your steed? The burly elder who had recruited Ye Qing was taken aback to see him approaching on foot. Ah, I don't have one, Ye Qing replied, realizing that most around him were mounted on fine horses. Previously, he had flown on his sword without a second thought, but now, pretending to be an ordinary martial artist without a horse seemed ill-suited for a true wanderer. I'll purchase one immediately. You all go ahead, and I'll catch up shortly. With that, Ye Qing dashed off. Let us depart, the elder called, shaking his head. The gazes of the others fell upon Ye Qing with a mix of bewilderment and disdain, as he was the last to arrive at the assembly point and lacked a mount, causing impatience among the others. 30 or 40 horse-drawn carts carried a multitude of wooden crates, accompanied by a throng of over 100 people, making their way along the main road towards the distant hazy mountains. A steed galloped through the wilderness, flanked by low shrubs and weeds, stirring up clouds of dust. On that horse was Ye Qing, racing to catch up with the already distant caravan. His purpose in joining the merchant group was not for the meager reward, but to penetrate deeper into the barbarian territories, where the presence of companions would facilitate the gathering of information. He had already learned that this caravan's destination was the city of Luoying, over 200 miles into the barbarian lands. Luoying City lay at the confluence of 2 mountain ranges, with the Longquan Mountain Range to the left and the Maluo Mountain Range to the right. Ye Qing sought Luoying City because both mountain ranges were exceptionally vast, making them ideal locations for cultivation sections. It would also provide opportunities to gather intelligence, although rarely would one find traces of cultivators in the bustling market. Their presence was surely felt. Ye Qing, riding swiftly, soon caught up with the main group. After reporting to the leading elder, he was assigned to the rear of the convoy, tasked with ensuring the safety of the group alongside 4 or 5 other burly men. Brothers, I am Wei Xiaobao, newly stepping into the martial world with little experience. I would greatly appreciate your guidance along the way. If any of you could offer insights, I would be immensely grateful. Ye Qing clasped his hands in greeting to the other martial artists, addressing each as brother in hopes of forging camaraderie and learning from them. He wished to better understand the martial world of mortals and, more importantly, to glean information about the locations of cultivation sects, which would facilitate his future endeavors. Though these martial artists were somewhat arrogant, they were seasoned in the ways of the world and well-versed in various tales of the extraordinary. Brother Wei is too modest to join the Wu family caravan. You must possess some merit. Pray tell, what are your skills? Inquired a burly man with a square face at the rear of the group. Oh, I possess mere brute strength. Nothing else of note, Ye Qing replied. Apart from the square-faced man who engaged him, the others regarded Ye Qing with scorn, their impressions soured by his earlier tardiness. Strength is indeed a remarkable asset. Should we encounter any peril, Brother Wei, do stay close to me. The square-faced man showed concern for Ye Qing. Thank you, my dear brother. Our journey has been arduous, and I cannot ascertain how long it will take to reach Luoying City. If fortune favors us, we may arrive in 7 or 8 days. However, should we encounter unforeseen circumstances, the timeline remains uncertain. As we traversed, various topics of conversation flowed, and gradually, Ye Qing became more familiar with his companions, engaging in dialogue from which he gleaned valuable insights. Subtly, he directed the conversation towards the topic of cultivators, yet among the group, very few martial artists possessed knowledge about them. Instead, they indulged in boastful tales that left Ye Qing shaking his head in disbelief. Throughout the journey, Ye Qing consistently scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense, hoping to uncover any anomalies. He believed that any cultivator utilizing spiritual energy would inevitably be detected. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, no cultivators appeared, and he found nothing out of the ordinary. The pace of the caravan was not swift, and as the sun began to set, they approached the foothills of the mountains. With urgency, they quickened their pace, for they were merely 7 or 8 miles away from their intended resting point. At that moment, the order to accelerate was issued. Not long after, Ye Qing's expression shifted. Within the range of his spiritual perception, approximately 3 miles ahead lay a low hill, densely surrounded by trees. Concealed within the thicket were over 100 individuals, armed with machetes, bows, and spears, lying in wait along the main path into the mountains. Further afield, several cavalrymen seemed poised for action, while others stealthily approached the rear of the merchant convoy. Ye Qing carefully assessed the situation, counting more than 300 bandits in total. Brother, what weapon do you wield? That large bag at your waist suggests it is not a sword or knife. He inquired amicably. I am adept at using a mace. It is indeed a most suitable weapon, replied the burly man, patting the bag at his waist. Given the dense thickets here, if I were a bandit, this would be the perfect place to ambush. Everyone, remain vigilant. Any slip-up could spell trouble, Ye Qing cautioned. Upon hearing this, the others began to scrutinize their surroundings, heightening their alertness. The thorny brambles and undulating hills along the path made it easy for ambushers to hide. Brother, you all proceed ahead for a moment. I need to relieve myself. I will catch up shortly, Ye Qing said. All right, make haste. He pulled on the reins, bringing his horse to a stop, tethering it to a nearby tree before disappearing into the dense forest. In the thicket, Ye Qing soared into the air, hovering on his sword, awaiting the imminent appearance of the bandits. Stop, bellowed the robust elder leading the group. A massive shrub lay across the path, rendering the carts immovable. Stay alert, Chen Feng. Take a few men forward to assess the situation, he commanded. 7 or 8 individuals promptly advanced to investigate, all skilled martial artists capable of moving the large tree effortlessly. However, the elder suspected foul play in this scenario. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the distance, followed by a firework that blossomed in the sky with a loud explosion. The noise startled Ye Qing, prompting him to hide among the branches, fearing detection. In an instant, dozens of armed men surged forth from both sides of the path, encircling the merchant convoy. The situation grew dire. The group quickly formed a protective circle around the carts, prioritizing the safeguarding of their goods and awaiting orders. The elder, recognizing the peril as the fireworks signaled trouble, shouted urgently. Before the caravan could fully organize their defenses, the approaching bandits had already closed in. Though they surrounded the convoy, the bandits hesitated to attack, regarding the merchants with scorn. Soon, a lone knight emerged, nonchalantly approaching the front of the group. Those who wish to live should drop their belongings and scram, he proclaimed. Chapter 64. The Great Battle Against the Bandits. As the caravan found itself encircled by the bandits, the less formidable members, drivers and laborers, exchanged anxious glances, contemplating surrender to preserve their lives. Yet, the elder remained silent, and no one dared to be the first to relinquish their weapons. If we abandon our arms, we are merely lambs for slaughter. Do you truly believe the words of these brigands? I assure you, the moment we lay down our weapons, they will not hesitate to kill us. We might as well fight for a chance of survival, the elder insisted. With that, he charged boldly into the ranks of the bandits, aiming directly for their leader. As the commander of the caravan, he possessed formidable strength. The sight of their leader joining the fray compelled the others to join the battle against the brigands. The clang of blades and the cries of combat filled the air. Ye Qing, however, refrained from engaging in this mortal conflict, for he understood that striking down mere mortals would invite the wrath of the heavens. As he had been warned by the divine, though he abstained from violence, he did not wish for the martial artists accompanying him to meet a grim fate. Contemplating his options, Ye Qing suddenly declared, "I've got it." He swiftly retreated into the forest, reappearing at the rear of the convoy. The bandits, unable to distinguish allies from foes, charged at Ye Qing, who cautiously approached the burly man. "Are you all right, brother?" he inquired. "I am unscathed. What of you?" The man responded. As Ye Qing engaged with one of the bandits, he skillfully evaded their attempts to strike him, deftly neutralizing their assaults without resorting to lethal force. In a fleeting moment, the bandit confronting the burly man suddenly faltered, his body momentarily immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man swiftly dispatched his opponent. Unfazed, he continued his search for the next target. One after another, bandits fell to the ground, incapacitated, and soon, others around Ye Qing appeared to benefit from a similar stroke of fortune, dispatching their assailants with uncanny ease. The initial number of bandits dwindled alarmingly, striking fear into the heart of their leader. In a panic, he retreated, signaling for reinforcements. Suddenly, bandits hidden in the surrounding thickets emerged, charging towards the caravan. Though the initial bandit numbers had been slightly superior, they had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the caravan's protectors. Realizing the situation, the leader had no choice but to summon reinforcements. In truth, the caravan's guardians were not exceptionally skilled. Rather, the bandits incapacitated at critical moments, frozen in place or leaving themselves vulnerable, had greatly reduced their ranks. However, the loss of a few henchmen did not significantly impact the bandits' morale. With the arrival of reinforcements, the bandit numbers surged, overwhelming the already beleaguered caravan. Ye Qing realized that he could not secretly shield everyone, and soon, the merchants began to fall. Reluctantly, he resolved to take decisive action. Concealing himself as he pretended to struggle with one bandit, he discreetly unleashed ice arrows upon the surrounding foes. Struck by Ye Qing's icy arrows, the robbers fell one by one, each arrow piercing directly through their hearts. Those who were hit would not die instantly. Instead, they struggled briefly on the ground, a mere moment during which they were swiftly dispatched by the martial artists of the merchant convoy. Wherever Ye Qing stepped, a wave of robbers would collapse. From a distance, the fierce battle was a cacophony of roars and wails, with corpses strewn across the ground. However, the robbers were not fools. As they witnessed their comrades falling in increasing numbers, suspicion began to arise among them. Some quietly unwrapped the clothing of the slain and were horrified to find an icy arrow still embedded in their chests. "Retreat! Retreat!" a voice cried out among the robbers. Seeing many of their companions inexplicably fall, others echoed the call to flee, and the robbers scattered into the dense forest. Soon, the battlefield was left littered with bodies. While the members of the merchant convoy remained in shock from the harrowing skirmish, their faces reflecting sheer terror. "Quickly, clear the obstructing bushes and leave this place at once," commanded the leader, witnessing the robbers' retreat and their unanticipated victory. The merchant group had suffered about 10 injuries and lost 6 members. Yet the number of fallen robbers was nearly 100. The bodyguards, seasoned from years of wandering the martial world, carried healing potions. As such battles often resulted in either death or merely superficial wounds. After applying medicine and bandaging their injuries, the convoy hastened away, making their way deeper into the Wuji kingdom. 10 miles away, in a secluded mountain forest, a structure resembling a Taoist temple stood at the foot of the mountain. Torches flared to life around the building, illuminating the grand hall where a dozen robbers were engaged in discussion. "Master, you must avenge our brothers," one urged. This heist encountered formidable resistance. "It seems there are cultivators among the enemy akin to our master." The leader of the robbers was currently explaining the earlier battle to an elderly man with white hair seated on a high platform. Despite his age, he bore the visage of a middle-aged man, clad in a purple dragon-patterned robe, lost in deep thought. "Did you notice that the chests of our fallen brothers were all pierced by icy arrows?" the elder inquired, turning to the leader. "Indeed, I examined 3 or 4. They all bore the same fatal wound." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 icy arrows suddenly embedded themselves into the floor, startling everyone present. Yes, just like that," the leader confirmed with conviction upon seeing the arrows. "Prepare the horses, gather some brothers, and set off immediately. Those merchant carriages cannot move swiftly, and we should be able to catch up within a few hours. But chief, the night is upon us, and the mountain paths are treacherous. We should pursue at dawn," another robber suggested. The small Qing mountain ahead was a village frequently utilized by merchant convoys for rest, making it a likely refuge for them. Nonsense. By morning, they could be anywhere. How will we track them then? Prepare the horses. Their large convoy moves slowly with their cumbersome carts, while we can ride swift steeds. We must catch up before they enter the city. Would you dare to rob them within its walls? The elder reprimanded, and the others nodded in agreement. A line of torches snaked swiftly along the mountain path, the robbers on horseback pursuing rapidly. Brother Wei, you just stepped away for a moment, and the robbers appeared. I thought you might have fled. One of the martial artists responsible for the rear guard exclaimed, buoyed by the recent victory alongside Ye Qing. If I hadn't returned, wouldn't you all be in dire straits? He chuckled. Indeed, you've done brilliantly. By the way, Brother Wei, how many robbers did you take down? I didn't kill a single one. Chapter 65. A sudden turn of events. Haha. I felt as if guided by divine intervention, slaying 6. Me too. It's strange though. There were still many robbers, so why did they retreat? Did you not see? Those lying down were all robbers. Their strength was too feeble. And numbers mean little when faced with such skill. That's not right. I have a feeling there's a higher power aiding us. In past encounters, no robbers retreated like this, the square-faced man observed, his experience evident. Brother, don't ponder too much. We're nearing the small Qing mountain. I wonder if the leader will decide to travel through the night. Ye Qing interjected, shifting the topic. Indeed, those robbers will not relent easily. The possibility of them pursuing through the night is high. Soon, a message from a relay rider reached them, informing them of the intent to travel overnight. To avoid further ambushes by the robbers, the group would only pause briefly at the small Qing mountain, taking a moment to refresh before continuing their journey. Ahead lay Intian City, where soldiers were stationed, and the robbers would dare not approach the city lightly. A serpentine line of flames raced along the mountain path toward the small Qing mountain, the relentless robbers in pursuit, bolstered by the presence of the elder cultivator. Thanks to Ye Qing's use of the most rudimentary ice arrow technique, the elder felt emboldened to lead his men in pursuit. As such foundational skills were typically employed only by Qi training stage practitioners. Having reached the 10th level of Qi training, the elder was a formidable figure among practitioners. Confident in his superiority over Ye Qing, having rested briefly at the small Qing mountain, the merchant convoy resumed their journey. Though each member appeared reluctant to travel through the night. Within an hour, the sound of urgent hooves echoed through the small town, waking its residents, who displayed expressions of terror upon recognizing the familiar sound of the robbers' horses. Hasten, we must catch up before dawn, the elder commanded, taking charge. Before long, the pursuing robbers were closing in on the merchant convoy. Ye Qing's senses extended several miles ahead, detecting the large group trailing them. As they were responsible for the rear guard, it was certain that they would encounter the robbers first. Did you hear that? Ye Qing suddenly tightened his grip on his horse, listening intently. Hear what? Did you catch something, Brother Wei? The sound of hooves, a great number of them, drawing near. The group gasped in alarm. Ye Qing had detected the approaching threat with his heightened awareness, yet he spoke to alert his companions sooner. Stay vigilant. I will report to the captain, the square-faced man said. Soon, orders were issued, and everyone formed a defensive formation, with archers seeking optimal positions and martial artists lining up at the rear, prepared for defense. These ruffians are brazen to chase us. Ye Qing thought darkly. Brothers, this group of robbers is pursuing us with something up their sleeve. Be cautious, the square-faced man advised, embodying the protective older brother figure. Brother, what do you sense is amiss? Ye Qing inquired. Brother Wei, consider this. The previous robbers suffered heavy losses and fled, yet these dare to pursue. Unless this group is not affiliated with the last, they must have formidable backup. The square-faced man deduced. Whoever they may be, let them come. They shall find no return. A burly man beside him seemed invigorated by the prospect of battle. Just as they spoke, the sounds of hooves, neighing, and shouts erupted as a fiery serpent of robbers approached the merchant convoy. In a brief span of time, the merchant caravan had set up numerous defensive spikes along the road, with dense jungles flanking either side, making their task considerably easier. The white-haired monk stood at the forefront of the procession, surveying the heavily fortified merchant convoy with a sly smile. Lay down your weapons, and you may escape death. Should you dare to resist, today marks your demise. His tone exuded an impressive authority. Upon seeing the white-haired monk, Ye Qing's face brightened, and he scanned the area with keen awareness, noticing the subtle smirk at the corners of the monk's mouth. The previous shout had been infused with a trace of spiritual power, instilling an involuntary fear in the common folk who heard it. The monk, observing that none of the onlookers surrendered their weapons after his declaration, immediately hardened his expression. I will say this once more, drop your weapons, or face death. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands and unleashed a fireball. The fiery orb danced like a wisp of ghostly flame before him, exuding an impressive aura. At that moment, nearly all individuals relinquished their weapons and knelt down in trepidation. Almost all, that is, except for Ye Qing. Kneel down, Wei brother. Master. That person is a cultivator. Don't drag us down with your recklessness. Those around Ye Qing incessantly urged him. The white-haired monk, witnessing the effectiveness of his intimidation, felt a wave of satisfaction. Commoners usually fell to their knees in worship upon witnessing such a display of power. You boy, are you courting death? Before a master, you still refuse to kneel and beg for mercy? A burly man in splendid attire beside the monk pointed at Ye Qing and shouted. At that moment, the monk finally noticed a young man still standing among the crowd. This youth exhibited no hint of fear, nor could the monk sense any spiritual presence emanating from him. Could this boy be utterly fearless? The monk mused, uncertain. The square-faced man beside Ye Qing tugged at his trousers, hoping he would kneel to avoid incurring the monk's wrath. Ye Qing, however, ignored him and stepped forward. Why have you forsaken your cultivation in the mountains to act as a pawn here? Do you not fear divine retribution? Simultaneously, Ye Qing conjured a fireball of his own, yet this orb resembled a vividly animated firebird. The white-haired monk was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he regarded Ye Qing with a newfound apprehension. He could not sense Ye Qing's cultivation level, which was a clear indication that the youth was more powerful than he. I beg your pardon, esteemed Celestial. I am blind to your greatness and hope for your forgiveness. The monk pleaded, recognizing his inability to contend with Ye Qing. The bandits, who had regarded the white-haired monk with reverence, quickly knelt in submission upon witnessing his fear. The shift in power dynamics was palpable, and aside from Ye Qing and the horses, all others were prostrated on the ground. Rise, Ye Qing commanded, waving his hand. The members of the caravan were lifted by a gentle breeze and stood up. The tables had turned, and now it was their turn to mock the bandits. Esteemed Celestial, I am nearing my end and sought but a few days of comfort in the mortal realm. I have not harmed any innocent lives. I implore your mercy. Stand up. I have matters to inquire of you. Clarify them, and you may depart safely, Ye Qing replied, standing with an air of authority. Please, esteemed one. I will answer any questions you may have. The white-haired monk assented, displaying visible anxiety. High-ranking cultivators could easily dispatch those of lower rank without a second thought. Ye Qing surveyed his surroundings and spoke to the square-faced man. Brother, you may leave now. Be cautious on your path ahead. The members of the caravan looked at Ye Qing with newfound respect, their gazes filled with admiration. The square-faced man, grateful yet at a loss for words, turned to leave with his companions, emotions swirling within him. Once the caravan had departed, the bandits quietly withdrew. Their earlier bravado vanished as they dared not even exhale audibly. Dear friend, now that we are alone, how should I address you? I am but a humble disciple of the spirit control sect, Chen. Remaining in the sect felt like a waste of time. He replied, his demeanor deferential. Spirit control sect? How far is it from here? Do you possess a map of the vicinity? Ye Qing inquired. Indeed, please take a look, Chen responded, retrieving a piece of animal hide from his storage pouch and pointing out the relevant locations. Ye Qing nodded, understanding the layout. Soon, he took flight on his sword, returning to Little Green Mountain to rest for the night before continuing his journey to the spirit control sect. His return to the mountain was spurred by a concern that the white-haired monk, Chen, might turn back on his word and pursue the caravan. In a world rife with banditry, traveling merchants faced significant challenges. After spending time with the caravan, Ye Qing had developed a modicum of fondness for them and wished to ensure their safety. The subsequent journey, however, would no longer concern him. The following morning, a figure soared through the clouds on a sword. Ye Qing had quietly departed Little Green Mountain, heading towards the Mo Luo mountain range, where the spirit control sect was located. As he had learned from Chen, Ye Qing was drawn to the spirit control sect for another crucial reason. It was in decline, with its head elder being merely a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Including the elder, there were only 3 golden core experts in the sect, with a dozen foundation establishment practitioners and a few dozen Qi refinement cultivators making up the entirety of the sect. This information had been relayed to him by Chen, and its veracity remained to be seen. The original intention of the Celestial Emperor was for Ye Qing to find a small sect where he could cultivate the 5 elements ascension scripture in peace. The remote location of the spirit control sect aligned perfectly with this intention. Although hiding within a small sect had its drawbacks, it was susceptible to bullying. By noon, Ye Qing descended from the clouds, landing in a dense forest, with the entrance to Luoyin City not far ahead. After a brief disguise, Ye Qing transformed his appearance, donning a blue robe, tying back his hair, and allowing 2 strands of long hair to flow freely beside his temples. With a folding fan in hand, he resembled a dashing young gentleman. Emerging from the forest onto the main road, Ye Qing soon entered the city. Nestled within the mountains, the structures of Luoyin City varied in height, and its winding streets were adorned with tall shrubs. From a distance, one could see the mountains and greenery, with buildings faintly visible, a picturesque view of Luoyin City. With mountains and rivers, this city was truly a place of remarkable talent and natural beauty, having produced many cultivators, including Chunlin. As Ye Qing traveled to Luoyin City, he pondered the implications of approaching the spirit control sect to seek discipleship. Such a move could be misconstrued as suspicious. It would be far more prudent to become acquainted with a few cultivators in Luoyin City, preferably those from the spirit control sect, who might provide recommendations for easier entry into the sect. Thus, Ye Qing settled in Luoyin City, spending most of his time in quaint and elegant taverns, listening intently to the conversations of cultivators. His knowledge gleaned from Chunlin was limited, and he understood the surrounding environment poorly. Entering a sect without caution could be perilous. After half a month, a notice was posted in the eastern city, announcing that the Ling Mountain Academy was recruiting apprentices aged between 8 and 12. Upon seeing this announcement, Ye Qing was suddenly reminded of his journey to Tianyong City. Could it be that a certain sect is recruiting disciples? Ye Qing scanned the city with his spiritual sense, but found no cultivators in sight. The announcement had just been posted, and the information had yet to spread. If all goes as expected, cultivators would undoubtedly arrive in Luoyin City within a few days. The next day, the West City put up another notice, proclaiming that the Yulong sect was broadly seeking disciples, welcoming all eligible children to apply. This announcement was immensely shocking. The Yulong sect was a prestigious sect of immortality cultivation. The ripples it created were akin to a tempest sweeping through the nation of Wuzhou, stirring the populace. This marked the first time an immortal sect had openly sought disciples in such a manner. While the notice in the East City was rather subtle, inviting students under the guise of an academy, the one in the West City was straightforward, unreservedly declaring itself as a sect of immortality seeking disciples. For the cultivation world, this may have seemed ordinary. Recruiting disciples is commonplace. However, for ordinary mortals, this represented an unparalleled opportunity, a chance for a leap from fish to dragon. If even one person from a family were to join the ranks of cultivators, the entire family would bask in immense glory. Had the Yulong sect lost its senses? Why were they deliberately opposing us? This is bound to create a stir. In just a few days, Luoyin City will be teeming with people. Let us return to the sect and report to the sect leader. 2 men clad in blue robes, their heads adorned with hats, whispered to each other before swiftly darting toward the outskirts of the city. At that moment, Ye Qing, who had been savoring fine delicacies at a tavern, abruptly paused, setting down his cup and utensils before leaping out of the establishment in hot pursuit. Brother Wu, someone is following us. What should we do? One of the men asked. Let us exit the city and assess the situation. If they harbor ill intentions, we can handle it together. Besides, we are not far from the sect. Revealing our identities will deter anyone from acting against us, replied the other. The 2 figures soon vanished from the city. Fellow Taoists, I am but a wandering cultivator, new to this region. I have matters I wish to consult with you, and I hope you can spare a moment, Ye Qing called out, hastening to approach them to avoid unnecessary trouble by revealing his identity first. Wandering cultivator? The 2 halted, turning to scrutinize Ye Qing. What matters do you have? Please do not misunderstand. I am a wandering cultivator from the East Sea, seeking a place to rely upon in this esteemed land. May I inquire which sect you belong to, and could you possibly introduce me? As he spoke, Ye Qing also took note of the 2 men, who were similarly clad in blue, suggesting they belonged to the same sect. One was at the first level of foundation establishment, while the other was at the second level. Their cultivation levels comparable to Ye Qing's. I am Wu Xie of the Yuling sect, one introduced. And this is Chen Qiong. I am Ye Qing. May I ask if you 2 are disciples of the Yuling sect? How do you know of the Yuling sect? The cultivator named Wu asked, somewhat on guard. I overheard some discussions in the tavern. No offense intended. I was merely inquiring. The Yuling sect has a considerable reputation, and if I could join, my future would undoubtedly be bright. Ye Qing feigned eagerness. Indeed, we are disciples of the Yuling sect. Do you wish to join? Wu inquired. Brother, we must return to the sect promptly, the other urged. Yes. The wandering life is not conducive to cultivation. One must retreat and diligently train to enhance one's abilities. Since you are keen to join the Yuling sect, then accompany us back. We were sent to Luoying City to investigate information sources and must return to the sect to report, Wu Xie stated. I am immensely grateful to you both. Ye Qing responded. Summoning their flying swords, the three conjured a whirlwind as they soared towards the deep mountains. The Yuling sect was nestled in the heart of the Mo Luo mountain range, perpetually shrouded in mist, inaccessible to ordinary mortals. In the distance, one could vaguely discern some structures nestled among the mountains. See there, ye Taoist? That is the outer gate of the Yuling sect. This area is heavily restricted. Do not wander about carelessly. Follow me, Wu Xie instructed, pointing towards the distant buildings. The trio descended from the clouds, landing on a stone path within a dense forest. Due to Ye Qing's presence, they could not directly fly into the sect and had to undergo an inspection at the outer gate before being allowed entry. Of course, not just anyone could enter the outer gate. Although there were tribal inhabitants nearby, ordinary mortals could not approach the Yuling sect's domain. The stone path twisted and turned, leading into a small town, the outer gate of the Yuling sect, which served as its public entrance. Many low-ranking outer disciples gathered after a day's labor to drink, chat, and discuss various gossip. As Ye Qing and the others entered, a stir arose among the outer disciples, as it was rare for Foundation establishment cultivators to appear. They typically entered directly by flying. Once admitted to the Yuling sect, what daily tasks must one perform? Ye Qing inquired incessantly, concerned about potential interruptions to his cultivation. You need not worry, daily tasks are rotated among disciples, averaging just 1 or 2 tasks a year. Once a disciple reaches Foundation establishment, the focus remains on improving their cultivation, with minimal sect duties, Wu Xie reassured him. Then I must trouble you too, Ye Qing replied. I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Ah, you are too courteous, ye brother. From now on, we are all fellow disciples. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Wu Xie seemed to take a liking to Ye Qing. As Ye Qing surveyed the outer gate of the Yuling sect, observing the clusters of outer disciples, he felt a sense of delight. Ancestor, this small sect lacks strength. There are hardly any disciples in the outer gate. If we offend some formidable enemies, this place may not be able to protect us. Ye Qing mused while chatting idly with the deity within his mind. Do not fear. As long as you do not create trouble and focus on your cultivation, once you reach the Dan formation stage, I shall teach you several techniques for survival. And you need not worry, the deity replied. Why must we wait until the Dan formation stage? Why not now? Ye Qing asked urgently, having realized the gravity of his situation after his encounter with Yin Feng. Your current physical resilience is too weak. You cannot cultivate formidable techniques. Do not think that mastering the first level of the Shinto Demon 9 transformations makes you powerful. You still have a long way to go. The ancestor replied with a knowing tone. The deity felt helpless. He could only leave the creation pearl once Ye Qing ascended to the immortal realm. And he had no idea how long that would take, all while Ye Qing had to remain vigilant and avoid any missteps. Ye Qing's life was now entwined with the deity's future, and the deity hoped more than anyone that Ye Qing could swiftly enhance his cultivation. Though such matters could not be rushed, it had to be a gradual process. Brother Wu, the sect is about to embark on a massive recruitment drive, correct? Indeed. It seems that Elder Qing Feng has come to a realization. A sect must continuously accumulate popularity. A robust following increases the chances of discovering talent, and with outstanding disciples, the sect will flourish, Wu Xia elaborated. We initially intended to recruit disciples under the name of the academy, but we did not expect the Yulong sect to oppose us at every turn. It is truly infuriating. The Yulong sect? Indeed. They have made no effort to conceal their intentions, also posting notices in Luoying City to recruit disciples. This is clearly a deliberate act. Ye Qing was unclear about the relationship between the Yuling sect and the Yulong sect, but it seemed that the Yulong sect intended to overshadow the Yuling sect. Typically, immortal sects do not engage directly with the mortal realm. They either support mortal factions or certain powers as proxies. The Yulong sect's blatant announcement of recruiting disciples was indeed surprising. In this case, how many would still choose the Ling Mountain Academy? Would this not disrupt the good fortune of the Yuling sect? Brother Yi, we have arrived at Lingxiao Palace. Before we came, I informed our master about your situation. We need to report back to the elder in charge, so you may proceed alone to Lingxiao Palace, said Wu Xia. Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your kind recommendation. Should there ever be a need for your brother's assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall willingly face any peril. Ye Qing expressed his gratitude sincerely. You are too modest, Brother Yi. From now on, we are fellow disciples and should look out for one another, Wu Xia remarked. Seemingly quite fond of Ye Qing, often making subtle gestures of goodwill towards him. After bidding farewell to the two brothers, Ye Qing made his way towards a grand hall adorned with red bricks and glazed tiles not far away. Lingxiao Palace. Ye Qing surveyed his surroundings as he stepped inside. Within, he found an elderly man dressed in blue robes and sporting white hair, meticulously examining a piece of silk. The old man did not notice Ye Qing's entrance. "Are you the master of Yuling's sect?" Ye Qing inquired. The old man in blue suddenly snapped back to reality, retracting the silk and scrutinizing Ye Qing closely. "Are you Ye Qing?" He recalled Wu Xie's message. Indeed, Ye Qing acknowledged, noting that the master was merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and chose not to exchange further pleasantries. "Excellent. Brother Wu has already briefed me on your situation. Would you be able to summarize your experiences into a jade slip? I wish to present it to the Grand Elder for approval," the old man stated with palpable excitement. Ye Qing hesitated for a moment, concerned that revealing he had come here to escape enemies might lead to his immediate expulsion. "Is there something inconvenient for you, Brother Ye?" "Oh, not at all. It's simply that my journey has been fraught with challenges, and it is hard to express." "That is quite all right. There is no need for excessive detail. The ancestor merely wishes to understand your background." Before long, a jade slip appeared in Ye Qing's hand. Crafting a story is something Ye Qing excelled at, and inventing a flawless yet compelling account was a trivial task for someone with his background. Chapter 68. Master Xuan, Brother Ye has indeed faced hardships. "Your tale has moved me," the old man in blue remarked, mimicking the action of wiping away tears, evidently touched by Ye Qing's fabricated story. "The life of a wanderer is indeed not easy. The struggles of a rogue cultivator are beyond your comprehension, which is why I have endured great trials to reach this sacred mountain, hoping to find a place to settle. Very well. I shall take this jade slip to my master for judgment. I believe news will come swiftly. Brother Ye, please rest in the side hall for a moment while you await my return. Is that agreeable?" "I am grateful for your kindness, Master." Ye Qing bowed in respect. It dawned on Ye Qing that the true leader of Yuling's sect was the master's own teacher. After all, Ye Qing was already at the foundation establishment stage. Differing from ordinary mortal disciples, some investigation was necessary to ensure Ye Qing posed no threat before he could be accepted into the sect. Although Yuling's sect was small, its system was well structured. The master managed daily affairs, the elders handled significant matters, and the head elder determined the direction of the sect. The ancestor was the sect's leader, a pivotal figure. Given Yuling's sect's already limited resources, nurturing a single foundation establishment cultivator was a challenge, let alone accepting one who voluntarily sought to join. Allowing someone like Ye Qing to join was indeed a significant decision that required the head elder's approval. "Hey, great heavenly God, I am now at the foundation establishment stage as well. Is there a swift way to enhance my cultivation?" Ye Qing pondered during his idle moments in the side hall. "If there were a method for rapid elevation, it would spare me much trouble. It seems there might be." "Seems. Might. Is there or isn't there?" "There is. But do you wish to tread the path of demonic cultivation? There are many swift methods for demon cultivators to enhance their power. If you desire to become a bloodthirsty fiend, I have no objections." Di Shutian contemplated Ye Qing's words. Indeed, his gradual rise in cultivation was far too slow. If there were techniques to expedite his growth, it would benefit Ye Qing greatly. Currently, the martial arts he practiced were formidable, yet his cultivation was too low, and his spiritual energy insufficient. What use were powerful techniques if he could scarcely employ them? "Ancestor, as a mere foundation establishment shrimp, I might fall at any moment. You must devise a method for me to grow stronger. Focus on cultivating the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra and try not to cause trouble. Since you wish to settle here and enhance your cultivation, you must consider the long term and strive to build good relationships with those in power. Stability is what you require." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. They have already permitted me to remain." "Master, Ye Qing is a rogue cultivator strongly recommended by Brother Wu. How should we proceed with his arrangement?" The master of Yuling's sect was, in fact, a disciple of the head elder, who was named Lin Xingfeng. "Xuanya, what sort of spiritual root does this individual possess?" "Brother Ye is also at the foundation establishment stage, but I am too dull to discern." Then, the head elder Lin Xingfeng waved his sleeve, and with a sweep of his fingers across his eyes, a flash of golden light appeared and quickly vanished. Instantly, deep within the side hall, Ye Qing felt as though he were being scrutinized thoroughly. A strong recommendation for such a waste? Let him join your sure bows faction. Assign him any laborious tasks you have. Understood, master. I know how to proceed. Soon, the master Xuanya arrived at the entrance of the side hall, riding his sword. "Brother Ye, our master has granted his approval." "Ah, master, does this mean I am now joining Yuling's sect?" "Indeed. From now on, this shall be your home. However, the sect has many affairs, and you may find yourself quite busy in the future. The old master was exceedingly pleased. The sudden addition of a foundation establishment cultivator seemed like a boon, as it would ease his own burdens considerably. Brother Ye, as you have just joined the sect, you likely lack a place to stay. Allow me to show you around and help you find a suitable spot. I would not want to trouble you, master. Ye Qing replied modestly. You are being overly courteous, Brother Ye. Then it will be my pleasure to assist you. I am unfamiliar with the surroundings and fear I may inadvertently offend the elders. Since you are so gracious, I shall not hold back. With that, the two ascended on their swords, soaring above the Yuling sect's mountain gate, as the master provided a detailed introduction to the various buildings. Although Yuling sect occupied a considerable mountain range, its numbers were few, with only a scattering of structures standing amidst the peaks. In the distance, 3 towering mountains loomed, but they were too far to discern any detail. Aside from one grand hall exuding some grandeur, the remainder of the sect's architecture resembled mere small courtyards. Here, spiritual sense faced no restrictions, allowing one to easily survey the entirety of the sect. Ye Qing quickly grasped the general locations of about 20 caves. Places where spiritual sense could not reach were most likely occupied by others. Within Ye Qing's range, the Grand Hall of Yuling sect appeared nestled between 3 towering mountains, which were not isolated but rather encircled like a grand armchair. The valleys between the peaks featured sheer cliffs on either side, with a stream cascading down, forming 2 magnificent waterfalls. Many caves were situated far from the waterfalls, and there were no signs of habitation near them. Brother Xuan, such a beautiful place. Why have no predecessors established caves there? Ye Qing pointed towards the foot of the waterfalls and inquired. Haha, my brother, you are unaware. The sound of water can indeed disrupt one's focus. If I were to establish a cave dwelling there, it would only lead to discomfort. Nevertheless, I have a fondness for that place. Brother, you have traveled a long way. I shall not see you off. With that, Ye Qing abruptly changed the direction of his sword, soaring towards the foot of the 2 waterfalls. Junior brother, called Xian Yi, but Ye Qing did not turn back, leaving him in a state of resigned disappointment. Wow, how splendid. The spiritual energy here is so dense, yet no one seems inclined to come. Haha, Ye Qing exclaimed, soaring into the air, his sword unleashing beams of light upon the cliff's face, sending rocks flying as a substantial cave soon came into view. Oh no, I forgot to take that lad to meet Master Xiao. Xian Yi slapped his forehead upon returning to the main hall, nearly forgetting the important matter. Brother Xian Yi, what brings you here? Are you here to assist me in establishing a cave dwelling? Ye Qing spotted Xian Yi arriving on his sword from a distance. Assist you? You think too highly of yourself. By the way, this is for you. Quickly change and follow me. I haven't finished yet. If you aren't here to help, please step aside. I wouldn't want my cloud-slashing sword technique to inadvertently harm you. Ye Qing replied, taking Xian Yi's storage bag without opening it. Continuing his work on the cave. Enough. Once this cave is ready, you won't be staying for long anyway. Come with me now? Why? Ye Qing murmured to himself. Master, why the rush? What is the matter? I am taking you to meet Master Xiao, your future teacher. If you have no desire to meet him, then I shall let it be. You can go on your own later. All right then, I never intended to seek a master. Wouldn't it be better if no one monitored me? Safe travels, brother. Humph. Junior brother Yi, to be so presumptuous upon entering the sect. Who will look out for you in the future? That is your master. If you want to survive in the Yuling sect, you must join a peak and become a disciple under one of the 3 peak masters. I am doing this for your own good. Yet you act as though I am forcing you. Seeking a master is for your benefit. Master, I was wrong. Let us depart immediately, huh? Though Ye Qing was reluctant to meet this so-called master, he understood from Xian Ye's words that joining a peak was essential. Is it so easy for anyone to be my master? I have a celestial being guiding me. Ye Qing thought bitterly. Despite his inner grievances, he followed Xian Yi, leaving the cave on his sword. At the foot of Jinshi Peak, where a modestly high hill stood, lay the cave dwelling of his master, Xiao Ding. The buildings on Jinshi Peak were well constructed, adorned with red bricks and glazed tiles, presenting a picturesque sight from afar. Ye Qing and Xian Yi arrived at the foot of Jinshi Peak and walked towards a pavilion, stopping before it. Master Xiao, the sect has recently welcomed a new disciple in the foundation establishment stage. The Grand Elder wishes for him to study under you. Might you receive him? Xian Yi called out to the pavilion. Silence ensued, and Ye Qing thought, could it be that he does not wish to see me? I had assumed I was to become a disciple and would be subjected to restrictions. Creaking sounds echoed as the courtyard door opened, revealing an elderly man in gray robes. His beard was long, his eyes slightly unfocused, and a frown marred his countenance. Sectmaster, what is it? My master is away on a journey. Oh, it is Brother Ji. This is Junior Brother Yi, newly initiated into the sect, and he will be residing on Jinshi Peak. Please take care of the arrangements. I shall take my leave now." With that, Xuan Yi hurriedly departed, eager to avoid further complications. The gray-robed elder, a Foundation establishment practitioner, scanned Ye Qing with a look of disappointment upon his face, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Come in. The Yuling sect has certain rules established long ago. Since you have entered Jinshi Peak, I shall explain them to you to prevent any mistakes that might implicate us. As for your cultivation, that is entirely up to you. Without my master present, we cannot offer you any assistance." "Understood. I shall heed your guidance," Ye Qing replied, recognizing the elder as another Foundation establishment cultivator. "Since you have entered later, simply call me Brother Ji. My master seldom concerns himself with sect affairs, and although you are now part of Jinshi Peak, you may not see him often. If you have questions regarding cultivation techniques or martial skills, feel free to ask me, though my progress has stagnated, so I may not provide you with the best advice." Is it truly necessary to seek guidance from such a mediocre master? Ye Qing thought. This Brother Ji seems to have taken an eternity to reach the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. Does he truly believe I am useless? "Ah, yes, brother. I shall remember that," Ye Qing replied dismissively. "This is your identity token for Jinshi Peak. When my master returns, I shall mention you to him and see if he has any artifacts or techniques to impart." "Brother, if I want to learn other techniques or martial skills, must I wait for master to return?" Ye Qing inquired. "Since you have already established your foundation, you can seek out techniques in the technique hall, which is open for Foundation establishment disciples for free." "Brother Ji, is there anything else you wish to teach me?" Ye Qing asked, eager to leave. Seeing no value in further conversation with the old man, "Study the contents of this jade slip carefully. Do not bring shame to Jinshi Peak," the gray-robed elder said, handing Ye Qing a jade slip. After Ye Qing departed, the elder closed the door and shook his head. "It seems there is little hope for the Yuling sect. I wonder if master will ever return." The absence of constraints suited Ye Qing perfectly, allowing him to concentrate on cultivating the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra. On the way back to the cave, he passed a small lake formed by accumulated water from a stream. On the verdant grass by the lakeside, a young woman in a green robe wielded a sword, practicing her techniques. "Who is this girl?" Ye Qing approached slowly, admiring her beauty. "She seems somewhat familiar," he mused, unable to recall where he had seen her. "With such grace, she is quite a beauty. I wonder what her temperament is like. If I could win her over." Lost in thought, he found himself smiling in a rather lewd manner. "Have you seen enough? If so, come and face me in a few rounds of the Qing Feng sword technique." Suddenly, the girl changed her direction and lunged at Ye Qing, unfazed by her superior cultivation. Ye Qing summoned his Luyun sword and engaged in combat. The clash of sword light echoed, fists and feet striking. This girl isn't even wearing the Yuling sect-s attire. Could she be an outsider? The girl pondered. Earlier, Ye Qing had been in such a rush that he had not had the time to change into the sect's robes. "Stop. Who are you? Why are you spying on my training?" "Spy? I was planning to bathe here. If I stripped off my clothes, would you consider that spying too?" Ye Qing's retort left the girl blushing, speechless. "You lecher. How dare you trespass into the Yuling sect and speak so insolently? I'll make you pay." Enraged, the girl attacked, her sword thrusting fiercely towards Ye Qing's vital points. To her surprise, Ye Qing sheathed his sword and engaged her barehanded. "Humph! The audacious villain, oblivious to the consequences, dared to confront her barehanded. Prepare to meet your demise," exclaimed the woman in the azure robe as she chanted an incantation. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground not far from Ye Qing. Startled by the thunder, Ye Qing was reminded of his previous life on Earth, where he had met an untimely death due to a similar lightning strike, leading him to this foreign realm. Hence, he harbored an innate fear of thunder. "Do you seek my life?" Ye Qing furiously retorted. "Is it truly warranted for merely stealing a few glances and exchanging light-hearted banter? Who told you to speak so insolently? Watch as I teach you a lesson," the azure-robed woman shouted. With that, another bolt of lightning surged towards Ye Qing, powerful enough to cause severe harm. Recognizing that Ye Qing was merely at the first stage of Foundation establishment, and thus inferior in cultivation, she dismissed him with contempt. "Given that you are so unreasonable, do not blame me for being unkind." Ye Qing resolved to take the matter seriously, having previously held back in their exchanges. "Come on. Who fears death is a coward. You need discipline, young lady. I shall take it upon myself to teach you well." With that, a fierce battle ensued between the two. Chapter 70. Jiaxian Master. "It's terrible. Junior sister is fighting with the newly initiated Yushidi and has sustained severe injuries. You must go and check." The master of Xian Yi hurriedly reported to the Grand Elder Lin Qingfeng upon hearing the news. The junior sister referred to by Xian Yi was none other than Lin Qingfeng's cherished daughter, Lin Xia. Yi shitty? Are you speaking of that waste with the five-element spiritual root? Indeed, it was Ye Qing. It seems this lad is courting death. Lin Qingfeng slammed his palm on the table in fury. Without delay, he and Xian Yi soared through the air towards Lin Xia's cave dwelling. Where are you all right? Lin Qingfeng inquired with concern. I'm fine. Father, why are you here? Did you not sustain serious injuries? Let me see how you are. Lin Qingfeng responded, puzzled. Who said I was injured? What an overreaction. I was merely sparring with you shitty. How could I be gravely hurt? Who told you such nonsense? Lin Xia shot a glare at Xian Yi. Is that so? As long as you are unharmed, that's good. Since you've just returned from your travels, you should stay put. The outside world is chaotic and perilous. One could easily perish. Remember that, Lin Qingfeng admonished. Enough, father. I am not a child anymore. Stop believing every rumor you hear. Lin Xia retorted, casting an angry look at Xian Yi. Xian Yi trembled at her glare. This is it. The damned heavens have betrayed me, he cursed inwardly. He had acted on hearsay without verification, hastily reporting to Lin Qingfeng. If there is nothing wrong, then I shall take my leave. Spend more time in seclusion to cultivate. Do not act like a spoiled young lady, causing trouble everywhere. Understood, you are so annoying. Please, both of you leave. I just had profound insights during my sparring. I must enter seclusion now, Lin Xia urged. As soon as Lin Qingfeng and Xian Yi departed, Lin Xia swiftly activated the cave's protective barriers. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips. You, Ye Qing, how dare you strike me so harshly? Humph. Yet, the memory of their earlier clash brought a flush of red and white to her face. To recount how both had sustained injuries would be quite the tale. In their fierce exchange, Lin Xia had inevitably been at a disadvantage against Ye Qing. The scene of their battle was observed in vivid detail by a man in green robes hidden deep within a nearby bamboo grove. How dare you harm my junior sister? You boy, wait. He seethed. Qiong, come out. You have caused my downfall. Did you not know? Why did you tell me junior sister was severely injured? Xian Yi rushed to confront Qiong upon arriving at his cave dwelling. How could I deceive you? I clearly saw junior sister and that boy both spewing blood. Did junior sister claim she was unhurt? Qiong questioned. Indeed. Our master personally went to check, and junior sister is perfectly fine. Surely, she would not deliberately hide her injuries. That boy is utterly ungrateful. How dare he offend junior sister upon entering the sect? Let's see how he survives in the Yuling sect. Eldest brother, that boy has made junior sister suffer. We cannot allow him to go unpunished. Qiong incited. Having witnessed the battle between Lin Xia and Ye Qing, Qiong knew that Ye Qing, with his dual cultivation of both body and spirit, could potentially be overpowered by Lin Xia. He sought to manipulate Xian Yi into seeking assistance. This may not end well. What if the master holds us accountable? How shall we explain? Eldest brother, you are overthinking. Do you not understand our master's intentions? Junior sister is clearly protecting that boy. Our master would have seen through it. Let us proceed, haha. Meanwhile, Ye Qing found himself in a state of vexation. His duel with Lin Xia had initially favored him, as the strength he gained from the first transformation of the divine demon 9 turns was far beyond what a mere foundation-level cultivator could withstand. However, during their fierce exchange, Lin Xia had unexpectedly unleashed an unknown jade orb, which exploded and left Ye Qing's limbs numb, causing him to stagger and cough up blood from internal injuries. In a fit of rage, Ye Qing retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Lin Xia crashing several feet away. Thus, both sustained significant injuries, and after exchanging heated words, Lin Xia hastily departed. Ye Qing glanced at his disheveled state. Damn it, what a predicament. I vowed to keep a low profile, and yet here I am, already making enemies. If the elders find out, I will surely face their wrath. Ye Qing returned to his cave in frustration, cursing quietly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and resumed excavating the unfinished cave dwelling. Constructing an ideal abode is not an endeavor that can be completed in a day, yet Ye Qing, eager for a safe haven from the elements, consumed healing elixirs and continued to toil diligently. With no one around, he decided to shed his upper garments and worked bare-chested. His bronze-hued skin, a result of cultivating the divine demon 9 turns, exuded an aura of formidable power. In the distance, four figures lurked, observing Ye Qing as he labored. Fifth junior brother. Look at that lad. He is clearly a dual cultivator. That dark complexion could not have been obtained merely from exposure to the sun. Shall we test it to find out? Today, we shall teach this boy a lesson, so he understands that in the Yuling sect, junior sister is not one to be trifled with. These four were disciples of the Grand Elder Lin Qingfeng, seeking to curry favor with him by supporting Lin Xie. The eldest disciple, Xian Yi, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, found himself managing the sect's affairs, holding the title of sect master but wielding little real power. The second disciple, Jia Xian, also at the 9th level, was the most likely to break through to the golden course stage, characterized by arrogance. The fourth disciple, Ye Qing, at the 7th level, was socially awkward and stuttered but was a formidable dual cultivator. The fifth disciple, Qiong Tsong, also at the 7th level, was cunning and treacherous. These four conspired to avenge Lin Xie, strategizing their approach to deal with Ye Qing. We must be discreet. If we attract too much attention, it could backfire. Qiong Tsong remarked. No worries, just watch my lead. You all can freely unleash your wrath upon that boy, Xian Yi replied confidently. Eldest brother, do you possess a powerful trapping formation? Of course. As the esteemed sect master, it is only natural for me to have a trapping formation at my disposal. Xian Yi suddenly retrieved a formation plate from his storage bag. What is this? The 10 absolute heavenly net formation. With my spiritual power, I can envelop an area of 10 miles. You need not worry. After all, I have my status to uphold. So I will leave the fighting to you while I maintain the formation. Xian Yi boasted, his physique resembling that of a chubby child, coupled with his white hair, creating a rather incongruous appearance. The three others looked at him with envy. Possessing such a formation would grant them a significant advantage in battle, capable of both defense and offense. The formation's value was evidently substantial. Xian Yi, clearly unable to advance in cultivation, found joy in the mundane by seeking amusement in his daily life. You three go ahead. It is not appropriate for me to reveal myself. Once the formation is established, I will signal you, Xian Yi instructed. Immediately, three figures darted towards Ye Qing's cave residence. You must be Ye Qing? A voice called out from afar, belonging to Jia Xian, who spoke loudly. What an audacious tone. Are you here to cause trouble? Ye Qing scoffed internally, setting aside his work and stepping out. Hey, kid, I'm asking you a question. Jia Xian, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, clearly regarded himself as the leader. Who let this mad dog in here? Why are you barking? Ye Qing retorted coldly. The three were instantly enraged by his words and rushed forward. You are truly ignorant of your situation, just entering the sect, and you look down upon us? Do you know who we are? Qiong Tsong questioned. Who knows who you mad dogs are? Ye Qing shot back, his temper flaring at their condescending tone. You seek death. Jia Xian was incensed, his hair nearly standing on end as he prepared to unleash his magical artifact upon Ye Qing. Second brother, why the rush? Qiong Tsong grabbed Jia Xian's arm to restrain him, signaling for patience. What is taking the senior brother so long to set up the formation? Jia Xian muttered under his breath. You just entered the sect, right? Do you even know who you have injured today? What? Are you all here to avenge that little girl? We merely intend to teach you a lesson. As a burst of golden light flickered around them, the three knew that the senior brother's formation had been successfully established, and that any combat within it would go unheard from outside. Let us go. This kid will either die today or be thoroughly punished. Jia Xian could no longer contain his urge to fight. Feeling justified as they faced only a first-level Foundation establishment practitioner, while they were all in the late stages. At that moment, Ye Qing suddenly darted down the mountain. The area before the cave had been flattened, resembling a small platform. He had worked hard to prepare it, and he did not wish for it to be destroyed in battle. Ha ha ha, trying to run? Let's see where you go. The three pursued Ye Qing without hesitation. As he sprinted, Ye Qing suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, causing his body to jolt and recoil, nearly toppling him. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Ye Qing seethed, regaining his footing and glaring at the three behind him. Run. Keep running. Ha ha ha. Today, you will shed your skin. Jia Xian and Qiong Tsong appeared arrogant, while Ye Qing maintained a stoic expression, devoid of emotion. Come on, if you want to fight, then let us do it. No need for words. Be it a duel or a group fight, I am ready. Ye Qing could no longer hold back, his fists clenched as he charged at the three. Attack! Jia Xian shouted. The three promptly summoned their magical artifacts, showing no signs of shame in their 3-on-1 confrontation. Jia Xian and Qiong Tsong wielded swords, while Ye Qing summoned a massive axe. The size of the axe suggested it weighed no less than 1,000 pounds. Could it be that this burly man was also a body-refining expert? If so, things could become troublesome. Having previously fought Lin Xie and sustained injuries from a golden bead explosion without a chance to heal, Ye Qing felt a surge of worry. If he could not resolve the conflict swiftly, it would be extremely detrimental. The thunderous sounds of battle erupted. Ye Qing unleashed the Tiangang technique, golden light exploding around him. The power of the Tiangang technique was formidable, allowing Ye Qing to hold his ground against three opponents, though his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. Second brother, Summon your Xiantian 9 swords. This kid seems to have learned some bizarre technique. His attack power is astonishing. Xuan Qiong called out. As the three attacked Ye Qing, only Xuan Qiong seemed to shout fervently while conserving his spiritual energy for actual attacks. Fourth brother, if we can't even defeat this kid together, where will our pride go? Suddenly, Ye Qing whipped his arm, tearing his shirt to reveal solid muscles, dark yet tinged with red. Indeed, he was a body-refining expert. This was becoming problematic for Ye Qing. In close combat with Ye Qing, Jia Xin and Xuan Qiong watched for opportunities from a distance, reminiscent of a scenario where a tank faced off against a mage. This one do. If this continues, we will undoubtedly lose. Ye Qing hastily retreated. Wait. 3 senior brothers, I believe I have not offended any of you. Is it not unfair to bully me with your numbers? You may not have offended us, but you have crossed someone you should not have, Jia Xin retorted, halting his assault. He even laid hands on our junior sister. How dare he? Until he sheds his skin today, there will be no peace. Jia Xin's anger intensified. The thought of Ye Qing teasing his long-admired junior sister infuriated him further. Ah boy, you dare to tease our junior sister? Prepare to die. With a thunderous roar, Jia Xin pointed his sword skyward, summoning a bolt of heavenly lightning. The sound of thunder rumbled as he unleashed the Xiantian 9 swords, a lightning strike hurtling toward Ye Qing. Just as Ye Qing sensed the danger, a resounding explosion erupted, the golden light bursting before his chest. Damn it, they really want my life. The shockwave from the explosion forced Ye Qing back several steps, his blood surging violently. Arms charred and seemingly mangled, his body covered in blood, presenting a fearsome visage. Ye Qing had never endured such suffering, even when facing Yin Feng, a golden core practitioner. He had not been so disheveled. In a hurry, he retrieved several pills from his storage bag, swallowing them hastily. In an instant, a gleaming sword appeared in his hand. The phantom technique, which Ye Qing had previously studied but never used in combat, surged within him. Empowered by the 9 transformations of gods and demons, Ye Qing leaped into the air. In a moment of crisis, he resolved to unleash every technique he possessed, regardless of their efficacy. With a swift motion, Ye Qing vanished from sight, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Senior brother, where did that kid go? What kind of technique is this? Xuan Qiong asked, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. I also. Jia Xin's words were cut short as he was sent flying. Ye Qing's figure finally materialized, the abrupt appearance replaying his previous movements in slow motion. Run. Xuan Qiong was paralyzed with fear, unable to defend against this bewildering technique, its speed incomprehensible. The phantom technique indeed had a mystical quality. It was a simple illusion combined with a series of agile movements. In truth, Ye Qing's actions were deceptively straightforward. Leap, spin, close in on the target, and strike. Such a simple action, yet to others, Ye Qing's leap appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow, entirely crafted to confound his adversary. The true assault lay in a swift and instantaneous technique. Had Ye Qing truly wished to claim Jia Xin's life, a mere strike aimed at the heart or throat would have sufficed to end him. If you wish to flee, allow me to unleash another move of the phantom technique. Ye Qing soared into the air once more. Prepare yourself. Though Ye Qing projected a formidable presence, he found himself unable to replicate the phantom technique as he had moments ago. What is happening? A startled Xuan Qiong, terrified by Ye Qing's bluster, checked himself and found no harm had come to him. At that moment, Jia Xin, having been struck in the dantian by Ye Qing's kick, finally rose. The blow had landed squarely on Jia Xin's dantian, the vital point for any cultivator. Being struck there by Ye Qing's powerful physical technique would leave anyone severely incapacitated. With his dantian injured, even the prospect of healing was beyond him, much less the ability to continue fighting. Being rendered powerless by a single kick was a tremendous humiliation for Jia Xin, a prodigy destined for greatness. The most likely among the foundational cultivators of the spirit control sect to ascend to the golden core realm. Such a genius, bested by a mere first-layer foundational cultivator like Ye Qing. Phantom technique, brace yourself. Ye Qing ascended once more, intent on attempting the technique again. He landed gracefully, but once again failed. The phantom technique proved to be elusive, with a success rate that was alarmingly low. Senior brother, release me at once, we must withdraw. Xuan Qiong was now utterly paralyzed with fear. Time and again, he had been frightened to the brink, and in his disarray, he even called for his senior brother, effectively betraying Xinyi. It appears you had conspired all along. Ye Qing glared at the dazed Xuan Qiong. Wait, you shitty, we didn't intend to kill you. We merely sought to teach you a lesson. It turned out that Ye Qing was not only dual practicing in both law and body, but also a stutterer. left speechless by the sight of the formidable Jia Xian being so easily defeated by Ye Qing. That stutterer will be dealt with later. Ye Qing leaped toward Xuan. This entire predicament was instigated by this coward, and Ye Qing also found Xuan's demeanor intolerable. His cold, calculating eyes revealed him to be a treacherous individual. Precisely the type Ye Qing despised. In a flash, Ye Qing's figure darted forward like lightning, a sharp blade poised at Xuan's throat. Its chilling aura instilling terror within him. "Ah, you cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the Grand Elder. Who is seeking to kill you? I merely wish to witness your supplication." Ye Qing chuckled. "Ye Shitty, it is wise to show mercy. Spare us today, and we may meet again in the future. I implore you to let us go." "Humph. Why did you not think of this before you arrived?" Just then, a flicker of golden light enveloped the surroundings as Xian Yi, the sect leader, collected the formation plate. Now, anyone nearby could perceive Ye Qing with a sword at Xuan's neck. As the formation dissipated, Ye Qing caught sight of a figure retreating in disarray. It was none other than Xian Yi, the master of the spirit control sect. Coincidentally, at that very moment, a group led by 2 foundational disciples, accompanied by 4 Qi refining disciples, descended from above the waterfall. The appearance of these 6 individuals suggested they had just returned from executing a task for the sect. "Oh, senior brother Xian Yi, you seem rather flustered. Have you seen a ghost?" one of them teased. "Brother, look over there," said a young man in green, gesturing towards Ye Qing. "What is happening? We must investigate." "Xuan, you shitty, what is the meaning of this?" The one who spoke, noting Xian Yi's hasty exit, questioned if the spirit control sect was under attack. Though he addressed Xuan, the group's attention was riveted on Ye Qing. "Oh, a first-layer foundational cultivator? They hardly seem like a formidable foe." Upon noticing the other disciples, Ye Qing deemed it inappropriate to maintain the sword at Xuan's throat and reluctantly sheathed it, scrutinizing the approaching group. "Humph, you'll regret this, just wait." Xuan was oblivious to the danger, assuming that with the arrival of fellow disciples, he had allies. Yet, before he could finish his threat, Ye Qing unexpectedly delivered a kick that struck Xuan in the lower abdomen. The force, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, combined with Ye Qing's physical prowess, was overwhelming. Xuan wailed in agony as he was sent flying, crashing down heavily, his injuries likely surpassing those of Jia Xian. In an instant, the 6 onlookers drew their swords. "What is this? Do you also wish to intervene? Who are you to treat a fellow disciple of the spirit control sect this way? Do you expect us to remain indifferent?" the leader of the 6 inquired. "Humph, fellow disciples? Who among you considers me as such? Though I have just joined the sect, I hardly believe you would conspire against me." Ye Qing recognized that the 2 foundational brothers were clearly not allied with Xuan's group. He had no desire to make too many enemies so soon after joining the sect. "Are you a new disciple of the sect? What a ridiculous question. Would I have traveled all the way to the spirit control sect merely for sightseeing? You should be more courteous in your speech. My brothers and I have no quarrel with you. Such disrespect is quite unbecoming." "Humph, courtesy? I do not concern myself with pleasantries. If you dislike it, feel free to leave. Have you taken a master yet?" The leader sought to divert the conversation from politeness. "Taking a master? I am uncertain if this counts as such." With that, Ye Qing produced the identity token he had just acquired at Jinqi Peak. "You have been to Jinqi Peak? I just met with Brother Ji and received my identity token, though I have yet to don the sect robes. Is there a problem? Brother Ji? Have you joined Jinqi Peak? Have you met the master?" "I was indeed at Jinqi Peak, but I did not meet the master." "Why do you ask?" Ye Qing noticed the speaker's expression brighten upon hearing his words. "Haha, you single-handedly defeated Jia Xian, Yu Guanzhong, and this Xuan shitty. And yet Xian Yi fled in disgrace?" The speaker's incredulity was palpable. "Luo Ping, take Ye Shitty to the Grand Elder to apologize. He has injured Sister Shiyu. We came to seek justice for her, yet this fellow is quite formidable." Jia Xian finally regained his composure, realizing Ye Qing's extraordinary prowess. "Whether you are dual practicing or not, do not be deceived by appearances. He is clearly not an ordinary foundational disciple. This is none of my concern." Luo Ping shrugged, feigning indifference, having already deduced that Ye Qing belonged to Jinqi Peak. "Haha, may I inquire your name? Since we are both disciples of Jinqi Peak, we should support one another. Please wait a moment. My brothers and I will first complete our task before discussing matters over drinks." Aware that Ye Qing had joined Jinqi Peak, Luo Ping hoped to strengthen their rapport, especially given Ye Qing's remarkable ability to defeat 3 later-stage foundational cultivators. Ye Qing. Excellent. You truly bring honor to Jinqi Peak. I shall see you shortly." With that, the group continued toward the main hall. Jia Xian and Xuan sustained injuries to their dantians, rendering them momentarily incapable of harnessing their spiritual energy. Their gazes towards Ye Qing transformed into one of pleading. Junior brother, we, as prominent figures within our sect, acted recklessly today and offended your formidable presence. We implore you to show mercy and spare us. Jia Xian, having cultivated for an extended period, chose to swallow his pride and plead for forgiveness to avoid further suffering. After all, time is on their side. They could seek retribution at a later date. Historically, it is I who has bullied others. Remember this. I, Ye Qing, have never shied away from trouble. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to come for me, but heed my warning. Should you provoke me, the consequences will be yours to bear. Ye Qing's unruly nature was unmistakably revealed. Thank you for your forgiveness, junior brother. We shall take our leave now, and we hope you will not spread word of today's events. Once you are settled, we will prepare generous gifts to personally apologize to you. Jia Xian maintained a respectful demeanor, still holding on to his poise despite his inability to match Ye Qing's strength. Very well, I shall await your return. Ye Qing replied with an expectant expression. Chapter 73. Outside the outer gate of the spirit control sect following Jia Xian's profuse apologies, the three hastily departed. Internally, they were consumed by a torrent of frustration, yet outwardly, they dared not show a hint of resentment. Ye Qing's strikes had been merciless. While Yu Guanzhong managed to evade disaster, Jia Xian and Xiong Tsang were not so fortunate, suffering severe injuries that would require a prolonged period of recuperation. After the grueling battle, Ye Qing felt utterly exhausted, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. Should Yu Guanzhong muster the strength for another confrontation, defeat would be inevitable for Ye Qing. The decision to allow the three to leave unscathed stemmed from his waning energy and the exacerbation of his internal injuries. Otherwise, true to his nature, he would not have ceased until they were begging for mercy. From their words, it seemed that the young girl mentioned prior held a significant identity. Could she possibly be the little lover of the Grand Elder? Ye Qing pondered, uncertain of the situation. Ye Qing, there will come a day when you meet your downfall at the hands of a woman, he muttered to himself. Listening to the gentle sound of flowing water in the distance, Ye Qing nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothes and retrieved a healing pill from the Qingyan sect. Sister Qing, where have you gone? Are you well? He thought of the missing Su Qing as he held the pill in his hand. If she had returned to the Qingyan sect and suffered at the hands of Yan Feng because of him, he would feel utterly remorseful. Ye Qing had once envisioned a future of shared transcendence with Su Qing, but now, with her whereabouts unknown, he found himself hidden away in the secluded depths of the spirit control sect. I must swiftly cultivate to the golden core stage. Once I achieve that, even if I return to the Qingyan sect, I will possess the strength to fight and bring Sister Qing away, he resolved with fervor. 3 days later, Ye Qing emerged from his seclusion, his internal injuries nearly healed and ready for activity. Though he had entered the spirit control sect, he still lacked a thorough understanding of it. As a foundation-building disciple, he was relieved from many tasks, yet the sect was impoverished, providing only a meager handful of spirit stones and minimal pills, insufficient for his needs. To expedite his ascension to the golden core stage, he required a substantial amount of spirit stones and medicinal pills. Otherwise, relying solely on solitary cultivation would extend his journey indefinitely. Ye Qing mused to himself. No longer the naive novice he had been upon entering the Qingyan sect, wandering aimlessly. He inadvertently became familiar with the terrain of the spirit control sect and soon found himself at the outer courtyard, a haven for outer disciples. After completing their tasks or during their cultivation breaks, the outer disciples would gather to enjoy drinks and boast about their exploits, returning to their duties the next day. The management of the outer disciples was notably lax. The sect provided a plethora of tasks for them to choose from, with completion yielding corresponding rewards, primarily in the form of spirit stones, pills, and manuals. The absence of a system to encourage disciplined cultivation often fostered laziness, leading many disciples to stagnate in their progress and become idle. This laxity was a contributing factor to the decline of talent within the spirit control sect. As Ye Qing wandered, he suddenly caught a familiar voice. Back on Earth, he had spent a considerable amount of time in an arcade, which merely masked the entrance to a gambling den, a realm where gangsters thrived. Ye Qing followed the sound and soon arrived at a secluded pavilion nestled among the willows, where around 10 outer disciples were gathered. A slender man presided over a table with a bowl and 2 dice. Brothers, what game are you playing? Ye Qing approached, inquiring casually. We're playing dice. What bad luck? I just lost the few spirit stones I had managed to gather, one of them lamented. Spirit stones? Ye Qing's interest peaked as if a door had swung open before him. He glanced at the table, where several spirit stones and gold ingots lay. In this world, gold served as the hard currency of the mortal realm, while spirit stones were utilized for cultivation and transactions among cultivators. Betting is underway, but what if the dealer cheats? Ye Qing whispered. Who would dare cheat? They would have to forfeit their standing in the spirit control sect, came the response. Indeed. However, betting on dice seems rather simplistic. Ye Qing remarked, unimpressed. Simple? This is the most popular gambling game in the cultivation world. They retorted. Fine, I'll join in for some fun, Ye Qing declared. Hold on, I haven't placed my bet yet. He suddenly interrupted. Clang. 50 spirit stones, betting high. 50 spirit stones? The crowd turned their gaze toward Ye Qing, astonished. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Wow, 50 spirit stones? He must be wealthy. They speculated, sizing him up. Come on, what are you waiting for? The dealer urged, glancing at the bet with a furrowed brow. Though he had the 50 spirit stones, he sensed that Ye Qing likely possessed even more, and he was hesitant to risk his standing. Open the betting. Are you going to let 50 spirit stones intimidate you? Ye Qing challenged, eager for the game to commence. A figure clad in a green robe urged, let the games begin. 4, 5, 6, a large win. Time to pay up. Though the dealer's face bore an expression of distress, he nonetheless placed 50 spirit stones before Ye Qing. Ye Qing remained unmoved. Place your bets, place your bets. The crowd eagerly placed their wagers, with Ye Qing's stake remaining the most substantial. Brother, are you betting 100 stones? The dealer inquired. Indeed, Ye Qing nodded. Very well. I accept. The dealer, seemingly anxious that Ye Qing might reconsider, promptly responded. 1, 4, 6, a large win. Marvelous. 200 spirit stones, exclaimed a man in blue attire beside Ye Qing. Brother, 200 stones? You should stop. That's worth a year's labor for me. And I haven't earned that much in a year. Continue. Does this amount truly concern you? Replied Ye Qing. 200 spirit stones surpassed the monthly salary of a foundation-building cultivator, a considerable fortune for a chi-refining cultivator. The dealer's expression darkened, evidently pained by the loss of 150 spirit stones. Old hey, what's the matter? Out of funds. A voice taunted. Come on, it's just a small sum. We all have plenty. Bet, bet, bet. Everyone except Ye Qing wagered on the smaller outcomes, while he remained steadfast in his belief in a large win. Ah, brother, your luck is extraordinary. 3 large wins in a row. For 100 spirit stones? Let us keep going, Ye Qing said calmly. The crowd widened their eyes. 400 spirit stones represented a significant fortune. Old hey, you must be the unluckiest of all. For 100 stones, will you dare to accept? Of course. It's merely 400 spirit stones. I've seen worse. The others hesitated to place any further bets, anxiously awaiting the outcome of this thrilling round. Large, 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 shouted onlookers, hoping for Ye Qing's victory, for they had never witnessed such wealth. Open, open, open. Another large win. Haha. Old hey, today must truly be your unlucky day. The lean dealer's face was a portrait of confusion. Dear friend, I only have a little over 200 spirit stones left. If you don't mind, I could write you an IOU and repay you next time. He hesitantly offered after searching his pockets. Never mind, it's all right. Winning so much from you feels a bit embarrassing. The crowd regarded Ye Qing with expressions of astonishment, envy, and jealousy. Predecessor? Surely, you cannot be an outer sect disciple? One person finally realized, as Ye Qing's cultivation level eluded their comprehension, clearly indicating he was not merely a chi-refining disciple. Surely you wouldn't resort to cheating? Came the skeptical murmurs. Cheating? Do I really need to embarrass myself over such a trifling sum? Ye Qing replied with a disarming smile. I am new to the Yuling sect, and simply wish to make a few friends. Predecessor, you are too kind. We are but insignificant characters, merely surviving in this outer sect. Who would dare to call you brother? Fortunate to meet you all is a blessing. This game is far too simplistic. One day, I shall teach you something far more exhilarating. You may keep these spirit stones and continue playing until we meet again. With that, Ye Qing patted their shoulders and departed. Predecessor, what is your name? I must treat you to a drink next time. The dealer called after him. Ye Qing, he waved, leaping onto his flying sword and departing. Hey, have any of you encountered this Ye predecessor before? Didn't he just say he was new to the Yuling sect, wishing to make friends? Friends? Would a foundation-building elder truly consider us friends? Perhaps only when they need us as pawns. Are there any true friends in this world? Would you not desire to befriend such a predecessor? Then do not accept the spirit stones. Share them with us. Ha! Come, come, let us continue. Old hey, are you still dealing? I wager you've lost your entire fortune by now. Humph. It's merely a few hundred spirit stones, a trivial amount. Bet, bet, bet. Ye Qing contemplated creating several sets of mahjong and playing cards to transform the monotony of leisure within the Yuling sect. Upon returning to his cave abode, He began crafting these entertainment tools. If he could popularize these games in the cultivation realm, it would revolutionize the dull lives of countless cultivators. Cultivators led exceedingly monotonous lives, often confined to solitary training or scouring for magical treasures and elixirs. This led to a pervasive coldness among them, leaving little room for friendships. Ye Qing sought to alter this reality, believing that entertainment could serve as the finest bridge to forge deeper connections. From this day forth, I shall introduce Earth's entertainment industry to this realm, Ye Qing proclaimed excitedly as he completed a mahjong set. Ancestor, after so many years in the cultivation world, how can one swiftly accumulate resources? To rapidly amass resources, one must seize them. Seize? That requires immense power. Isn't that obvious? If you understand this, why not train diligently? Why ponder such matters? I wish to open a casino, so I need not worry about insufficient cultivation resources. I can also build connections and develop influence, while simultaneously enhancing the leisure of my fellow sect members. What do you think? Open a casino? Xuan Qiong exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, if feasible, I could also establish a small loan company, managing both ventures simultaneously for double the profit. A loan company? What on earth is that? Xuan Qiong inquired. Perplexed. It's simply lending money to others, who then pay interest. You wouldn't understand. Don't be foolish. With your current strength, who could you possibly intimidate? Even if you made a fortune, you'd constantly be at risk of theft, perhaps even losing your life. Do not worry. I'll operate from the shadows, providing ideas without revealing my identity as the mastermind. Huh, Xuan Qiong scoffed. Yet, this notion sparked a new idea in Xuan Qiong's mind. Indeed, the path of cultivation required countless resources. Relying solely on Ye Qing's arduous training without a steady influx of resources would significantly hinder progress, especially given that the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra demanded an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. Very well, I support your endeavor, but remember your words, operate in the shadows. With your endorsement, Ancestor, I am confident our casino will soar to great heights, transforming this world and allowing us to ascend to the heavenly realm, thereby liberating our great deity from suffering. What, by the way, don't you wish to ascend to the heavenly realm and enjoy eternal life? This is your only path. Hurry and rescue me. Huh, Ancestor, you must remain calm. Stay composed. Calm. You must be joking. In the ensuing days, Ye Qing spent his leisure time wandering the outer sect, forging connections with fellow disciples, knowing they were easily swayed. Once these individuals became enamored with mahjong, the foundation-building cultivators would inevitably be influenced. When his mahjong parlor opened, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of enthusiasts. After half a month, Ye Qing had established a certain influence within the outer sect, bolstered by a cadre of gambling enthusiasts. He became a well-known figure, for it was impossible to remain low-key as a foundation-building inner sect disciple mingling among the outer sect. In recent days, Ye Qing had been busily promoting his entertainment endeavors, gathering a large number of outer sect disciples for games of chance, mahjong, sangong, do di zhu, poker, and blackjack, all taught in various styles. Brother Ye, what material is this mahjong made from? One inquired. Everyone here possesses spiritual awareness. Can't they see each other's cards? If anyone dares to unleash their awareness, I shall break their legs, Ye Qing thundered. However, this remark sparked an idea in Ye Qing's mind. He needed to create a mahjong set that could obstruct spiritual perception. Chapter 75, The Plan for Wealth. Enough of mahjong for today. Since I'm in a good mood, let me teach you something new and exhilarating, Ye Qing announced. Truly a remarkable leader. Surely, these items will make a name for themselves in the realm of cultivation. What new tricks do you have for us today? A young man in a blue robe asked. This isn't particularly new. It's poker. Wei Zai, do you have the poker cards from yesterday? Bring them here, and I'll teach you, Ye Qing instructed. Here they are. Wei Zai's companion hurriedly produced a deck of cards. This deck was made of a metallic rectangular sheet, resembling those used on Earth. It could not take any other form, as Ye Qing had meticulously fashioned it based on a standard deck of 54 cards. Today, I'll teach you how to play Jia Jinhua. Look, 3 of a kind is called Golden Baby. Cards of the same suit are pure color, and consecutive cards form a straight. Simple enough, right? Come, let me demonstrate. In Jia Jinhua, each player must compete in a showdown, where it is customary for everyone to wager a spirit stone. Each player is dealt 3 cards, as Ye Qing explained while demonstrating. Do you understand? Got it, let us do it. They replied enthusiastically. Wow, this is fun. Brother, isn't 1 spirit stone too much? We are all quite poor, unlike you. One of the younger participants remarked. All right, let us adjust it to a piece of dog gold, Ye Qing replied. noting that while gold was standard currency in the mortal realm, it held little value to cultivators. 10 pieces of gold. Oh, do I have a good hand, Wei Zai? Ye Qing exclaimed. Hee hee, I call your bet, and raised 20 pieces, Wei Zai responded. Brother, new disciples will be arriving tomorrow. I believe the sect leader is discussing something with a lecherous man who bears a lewd smile, a voice said. You glutton, just choose two with slightly inferior spiritual roots. Make sure the elders don't find out. By the way, how is Ye Qing faring? Brother, are you not confident in my abilities? Ye Qing, I don't understand why you fear him. He spends all his time outside the sect, neglecting his cultivation, only interested in researching that gambling technique. Such a person can capture the elders' attention? I suspect he is here to bring calamity to our Yuling sect. The lecherous man replied. You might not know, but that fellow's cultivation may not be impressive, yet he excels in both law and physical training. Quite formidable, even if his skills are remarkable. You cannot neglect to assign him tasks. I manage the outer sect, yet those disciples hardly listen to me, while they are utterly obedient to him. How can I maintain control over the outer sect? Very well, I shall consult the master. As he has been in our sect for quite some time, and should contribute to our cause, Xuan Yi said, stroking his small beard. Eagle, continue to monitor his every move and report any developments to me. Yes, the Yuling sect is divided into inner and outer sections. Any disciple who has established their foundation automatically becomes an inner disciple, while outer disciples are managed by those appointed by the sect leader, Xuan Yi, known as Eagle Tianxiu, who is at the second level of foundation establishment. Master, due to the interference from the Yulong sect, we have recruited fewer than 50 disciples this year. Should we not teach the Yulong sect a lesson for obstructing us so persistently? Xuan Yi reported to Elder Lin Qingfeng. What news do we have from our undercover agents at the Yulong sect? Have they relayed any useful information? None yet, but Master, given that we have managed to send agents into the Yulong sect, could it be possible that we have spies within our own sect? Lin Qingfeng inquired. Master, do you remember Ye Qing, who entered the sect recently? Lin Qingfeng nodded. His behavior is quite abnormal. He hardly cultivates and spends all his time mingling with outer disciples, either gambling or drinking. He has even invented mahjong and poker, leading the outer disciples to become utterly engrossed in these gambling activities, Xuan Yi lamented. Mahjong? Poker? What are those? Are they truly that entertaining? Lin Qingfeng asked, puzzled. Master, you don't understand. The disciples tasked with sect duties have drastically diminished. It's all the fault of mahjong and poker, Xuan Yi complained. Bring me this mahjong and poker to see for myself. Master, that is not what I meant. I am saying that Ye Qing has introduced mahjong and poker to our Yuling sect, which is corrupting our outer disciples. He could very well be a spy sent from the Yulong sect. Since you harbor such suspicions, let me think of a way to test this. Lin Qingfeng stated. A plan formed in Lin Qingfeng's mind, leading Xuan Yi to leave his cave with a cold smile. By the lakeside of the outer sect, Ye Qing was engrossed in a game of Jia Jin Hua with a group of outer disciples when suddenly, a communication talisman exploded before him, delivering a voice transmission into his ear. Damn, why summon me to the Great Hall? At the same time, Wu Xie and Jia Xian received identical messages. Ye Qing hailed from Jinqi Peak, Jia Xian from Jinling Peak, and Wu Xie from Jinquan Peak. Soon, the three of them arrived at the inner hall. Brother Xuan Yi, what brings me here? Surely you have no tedious tasks for me again. Jia Xian exclaimed even before entering. Oh, Brother Wu Xie is here too. I often joke with the sect leader. I hope you don't take offense. Jia Xian added with a chuckle. This task is rather perilous, but if successful, you three shall earn great merit, Xuan Yi proclaimed. 3. Brother, who else will accompany us? Wu Xie inquired. Brother Ye Qing, it is rumored that he excels in both law and physical training. Do not underestimate him. Rumored? You know I've never seen him, and now I'm to work with him on this task? Jia Xian silently cursed. This task was assigned by the elder. I am merely the messenger, Xuan Yi explained, sensing Jia Xian's displeasure. Jia Xian was the most promising candidate to advance to the Golden Core stage, and Xuan Yi dared not offend him. Here are the details of the task. Please review them. Where is Brother Yi? What? Rhino Valley. Why would the master send us there? Jia Xian gasped upon reviewing the task details. Rhino Valley is located within the Longquan mountain range, not far from the Yulong sect's entrance, essentially their backyard. While it is not explicitly under the jurisdiction of the Yulong sect, it is abundant in paunchy grass, a precious material used in refining golden core elixirs. Xuan Yi, are you trying to get me killed? Jia Xian fumed. Unable to unleash his anger in front of Wu Xie, resorting to a silent reprimand directed at Xuan Yi. Chapter 76. Yulong Secta. Is that not Brother Wu Xie? I have long wished to express my gratitude. Today I finally see you. Ye Qing exclaimed as he entered the grand hall, spotting Wu Xia immediately. Brother Yi, indeed, it has been a while. Are you adjusting well to life in the sect? After a prolonged separation, I did not expect that today we would once again embark on a shared mission. Upon the mention of the task, Wu Xia's expression darkened. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Rhino Valley. Is that so? I am still unaware of what this task entails. The competition between the Spirit Control sect and the Dragon Control sect was fierce, resulting in numerous disciples from the Spirit Control sect being slain by their adversaries each year, and vice versa. To venture into Rhino Valley to retrieve the Panchi herb was nothing short of absurd. It was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's maw. Why is this brat also here? Jia Xian was oblivious to the fact that Ye Qing was among the companions. Junior brother Yi, it's been a while? He greeted as Ye Qing entered. Are your injuries healed? So, this task is to be completed together? Ye Qing inquired. Jia Xian's face flushed. Having previously endured a beating from Ye Qing, he had ultimately begged for mercy, promising to bring gifts to atone for his misdeeds. Yet he had made no preparations for such offerings. Junior brother Yi, since we are all here, let us set off. This is for you. Take a look. Xian Yi promptly handed over the task instructions. Junior brother Jia, this is a farewell gift from our master. Please be cautious on the journey. And I wish for the three of you to return victorious soon. Wow, a gift. Having a godfather is splendid. One receives gifts upon departure, Ye Qing remarked sarcastically. Junior brother Yi, I humbly apologize for any past offenses. I hope you can overlook the previous unpleasantness. Consider this gift as my way of expressing regret, Jia Xian said, fearing that Ye Qing might make things difficult for him during their mission. Better to cultivate goodwill with someone who might hold a grudge. What is this? Let me see. It wouldn't be a cherished family heirloom from your master, would it? That would be quite problematic, Ye Qing pretended to say. Truthfully, Ye Qing harbored no favorable impression of Jia Xian, who had previously boasted excessively and exhibited an arrogant demeanor. Believing himself invincible upon nearing the Golden Course stage, he was taken aback when a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Ye Qing had defeated him soundly. Upon encountering Ye Qing again, he had instantly become quite subservient. It's nothing significant. Please accept it, Junior brother Yi. Nothing significant? I can tell just by looking that it might be something valuable. If it truly is an heirloom, I shall graciously accept it. Junior brother Yi, let us not delay, we should depart. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return, Wu Xia urged. A puzzled expression adorned Wu Xia's face. Logically, Jia Xian, being at the 9th level of foundation establishment, should have been the strongest among them. Yet his demeanor towards Ye Qing was exceedingly courteous, as if he were a different person. From their conversation, Wu Xia discerned that Jia Xian had likely suffered at Ye Qing's hands and felt indebted to him. Brother Jia, the journey to Rhino Valley is fraught with peril. Your master's gift must be a valuable item for survival. Are you truly willing to part with it so easily? Jia Xian hesitated, looking reluctant. After all, it was a gift from his master, and he felt compelled to ascertain its nature. Haha, I was merely jesting. Did you think I would actually want it? Here you go. Jia Xian bashfully accepted the storage bag, genuinely fearful of Ye Qing. Jia Xian's consciousness probed into the bag, discovering a jade slip and a teleportation talisman, with nothing else inside. A jade slip? What could my master possibly want me to do with this? Let us move on. We can examine it on the way. Subsequently, the three of them summoned their flying swords and took to the skies. As Jia Xian pressed the jade slip to his forehead, he immediately comprehended its contents. So, the master harbors doubts about you as well. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. I shall repay the humiliations of the past tenfold. Brother Jia, hurry up. We must reach Luoyin City to rest for the night. Innkeeper, 3 premium guest rooms, and bring forth the finest food and wine. Jia Xian proclaimed loudly upon entering the tavern, exuding an air of arrogance. For cultivators, acquiring gold and silver was trivial. Thus, these riches held little value to them, with storage bags often containing hundreds or thousands of taels of gold. Right away, please. Esteemed guests, follow me to the upper rooms. Brothers, would you like anything else? Jia Xian inquired. You've ordered everything. Is there anything else we could possibly want? Wu Xia responded. Indeed. Isn't there that Sanchuan Tower across the street? We could invite a few ladies to accompany us for drinks. I have no such inclination. Ye Qing interjected. Haha, just kidding. Jia Xian said, feeling a bit awkward. Brother Wu, are there shops in Luoyin City that cater specifically to cultivators? Ye Qing remained unsure about the nature of Rhino Valley, but Wu Xia had provided ample explanations along their journey. Without proper preparations, the risk of perishing was high. Yes, I will take you there shortly. Excellent. As night fell, the streets were nearly deserted. Ye Qing and Wu Xie exited the tavern, heading westward. In the western part of the city, there were several seemingly ordinary grocery stores, rarely visited by customers due to their peculiar wares, which were of little use to ordinary folk. However, whenever a customer did arrive, it was a significant occasion, for the items sold were primarily for cultivators. Various talismans such as communication symbols, indestructible symbols, escape symbols, and blood-stopping symbols were available. Elixirs like recovery pills, vitality pills, gathering essence pills, and even foundation establishment pills were on offer, along with a plethora of materials for crafting magical artifacts. What would you like to see, esteemed guests? Elixirs, talismans, and one-time use attack weapons. Bring forth the highest quality. Wu Xie instructed. Brother, I only need a few escape talismans. I'll pass on the elixirs. Ye Qing observed the displayed elixirs, noting that even the highest quality here paled in comparison to those he possessed, which were refined by the Qingyan sect and of superior efficacy. Junior brother, the journey to Rhino Valley is perilous. If we do not prepare adequately, we might encounter dangers and regret it too late. I can say with certainty that this mission is the most perilous I have undertaken since joining the sect. In past missions, those who accepted this task often met with misfortune, Wu Xie warned. Is it truly that dangerous? What exactly is Rhino Valley? I still do not comprehend. I have only been in the sect for a few months. How could my first task be so perilous? Is there someone who wishes to do me harm? Upon hearing Wu Xie's words, Ye Qing felt an acute sense of danger looming over him. Junior brother, you are overthinking this. Each peak sends one disciple. And Jia Xian is the most promising among our peers to break through to the Golden Core stage. Moreover, he is a direct disciple of the sect leader. Could it be that the sect leader wishes us harm? In that case, let us prepare some life-saving items. Brother, if you wish to purchase something, I shall assist you with the payment. Chapter 77, Paunchy Herb. Junior brother, as a loose cultivator, you have limited resources and have only recently joined the sect. Let me cover your expenses. Wu Xie insisted. Let us take a look first. I initially intended to buy more useful items. If you pay for me, I would feel quite embarrassed. Ye Qing, already indebted to Wu Xie, was reluctant to impose further. Let us head upstairs. The items on the first floor are too mundane. When faced with true danger, they would be of little use. All right, esteemed guests, please proceed upstairs. At our gathering treasure pavilion, you are sure to find something to your satisfaction. The attendant seemed confident in the wares offered at the pavilion. Soon, Ye Qing and Wu Xie returned contentedly. The first floor was filled with low-tier items meant for those in the qi refining stage, but ascending to the second floor revealed a plethora of fine goods. Even the third floor housed items intended for the esteemed Golden Core experts, although Ye Qing had no immediate use for such treasures. Junior brother, thank you. I thought that as a newcomer to the sect, you would have little in the way of spirit stones, Wu Xie remarked in surprise. Who knew you were so affluent? It seems your days as a wandering cultivator were not so bleak after all. Wu Xie intended to pay for their purchases, only to discover that Ye Qing had already settled the entire bill unbeknownst to him. This gesture was Ye Qing's way of repaying Wu Xie's kindness. Senior brother, how long will it take to reach the Rhinoceros Valley? Ye Qing inquired. About 10 days, came the reply. I find it puzzling. Isn't the paunchy grass merely a type of herb? Why must we venture so close to the territory of the Yulong sect to obtain it? Ye Qing asked, perplexed. Perhaps it is simply more abundant there, Wu Xie explained. There is nothing unusual about that. Just as we have several unique herbs growing in the Luoying mountain range. Members of the Yulong sect risked their lives to gather them too. Can't these herbs be transplanted? Wouldn't it save a great deal of trouble to bring them back to the sect? Ye Qing queried. Junior brother, you don't understand. Some herbs cannot be transplanted at all, just like the paunchy grass. Attempts at transplantation would be futile, Wu Xie clarified. Now I see. By controlling their own resources, they can engage in trade. There is no need for mutual suspicion leading to disciples clashing over a mere herb. Ye Qing reflected. This is precisely a means of honing the disciples. Otherwise, how can the disciples of various sects progress, and how can the sect cultivate those with exceptional talent? Relying solely on the annual competitions within the sect is insufficient. It is the inter-sect skirmishes and the constant threat of life and death that truly forge skill. Oh, I understand now. Does that imply we can freely slay the disciples of the Yulong sect? Ye Qing remarked. While that is partially correct, we are in hostile territory. And it seems the statement is inverted. Wu Xie cautioned. We are the ones who might face an attack from the Yulong sect, which is why this mission is so perilous. Nonetheless, it is also a rare opportunity for training. Junior brother, please don't act recklessly. We are in Yulong sect territory. If things go awry, it could cost us our lives. 2 days later, the trio entered the Longquan mountain range, an area under the control of the Yulong sect. The disciples of the Yulong sect patrolled the mountains regularly, necessitating caution on the part of Ye Qing and his companions. To avoid drawing attention, they disguised themselves as wandering cultivators and proceeded on horseback. Surely the Yulong sect is not too formidable, Ye Qing asserted. With the three of us working together, we should be more than capable of handling golden core cultivators. What is there to fear? Junior brother, you are unaware. The Yulong sect has 4 golden core cultivators stationed there, far surpassing our own strength. If we encounter a golden core expert, how will we escape? Jia Xian responded. Indeed, junior brother, let us be a bit more discreet. If we can quietly gather the Panchi grass and leave, any grandiose movements might attract the attention of the Yulong sect, complicating our future actions. Isn't this supposed to be a trial? If we're sneaking around without even encountering a fly from the Yulong sect, what kind of training is that? Junior brother, we are within the Yulong sect's sphere of influence. Isn't it better to gather the Panchi grass without being discovered? Jia Xian countered. Fine. Since you fear trouble, the Panchi grass has a wide distribution area. Let us split up. What are you thinking, junior brother? We are a team. A unit. If you act alone and attract the attention of a Yulong sect powerhouse, how will we extricate ourselves? Jia Xian exclaimed anxiously. Just run if trouble arises. My life is not your concern. If you complete the task ahead of me, feel free to return to the sect without waiting for me. Ye Qing was resolute about not sneaking around. With that, Ye Qing soared into the air, stepping onto his flying sword, and departed decisively. What should we do now? Senior brother Jia, should we follow Ye Qing? Although moving together could alert the Yulong sect, our combined strength is certainly preferable to acting separately. Wu Xie found himself torn, wishing for a more cautious approach, yet also wanting to accompany Ye Qing, for he was aware of Jia Xian's less than honorable nature. I believe it is better for us to disperse. Junior brother Yi has already left. Do you wish to follow him? Regardless, do not follow me. I do not wish to carry a burden. Jia Xian clearly preferred to act alone. Humph. Jia Xian, don't think your status as the Grand Elder's favored disciple makes you superior. If our paths diverge, so be it. Wu Xie retorted angrily, then stepped onto his flying sword and left in a huff. The three of them parted ways, each choosing their own path. Ye Qing had little regard for Jia Xian and bore no ill will towards Wu Xie. However, since they could not align themselves, separation was inevitable. What nonsense about the Panchi grass? Why not just spend some spirit stones to buy it? Why must we collect it ourselves? Truly a waste of time. Ye Qing muttered in frustration as he boldly ventured deeper into the Longquan mountain range. At that moment, within the Yulong sect, 2 individuals were discussing their plan to capture a young iron-skinned rhinoceros. Brother Chun, is the meat of the iron-skinned rhinoceros really that delicious? Wouldn't it be better to raise one instead? You know nothing. The 8-month-old calves from our rhinoceros valley are prime delicacies meant for tribute to the sect. That is why capturing them is strictly forbidden. Do you really think you can raise one? Why not? Asked the disciple. Firstly, you cannot afford it. Secondly, even if you could, it would not be of much benefit to you in the long run. We can simply enjoy the meat of the rhinoceros, which not only enhances our cultivation, but also significantly boosts our strength, akin to the effects of consuming potent elixirs. The meat of the young rhinoceros is exceptionally delectable. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Brother, if the young rhinoceros is so tasty, is the meat of the adult rhinoceros not as good? Of course. While adult rhinoceros meat may be slightly inferior in taste and benefits, with our current abilities, attempting to hunt an adult iron-skinned rhinoceros would be folly. They are incredibly formidable beasts. Are adult rhinoceroses truly that powerful? Absolutely. Do you think second-tier demon beasts are easy to deal with? If you wish to taste rhinoceros meat, we might need to enlist another person. 3 of us working together should be sufficient to handle an adult rhinoceros, Brother Chen explained. But the sect prohibits the capture of rhinoceroses. If the sect master finds out, we will certainly face punishment. In that case, let us involve the sect master's most cherished disciple in our plan. Even if we are discovered, it would be difficult for the sect master to punish us. There are plenty within the sect who covet rhinoceros meat. All right, you go contact junior brother Qin, and let us set off tomorrow. If we can capture a calf, that would be perfect. The population of iron-skinned rhinoceroses in the Longquan mountain range is limited, and the Yulong sect forbids its disciples from capturing them. However, the meat of the iron-skinned rhinoceros is not only delicious, but also enhances cultivation and strength, comparable to consuming elixirs. The calves are especially valuable, akin to special effect pills, which is why they are so highly sought after and even used as tributes to the sect. The Rhinoceros Valley is a vast marshland nestled between the mountains, where the Panchi grass grows as a rare medicinal herb, often guarded by adult rhinoceroses, perhaps due to the paunchy grass. The meat of the rhinoceros possesses effects comparable to elixirs. The iron-skinned rhinoceros and the paunchy grass coexist symbiotically, benefiting one another. The rhinoceros provides protection while the paunchy grass emits a fragrance that accelerates the rhinoceros's cultivation, which explains its formidable strength. Chapter 78. Shi Wulan, is this Rhino Valley? It appears so vast and open that it would be challenging to gather paunchy grass without being noticed. No wonder. Previously, when I accompanied Wu Xie to the shop, he purchased numerous concealment talismans, the purpose of which I was unaware at the time, but now it is clear. Gazing at the expansive marshland before me, I felt a sense of confusion. If there were members of the Yulong sect nearby observing, our presence might be detected at any moment. Thankfully, I had prepared the concealment talismans beforehand. Otherwise, entering would have been impossible. I took out the talismans and activated them, instantly vanishing from sight. I glided over the water like a dragonfly, spotting the paunchy grass nestled among the reeds in the wetland. Captain, 3 individuals have breached Rhino Valley. Please come for support. In the grand hall of the Yulong sect, a burly man clad in golden armor received a transmission. Maintain strict surveillance. We will arrive shortly. Xiong Xingbong. Quickly gather the team. Someone has entered Rhino Valley. Yes, Captain. Soon, a group of 6 soared on their swords toward Rhino Valley. Among them, 3 were at the Foundation Establishment stage and 3 at the Qi Refining stage, with the leader being at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, while the others were at the 7th and 4th levels, respectively. At this moment, I was foraging in the wetland, collecting paunchy grass, with the concealment talismans applied. Even if a spiritual sense swept past, I would remain undetected unless seen with the naked eye. Fortunately, the vast wetland, dense with reeds, provided ample hiding spots. As I gathered the paunchy grass, I suddenly heard the distant sounds of combat. I initially thought that Jia Xian or Wu Xie had been discovered and were fighting against the Yulong sect. I quickly moved toward the source of the noise, parting the last cluster of reeds to observe the unfolding battle. A mature iron-skinned rhinoceros was being besieged by 3 individuals, whose attire revealed they were not from the Yuling sect. These 3 were all Foundation Establishment practitioners at the 3rd level. It seemed the rhinoceros was quite formidable, as their robes were disheveled from the struggle. If they are not from Yuling sect, then who are they? I hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal myself. In a moment, a group of individuals on flying swords appeared in the distance. They were the law enforcement team of the Yulong sect. Chen Liang, you have a lot of nerve. At that moment, the 3 were confronting the rhinoceros, which seemed to sense the arrival of the 6 newcomers, plunging into the wetland and disappearing into the reeds. Ah, the law enforcement team? How did they arrive? This could spell trouble. Senior Brother Liu, we have been lingering at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment for quite some time, seeking a beast to practice against. If we gain insights, it would aid our breakthroughs. Is this against sect rules? As the law enforcement team approached, Chun Liang protested. Humph. Don't try to wriggle out of this. Open your storage bags and let me see. That won't be necessary. The rhinoceros has already fled and is uninjured. We merely practiced against it without killing it. I said, open your storage bags for inspection. I watched this unfold, but I dared not reveal myself. Suddenly, I was alarmed. The spiritual energy in my concealment talismans had been depleted, rendering them ineffective. Is someone there? Let us check it out. One of the law enforcement team, surnamed Liu, pointed in my direction, having clearly sensed the sudden surge of spiritual energy. To open a storage bag requires the use of spiritual energy, which would inevitably expose me. Captain, it's an outsider. The law enforcement team swiftly approached my location. Compelled to reveal myself, I soared into the air, stepping onto my flying sword, choosing not to flee. I had gathered a considerable amount of paunchy grass in my storage bag, sufficient for my task. Who are you? Trespassing in the forbidden area of Yulong sect. Surrender now, the leader of the group proclaimed. The forbidden area of Yulong sect? Which regulation states that this valley belongs to you? I retorted. Senior Brother Liu, stop wasting time. Deal with this person quickly and bring him back for the sect leader to decide. How dare a 1st-level Foundation Establishment practitioner act so recklessly? Onward. The 6 quickly surrounded me, and the battle commenced immediately. I was unafraid of fighting, but I was uncertain of my opponent's capabilities and feared bringing trouble to my sect. Yet, with the conflict ignited, I knew I could not avoid a resolution. Summoning the 9 transformations of the divine demon. A golden light enveloped me as I engaged the 6 in hand-to-hand combat. Boom. Explosions erupted fiercely. After a brutal clash, 2 members of the Yulong sect's law enforcement team lay dead, both of whom were at the Qi refining stage. Their deaths caused great embarrassment to the 3 Foundation Establishment practitioners, solidifying our enmity. You 3, hurry and assist. The leader, surnamed Lu, shouted at the three who had been hunting the rhinoceros. Seeing their fellow sect members slain, they could not afford to remain idle, otherwise the repercussions upon returning to the sect would be severe. With the 6 Foundation establishment practitioners besieging me, I fought valiantly, but I could not fend off all attacks. And fear began to creep in. Having slain 2 of their members, if I failed to escape, my demise was all but guaranteed. Form a formation, let's kill this brat. The leader, Lu, declared, frustrated that a mere first-level Foundation establishment practitioner had bested them. I intended to seize the opportunity to flee, but could not shake off my adversaries. As the formation closed in, I felt utterly powerless. This is it. I've gotten myself into trouble. While I am not afraid of Golden Core practitioners, being caught by a group of Foundation establishment practitioners is another matter entirely. If the ancestor hears of this, he would surely be furious. As the formation was completed, I realized that my fate was sealed. The 7 members of the Yulong sect ceased their attack, granting me a moment to breathe. Elder Shi, we encountered an outsider in Rhino Valley that we could not subdue. Please send reinforcements. A message was dispatched by the practitioner surnamed Lu. Having cultivated the 9 transformations of the divine demon, my physical strength was extraordinarily formidable, and with my abundant spiritual energy, I could contend against 6 without defeat. Even though the formation confined me, they lacked the capability to kill me. A streak of light dashed through the mountains. It was Elder Shi Wulan, hurrying to Rhino Valley. He had recently attained the Golden Core stage, being a newly promoted practitioner of the Yulong sect. Upon Elder Shi's arrival, I still could not break free from the formation created by the practitioners led by Lu. Elder Shi, this person is clearly at the first level of Foundation establishment. Yet his strength is exceptionally abnormal. If we can seize his cultivation method, it would greatly benefit our Yulong sect. Lu reported eagerly as Elder Shi appeared. Very well. Let me have a word with him. Elder Shi's calm demeanor reflected his disbelief that he was summoned to handle a mere first-level practitioner. As Elder Shi entered the formation, I felt an overwhelming pressure approach. Clearly, a more seasoned elder had arrived. You trespass into my Rhino Valley and slay my Yulong sect disciples? And what if I did? I was merely traveling and found the Tianxin grass flourishing in this valley, intending to gather some for transplantation back to my family. Yet, you did not inquire about my intentions and attacked on sight. I had no choice but to retaliate. Can you blame me? One can only fault the inadequacy of your abilities, not me. Such sophistry. What celestial heart grass is there to speak of? Utter nonsense. I do not intend to bully a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Let us make a deal. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall believe you. If not, then your demise will be a fitting end. Shi Wulan was, in a sense, providing himself with an avenue of escape. To be honest, it was somewhat embarrassing for him to engage a first-level Foundation establishment cultivator. However, given that 2 of his companions had perished, it seemed unreasonable for him to remain indifferent. Chapter 79. The Cave of 10,000 Poisons. Very well. A man's word is his bond. Ye Qing, infused with the power of the 9 transformations of the divine demon, donned formidable defenses, confident in his ability to endure 3 strikes. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for taking advantage of the disparity in our strengths. Prepare yourself. As a Golden Core cultivator, Shi Wulan had little desire to waste time on a mere first-level Foundation establishment cultivator. Ye Qing continually reinforced his protective barrier. The stronger his defenses, the greater his hope, especially since he had never withstood an attack from a Golden Core cultivator before. Moreover, he was uncertain of the exact level of his opponent's Golden Core, unable to see through it. 3 beams of golden light surged toward Ye Qing in rapid succession. The first strike bore the force of 5 layers, the second 7 layers, and the third 9 layers. Should he endure all 3, only fate could be blamed for his survival. The first strike shattered his barrier entirely. The second sent Ye Qing flying, blood spewing forth, while the third nearly claimed his life. Nevertheless, after absorbing these 3 strikes, Ye Qing found himself teetering on the brink of death. Predecessor, you promised. After 3 strikes, may I leave? Ye Qing struggled to maintain his balance, rising to his feet. Boy, consider yourself fortunate. With that, Shi Wulan transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Captain, what shall we do? The law enforcement team observed Shi Wulan's departure after his 3 strikes, awaiting direction from the Lu clan cultivator. The Lu clan cultivator hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue Ye Qing, when suddenly, he saw Ye Qing violently expel blood and collapse. Go check if he is dead, commanded the Lu clan cultivator. A chi refining cultivator hurried to inspect. Captain, he still has a faint breath. What should we do? The speaker gestured a throat-cutting motion, as if to silence him. Forget it. Elder, she will not be pleased. Bring him back to the sect for the sect master to deal with. The Liu clan cultivator replied. Captain, what of junior brother Xie and senior brother Chen? Shall they die in vain? The Qi refining cultivator protested on behalf of the two deceased brothers. I have said it. Bring him back to the sect for the sect master to handle. Move. The Liu clan cultivator's face was a mask of displeasure. Though he longed to exact vengeance on Ye Qing for the deaths of his fellows, he understood the sect's rules and the responsibilities of his role as an enforcer. Ye Qing, unconscious, was brought into the Yulong sect. Where am I? Ye Qing awoke from his stupor, feeling utterly weakened. Sect master, that brat has awakened. How should we proceed? Please give your instructions. Since his origins are unknown, strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. The Liu clan cultivator responded. The law enforcement brothers had fallen to Ye Qing's blade, and merely stripping Ye Qing of his cultivation was already a show of great leniency from the sect master. The Liu clan cultivator entered the guest room where Ye Qing rested. Boy, it is not that I do not wish to spare you, but it is the sect master's command to strip you of your powers. I am merely following orders. You should blame yourself for being ignorant and daring to intrude upon the Yulong sect. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing felt a sense of dread. Ye Qing attempted to muster his spiritual energy to resist, but the moment he exerted himself, excruciating pain coursed through his body. Futile. Accept your fate. It is already merciful that I do not kill you. With that, the Liu clan cultivator unleashed a powerful palm strike to Ye Qing's lower abdomen, shattering his dantian. The destruction of his dantian was akin to a cultivator losing their qualifications to practice cultivation, relegating him to the status of an ordinary mortal. A howl of anguish escaped Ye Qing's lips, his face contorted in agony. Chen-san, take this brat down the mountain. The Liu clan cultivator instructed a Qi refining junior disciple outside. Yes, Uncle Liu. At this moment, Ye Qing lay helpless, his meridians bound, his dantian destroyed. Akin to a dying man at the mercy of others, he felt himself being carried swiftly into the depths of the forest. Humph! You caused my brother's death and still wish to live? In your dreams. The youth carrying Ye Qing wore a face of resentment. Ye Qing was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, barely clinging to a flicker of life. Nearby lay a vast pit, 10 zhong wide and unfathomably deep. Known as the Cave of 10,000 Poisons, a notorious danger within the Yulong sect. The pit brimmed with dampness and countless poisons. Only traitors and those guilty of heinous crimes were cast into this abyss. Mentioning the Cave of 10,000 Poisons sent shivers down the spines of Yulong sect members. The stench detectable from afar. Go die? The youth plunged a sword into Ye Qing's lower abdomen, twisting it mercilessly, utterly destroying his dantian. Here, I bring you a delightful feast, my poisonous friends. With that, the youth kicked Ye Qing into the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. Ye Qing slid down the winding walls of the cave for quite some time before finally hitting the ground. The multitude of poisons within the Cave of 10,000 Poisons meant that being cast inside was tantamount to erasing one's existence. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Qing gradually regained consciousness. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, the agony coursing through his body rendered him utterly immobile. The intense pain in his lower abdomen felt life-threatening, compounded by the continuous flow of blood. If Ye Qing could not free himself from the restrictions binding several of his acupoints, he would undoubtedly perish amidst the poisons that littered the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. Ye Qing struggled to turn over, although his cultivation was stripped and his dantian destroyed. His purple mansion remained intact, still gathering a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Even after establishing his foundation, he could see in the dark, allowing him to assess his surroundings. Not far below him, he spotted a white pool of water, and beside it, a peculiar flower was growing from the hard rock, on the verge of blooming. The flower had a straight stem and several green leaves, crowned with a large pink blossom, yet still tightly closed. It appeared that Ye Qing had slid down the cliff and had not reached the bottom, but rather halted midway. What a strange flower! How can it grow from the rock face? As Ye Qing scrutinized the extraordinary flower, a startling scene unfolded before him. Bubbles continuously emerged from the pool, bursting into a cloud of white mist that wafted directly toward the flower bud. Ye Qing made an effort to crawl toward the pool, hoping to drink from it to alleviate his suffering. Suddenly, it seemed the flower bud had absorbed enough white mist. With a resounding crack, it burst open. Instantly, an overpowering fragrance filled the air. What is this? Ye Qing gasped in astonishment. The aroma was so potent that he instinctively felt this flower must be some kind of extraordinary spiritual medicine. The hissing of poisonous snakes echoed nearby. Ye Qing was struck with fear, glancing back to see several massive snakes, as thick as water barrels, rushing toward the giant flower. One large snake slithered past Ye Qing, showing no regard for him, which terrified him nonetheless. In his current state, he could not summon any spiritual energy, resembling a gravely injured mortal. With a sudden movement, the giant snake, perhaps annoyed by Ye Qing's presence, swept its colossal tail, sending the injured Ye Qing flying. Ye Qing fell in the direction of the pool, landing in the water and choking on several mouthfuls of the white liquid. The moment the white liquid entered his mouth, Ye Qing was astounded. It felt akin to liquid spiritual energy. What is this? Could it be the earth vein spiritual milk? Ye Qing now found himself in a state of utter weakness, his dantian destroyed. If he could break free from the shackles of his meridians, he would be able to summon the spiritual energy from the purple mansion and escape this den of toxins, thus rekindling hope. Suddenly, Ye Qing gulped down several mouthfuls of spiritual milk, feeling a warm current coursing through his meridians. Chapter 80. The Tianshan Evil Lotus. Ye Qing fell into the pool of spiritual milk, completely oblivious to the miraculous flower nearby, which was being fiercely contested by myriad toxins. As he gazed at the flower, a bizarre scene unfolded. Those toxic creatures that approached suddenly sprouted black threads from their bodies, drifting towards the peculiar blossom. After absorbing the black threads, the petals of the flower seemed to swell, moving gently as if filled with joy. The black threads flowed out from the toxic creatures, which then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In no time, a heap of toxic corpses accumulated around the extraordinary flower: snakes, toads, centipedes, spiders, and scorpions, among countless others. Yet, despite this, countless poisonous insects rushed from all directions towards the flower, recklessly charging forth, lured by its intoxicating fragrance. Wow, what is this? Ancestor, please tell me what kind of flower this is. Ye Qing, witnessing this astonishing sight, could hardly contain his eagerness to consult Emperor Sakya. What flower? Which flower are you referring to? Be clear, Emperor Sakya scolded. The flower had a straight stem adorned with several green leaves. This pool contained spiritual milk, and there should be spiritual veins nearby. It appeared that the extraordinary flower had sprouted from a stone, boasting 16 petals intermingled in red and white, emanating a unique fragrance that drained the essence from any insect that approached. Ye Qing described everything he observed to Emperor Sakya. Is it possible? Such a remote place could yield such a chaotic marvel? The Tianshan Evil Lotus? Quickly, let your blood drip onto the Evil Lotus, Emperor Sakya exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. I cannot move. It may take a while, Ye Qing replied, still unable to break free from his confinement, his body devoid of strength. Drifting in the pool of spiritual milk, Ye Qing watched countless toxic insects bravely march to their demise, fearing that if he approached the Evil Lotus, he might share the same fate. What's wrong? Why can't you move? This is a rare wonder. Even in the heavenly realms, you must seize it, Emperor Sakya urged. If Ye Qing could obtain the Tianshan Evil Lotus, he would significantly shorten his training time and ascend to the heavenly realm. No one is competing with me, but I am injured and unable to move. However, I have good news for you. Ancestor, I discovered a pool of spiritual milk beside this extraordinary flower, and I am currently soaking in it to heal. Ye Qing, momentarily forgetting the peril, spoke casually with Emperor Sakya. You are injured? How did this happen? Is it serious? Emperor Sakya grew more anxious than Ye Qing regarding his injuries. It's nothing serious. Just my dantian has been destroyed and my meridians are shackled, which is why I can't move. Can you not be reckless? Do you realize how vital the dantian is to a person? Emperor Sakya said, alarmed. What can I do since it's already destroyed? Quickly think of a way to break the shackles of my meridians. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in this pool of spiritual milk forever. What if the extraordinary flower withers? Yes, we must first obtain the extraordinary flower. Consume the spiritual milk and see if you can break the shackles, Emperor Sakya suggested. Emperor Sakya's worry in the chaotic space was futile. The key was whether Ye Qing would heed his advice. I've already consumed a lot, but it's useless. Can you bite your finger and let your blood drip onto the flower? I'll try. Ye Qing swam with all his might towards the flower, but it did not absorb his blood. As he neared the edge of the spiritual milk pool, suddenly, a beam of white light enveloped Ye Qing, lifting him above the flower. A stream of white threads continuously emerged from the flower, encircling Ye Qing. The white liquid in the pool had changed color, likely due to the mingling with his blood. Since Ye Qing fell into the spiritual milk pool, the extraordinary flower had begun to devour his essence, indirectly allowing him to transfer his blood to the flower. The lotus petals exuded wisps of white, silk-like mist, wrapping Ye Qing in a cocoon-like embrace, reminiscent of spring silkworms spinning silk. Soon, a cloud-like cocoon formed around him, and within it, Ye Qing's meridians visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. The shackles binding his body soon dissipated. The white light of the extraordinary flower possessed miraculous healing properties. Feeling the benefits of this light, Ye Qing closed his eyes in bliss, relishing the comforting sensation of the spiritual medicine nourishing his entire being. After some time, as his injuries neared complete recovery, a sudden sharp pain in his lower dantian jolted him awake. In an instant, the white light enveloping Ye Qing vanished, along with the extraordinary Tianshan evil lotus beside the spiritual milk pool. Ye Qing fell to the ground, hurriedly inspecting his body. Thanks to the nourishing white light, most of his injuries had healed, yet his lower dantian remained utterly destroyed and would take time to recover. At that moment, Ye Qing resembled a Qi refinement stage cultivator, possessing only a faint trace of spiritual energy. Strictly speaking, he was now akin to a novice at the first layer of Qi refinement, but given time, he would soon regain his previous cultivation level. With the extraordinary flower gone, its alluring fragrance dissipated, and the toxic creatures, having lost their target, ceased their approach. How strange. Where did that extraordinary flower go? Ye Qing pondered. Looking at the mountain of toxic corpses before him, he felt a twinge of fear. Without this serendipitous encounter, he might have already become a meal for those creatures. What to do with all this spiritual milk? My storage bag cannot contain liquids. It would be a tremendous waste. If someone discovers this pool of spiritual milk, it would be a great loss. I cannot leave now. I would surely be discovered. Ancestor, I cannot take this spiritual milk with me. What should I do? Why are you in such a hurry? Just focus on cultivating here. Once you absorb the entire pool of spiritual milk, you could at least reach the Dan formation stage, Emperor Sakya replied. Forming a Dan? Really? Ye Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, would I deceive you? Hurry, set up a concealment array. If you are discovered, you will surely die. All right, I will remain here and enter seclusion. The prospect of rapidly improving his cultivation filled Ye Qing with excitement. Soon, he set up the concealment array, cleared his mind, and began his seclusion. Days turned into weeks as Ye Qing consumed the spiritual milk daily, which rivaled the finest spiritual herbs and could be consumed directly, proving to be an ideal shortcut to rapid cultivation. Fortunately, the spiritual milk was gentle in nature. Otherwise, Ye Qing would have perished from internal explosion long ago. Gradually, Ye Qing's cultivation returned layer by layer, swiftly reaching the first layer of foundation establishment. Thereafter, with the aid of the spiritual milk, he effortlessly broke through to the second and third layers of foundation establishment. His lower dantian, aided by the extraordinary flower, had already restored itself. Fully recovering after a lengthy period of nurturing, day by day, Ye Qing immersed himself in cultivation, entirely oblivious to the passage of time, reveling in the sight of his cultivation visibly increasing. 3 whole years passed until Ye Qing's cultivation plateaued at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. No matter how much spiritual milk he consumed, his lower dantian would not yield even a trace of spiritual energy. However, the situation within his purple mansion was entirely different. The spiritual milk had formed a small lake of spiritual liquid within. Ye Qing had never entered the purple mansion before, so he was unaware of the transformations occurring within. What a pity, with so much spiritual liquid left behind, I cannot take it with me. Ye Qing resolved to depart. Continuing to linger would lead to stagnation in his cultivation, a waste of precious time. Chapter 81. The mysterious storage ring. 3 years have elapsed, and the once waist-deep spirit milk pool is now nearly drained. As he prepares to depart, Ye Qing is reluctant to leave behind the remaining spirit milk, so he collects all the containers capable of holding liquid from his storage bags. Unfortunately, a thin layer of milk remains that he cannot retrieve. What is that? As the pool nears depletion, a round stone pedestal-like object comes into view. Ye Qing approaches, eager to discover its nature. It turns out to be an inverted gourd, perfectly suited for carrying additional spirit milk. After cleansing the mud from the gourd, its true form is revealed. What are these runes? Could this gourd be a treasure? The gourd in Ye Qing's hands gleams a golden hue, adorned with numerous peculiar symbols. He attempts to unscrew the gourd's lid, but despite infusing it with 9 layers of spiritual energy, he remains unable to open it. Blood for recognition. An idea strikes Ye Qing, and he bites his finger, applying a drop of his blood to the gourd. Instantly, a flash of golden light emanates from the gourd, seemingly awakening something within. The gourd begins to float joyfully in the air. At that moment, Ye Qing receives a message in his mind. This gourd is known as the Big Belly Arhut, a type of spatial treasure. though its precise nature remains unclear to him. Naturally, after the blood recognition, Ye Qing comprehends how to utilize the big belly arhut. He gestures, and it gently lands in his hand. With a light tug, he opens the lid that had previously resisted even his strongest efforts. Whoosh! A beam of golden light bursts forth from the gourd. Thank you, young brother. I have been trapped in this gourd for countless ages. You are my savior. Senior, who are you? Ye Qing is taken aback by the talking golden light. I am a being confined within this treasure. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Since you have liberated me, I shall gift you this treasure. If fate allows, I will repay your kindness one day. Ye Qing, bewildered, thinks. Did I just release a demon? If it truly is a demon, I would be in grave trouble. Senior, why were you trapped in this gourd? Ye Qing inquires, eager to determine whether he has freed a benevolent or malevolent entity. I have urgent matters to attend to. If fate permits, I will explain later. I must take my leave. The voice from the golden light announces. Whoosh! The golden light vanishes without a trace. Ancestor, come forth. What is it? A cold voice questions, seemingly interrupting Di Shurtian's pleasant dreams. I just found a treasure. Upon opening it, a golden light emerged that could talk. And then it hurried away. What exactly was that golden light? Did I release a demon? Ye Qing explains. A gourd? A golden light. It can speak? It must be a spirit from the Ling tribe. What kind of gourd was it? Where did you find it? Di Shurtian probes further, eager for more details. I discovered it at the bottom of the spirit milk pool. I don't know how long it has been there. Oh, so you opened it only after the blood recognition? Yes. Otherwise, I couldn't open the lid at all. That explains it. The golden light must be the gourd's master. It seems this gourd has been in the spirit milk pool for many years. The spirit within has likely cultivated to a significant level and is eager to ascend to the heavenly realm. Spirits can cultivate. They can ascend to the heavenly realm? Ye Qing inquires, intrigued. Of course. All things possess spirits and can cultivate. Thus, the heavenly realm encompasses countless worlds where various cultivated spiritual beings ascend. Oh, I see. The heavenly realm is truly a paradise. If you wish to ascend, you must cultivate swiftly. All right, for your sake, ancestor, I will strive diligently in my training. Now that sounds like a human sentiment. A treasure cannot simply emerge from the spirit milk pool without reason. Let us search. Perhaps there are others. Ye Qing promptly turns the gourd upside down, and white spirit milk flows into it like water from a tap. In mere moments, every drop of spirit milk is collected within the gourd. With the pool now devoid of any other objects, Ye Qing continues to explore further. At this moment, Ye Qing has reached the 9th level of foundation establishment and is entirely unafraid of any toxins. Not far from the spirit milk pool, he discovers a small platform, where he finds several human bones, clearly distinguishable as hand and leg bones. The platform is a flat stone slab, and upon closer inspection, Ye Qing notices several grooves that resemble remnants of a formation, scattered among the bones. He speculates that the gourd might have belonged to the person whose bones lie before him. What is that? Ye Qing gently picks up a fragment of bone, only to find an iron lump attached to it. The rusted iron object piques his interest. Carefully, he cleans away the rust and grime, revealing its true form. It turns out to be a dragon-headed ring. A storage ring? Ye Qing recognizes the significance of this ring at a glance. Storage rings are artifacts utilized by nascent soul experts, possessing vast internal spaces. Eagerly, Ye Qing performs blood recognition to ascertain what treasures lie within. Curious about the former owner's level of cultivation. Why isn't there a single spirit stone? How impoverished must this person have been? No, wait. How could a poor person possess a storage ring? I wonder what these materials are. What? Living creatures? As Ye Qing scans the storage ring with his consciousness, he discovers, alongside the unknown materials, a transparent creature resembling a jelly-like entity. This creature moves fluidly, akin to flowing water, and emits no trace of spiritual energy. Does this person even keep pets? This pet is quite peculiar. Ye Qing meticulously searches through the storage ring and finally uncovers some useful items. Jade slips containing cultivation techniques left by the ring's owner. Upon examining the jade slips, he finds they contain techniques for Buddhist practitioners, which are of no use to him. Continuing his search, he eventually spots a curved blade inscribed with seals in a corner. Could the former owner have been a Buddhist practitioner? Yet, he has not encountered any weapons he used, and this blade is sealed away. Strange, indeed. I must consult the omniscient Di Shurtian. Ancestor, I found another storage ring. Come quickly and see what these items are good for. You found another storage ring? Did you step in dog dung? How could you possibly find something like that? It's true that I found it. You don't believe me? Have you looked at what's inside the storage ring? Di Shurtian inquires. I did. There are jade slips of Buddhist cultivation techniques, several garments, a sealed curved blade, and some unknown materials. Oh, and there's a creature of unknown origin. A creature? There's a living being inside the storage ring? This ring must be quite extraordinary. How so? Generally, treasures cannot contain living beings within their spaces. The fact that yours can means it is indeed remarkable. Chapter 82, Wild Battle. Haha. This trip to the Dragon Control sect has proven immensely profitable. To whom should I express my gratitude? Ye Qing cannot help but burst into laughter. First, return to a safe location before celebrating. Those items can be studied later. Subsequently, Ye Qing thoroughly searches the entire 10,000 Poisons cave, finding no further treasures. Choosing a quiet hour of the night, Ye Qing stealthily exits the cave. This is the rear mountain of the Dragon Control sect, and during the stillness of night, no one would venture here. However, there was an exception. Not far from where Ye Qing had just walked, he stumbled upon a grassy expanse where a couple was engaged in an intimate act. The sudden appearance of Ye Qing caught the pair off guard, prompting them to hastily don their garments. Ye Qing observed the scene, momentarily stunned. Outdoor escapades? The people in this world are rather audacious. Young man, are you not from the Dragon Control sect? What brings you here? Fail to clarify, and this night shall be your last. The male of the couple, at the 9th level of foundation establishment, was of comparable cultivation to Ye Qing, while the woman was at the 3rd level. Huh, what is this? Caught in the act, and now you seek to silence me? Ye Qing, having reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, possessed the capability to contend with golden core cultivators, rendering him indifferent to the duo's threats. You seek death, the man retorted angrily, brandishing his flying sword and charging at Ye Qing. It is you who court death. Ye Qing had never felt such an eagerness to engage in combat as he did today. With his sudden surge in power, he was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. The woman, disheveled, witnessed Ye Qing's fierce techniques and quickly summoned her own flying sword, joining forces with the man to assault him. As the three clashed, the woman unexpectedly played her cards differently, launching a hidden weapon at close range. The projectile grazed Ye Qing's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Infuriated, Ye Qing realized the consequences would be dire. Initially devoid of murderous intent, he merely wished to assess his abilities post-foundation establishment, but the woman's viciousness took him by surprise. Tao, kill this brat. He is no sect member. He must be a spy. The woman seemed eager for Ye Qing's demise. A pair of despicable beings wishing for my end. Then let them become a pair of underground lovers. In an instant, Ye Qing activated the 9 transformations of the gods and demons, radiating a golden light that exuded an imposing aura. He sheathed his sword and charged at the pair with bare hands. The Celestial Gang technique was a body cultivation method reliant on the brute strength of his limbs to inflict damage. Wielding a sword would only diminish its potency. Employing the Phantom technique, Ye Qing became a blur, his figure obscured by the night, making it impossible to discern his whereabouts. When he re-emerged, the man and woman were sent sprawling. Ye Qing followed closely, delivering a barrage of strikes that rendered the couple utterly silent, blood spurting from their mouths as they fell several feet away. The force of Ye Qing's attack, empowered by the Celestial Gang technique and the explosive might of the 9 transformations, surpassed 10,000 pounds. Despite their foundation establishment, their mortal bodies could only withstand so much. Ye Qing's relentless assault was akin to a rain of pear blossoms, unyielding and continuous. Breathless and bleeding, Ye Qing effortlessly seized the man's storage pouch. He picked up the sword wielded by the man, an exquisite magical artifact. Oh, it seems you have fared well in the Dragon Control sect. A foundation establishment cultivator equipped with such a treasure is indeed fortunate. Ye Qing scrutinized the exquisite high-tier sword as he approached the man. Please spare me. I am. Before the man could finish, Ye Qing, eager to test the sword's power, unexpectedly ended his life without a hint of resistance. In that brief moment, the woman seemed to regain her senses, shattering a teleportation talisman and vanishing without a trace. Alas, I should have taken the storage pouch sooner. As she departed, Ye Qing realized he had neglected to claim her pouch, a pang of regret surfacing. Danger loomed. Ye Qing sensed someone rapidly approaching. Recalling that he was in the rear mountains of the Dragon Control sect, reinforcements would arrive in no time. He fled, shattering a teleportation talisman and hastily departing the Dragon Control sect, heading straight for Luoyin City. A consciousness firmly locked onto Ye Qing, pursuing him relentlessly. Oh no! A golden core cultivator? Ye Qing gasped. One pursuer would be manageable, but 2 would spell danger. This was, after all, the territory of the Dragon Control sect. Being ensnared could lead to perilous consequences with reinforcements arriving at any moment. Meanwhile, beside the slain man, a grim-faced figure clad in black, with a pallid countenance. Seethed with rage. Pursue him, chase him to the ends of the earth, and ensure the murderer meets a gruesome end. This figure was none other than Lu Feng, the head ancestor of the Dragon Control sect. The deceased youth was his only son, Lu Tao, having reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Ye Qing's consciousness could now extend over 10 miles. The Golden Core cultivator was within his range, followed closely by a dozen Foundation establishment disciples. Naturally, the speed of a Golden Core cultivator flying on a sword far surpassed that of a Foundation establishment practitioner. As Ye Qing felt the pursuer drawing closer, he knew that should they engage in combat, reinforcements could arrive at any moment, sealing his fate. Biting his finger, he used his blood to summon power beyond the 9th level of Foundation establishment, instantly enhancing his speed as he soared away, creating distance between himself and the pursuer. With all his might, a journey that would typically take 5 days was completed in merely 3, as he sped toward the gates of the Yuling sect, a fleeting streak of light rushing forward. Ye Qing headed straight for the Yuling sect, knowing that regardless of the identity of those he had slain in the Dragon Control sect, the Dragon Control sect and the Yuling sect were adversaries. The former would not recklessly intrude upon the latter's domain. In Luoyin City, at the Dragon Control sect's base, those pursuing Ye Qing had congregated in a manner, seemingly awaiting Lu Feng's orders. Elder, that brat has escaped into the Yuling sect. We do not know if he is a disciple of theirs. What should our next course of action be? We beseech Elder Lu for guidance. Upon hearing the transmission, Lu Feng's expression darkened further. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Lu Feng smashed the chair before him into splinters with a single strike. Elder Shi, gather the Foundation establishment disciples. Today, we shall march to the Yuling sect and utterly destroy that old thief Lin Qingfeng, annihilating the Yuling sect. Elder, what if the upper sect holds us accountable? Humph. Allowing my disciples to kill my beloved son without retribution. How can I, Lu Feng, maintain my dignity? Very well, I shall see to it. The rare sound of the bell summoning disciples echoed throughout the Dragon Control sect. What is happening? What is going on? Nobody knows for sure. But it's said that the eldest elder's son was slain by a disciple of the Yuling sect, and now he is gathering Foundation establishment disciples to seek vengeance. Is that true? The young master has reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment, fully equipped with weapons and artifacts. How could he have been killed? Who knows? Perhaps it was a sneak attack. Whispers of speculation circulated throughout the Dragon Control sect. Junior brother Yi, we thought you were dead. Where have you been these past years? Ye Qing hastily returned to the sect, coincidentally encountering the sect leader, Xian Yi. Brother Xian Yi, it has been a long time. The tale is lengthy. I was trapped in a cave within the Dragon Control sect, and have only just managed to escape. Brother Xian Yi, please do not inform anyone of my return. I have sustained serious injuries and require ample time to recuperate. I appreciate your assistance. Ye Qing said, presenting a storage pouch. Chapter 83. Urgent Assembly Junior Brother-S Orders. I shall dutifully comply. No need for pleasantries, Xian Yi replied, attempting to decline. Ye Qing's eyes widened. Xian Yi, aware that he was no match, quickly accepted the storage pouch with a respectful demeanor, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to his cave, Ye Qing hurriedly dismantled the cave's restrictions, finally exhaling a breath of relief as he consumed several blood-replenishing pills. The blood sacrificial technique should not be used recklessly, as it equated to overextending one's physical potential, making recovery arduous. The Dragon Control sect and the Yuling sect were evenly matched in power. Returning to his sect should ensure his safety, Ye Qing mused. Having evaded danger, Ye Qing felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he prepared to assess the spoils of his recent encounter. This journey to Rhino Valley has proven immensely rewarding. Not only did my cultivation advance at an astonishing pace, but I also acquired a tremendous opportunity, a storage ring. A coveted artifact even the nascent soul stage cultivators envy. Ancestor, we are finally safe. Come, let us tally our gains and discern which items may enhance my strength. Please describe each item in detail. I shall assist in the analysis. Within the chaotic space where Emperor Xuan Qiong resides, only Ye Qing can provide a description for analysis. The storage ring is indeed a remarkable item, its internal space vast enough to accommodate living beings, far surpassing the capabilities of a mere storage pouch. For now, it would be prudent to continue utilizing your storage pouch. Should others learn of your possession of a storage ring, the higher-ups of the Spirit Master sect might very well conspire to silence you and seize it for themselves. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing attempted to transfer the ring into his storage pouch, but found it impossible. Perhaps the ring's rank was too high for such a transfer. Consequently, He retrieved a silver thread and hung the ring around his neck, resembling a finely crafted necklace. Ancestor, what shall we do about the weapon sealed within the storage ring? Is it possible to break the seal and examine it? I advise against hastily opening it. The seal indicates that it is no ordinary item. Your current strength is insufficient to control it. Should it be a demon sealed within, it would be too late for regrets, warned Emperor Xuan Qiong. Do you have any knowledge of the living creature contained within the storage ring? Ye Qing inquired, his curiosity piqued by the notion that a living being could endure for so long, having remained in the ring for countless years. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Let us set it aside for now. It may be a unique spiritual entity. That leaves us with the golden gourd. Have you not already recognized it as your own? After acknowledging it, you should now comprehend the true nature of this treasure. Though I have recognized it, I seem unable to harness its power. Its internal space remains a chaotic mystery to me. Then let us store it for the time being and examine it more thoroughly later. Yet, does this mean none of these items are of any use? Ye Qing lamented, frustrated that despite possessing such extraordinary treasures, he felt unable to employ any of them. The only item of value was the earth vein spirit milk. However, with his cultivation stagnating at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, consuming the spirit milk would no longer yield results. Over 3 years have passed. I wonder if the sect has changed in any way. Ye Qing then emerged from his seclusion and made his way to the outer gate, eager to see how his casino business had fared. Ye Qing's return brought a refreshing breeze to the Spirit Master sect, ushering in the popularity of mahjong and gambling. In Luoyang City, casinos and mahjong parlors had sprung up, infusing the monotonous lives of the common folk with excitement. Ye brother, you have returned, greeted the passers-by as soon as Ye Qing arrived at the outer gate. Yes. How have you all been? He replied, noticing that several of them had successfully established their foundations in the tranquil depths of the bamboo grove. Ye Qing looked at the crowd with joy. 3 years had passed, and those who had previously followed him in the outer gate had all reached foundation establishment. Ye brother, here are the earnings from the casino over the past 3 years. Everyone was concerned about your disappearance and searched for you everywhere, but to no avail. Jia Xian claimed you perished at the dragon sect, but we refuse to believe it, said He San, handing over a storage pouch. At this moment, He San had already reached the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, having previously been entrusted with managing the casino during Ye Qing's absence. When Ye Qing departed from the sect, He San had only been at the 8th layer of qi refinement, yet he had made remarkable progress. He San, please distribute these among the brothers who have served the casino. I lack for spirit stones. You all have contributed immensely to the casino. Let these be my dividends to you. More will follow, as long as you remain diligent. However, do not neglect your cultivation, Ye Qing declared resolutely, distributing the spirit stones without even checking the pouch's contents, confident that the earnings would be substantial. Ye brother, we have all joined Jin Chiefing because of you. From now on, we are all brothers under the same peak. Well, prepare yourselves. Trouble may be heading our way in the next couple of days. We shall act together. Ye Qing warned. That trouble was indeed of Ye Qing's making. Observing the imposing figures of the pursuing dragon sect cultivators, it was clear that significant events were imminent. 3 days later, within the bounds of the Spirit Master sect, an unprecedented 9 chimes of the bell echoed. An enemy approaches? The 9 chimes, what could this signify? All members to assemble immediately. Something major is about to unfold. The disciples of the Spirit Master sect, puzzled, nonetheless understood the significance of the 9 chimes. They quickly gathered in the central square of the sect, where the bell tolled again, urging everyone to convene. Disciples from all directions flocked to the square, murmuring among themselves about the emergency assembly. All disciples, heed this. The sect has never conducted a drill for an enemy invasion. Today, we shall practice. Treat this matter with utmost seriousness and follow commands, announced Xian Yi, the sect leader, bearing a heavy responsibility. Soon, a group of qi refinement cultivators emerged, carrying 3 banners, while a large curtain was unfurled nearby, covered in a dense array of names. 2nd-generation disciples, take note. Starting today, the sect has assigned you to your respective peaks. From now on, you will be registered disciples under the 3 peaks. As soon as you break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, you will officially become registered disciples. What status is that of a registered disciple? Who cares? As long as there are spirit stones to be earned monthly, a registered disciple is acceptable. The curtain had already designated their assignments, each individual lined up according to the list, while the peaks organized themselves for the forthcoming instruction on formation from the elders. As Xian Yi continued, the 3 banners represented the 3 factions, and the disciples of each peak gathered accordingly. Why have I been assigned to Jin Chiefing? How unfortunate. Ye Qing is considered the weakest of the three peaks, as universally acknowledged. At this moment, even the peak's master is absent, leaving matters in the hands of the senior brother. A sect divided into three competing factions aims to enhance its overall strength. Yet, one faction is currently leaderless, which presents a significant challenge for Lin Qingfeng. Chapter 84. The Invasion of the Dragon Sect. Another emergency assembly? Did we not just conduct a drill yesterday? Why another one today? It is not a drill. Could it be that we truly face a formidable enemy? Today's drill must cover new subjects. The 9 chimes of the bell rang out once more, prompting a flurry of discussions among the crowd, yet they quickly made their way toward the square. All disciples of the Spirit Master sect listened attentively. Following the formation from yesterday, the sect is under threat from a powerful enemy. Now is the time to serve the sect, establish merit, and earn recognition. Fight valiantly against the enemy. Form up and set out, commanded Xian Yi, and the neatly organized ranks soared toward the sect's gates. Disciples below the 3rd layer of Qi refinement were not to participate. Sending them to battle would be akin to sentencing them to death. Above the Luoying mountain range, countless cultivators from the dragon sect approached rapidly, like shooting stars racing across the sky, closing in on the gates of the Spirit Master sect. Meanwhile, the Spirit Master sect had already set up defenses within the Luoying mountain range, with teams of cultivators lying in wait on various peaks for the dragon sect's arrival. A flare shot into the sky, signaling the prearranged alert from the Spirit Master sect. In an instant, all the ambushed disciples of the Yuling sect summoned their magical artifacts, rising into the air to form a vast net that obstructed the advance of the Yulong sect cultivators. The cries of kill, kill, kill reverberated through the valley, as it became evident that the Yuling sect had a significantly larger force at their disposal. This was largely due to the presence of their Qi refinement stage disciples. With several hundred disciples at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and below foundation establishment, although their combat prowess was modest, their sheer numbers served to instill a certain degree of intimidation. The Yulong sect cultivators were taken aback by the sudden emergence of so many Yuling disciples, and they too summoned their artifacts, adopting a vigilant stance. The leader had not issued the command to attack. Thus, both sides remained on edge without engaging in combat. As the groups parted, the true leaders stepped forward, Lin Qingfeng of the Yuling sect and Lu Feng of the Yulong sect. Lu Feng, did you bring all these people to my Yuling sect as a gift of storage bags? I was just lamenting our resource constraints, and here you are, generously providing support. Truly commendable, Lin Qingfeng remarked coldly. Humph, old thief Lin, surrender the murderer and leave with your belongings, lest the Yuling sect be awash in blood, Lu Feng replied calmly, evidently well prepared and unafraid of the Yuling sect's numerical advantage. Haha, my dear friend Lu, do you not see that your people are surrounded with such insignificant minions? Have you lost your mind, sending your Qi refinement disciples to battle? Surely, your plans to invade the Yuling sect have been in motion for quite some time. Are you not afraid of retribution from the higher-ups? Humph, do you think the higher-ups would concern themselves with such trivial matters? Old thief Lin, today you have 2 choices. First, leave immediately and let me take over the Yuling sect. Second, let this place run red with blood, and I shall still take control. Haha, my dear friend Lu, you truly jest. With just your meager forces, I look forward to seeing how you intend to turn my Yuling sect into a bloodbath. You know not what you challenge. With a flick of his fingertip, Lu Feng sent a communication talisman soaring, and moments later, a formidable aura surged from behind the Yulong sect cultivators. Within a few breaths, that aura drew near to the mountaintop, where both sides faced off. Lin Qingfeng sensed the ominous presence. This scoundrel has reinforcements. Panic gripped him as he recognized the approach of a formation composed of 3 golden core cultivators. The 3 absolute formation? Old thief Lin, upon seeing this formation, you must realize the gravity of the situation. Surely, you do not wish for your disciples to perish today. Haha, Lu Feng, do not flatter yourself. Is the 3 absolute formation truly so formidable? If you dare, make your move and see if you can escape my Yuling sect. It was uncertain whether Lin Qingfeng had any hidden cards or if he was merely attempting to intimidate Lu Feng. Engage, eliminate the golden core cultivators first. Lu Feng commanded suddenly. Beside Lin Qingfeng stood another golden core cultivator. At that moment, only 2 golden core cultivators remained to defend the Yuling sect. Simultaneously, Lu Feng unleashed a flying sword that hurled towards Lin Qingfeng. Both Lin Qingfeng and Lu Feng, being golden core cultivators at the 7th layer, possessed extraordinary combat abilities. To avoid collateral damage to their respective sects, they ascended into the clouds to engage in battle, though the 2 fought fiercely in the skies. Their consciousness remained vigilant to the developments on the battlefield below. As they clashed, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Yuling sect, forming a massive bubble. A combined attack formation? Old thief Lin, so you had this up your sleeve. No wonder you dared to resist. Let us see whether your combined attack formation or my 3 absolute formation proves superior. Humph. Just wait and see. The Yuling sect stands united. Do you think we fear the few minions that Lu Feng has brought? Continue to flaunt your bravado. Truth be told, I have no desire to slaughter your Yuling sect disciples. If I were to disperse this 3 absolute formation and unleash the full might of my 3 golden core cultivators, how many foundation establishment disciples would you lose? After a series of fierce clashes, the two paused, engaging in a war of words. Try me. If you dare command your subordinates to massacre my Yuling sect disciples, I assure you that the Yuling sect will not have it easy either. Look at what the Yuling sect has become under your leadership. Were it not for the protection of the Hunyuan sect, your Yuling sect would have been annihilated long ago. It would be better for you to step aside and hand over these lands to me. I could lead the Yuling sect to greatness. Swallow the Yuling sect? Are you not afraid of repercussions from the Hunyuan sect's higher-ups? Repercussions? As long as I diligently cultivate disciples and send promising talents to the Hunyuan sect, they will hardly care about our grievances. Humph. Grievances? What grievances do I have with you? Did I take your wife or desecrate your ancestors' graves? Lin Qingfeng recognized that the overall strength of the Yuling sect was inferior to that of the Yulong sect, attributing this to Lu Feng's constant meddling and hostility towards the Yuling sect. Thus, he held Lu Feng solely responsible and spoke without restraint. Old thief Lin, you allowed your disciples to kill my only son. Do you think this matter will simply be brushed aside? Haha, splendid. Individuals like you deserve to be eliminated. You seek death. The war of words concluded with Lin Qingfeng's bitter retort, and once again, the two engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Angered, Lu Feng commanded the 3 golden core cultivators of the 3 absolute formation to disperse. One would continue attacking the Yuling sect's other golden core cultivator, while another would focus on the combined attack formation, and the last would plunge into the ranks of foundation establishment disciples, wreaking havoc. With a cultivation level surpassing a major realm, the assailants found themselves nearly unbeatable. As the Yuling sect cultivators fell in droves, Lin Qingfeng grew anxious. If this continued, the Yuling sect would suffer catastrophic losses. At that moment, Ye Qing was surrounded by his loyal companions, who coordinated their efforts and had already slain 4 Yulong sect cultivators. The golden core cultivators of the Yulong sect, noticing the situation, directed their focus toward Ye Qing, who was now the prime target. Chapter 85. The Hunyuan sect envoy Ye Qing, being the most formidable among them, became the first target for elimination. Waves of spiritual energy surged toward him. Form a defensive formation to counter the enemy. Be cautious, his brothers warned, their concern palpable. Ye Qing had yet to summon the divine Demon 9 transformations until now. But faced with the attention of the golden core cultivator, he had no choice but to unleash it, enveloping himself in a radiant golden glow. As he closed the distance, aware that close combat was his forte, he knew that even with a significant disparity in cultivation levels, he could still make an impact. The Yulong sect's golden core cultivator did not anticipate Ye Qing's willingness to engage in close combat, as typically, a golden core cultivator would not dare to confront a Qi refinement stage cultivator head-on. After an intense exchange, Ye Qing astonishingly matched the golden core cultivator blow for blow. Lin Qingfeng observed in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Ye Qing, originally deemed to possess a waste spirit root in the realm of cultivation, was typically disregarded by every sect. Yet, he was an exception. Not only did Ye Qing progress rapidly, but he also managed to balance body refinement alongside his cultivation, an achievement beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Lin Qingfeng was momentarily lost in thought, almost falling into Lu Feng's trap. My fellow, even a foundation establishment disciple like me can withstand your golden core here. It seems your visit has proven quite disappointing. Lu Feng, witnessing Ye Qing's fierce resistance against the golden core cultivator, felt his expression darken, just as the battle between the two intensified. A streak of light approached the Yuling sect. At this moment, the forces of both sides were nearly balanced, with neither possessing a particularly significant advantage. Each side believed that the other had brought reinforcements, and they all felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, a radiant light approached, transforming into a flying artifact. From the artifact emerged 4 individuals, 3 at the golden core stage, and 1 at the foundation establishment stage. Oh, Lin Daoist, Lu Daoist, what brings you two here? Upon seeing the golden light draw near, both combatants ceased their struggle, and upon recognizing the newcomers, they dared not continue fighting. The esteemed envoy has graced the Yuling sect with his presence. May I inquire what instructions the sect has? Lin Qingfeng hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. Lin Daoist, might you clarify your intentions? The leader among the newcomers, clad in splendid robes, exuded an extraordinary presence. Let Lu Daoist explain to the esteemed envoy. Lin Qingfeng, uncertain of the reason for the sudden visit from the individuals of the Hunyuan sect, shifted the focus to Lu Feng. Esteemed envoy, Lin Qingfeng instructed my son to be killed. I have merely come to seek an explanation. Lu Feng, clearly apprehensive about the envoy from the Hunyuan sect, spoke hastily. The Hunyuan sect was a super sect, with the nearby 100 or so sects being mere vassals under its dominion. Both the Yuling sect and the Yulong sect were affiliated with the Hunyuan sect, thus they were compelled to treat the envoy with utmost respect. You find this amusing? Two sects risking lives over such trivial matters? Is it not a path to greater casualties? This is mutual harm, weakening each other as strength. Why engage in such folly? The envoy remarked nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned as it was not his own son who had perished. You are indeed correct, esteemed envoy. I shall take my leave at once. Lu Feng wished to depart swiftly, realizing that continuing the conflict would yield little benefit, and further trouble would only lead to greater losses. Among the Hunyuan sect's delegation, the envoy was at the 9th level of Golden Core, clearly superior to both Lu and Lin, accompanied by 2 other Golden Core practitioners. Wait, since Lu Daoist is present, I shall convey the sect's directive here rather than at the Yulong sect. Please, esteemed envoy, proceed. The sect has decreed that all affiliated sects must select 10 exemplary foundation establishment disciples within 3 months to journey to the Hunyuan Mountains to undergo a sect examination. Those who pass will be accepted as disciples of the Hunyuan sect. The envoy paused, observing the reactions of Lu Feng and Lin Qingfeng. Is this not a blatant act of plunder? In previous years, did we not merely offer spirit stones as tribute? Why must we now send our finest disciples? Both Lu Feng and Lin Qingfeng were momentarily stunned. This is akin to the naked abduction of talent. Do you have any questions, esteemed Taoists? The envoy inquired. None. None whatsoever, Lu Feng replied, his displeasure evident but unexpressed. Esteemed envoy, what are the requirements for selecting these 10 disciples? Lin Qingfeng asked. Precisely. That is what you ought to inquire. Among the 10, those skilled in alchemy and artifact crafting will be given priority. Furthermore, at least 6 of the 10 must pass the examination. Should this condition not be met, the sect will send replacements. The implication was clear: by consolidating capable individuals, the overall strength of the Hunyuan sect could be elevated significantly in a short span. The higher-ups were astute. Should you select 10 worthless candidates, replacements would be sent, and the leader of the vassal sect would lose their position. 10 foundation establishment disciples? The cost of nurturing them is immense. Yet a mere envoy from the Hunyuan sect can demand the finest with a single word. This is the supremacy of power. Those with strength reign supreme. The weak must submit. Esteemed envoy, are there any additional instructions? Lin Qingfeng, as the local leader, sought to foster a closer relationship with the envoy from the Hunyuan sect. No. Simply comply with the decree. The 4 esteemed envoys have traveled far. Please allow us to enjoy a cup of spirit tea at the Yuling sect. Very well. Lead the way. The envoy from the Hunyuan sect was well versed in the ways of the world, and entering the Yuling sect would undoubtedly yield some benefits. Esteemed envoys, the Longquan Mountains are home to a spirit beast known as the iron skin rhinoceros. Its meat is comparable to premium spirit herbs and can enhance cultivation. Might I invite you to visit the Longquan Mountains and allow me to extend my hospitality? Lu Feng, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to establish rapport with the envoy from the Hunyuan sect, quickly interjected. Lin Qingfeng was seething with anger. Yet the presence of the envoy restrained his outburst. Iron skin rhinoceros? What is that? One of the Golden Core practitioners inquired eagerly. This practitioner appeared to be a young man of 16 or 17, with a fair complexion and an air of nobility. Young master, heed the envoy's arrangements, remarked another Golden Core practitioner. Then, Lin Daoist, please expedite this matter. We shall visit the Longquan Mountains and savor the iron skin rhinoceros meat. The young practitioner's eagerness to take charge in front of the envoy was a clear affront to Lin Qingfeng. Lin Daoist, we can discuss this another time. It was evident that the young practitioner's actions had altered the dynamics, and his status was likely significant. Esteemed envoy, reliable intelligence indicates that the Longquan Mountains are rife with chaos. With the emergence of demonic cultivators, please exercise caution on your journey. As the group prepared to depart for the Longquan Mountains, Lin Qingfeng sought to provoke Lu Feng one last time. Esteemed envoy, do not heed his nonsense. How could I allow demonic cultivators to exist in the Longquan Mountains? Chapter 86. Hunyuan sect. After the envoy from the Hunyuan sect departed with the individuals from the Longquan Mountains, Lin Qingfeng surveyed the chaotic scene, shaking his head in dismay. Having inherited the painstaking efforts of his elders to manage the Yuling sect for many years, though he had not been able to expand its influence, life had been comfortable. Little did he expect to be bullied today and looked down upon by the envoy from the Hunyuan sect, leaving him with a tremendous loss of face. The recent battle had resulted in the loss of over 20 disciples from the Yuling sect, including 6 Foundation Establishment practitioners. With the entire sect comprising only about 30 to 40 Foundation Establishment practitioners, the loss of 6 was substantial, and with 10 more required to be sent to the Hunyuan sect, the Yuling sect's strength would be significantly diminished, likely taking 3 to 5 years to recover. Brothers, are you all alright? Brother Ye, this is an opportunity. Why not let us collectively seek a position in the Hunyuan sect? Do you all share this sentiment? Indeed. The group nodded in agreement. Let us return to the sect and deliberate. Wherever Brother Ye goes, I shall follow. Heizend, a loyal supporter of Ye Qing, seemed determined to accompany him on his journey. 3 days later, in the grand hall of the Yuling sect, Lin Qingfeng paced restlessly, uncertain. Master, I wish to join the Hunyuan sect. Please allow me to go. Jia Xian pleaded earnestly. Return for now. I need to discuss this with your uncle. Jia Xian left in a fit of anger, and outside the hall stood many fellow disciples, all eager to plead with Lin Qingfeng. As Lin Qingfeng's most favored disciple, Jia Xian had been dismissed in this manner. Brother Jia, what did the master say? Nothing of importance. To be frank, this was indeed a significant opportunity for Foundation Establishment practitioners. Compared to the Yuling sect, the Hunyuan sect was on an entirely different level. Gaining entry into the Hunyuan sect promised a bright future. As a super sect, the Hunyuan sect offered a cultivation environment vastly superior to that of the Luoying mountain range. With its various techniques and jade slips far exceeding those of the Yuling sect, the disparity between the two sects was immense. Although the recent events had severely weakened the Yuling sect, should those sent out rise to prominence, their eventual return could benefit the Yuling sect, rendering this a calculated risk. Thus, the decision of who to send and who to retain became a formidable dilemma for Lin Qingfeng. Brother, this truly poses a considerable challenge. I suggest we allow the disciples to compete before making a decision. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Yuling sect, 2 golden core practitioners were engaged in discussion. Shall we convene the annual competition a year early? Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us proceed with an internal competition among the inner disciples and select those who will join the Hunyuan sect. How shall we allocate these 10 spots? We should select 3 inadequate candidates, ensuring that at least 7 are capable of completing the task. Otherwise, if unforeseen circumstances arise, it could lead to complications. Let us consider Ye Qing first. With his 5-element spirit root, it is a mystery how this lad managed to establish his foundation. It seems likely that this will be the pinnacle of his achievements, destined only to succeed the position of Xian Yi in the future. Perhaps it would be best to send him away. Shiyu is very eager to participate. Should I allow her to go? Since she wishes to join, let her embark on this journey. Experiencing the world could greatly benefit her. If she were to attain the golden core stage and return to our sect, it would be even better. That accounts for 2. But how shall we decide the others? We should select those who are grateful and loyal. Such individuals will remember the benevolence of the Yuling sect, unlike someone like Jia Xian, who would likely never return any favor even if he were to achieve great heights. Indeed, Jia Xian fits that description. Brother, are you truly considering allowing Jia Xian to leave? Do you not understand this lad's character? It would be remarkable if he were to repay the sect. That is not my intention. Although Jia Xian has reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, his character aligns more closely with Ye Qing's, and it seems unlikely he will ever attain the golden core stage. I almost forgot. This lad has already faced failure in establishing his golden core once, making his chances of success in any future attempts exceedingly slim. Thus, it may be prudent to send him away. While it is indeed a pity to release 2 practitioners at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, we lack better options. They can pass the test, yet have no promising prospects, making them the optimal candidates. Let us select the remaining individuals through the internal competition. Strength is not the sole criterion. Character is paramount. No, we must contemplate this carefully. Ye Qing, Jia Xian, and Shiyu can undoubtedly pass the test. We need to select 4 more individuals of good character, alongside the 3 inadequate ones, making it sufficient to choose 4 for the competition. Brother, allow me to select the 3 inadequate candidates. Are you familiar with the disciples who have just recently established their foundations? Haha, brother, I know them quite well. Those who spend their days playing mahjong and poker are the ideal choices. Very well, then I leave these selections to you. The habit of gambling among He San and his companions is already common knowledge. The following day, news spread throughout both the inner and outer sects of the Yuling sect regarding the competition to determine the 10 disciples who would enter the Han Yuan sect. Haha, I am certain of victory in this competition. I told you, my master will undoubtedly look after me. Upon seeing the announcement, Jia Xian felt a wave of relief. Achieving the 9th level of foundation establishment qualifies one as a formidable practitioner among their peers. And there are only 2 or 3 others in the entire Yuling sect who have reached this level. Furthermore, as a disciple of the Grand Elder, his cultivation techniques and protective artifacts are superior to those of others, naturally increasing his chances of success. Similarly, Ye Qing was keen to explore the so-called super sect, and thus he too yearned to leave the Yuling sect. After all, the strength of the Yuling sect is rather lacking, with not a single nascent soul practitioner among them, and the recent conflict with the Yulong sect left him regretting his choice to join the Yuling sect. Should he encounter a more powerful opponent, the Yuling sect would be of little help. In light of his current inadequacies and the unreliability of relying solely on oneself, seeking a more secure refuge became imperative. Han Yuan sect, I shall go for sure, Ye Qing resolved silently. Little did Ye Qing know that he was already a predetermined candidate, guaranteed a place without the need for competition. The total number of disciples at the foundation establishment level within the Yuling sect was merely 48, excluding 5 who managed affairs, 6 who perished in the battle with the Yulong sect, and 5 who voluntarily declined to participate. Only 32 remained. Prepare well, brothers. We must strive together to secure one of these 10 spots. Ye Qing encouraged his fellow disciples. Given Ye Qing's formidable ability to withstand Golden Core practitioners, his participation in this competition seemed unnecessary. No one could possibly defeat him. Brother Yi, we have only recently established our foundations. Our strength is indeed lacking, and the odds of us winning seem quite low. He San and the others expressed their concerns. Do not worry. Simply let things unfold naturally. Whether or not we succeed in joining the sect is not as crucial as our future, as long as we strive to elevate our cultivation to the Golden Core stage. Departing from the Yuling sect will ultimately be the same. Brother Yi, for some reason, we deeply admire you. If we could continue to follow you, our futures would undoubtedly be bright. Since my brothers have such intentions, why not we form a brotherhood? Even if we cannot cultivate together in the future, we can still wander the world and explore the realm of cultivation together. Well said, third brother. Indeed, indeed. The notion of forming a brotherhood excited everyone. In the realm of cultivation, individuals are often solitary due to the necessity of severing emotional attachments, allowing for a heart unburdened. Hence, profound bonds among practitioners are rare. After all, one must prioritize oneself above all else. Chapter 87. Tiando City by Heaven and Earth as Witnesses. I, Ye Qing, along with He San, Kong Bao, Liang Yu, and Wu Jiaoyang, pledged to be brothers, sharing both fortune and misfortune in this life. The 5 immediately swore an oath of brotherhood, with the 4 regarding Ye Qing as their elder brother, naturally placing him in that role. Third brother, your name is not quite fitting. You ought to be second brother instead. Shall I address you as third brother or second brother henceforth? He San, based on cultivation level and seniority, should logically be ranked second, yet he voluntarily accepted the title of third brother due to his name. Elder brother, the position of second brother is reserved for you. Thus, the 5 formed a brotherhood, yet it humorously resulted in 6 brothers. Brothers, this is a token of brotherhood from your elder brother, and I hope it aids you in the upcoming competition. Ye Qing produced 6 low-grade advanced magical artifacts, swords, spears, and knives, for his companions to choose from. These items were salvaged from the storage bags of those he had previously vanquished. While he possessed higher-grade artifacts, there were not enough to distribute, so he could only offer them low-grade ones. Each selected a weapon that suited them. Only Ye Qing would be so generous, as these items could fetch a considerable amount of spirit stones if sold. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, elder brother. There is no need for such formality among brothers. Before the competition commenced, an announcement was posted, indicating that Ye Qing, Jia Xian, and others were prohibited from participating in the selection. Master, why? Why can I not participate in the selection? I wish to join the Han Yuan sect. Jia Xian unexpectedly sought out Lin Qingfeng, throwing a tantrum. All right. You are already a predetermined candidate and can go without competing. Lin Qingfeng expressed his disdain. With a character like Jia Xian's, it was genuinely concerning that he might abandon the Yuling sect entirely. Within mere moments, the representatives of the Yuling sect had been decided, alongside Ye Qing, Jia Xian, Lin Shiyu, and the 3 inadequate candidates, He San, Kong Bao, and Liang Yu formed the 10-member team heading to Han Yuan sect. The group was then brought to the Grand Hall of the Yuling sect for one final lecture from Lin Qingfeng. Senior brother Wu Xia, what a coincidence. We are once again fighting side by side. Upon noticing a familiar face among the final 10, Ye Qing approached Wu Xia. Indeed, junior brother. What has transpired over these 3 years? How did you so swiftly ascend to the 9th level of foundation establishment? It is a long story. I nearly met my demise, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, which allowed me to elevate my cultivation to the 9th level. Nearly met your demise? No wonder I heard nothing from you in the Rhino Valley. I was worried for quite some time, and ultimately had to return to the sect in resignation. Let us not dwell on that. We can discuss it in detail later. At this moment, Lin Qingfeng pressed his hands downwards, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Dear disciples, as you represent the Yuling sect in your journey to the Hunyuan sect, I hope you will not forget everything from today. Without the Yuling sect, you would not have the opportunity to enter the Hunyuan sect. The Grand Elder reassured him, rest assured. No matter where we go, our roots lie in the Yuling sect. And we will not forget. Lin Qingfeng's face brightened with joy. He sought disciples who would one day repay the Yuling sect. Indeed, Elder, if given the chance, we will surely return to repay the sect. With a hearty laugh, Lin Qingfeng presented each of them with a small gift, a token of the sect's gratitude for their previous contributions. He tossed 10 storage bags, which landed steadily in front of each disciple. All right, let us embark. I wish you a safe journey and a swift arrival at your destination. Inside the storage bags were maps, magical artifacts, and several vials of commonly used elixirs. 10 beams of light shot forth from the protective array of the Yuling sect, speeding towards the Hunyuan sect. Haha, brother. What kind of fortune have we encountered that allows us to be chosen without participating in the competition? One disciple exclaimed, You're such a fool. Another laughed. For individuals supported Ye Qing, who had evidently become the leader of the 10, especially after his remarkable resistance against a golden core stage cultivator. Among the 10, none dared to oppose Ye Qing's wishes. Ye Qing commanded the pace, deciding when to rest, as they made their way to the Hunyuan sect. The Hunyuan sect was located in the Hunyuan mountain range, situated in the northern region of the human territory. This planet was vast and boundless, lacking a comprehensive map to depict its entirety. Thus, no one truly understood how the continents were distributed. Most inhabitants of this world, barring Ye Qing, perceived it as an endless landmass, hence naming it the Qingling continent. Only Ye Qing recognized it as a planet. Though he remained unsure of its size in comparison to Earth, he refrained from debating whether it was a sphere or a continent, fearing others would deem him foolish, as perspectives and comprehension varied widely. This perhaps explained why traversers were often perceived as superior to the inhabitants of the Qingling continent. Ancestor, I have wonderful news. Ye Qing, in high spirits, decided to inform Emperor Xuan Qiong that he had departed the Yuling sect en route to the Hunyuan sect. What is it? I was in a deep slumber, came the drowsy response. Is that all you do, sleep? What about the secret techniques you promised me? After all these years, have you found nothing? Ye Qing had long hoped for Emperor Xuan Qiong to impart powerful skills to him, but the techniques sought were not suitable for someone at Ye Qing's current foundational level. I have searched, but to no avail. Perhaps when your cultivation level rises, there may be something suitable. Really? By the way, I wanted to tell you that I have left the Yuling sect. Having left the Yuling sect, where will you go next? Emperor Xuan Qiong expressed concern that Ye Qing might not focus on his cultivation and could encounter formidable foes, leading to untimely demise. Hunyuan sect. How does that sound? A powerful name, isn't it? Ye Qing remarked. Huh, what use is a grand name? With just a flick of my finger, I could annihilate countless such sections. You may be impressive, but right now, you're just talking nonsense. So hasten your cultivation. Indeed, once you ascend, I can finally emerge. Not necessarily. Even if I ascend to the heavenly realm, rescuing you may not be so simple. Let's discuss it once you ascend. Sighing, Emperor Xuan Qiong lamented. I wonder how many more years I will be stuck in this wretched space. Brother, we are nearing Tiando City. Should we not enter and take a look? Black 3 interrupted Ye Qing's thoughts. After flying for over 2 months, they finally spotted a grand city. The walls of this city were several times higher than those of an ordinary small town. Let us enter, rest a bit, and experience the local customs, Ye Qing proposed. But it's only midday. We should prioritize our journey. One of the slender youths who had won the martial arts competition interjected. Whatever. We have a map. If you don't wish to travel together, go ahead, Ye Qing dismissed, waving his hand as he led the way into the city. Wu Xia, who previously did not hold Ye Qing in high regard, began to admire him after realizing Ye Qing possessed strength comparable to a golden core stage cultivator. We will follow Ye Dao's lead, Splitting up is wise in case of bandit encounters, Jia Xian stated, silencing any dissent. Reluctantly, the four followed Ye Qing into Tiando City. Tiando City, what a splendid name. Ye Qing mused, gazing at the imposing characters at the city gates. Brother, look. The guards at the gate are cultivators. Black 3 pointed out. Cultivators? Is this not a mortal city? Ye Qing questioned, puzzled, as he had never witnessed cultivators openly in a mortal city before. Is it any wonder there are cultivators stationed here? Just look inside the city. A third of the bustling crowd consists of cultivators. Ye Qing remarked, scanning the throng with his divine sense. In a world where immortals and mortals coexist, it was no surprise the Hunyuan sect was so powerful. Just consider Tiando City. It must have a vast population, greatly increasing the chances of cultivating prodigies. We should have come out long ago, Ye Qing concluded. Indeed, brother. Experiencing this world puts our previous lives into perspective. Another exclaimed. Yes. If we could establish a casino in such a place, we would never lack for cultivation resources. Even relying solely on spirit stones would suffice. Ye Qing laughed, enthused by the bustling streets and throngs of people, realizing that this grand city was a treasure trove for wealth. Curious about what business thrived in this world, Ye Qing began to contemplate strategies for generating income. The group wandered aimlessly through Tiando City for an entire afternoon, barely scratching the surface of its vast expanse. As dusk approached, they settled into an inn. In the evening, they ordered food and drinks, chatting about their experiences along the way. Hurry and eat. We need to see the excitement. Someone urged. What excitement? Is there another auction more thrilling than last night? Ye Qing questioned. Of course. Last night was the Tianxiang Tower auction, and tonight it's the Jabala's turn to showcase their treasures. These two merchants are in fierce competition to see whose items fetch the highest price in Tiando City. Really? Which one do you favor? Humph. What do I care about which one sells for the highest? They're all the same. Driven by profit, they create a bustling market. Just look at the throngs in the trading hall. The volume of transactions has multiplied. At a nearby table, 3 Qi refining cultivators were discussing recent events in Tiando City. Brother, an auction. I want to witness it. Then let us go? Now. Ye Qing responded eagerly, his excitement palpable. Jabala, located at the city's heart on the busiest street, was an enormous and imposing structure. With a few inquiries, they quickly found its location and hailed several beast carts to take them there. The city was too vast, and flying on swords was prohibited, making beast carts the most efficient mode of transport. The carts sped through the streets, swiftly delivering Ye Qing and his companions to the bustling heart of Tiando City. At the entrance of the magnificent building housing Jabala, a massive advertisement board continuously displayed enticing messages. The next auction item, a Fire Cloud Divine Beast Egg. The Fire Cloud Divine Beast can be upgraded to a maximum of the 9th tier, serving as both a mount and a combat assistant. Combat power, 3 stars. Movement speed, 3 stars. Comfort as a mount, 2 stars. Appearance of the Divine Beast, 5 stars. The curtain also displays a plethora of information regarding the Fire Cloud Divine Beast. Soon, the previous auction item concluded, and it was time for the Fire Cloud Divine Beast. A series of numbers appeared on the enormous screen, while the alluring voice of the auctioneer echoed. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than this charming gentleman? 100,000, going once. 100,000, going twice. Heaven, this is madness. Can this divine beast egg truly fetch 100,000 spirit stones? 100,000 spirit stones could easily buy a spiritual artifact. Ye Qing and the others gaped in astonishment at the figures displayed on the screen. The streets outside the auction hall were now crowded with people, unaware of the breathtaking scene unfolding within. Brothers, what do you think? Don't you feel suddenly impoverished? Ye Qing remarked. Indeed, big brother, if one day we owned such a grand building, how many spirit stones would we earn daily? It will happen. As long as you follow my lead, I shall ensure you enjoy the finest luxuries. However, the most crucial factor is our strength. You understand? This world belongs to the powerful. Exactly. A special envoy from the Mixed Yuan sect can make the elders of the Spirit Control sect and Dragon Control sect bow and scrape. This signifies tremendous power. If one lacks strength, they must humbly play the subordinate. Thus, whether you wish to be a master or a subordinate depends on your strength. Let us go. Returning now, even if we enter the auction hall, we would merely be staring in envy. Ye Qing expressed. Ye Qing once considered his several thousand spirit stones to be quite affluent. But upon witnessing the prices at this auction, he instantly felt like a pauper. Observing the exorbitant auction items was indeed an eye-opener. Yet none were within the financial reach of Ye Qing and his companions. After lingering in the city center for quite some time, Ye Qing and his companions returned to their inn. The following morning, They hurried back to the mixed Yuan mountain range. Upon leaving Tianyong City, the roads became far less desolate. Towns and tribal villages appeared frequently along the route. The prosperity of a sect is closely tied to its population. A denser population increases the likelihood of discovering talented cultivators. In densely populated areas, the distinction between immortals and mortals blurs as cultivators intermingle with ordinary people, indicating that cultivation is quite common. The number of cultivators is substantial, comprising a significant portion of the total population, thereby making it easier for sects to select disciples with superior innate abilities. 10 days later, Ye Qing and his group finally arrived at the mixed Yuan mountain range, a vast expanse of endless mountains. Outside the mixed Yuan sect, there lies a small town named Qinglong Town. The Jade Tablet indicated that disciples from affiliated sects participating in the trials would first reside in Qinglong Town, and further actions would be announced via notice. Having reached their destination, they felt a sense of liberation. The town was well equipped, with currency and spirit stones being interchangeable, and accommodations for thousands were readily available. The mixed Yuan sect oversees 135 affiliated sects, varying in size and strength. Upon arriving in Qinglong Town, Ye Qing realized that the number of representatives sent by each sect differed. The mixed Yuan sect had already categorized the affiliated sects into 4 tiers. The higher the tier, the more personnel they needed to contribute. First-tier sects were required to send 10 representatives, similar to the spirit control sect. Second-tier sects needed to send 20. With second-tier sects being led by nascent soul cultivators, third-tier sects had to send 30, and fourth-tier sects, 40, each corresponding accordingly. Third-tier sects required more than 10 nascent soul cultivators, marking them as formidable sects, while fourth-tier sects needed over 100. The mixed Yuan sect, surpassing the fourth-tier sects, ranks among the super sects of the Qingling continent's human domain. Among the entirety of humankind, only a few possess super sect strength. Renowned righteous sects such as the Xiantian Sword Sect, Jingjian Sect, and Mixed Yuan Sect are classified as super sects, while many others rank slightly lower. Within the human territories, both righteous and demonic cultivators coexist, with the infamous Tianma Sect and Difu Sect among the powerful demonic sections. Conflicts between the righteous and demonic factions are frequent, as their opposing ideologies have existed since ancient times. The demonic sects often engage in blood-soaked practices, invoking public outrage and scorn. Consequently, those within the demonic sects operate with great secrecy. Chapter 89. The trials of the mixed Yuan sect. Ye Qing and his companions settled in Qinglong Town, awaiting further instructions from the mixed Yuan sect. Ye Taoist, I've noticed something peculiar during our journey. Miss Lin Xie has been unusually quiet, almost as if she has become a different person, Wu Xia casually remarked while conversing with Ye Qing and the others in the inn. Indeed, the young lady from the spirit control sect has always been quite ostentatious, accustomed to her wayward behavior. I wonder if she will find it difficult to adjust here in the mixed Yuan sect, he chuckled. You wouldn't believe it. She once fought me when I first entered the spirit control sect. Big brother, did she ever seek revenge on you afterward? Lin Xie is notoriously troublesome. Oh, she did. Along with her companions, they sought me out for trouble, but I managed to give them a good beating. Ever since, they act as if they've seen a plague whenever they encounter me. Big brother, you are truly formidable. No wonder they have been so obedient to you during our journey. We were all puzzled by it. Big brother, we are counting on you for the mixed Yuan sect trials. I wonder what the trials will entail. Will we be sent back to the spirit control sect if we fail? Even if I fail the trials, I shan't return to the spirit control sect. Look at all those cultivators in Tianyong City. Aren't most of them just lone cultivators? Exactly. In fact, being a lone cultivator is quite liberating. Big brother, shall we consider re-establishing our previous business within the mixed Yuan sect? In such a large sect, I believe it would be more profitable. A gambling house is certainly on the agenda, but we must wait until we stabilize. We still don't know the situation within the mixed Yuan sect. Have you gathered any information about them? Big brother, I've heard that not all representatives from the various sects are in Qinglong Town. It seems there are 3 other small towns, Baihu Town, Xuanwu, and another one called Zhuke. Yes, that's it, Zhuke. All the representatives from the affiliated sects are distributed among these 4 locations, waiting for further instructions. The 4 divine beasts. Could this be a formation? Ye Qing mused. His knowledge of the 4 divine beasts came from online gaming. Regardless, we shall wait and see. By the way, Black Third Brothers, did you bring your mahjong? Let us play while we have some free time. Ye Qing suggested. How much are we betting? We don't have many spirit stones left. Big brother, lend me some, and I'll pay you back when I win. All right. 10 days later, 3 bell chimes resonated, signaling the people of Qinglong Town. At that moment, A notice was posted in the town square, announcing that all disciples from the affiliated sects should gather at the Heavenly Sacrifice Square to unveil the results of the trials and allocate identities. The results of the trials are out? Haven't they not yet been conducted? How can there be results already? Let us hurry to the Heavenly Sacrifice Square and see. Upon seeing the notice, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. Without exception, everyone advanced towards the depths of the Hunyuan mountain range, where the location of the Tianji Square was clearly indicated in the announcement. This place, situated deeper within the mountains, is the true outer gate of the Hunyuan sect. The outer gate of the Hunyuan sect is more prosperous than an ordinary small town, predominantly inhabited by cultivators, and its architecture is grand and resplendent. Due to the rich spiritual energy, these buildings appear to shimmer amidst the clouds, resembling the abodes of deities. Wow, how magnificent! Exclaimed many, marveling at the splendor of the outer gate. One could only imagine how awe-inspiring the inner gate must be. Most onlookers were similarly astonished, as many affiliated sects were located in desolate areas, lacking exposure and resembling a group of unsophisticated bumpkins. Ye Qing and his companions followed the crowd to Tianji Square. On the edge of the square, a colossal screen displayed each person's points, which corresponded to their respective tasks. The scores of the Yuling sect were as follows. Ye Qing, 7 points. Identity, Medicinal Field Administrator. Location, Mingxi Valley. Wu Xie, 9 points. Identity, Medicinal Field Administrator. Location, Qingcheng Mountain. He San, 5 points. Identity, Medicinal Field Administrator. Location, Heifeng Valley. Kong Bao, 2 points. Identity, Medicinal Boy. Location, Outer Sect Alchemy Hall. Lin Xie, 70 points. Identity, Registered Disciple. Grade D Cultivation Object. Location, Xian New Palace. How peculiar. When did this assessment commence? How come I only have 7 points while you all have even fewer? Fortunately, it was a relief not to have to return to the Yuling sect. Look, Miss Lin has 70 points. As a registered disciple, does that mean she doesn't have to work? I don't know. This is absurd. When did we even take the assessment? Now I'm just a medicinal boy, and when will I have time for mahjong in the future? Mahjong. It's your fault. Why play mahjong on such a fine day? Look at the result. Now, everyone is a medicinal boy, Ye Qing admonished He San and the others. Big brother, it seems you were the one who insisted we join you for mahjong. He San retorted. You talk too much. Your mahjong addiction is the worst. Ye Qing promptly gave He San a playful knock on the head. The assessment for everyone began as soon as they entered Qinglong town. The town was filled with various shops, tea houses, and taverns, where one could greet the city guards to earn points, chat with the blacksmith to gain points, purchase medicines at the pharmacy to accumulate points, or meditate and cultivate to acquire points. Thus, each person's score was calculated, while also analyzing individual potential and suitable occupations. Few scores were as low as those of Ye Qing and his companions, as they spent several days playing mahjong together, making it rare for them to venture out. They sent someone occasionally to check for announcements, resulting in minimal opportunities to earn points, leaving them with only a few points each. This process was entirely confidential. No one realized they were undergoing an assessment upon entering the town. Someone was discreetly recording scores for each individual. Ye Qing and his companions were assigned as medicinal field administrators, much to their dismay. Ye Qing, however, remained indifferent, as he practiced the 5 Elements Ascension Sutra and only required a secluded place. The role of a medicinal field administrator was the most mundane within the Hunyuan sect, involving daily tasks such as watering the fields, fertilizing, and timely submitting cultivated spiritual herbs. Brothers, take care. Remember to relay any information to me through sound transmission. We are no longer in the same place and can't play together anymore. By the way, He San, hand over your mahjong. I will call you when I play. Ye Qing said. Here you go. You're the big brother. He San reluctantly complied, uncertain how monotonous life would be without it, as having a mahjong set would at least provide some entertainment during idle moments. Big brother, will you be able to manage the medicinal fields? Don't end up killing the spiritual herbs and causing trouble for the sect. Kong Bao expressed concern, noticing Ye Qing's demeanor, which clearly indicated he was not suited for tending to plants. Huh, do you think I would falter at nurturing a few plants? On the contrary, you should focus on mastering alchemy. We will rely on you for our medicinal needs in the future, Ye Qing replied. Kong Bao, by a stroke of luck, had purchased some medicinal herbs upon entering Qinglong town and had even engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper about the intricacies of alchemy.